Super Devouring System Chapter 5025 to Chapter 5087. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the upper echelons of the magic hall changed drastically. They gasped and exclaimed, "What? Our magic hall's base in the primordial chaos void is actually a source nest star? Isn't this too extravagant?" In the endless years of the primordial chaos epoch, only 3,000 chaos fiend celestials were born in the primordial chaos void. Our magic hall snatched one just like that? That's not right. The source nest star gave birth to a chaos fiend celestial. Such an important place naturally wouldn't allow crooks to mix in with the honest folk. Since that source nest star has become our magic hall's base, then, what happened to the chaos fiend celestial that was born in it? Is there even a need to ask? Of course it was finished off by boss. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Without a word, he finished off a chaos fiend celestial born in the primordial chaos void. See? Finished off? That's a chaos fiend celestial born in the primordial chaos void. Isn't boss too valiant? Everything is possible in the primordial chaos void. Although this saying is a legend, it doesn't seem to be unreasonable from this matter. That's right, everything is possible in the primordial chaos void. As the exclamations and exclamations of the upper echelons of the magic hall sounded, Pig Spirit revealed a smug look. He paused for a moment before sweeping his gaze across everyone. Only then did his expression turn serious. He continued, "Previously, in the primordial chaos void fragment, boss's cultivation had been suppressed because the primordial chaos heavenly Tao laws didn't allow it. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao in such an environment, even with boss's monstrous talent, he couldn't forcefully break through to the true heavenly Tao realm. However, in this primordial chaos void, although there is the suppression of the primordial chaos void, the level of the primordial chaos void is far higher than that of the primordial chaos world. Heavenly Tao realm experts are the strongest existences in the primordial chaos world, but here, that's far from the case. Therefore, as long as you have the ability and talent, you can attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm at any time here once your cultivation level reaches a certain level. Although the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation will still descend, you will absolutely not encounter the domineering suppression of the primordial chaos laws. Aside from that, don't be fooled by the fact that this void is barren. In fact, there is a great opportunity." At this point, a look of fascination appeared on Pig Spirit's face. He raised his hand and pointed to the void at the end of his line of sight. He continued, "Look here. In the extreme distance in this direction, there is a brilliant galaxy. It is called the Milky Way. There is a mysterious mother planet in the Milky Way. It is said that the untainted land world was born from this mother planet. Countless years ago, that great battle shattered the entire great desolate world. This mysterious mother planet, along with the entire Milky Way, flew away together with it. That is because the primordial chaos laws took action and brought the Milky Way here. Now, the Milky Way is like all the other nests. It is protected by an invisible barrier and cannot be entered. This invisible barrier is condensed from the nether nomological forces of the primordial chaos void. It's so powerful that even a true heavenly Tao realm existence would not be able to forcibly blast it open and enter. It is said that when the new primordial chaos era is about to arrive and the 3,000 chaos demon gods born in the primordial chaos void are about to be born, this invisible barrier that covers and protects the Milky Way star field will be opened conditionally. As long as the conditions are met, the experts in the starry sky will be able to enter and compete with the indigenous creatures in the Milky Way for the new primordial chaos era. After this battle for providence is over, the Milky Way star field will be fully opened. At that time, the 3,000 chaos demon gods born in the primordial chaos void will also be born. That represents the beginning of the new primordial chaos era. Because of this, on both sides of the Milky Way far in the distance, countless powerful forces have gathered over the countless years. They are all waiting for the true opening of the Milky Way void. These powerful forces are different from the forces in the primordial chaos master fragment void. You all came from the primordial chaos master fragment void, so you naturally understand the classification of the forces there. In general, with the starry sky forbidden lands as an example, they are divided into two categories. The first category, Marquis, Emperor, and Emperor, respectively, rule small, medium, large, and top-tier starry sky forbidden lands. the second category, Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supremes, Primordial Beings, and Primordial Supreme Beings, respectively, rule 5 different types of Forbidden Lands, which are the initial, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and top tier Forbidden Lands. In other words, the Starry Sky Forbidden Lands ruled by emperors are top tier Forbidden Lands. It is the same for the Remnant Star Field, but this is only the first category of power level, and the so-called Forbidden Areas are the areas where the 5 Great Undying level warriors are in charge of. Supreme level Forbidden Lands are just a general term. Supreme level Forbidden Lands are also split into 5 levels. After all, there are 5 major realms before the Heavenly Tao realm. The power that each major realm represents is greatly different from each other. The top-tier Forbidden Lands ruled by Universe Knights are the initial top-tier Forbidden Lands. The top-tier Forbidden Lands ruled by Universe Masters are the intermediate top-tier Forbidden Lands. The top-tier Forbidden Lands ruled by Universe Supremes. And the top-tier Forbidden Lands ruled by Primordial Beings are the top-tier Forbidden Lands. As for the Primordial Supreme Beings, other than the top-tier Forbidden Lands, the others are not enough to match them. In the main void of the primordial world fragment outside, although there are supreme forbidden areas of the second category, they are basically early stage, intermediate stage, and advanced stage supreme forbidden areas. There are top-tier Forbidden Lands ruled by Primordial Beings and top-tier Forbidden Lands ruled by Primordial Supreme Beings, but there are not many of them, and here, at the end of the void, on both sides of the Milky Way, both the Ferocious Beast Forbidden Lands and the Remnant Star Field are top-tier Forbidden Lands and star fields ruled by Primordial Supreme Beings. It is even said that there are top-tier Forbidden Lands and star fields, in which there are true Heavenly Path realm beings and even stronger beings. However, they are usually in hibernation, and it is not easy for them to wake up and show themselves. What they are waiting for is the conditional opening of the invisible barrier that protects the entire Milky Way, so that their descendants can enter and fight for the new primordial chaos era, and our magic hall has the same goal. The new primordial chaos era is about to begin, and we have no choice but to move forward and fight for the new primordial chaos era. Only then can we continue to survive after the new primordial chaos era begins. According to the leader, it is not time for the source nest to be exposed, so we have to fight for a place to stay after entering the primordial chaos era. Saying this, Old Pig turned and looked at the end of the void. He stood up and waved his right hoof. Target, the right bank of the Milky Way. Forward. Hell. It's not time for the source nest's headquarters to be exposed yet. Therefore, we can only fight for a place to stay after entering the primordial chaos void. Turning to the end of the void in front of him, Old Pig Spirit stood up halfway and waved his right hoof. Target, the right bank of the Milky Way, forward. Awoo, after saying the last sentence, he was filled with excitement. He raised his head and let out a shocking howl. It was very likely that there were true Heavenly Tao realm existences or even existences stronger than Heavenly Tao realm existences in the right bank of the Milky Way at the end of the void ahead. However, existences of that level had long been sleeping in their respective void lairs for countless years. Unless the Milky Way star field was fully opened or a conditional opening, they would not wake up at all. Old Pig Spirit was originally a native of this primordial chaos void. He was very familiar with the right bank of the Milky Way. Under normal circumstances, among the supreme powers of the right bank of the Milky Way, at most, there were some primordial era almighties and primordial era supremes. Even a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage, which was a half-step Heavenly Tao realm, was rare. This, the only reason why existences of this level had been dormant on the right bank of the Milky Way for countless years was the Milky Way star field. They were only interested in this matter. As for otherworldly disputes, even if they knew or sensed it, they would be too lazy to care. It was better to continue their seclusion, accumulate and improve their strength, and prepare for the future opening of the Milky Way star field. It was precisely because of this that when Xianxia was here, he was able to sweep through the entire area with the identity of the demonic ape. He caused half of the people on the right bank of the Milky Way to be in a state of panic. Even more so, as for later, when the void giant turtle came to this void and learned that Xianxia could refine a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, it had once wreaked havoc on the entire right bank of the Milky Way in order to collect the blood essence of the Desolate Supremes. Countless Desolate Supremes and the Supreme Powers were uneasy and fled into the void, at that time, in the huge right bank of the Milky Way, not a single desolate supremacy could be found. The strongest experts in the supreme powers were only primordial era almighties. This, old pig spirit was in this primordial chaos void, so he was very clear about this. Although he had left for a period of time, but now, he had returned once again. Furthermore, his cultivation level had reached the perfected desolate supremacy level under the Fiend Pig 9 transformation's bloodline divine power state, which was equivalent to the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Son of in the past, when Yi Xian wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way with the identity of the cosmic berserk ape, his cultivation was not as strong as his. Even when the void gigantic tortoise wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way, he was only at the peak desolate supremacy level of 9th tier perfection. With this return, the old pig spirit could be said to be very confident. The void tortoise must still be hibernating on the right bank of the Milky Way. He was one of them, so there was no need to consider. Apart from the void tortoise, there was not a single supreme of the ancients among the countless supreme forces on the right bank of the Milky Way. Given his current powerful cultivation base, he would be able to sweep through all the forces on the right bank. This was a forbidden zone that provided shelter for the 6 great magic hall legions, so there was no pressure at all. In fact, there was no need for too much planning and arrangement. From his point of view, he could just lead his army and charge over. If he had set his sights on a certain area, he could just attack and take it by force. Rumble, rumble, roar. Roar. Roar, screech. With that order, all kinds of battleships, fortresses, battleships, and ferocious beasts from the 6 legions of the demonic hall that were spread far and wide in the void charged forward at the same time. At this moment, the battleships rumbled, the battleships dazzled, and the ferocious beasts roared. The 6 great magic hall legions were like a huge wave in the void, surging forward and pushing forward. However, whether it was the old pig spirit or the Black Palace led by the 7 gorgeous cultivators, they did not lead the way at the front this time. Instead, they retreated to the rear of the 6 great legions and followed behind. This was because at this moment, the 6 great magic hall legions were advancing toward the right bank of the Milky Way. After reaching there would be a suitable supreme force on the right bank that would become the target of the magic hall legions. In other words, the magic hall legions were now rushing to the battlefield. Since on the battlefield, there was naturally no reason for the commanders to charge and break through the enemy lines. According to convention, they should be at the back of the army and give out orders. As for the 6 great legions at the front, the black-robed desolate sovereign from the Alliance of the Remnants was the commander-in-chief at the front. In addition, there were also commanders within the 6 great legions, giving out orders one by one. This battle was extremely important to the Magic Hall because this was the first battle that the Magic Hall legions would engage in after entering the primordial chaos void. If they won this battle, they would be able to occupy a star domain owned by a supreme force as their base of operations. Naturally, they would be able to spread the name of the Magic Hall in this battle and win respect in the entire Milky Way. However, if they lost, the situation would be completely different. At that time, the reputation of the Magic Hall would be tarnished and they would be looked down upon the moment they arrived. The impact of this battle would be immeasurable in the future. Therefore, to the Magic Hall legions, this battle could only be won and not lost. Old Pig was clearly aware of this point, but he didn't feel any pressure at all. Currently, there wasn't a single supreme primordial in the Milky Way's right bank. With him in charge of the Magic Hall legions, even if they wanted to lose, it would be difficult. The formation of the Magic Hall legions was simply too large. Each of the 6 great legions had a majestic military strength. Now, they were spread out in the void, extending to the ends of one's vision. With such a large formation, although their speed wasn't slow, there was a limit to how fast they could move. Therefore, even though the entire army didn't stop for a single moment and had locked onto a single direction and sped through the void at full speed, it still took them more than a month to finally reach the Milky Way's right bank, 200 billion kilometers in front of them. In the originally pitch-black primordial chaos void, a ray of light suddenly appeared. Originally, it was just a thin line, but very quickly, as the 6 great legions of the Magic Hall continued to advance, this line of light also gradually expanded. When the army was only 150 billion kilometers away from the Milky Way's right bank, what entered their line of sight was an incomparably dazzling Milky Way. The Milky Way was so vast that it extended to the ends of one's vision. At this moment, the Magic Hall legions were advancing towards the left third node of the Milky Way's right bank. At this node, there was an extremely powerful forbidden area. In the past, there were two supreme primordial beings guarding this area. Later on, one of them was killed by the Void Tortoise, while the other escaped. Back then, when the old pig spirit followed Xian into the primordial chaos void and went to the primordial chaos void, the ones guarding the demon antelope forbidden area were only a few supreme beings from the primordial era. Now, the old pig spirit didn't even put them in his eyes. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. What surprised him was that as the Magic Hall legions approached the demon antelope forbidden area 150 billion kilometers in front of them, a few shocking roars suddenly sounded from the demon antelope forbidden area. From their auras, it was clear that they were all old monster Huangzun. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. As the Magic Hall's army approached, several roars came from the devil antelope forbidden land 150 billion li away. From the aura, it was clear that they were all desolate ancestor old monsters. Then, more than a dozen figures rushed out from the devil antelope forbidden land. The dozen or so figures were all ferocious space beasts. The four leading figures emitted an incomparably valiant cultivation aura. Shockingly, they had all stepped into the desolate realm. However, they were only early or mid-stage desolate ancestor old monsters, and the strongest was only a fourth-order desolate ancestor. Behind the four desolate ancestor old monsters, there were more than a dozen figures, and they were all desolate ancestor experts. More than a dozen space beasts with cultivation bases above the level of grand cultivators had different bloodlines, especially the dozen desolate era grand cultivators behind them. They were all of different shapes and sizes, but there were no two with the same bloodline. Clearly, they were the leaders of the demon antelope forbidden land. As for the four desolate ancestor old monsters at the front, 3 of them were devil antelopes, and they were thousands of li long. Their bodies were pitch black, and they had a pair of ferocious blood horns. The other desolate ancestor old monster was a ferocious bird. Its head was like a cat, and its body was like an L. It was very appropriate to call it an L. This L should be an outsider, and its strength was in the middle of the four desolate ancestor old monsters. It was neither too strong nor too weak, and it was only a step away from the peak of the early desolate ancestor realm. At this time, as they rushed out of the devil antelope forbidden land, the dozen or so desolate ancestor experts and old monsters unleashed their full strength, and they rushed over. After all, there were more than a dozen desolate ancestor experts and old monsters coming together, and one could imagine how majestic their aura was. While, at this time, in the Black Palace behind the Magic Hall's army, the 7 beauties did not appear, and their auras did not spread out. Bowled Pig Spirit Qua also entered a star fortress behind the army, and his aura was also hidden. Therefore, the dozen or so powerful supreme beings and Huangzun activated the power in their bodies. Their cultivation auras gathered together, instantly forming an incomparably powerful pressure that swept out invisibly, enveloping the 6 armies of the Devil Hall with a bang. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Caught off guard, the expressions of countless experts in the 6 great armies changed. The army of the Devil Halls that was originally galloping forward also came to a sudden stop in midair. Invert it wasn't cowardice, it was a conditioned reflex. After all, the pressure of the 4 primordial sovereigns and more than 10 wilderness almighties was too terrifying. In the entire army, other than the black-robed desolate supremacy, the strongest were only a dozen mighty figures from the primordial era. In the face of such a terrifying suppressive aura that swept over and enveloped them, such a reaction was expected. At this moment, the higher-ups of the 6 major legions in the Magic Hall were all dumbfounded. First, before they left, Old Pig Spirit had said in public that under normal circumstances, the most powerful forces on the right bank of the Milky Way were led by some powerful figures of the remote antiquity era and supreme masters of the remote antiquity. Even more so, even a desolate supremacy at the peak of the Great Perfection 9th stage, which was half a step into the heavenly way, was rarely seen. The only reason why such a level of existence had been dormant on the right bank of the Milky Way for countless years was because of the Milky Way star field. He was only interested in this matter. As for the otherworldly disputes, even if they knew or sensed it, they would be too lazy to care. No, if he continued to cultivate in seclusion, he would accumulate and improve his strength in preparation for the opening of the Milky Way star field in the future. Moreover, when the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had not yet reached the desolate supremacy realm, he had already swept through all directions with the identity of the demon ape, stirring up half of the people on the right bank of the Milky Way star field. Because thus, he won an illustrious reputation. Again later, when the void giant tortoise came to this part of the void, it had also wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way with its own strength. Countless desolate supremacy old monsters from the powerful forces were in a panic and fled into the void. Since after that, not a single desolate elder could be found on the vast right bank of the Milky Way. The strongest experts in each of the strongest forces were only powerful figures from the primordial era. There was nothing to be afraid of. For example, the desolate elder. Only a month had passed, and these words were still ringing in their ears. Even the entire Magic Hall army had not reached the right bank of the Milky Way star field. There was still a distance of 150 billion miles in front of them. However, just in the forbidden area in front of the army, there were already 4 powerful desolate supremacy old monsters rushing out. In the other forbidden areas on the left and right, the situation would not be much worse. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the higher-ups of the 6 great armies all subconsciously turned to look at the void behind them. Their expressions were strange, and their eyes revealed a trace of deep resentment that could not be dispersed. This dead pig is too unreliable. In the future, even if we cut off the beginning and end of his words, we would at most believe half of it. Roar. Screech. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, there was another earth-shattering roar and howl in front of them. Glancing over, the dozen or so desolate era powerhouses and old monster Huangzun who had rushed out from the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land were closing in quickly. Their figures came to an abrupt halt as they stood in the dark void 50 billion miles away. Then, more than a dozen huge and powerful beasts, with their pairs of fierce eyes, swept around the Magic Hall army spread out in the void. One after a few rounds, their divine sense voice suddenly rang out, enveloping this part of the void. Which force does this army belong to? You don't look familiar. Not just unfamiliar? It's simply strange, a mix of dragons and snakes. When did the survivors actually mix with the beasts? And I can't see the difference between them, they seem to be equal existences. Which desolate supremacy forbidden area on the right bank of the Milky Way star field has joined forces with the remnant star field? What is the purpose of gathering an army to approach my demon antelope forbidden area? Approach? This word doesn't seem to be appropriate, right? This is clearly just a ragtag army, with such a large force, but there are only a dozen or so desolate supremacies and 1 desolate supremacies, and the only desolate supremacies is actually only a second-order desolate supremacies. With such strength, what right do they have to force my demon antelope forbidden area? Rather than saying that they came from the forbidden area, in my opinion, it is better to say that they are here to die. Although the combat strength of this ragtag army is not very good, they are clearly exuding an extremely rich energy aura from those strange-looking battleships of the remnants that we have never seen before. They should contain a huge amount of cultivation resources. So, if they are not here to deliver food to our demonic antelope forbidden land, what else can they be? Deliver food? This Supreme Lord is quite satisfied with it. No matter what their purpose is, since they are here, there is no need to leave today. Everyone, whether it is the desolate ancient survivors or the star beasts, including those strange-looking battleships, stay, roar. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as the voice fell, the roar suddenly sounded again, and the dozen or so powerful beasts behind the 4 desolate supremacies roared and rushed out at the same time. No matter what their purpose is, since they are here, there is no need for them to leave today. Everyone, be it the primordial era survivors or the star beasts, including those strange-looking survivors, stay here, roar. Roar. As the voice of the 4 desolate Zun old monsters fell, the dozens of powerful beasts behind them raised their heads and roared. With a flash of their bodies, they rushed out at the same time. Needless to say, such an action was too arrogant. The army of the Magic Hall that was 50 billion miles in front of them was spread out endlessly in the void, and there was almost no end in sight. And among the 6 armies, there were at least a dozen powerful primordial era beings and a second-stage desolate supremacy, this group of old guys from the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land only sent out a dozen powerful primordial era beings to suppress the entire army of the Magic Hall and bring them back to the Devil Antelope's base camp. It was simply a blatant disregard, and it was infuriating. Behind the army, whether it was the old pig spirit or the 7 beautiful cultivators in the Black Palace, none of them made a sound. They did not even release their auras. Instead, they deliberately restrained themselves to avoid scaring away the 4 desolate Zune-old monsters in the void in front of them. There were only a dozen powerful primordial era beings, so there was no need for them to make a move. Even the black-robed desolate supremacy did not need to make a move, and it was the same for the powerful primordial era beings in the 6 armies of the Magic Hall. If the 6 armies of the Magic Hall could not even deal with a dozen powerful primordial era beings, what practical significance would there be for such a majestic army that stretched as far as the eye could see? It could be said that whether it was the old pig spirit or the 7 beautiful cultivators in the Black Palace, they were all prepared to see how the 6 armies would perform in this battle. 5 The distance of 10 billion miles sounded very far, but for the powerful primordial era beings, it was nothing. They could reach it in a short while if they ran at full speed. At this time, the dozen powerful primordial era beasts in the void in front of them rumbled. In a short time, they had already left behind a distance of 10 billion miles in the void behind them, and they were closing in very quickly. Boom! Boom! It was also at this time that the army of the Magic Hall that spread out in the void reacted immediately. An army of 100,000 300,000-meter-wide blood-red war drums rushed out of the Sky River army. The massive horns of the war drums were moving rapidly, aiming at the more than 10 desolate Zune-old freaks in front of them from a long distance away in the vast space. Countdown to volley, 3, 2. Bombard. Before anyone could react, the current Devil Emperor, Mo Tian, had already roared out the order in anger. Inside the 100,000 huge spiritual battleships, over 1,000 beehive-shaped nodes lit up at the same time while energy was being transmitted through the dense connecting pipes. Inside the over 1,000 beehive-shaped battleships, each of which had a diameter of 3,000 m, were a great number of demon warriors. Each beehive-shaped node would be guarded by a grand priest of demon race or a high-level member of the royal family who was good at spiritual power. In this way, every 3,000 meters wide honeycomb-shaped battleship had tens of thousands of demonic cultivators. Under the command of the high priest or the imperial demon clan powerhouse in the node warship, they would fully activate the demon core in their brain and exert their spiritual power, and gather all their spiritual power together in an instant. The spiritual power would turn into a powerful invisible pulse, connecting the huge special material tube-shaped objects to the nodes, and converging toward the smallest inner circle of the horn. After everything was completed, all the spiritual power pulses gathered from these thousands of nodes would be blasted out in one fell swoop by the joint forces of the 9 royal demon powerhouses who were sitting in the 9 node beehives in the smallest inner circle of the horn. This was definitely a great killing weapon. No, the moment the spiritual power storm rushed out, it would be magnified by the 9 layers of the horn, forming a terrifying and invisible starry sky-level spiritual hurricane. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against the invisible bombardment of the enemy's battleships. There was no way to escape, because the vast void in front of the army was a vast and boundless fan, which belonged to the attack area. Although the demon army had only mobilized 100,000 spiritual battle towers this time, each one of them was capable of killing a large number of demons. Boom! The spiritual hurricane was invisible and couldn't be resisted at all. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses, and strongholds were useless. At this moment, under the command of the current Devil Emperor, Mo Tian, the 100,000 spiritual battle towers in the void finally let out an earth-shaking roar. Roar! The terrifying sound wave was deafening, and an invisible tide like the sea of the starry sky leaked out from the core node. It followed the outer 9 rings of the spiritual battleships and continued to expand. After that, it was as if the mountains and seas were overturned, and a terrifying invisible force raged toward the front. Crack, boom. Rumble. There was suspense. In the void in front, a large number of clear tearing sounds like rain instantly sounded, covering the sky and the earth, and its momentum was astonishing. In the line, the void tens of billions of miles away was being torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence shot out. This kind of power, if it was the previous spiritual battleships, would definitely not be able to achieve. At least the effective attack range would definitely not reach the level of hundreds of millions of miles. All along, the demon race had been fully displaying the spiritual battleships. Just from the appearance, these 100,000 spiritual battleships were very different from before. Although they couldn't be compared with the spiritual battleships personally modified by Yi Xian, compared to the large strongholds with a diameter of 100,000 meters, they were on a completely different level, and their power was absolutely terrifying. It was only a single volley, but the universe void tens of billions of miles away crumbled inch by inch. In some of the larger void rifts, a large amount of void turbulence even formed a void vortex that looked like a black hole. Following these void whirlpools suddenly appeared, and a terrifying invisible suction force spread out in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed a few powerful ferocious beast-old monsters, causing them to fall into the void turbulence and be exiled, completely disappearing. However, this was the primordial void after all. As soon as the cracks appeared, they were quickly repaired under the influence of the primordial law. The speed was so fast that it was shocking, but those few powerful primordial old monsters were completely swallowed in this short period of time. Obviously, they couldn't come back. There were a total of 12 primordial old monsters that arrogantly shot over from the opposite void. Now, the demon race's war battleships instantly killed half of them in one shot. The remaining 6 primordial old monsters were all stained with blood and suffered heavy injuries. Obviously, they were no longer able to fight. Seeing this scene, the 4 desolate old monsters standing in the void 50 billion miles away were dumbfounded on the spot. They were stunned and muttered to themselves, "Hiss. How could this be? Just now, what happened? Hiss. How could this be? Just now, what happened?" With just one blow, the 12 remote antiquity-era experts were instantly killed by the demon battle army. Even the remaining 6 remote antiquity-era experts were all stained with blood and suffered serious injuries. It was obvious that they no longer had the strength to fight. Surface-facing this strange scene, the 4 desolate elders standing in the void 50 billion miles away were dumbfounded. One of them even muttered to himself in shock, as if he was sleep-talking. Tight then, the 4 of them trembled violently at the same time. Their expressions changed slightly as they gasped and roared in shock. "Damn it, this is not the battleship of the remnants. I have never heard of this type of battleship of the remnants. Its power is too strong. It is clearly a battle for slaughter. This is a great killing machine. Outsiders, they must be outsiders. They should be from an unknown plane of the void. Because of different cultivation civilizations, such strange things were born. Unfortunately, although this thing is extraordinary, in the face of absolute strength, everything is just a trick. No matter how large the formation of this outsider army is, it can't withstand the attack of 4 remote antiquity-era experts. There's no need to say more, let's take action immediately. My devil antelope forbidden land is not to be trifled with, they will have to pay the price. However, these strange battleships seem to have some research value, there's no need to destroy them. Let's kill the desolate venerable in this army to vent our anger, and bring the rest back to the forbidden land." Roar. Ruthless, rumble. Then, the 4 desolate elders all raised their heads and roared wildly. The power in their bodies was pushed to the limit. Their aura surged as they charged toward the Magic Hall army 50 billion miles away. Although the Magic Hall army only had 1 black-robed desolate elder, whose cultivation was only second-order desolate elder, to ensure that they could kill him, the 4 of them had to work together. Desolate elders were difficult to kill as they basically had life-saving trump cards. Although the cultivation of the 4 of them was stronger than the black-robed desolate elder, it was still quite limited and did not have an overwhelming advantage. Such as if only 1 or 2 desolate elders were dispatched, it was impossible to ensure the outcome of the battle. It was very likely that the black-robed desolate elder would escape. Such an outcome was definitely not what they wanted to see. Therefore, the 4 of them working together was expected. This scene was within the black-robed desolate elder's expectations, but he was not afraid. Not to mention the 7 beautiful cultivators, in a star fortress behind the Magic Hall army, there was still a peak 9th order great perfection desolate elder who was a true half-step heavenly Tao realm elder. Although the pig spirit was somewhat unreliable, his half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivation level was nothing to scoff at. Of course, even a half-step Heavenly Dao realm expert could not fight 1 against 4, killing all 4 Desolate Supremacy old freaks at the early and middle stages of the Desolate Supremacy realm. In fact, if the other party was careful and prepared, if the old pig spirit did not have any special means, he might not be able to completely kill one of them, even though he could completely crush them in a head-on battle. Supreme Primordial was too difficult to kill. Each of them had their own trump cards. As an old monster himself, Huang Zun knew this better than anyone else. From the black-robed Desolate Supremacy's point of view, the reason why the old pig spirit had yet to reveal himself, to the point where he did not even emit a bit of his aura, was to wait for an opportunity to strike. He was looking for an opportunity to kill the 4 Desolate Supremacies in one strike. Height wasn't the Demon Palace's master, Yi Xian, who possessed the divine known 9-colored flames that were so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. Facing the old monster Huang Zun, who was at the same cultivation level as him, if he wanted to kill him, he could only use this kind of sneak attack. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Didn't the powerful Void Tortoise do the same when it hunted down Desolate Zun in the most powerful Forbidden Lands and Star regions on the right bank of the Milky Way? He had always been hiding in other unknown voids, waiting to capture the aura of a certain old monster Huang Zun. After secretly locking onto him, he would suddenly take action. No, if that was the case, even if it was in existence at the level of the Void Giant Tortoise, if it were to chase after a Desolate Supremacy old monster face to face, an initial stage Desolate Supremacy old monster might be exhausted to death. However, as long as it was a middle stage Desolate Supremacy, no matter how badly it was tortured, there was basically no possibility of it being completely killed. However, even if old pig spirit made a move, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill all 4 desolate venerable old monsters in front of him. However, if he seized the right opportunity, it was still possible for him to kill 1 or 2 of them when they were caught off guard. However, the black-robed Desolate Supremacy had to cooperate in this matter. He was an existence that had lived for a long time. Although he did not communicate with the old pig spirit using his divine sense, he could vaguely guess his plan. Yes, therefore, at this moment, when he saw the 4 desolate venerable old monsters roaring in anger and charging at him at the same time, a dim light flashed in the eyes of the black-robed Desolate Venerable. He waved his hand and summoned an ancient bronze bell to hang above his head. It poured out a light curtain to protect his body. Tight then, with a flip of his right hand, a short spear appeared in his right hand. Then, with a shake of his shoulder, he directly blasted forward. In the blink of an eye, his figure had already rushed out of the Magic Hall army and arrived at the universe void billions of miles away. This was also to prevent the 6 legions of the Magic Hall from being caught in the crossfire in the following battle. After all, this was a battle between desolate venerable old monsters. No matter how powerful the 6 legions were, they were only at the ordinary level of power. Once the violent energy of the desolate venerable old monster raged out, the various battleships, starships, and star fortresses of the 6 legions could not withstand it at all. Seeing this scene, the 4 desolate Zun old monsters who were shooting over from the opposite side were taken aback, then they burst out laughing at the same time. They didn't stop moving, but a look of disdain appeared on their faces as they laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This black-robed friend actually rushed out of the army alone, and he even summoned a bronze bell hanging above his head and held a short spear in his hand. This is clearly the rhythm of a head-on battle with us. He really doesn't know what death is. Sigh, you can't say that. Maybe he hid his cultivation and looked like a stage 2 desolate venerable, but in fact, he is a stage 9 perfection half-step heavenly Dao. Who knows? So what if he is a stage 9 perfection half-step heavenly Dao? We will still beat him until he pisses his pants. Ha ha ha. Those words were too ear-piercing, especially the last sentence. It directly provoked the old pig spirit. Once he thought of how the 4 initial and middle stage desolate venerables dared to ridicule a peak desolate venerables at the 9th rank peak desolate venerables in front of so many people, they simply did not put him in their eyes at all. The old pig spirit's heart immediately surged with endless fury. No. With some hesitation, he immediately concealed the cultivation aura in his body and maintained it at the stage 3 desolate venerable realm. Then, with a flash of his body, he directly rushed out. Standing on the ground, he slammed his front hooves and roared angrily, "Hey, this old pig is here, who dares to be presumptuous?" Hey, this old pig is here. Who dares to be presumptuous? Roar, the four desolate supremacy old monsters, who were only at the beginning and middle stage, actually dared to ridicule a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th rank perfection stage in front of everyone. They did not put him in their eyes at all. The old pig spirit's heart was instantly filled with boundless anger. No. With some hesitation, he immediately concealed the aura in his body and maintained it at the 3rd rank desolate venerable realm. Then, with a flash of his body, he directly rushed out of the Star Fortress. Out now, in the void of the universe outside the Star Fortress, a person was walking with a pair of front hooves. He was furious and let out a loud roar. Needless to say, he had been concealing his aura all along. At this moment, he suddenly rushed out from a Star Fortress behind the Magic Hall army. A pair of iron hooves suddenly slammed, creating a loud sound. Caught off guard, the four desolate venerable old monsters of the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land were shocked. Almost subconsciously, the four desolate venerable old monsters turned their gazes at the old pig spirit. Especially when they sensed the aura of his aura, they were immediately enraged. Damn black-skinned pig, why are you howling? Your loud voice almost scared this old man. You're just a 3rd-rank desolate venerable, yet you dare to do this. The one who is truly presumptuous is you. Do you dare to come over and accept your death? You really don't know what's good for you. A 3rd-rank desolate venerable actually dares to take advantage of your seniority. You really haven't seen the world. As expected of someone who came from an unknown void plane. Poor and remote, you really don't know anything, come over and accept your death. Your Grandpa Ling will slap you to death with one hoof. Roar. Ruthless, the four desolate venerable old monsters deliberately provoked the old pig spirit with their words to prevent him from taking the opportunity to escape. They originally thought that this mysterious army of outsiders only had one desolate supremacy old monster, but from the looks of it, there was clearly an oversight. The remnant elder that had rushed out previously should only be the second in command. After all, he was only a rank 2 desolate supremacy, so he was in charge of leading this huge army in the open, trekking through the void. Until the number 1 figure in the army was obviously this 3rd-order desolate venerable old pig spirit. This point could be proven when he rushed out from a particularly large and strange battleship behind the army. Generally speaking, the highest commander of such a large starry sky army would sit at the very back. Because of this, although they were a little surprised by the appearance of the old pig spirit, they were also certain that there were only 2 Huangzun old monsters in this mysterious army of outsiders. Matter in fact, their guess was basically correct, because the 7th-grade alluring cultivators would not show themselves easily. With the old pig spirit around, there was no need for them to show themselves. While if the old pig spirit couldn't handle it, then there was no point for them to show up. Therefore, it was actually not much of a mistake to think that there were only 2 desolate elders guarding the army of the Devil Palace. It was just that they had never expected that this seemingly unremarkable black-skinned old pig's cultivation and strength would actually far surpass their imaginations. Of course, the distance between them was still so far, so it was impossible for the old pig spirit to expose his real aura at this moment. If he did that, the 4 old guys would be so scared that they would turn around and flee. It would be impossible for him to kill 1 or 2 of them at that time. Roar. How dare you talk back to this pig? If you have the ability, don't run away. This old pig will stomp you all into meat paste. The pig spirit was not stupid. He naturally saw through the opponent's plan, but he did not restrain himself because of this. Instead, he said what was in his heart, so that the opponent's vigilance would be lowered to the lowest. After a roar, the old pig spirit's shoulders shook, and his entire body turned into a ray of light and shot forward. The strength of the 3rd-order Huangzun hidden in his body was pushed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the 6 great armies of the Magic Hall and arrived at the void in front of the army. He did not stop, and his speed did not decrease in the slightest as he continued to rush forward. After a while, he was only less than 10 billion miles away from the 4 desolate venerables of the demonic Antelope Forbidden Land. At this moment, the old pig spirit and the black-robed Huangzun quickly exchanged glances. With just a glance, they reached a consensus in an instant. Without any hesitation, the brass bell hanging above the head of the black-robed desolate venerable suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. In an instant it bloomed with an incomparably blazing golden light. Its speed was too fast, like a waterfall across the sky, directly locking onto Owl, who was 10 billion miles away. The owl's cultivation was the same as his, which was only a second-order Huangzhun. It was normal for the black-robed Huangzhun to choose him as the target, and it would not arouse suspicion. But, in fact, the reason why he did so was to restrain the owl, so as to prevent him from escaping immediately after realizing that something was wrong. This owl was different from the other 3 demon antelopes. He was a ferocious bird that was generally good at speed. If no one restrained him, once he escaped, it would be very difficult to catch up with him. Xiao. At this moment, the brass bell hanging above his head emitted a curtain of light that swept over and enveloped the owl's body. The black-robed Huangzhun's eyes flashed with a cold light. His right hand clenched the short spear in his palm, and his entire body turned into a beam of light that shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of him. It began to fight with the owls in the air. This was the old monster Huangzhun's life and death battle. The aura was fierce and the scene was shocking. The chi in the void within a radius of 10 billion miles was in chaos. The battlefield was shrouded in chaotic and violent energy. Soon, it was difficult to see the black-robed Huangzhun and the owl's figures. At this moment, the other 3 demon antelopes did not pay much attention to it. In fact, they had the same plan in mind. The old pig spirit's cultivation was not bad, and had already reached the 3rd-order Huangzhun. To kill an existence of this level, the 3 of them had to join forces and surround him. Then, they would have to secretly cooperate in order to have a chance. This obviously required a certain amount of time. If during the battle, the black-robed Huangzhun saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to track him down. But now, with the owl restraining him, the 3 of them could relax and use all their strength to encircle and annihilate the black-skinned old pig. As long as they could successfully kill the black-skinned old pig, they could then turn around and surround the black-robed Huangzhun. The final result was obvious. The other party would not be able to hold on for long. In a short period of time, he would be completely annihilated. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 3 demon antelopes with desolate venerable cultivation base quickly exchanged glances. Coincidentally, the old pig spirit was already within 10 billion miles. Without hesitation, they immediately surrounded him and proudly roared, "Roar! Screech! Roar, 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 old black pig, you really aren't afraid of death. You actually dare to fight 1 against 3. Could it be that you rely on your thick skin to withstand a beating? Kikik, or maybe it's because I'm itching for a beating. This is also possible. Screech! Roar, 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 old black pig, you're really not afraid of death. You actually dare to fight 1 against 3. Could it be that you're relying on your thick skin to withstand a beating? Kikik, or maybe he's itching for a beating and is looking for a beating. This is also possible." As the old black pig's figure shot over, the 3 desolate venerable devil antelopes quickly exchanged glances. Without hesitation, they immediately surrounded the old black pig's figure and proudly roared, taunting him, "Roar! You're about to die, but you still dare to taunt me. You're the ones who are truly courting death." He was now within 10 billion miles of Jihao, and the 3 old men were standing in 3 directions, surrounding him. The distance between them was only 2 to 3 billion miles. With such a short distance, they could arrive in front of him in an instant and suddenly attack. Yes, as such, the old black pig's heart, which had been in his throat all this time, finally settled down. After raising his head and roaring angrily, the voice of the old black pig's consciousness suddenly rang out, "Remember, today's battle is the flag-raising battle of the Magic Hall. Those who kill you are the pig tyrant." Tyrant was the name Yi Xian had brought the old black pig from the primordial void to the main void of the Eldritch World fragment. After letting the old black pig know that Yi Xian had established the Magic Hall and had become the master of the Magic Hall, the old black pig had insisted on a domineering name. As such, Yi Xian had casually given him a title. Pig Tyrant was the name of the tyrant of pigs. Yi Xian at that time, Xian had only said it as a joke and was even mocking the old black pig. Unexpectedly, the old black pig liked it very much. From then on, he called himself the Pig Tyrant of the Magic Hall. At that time, there was a reason why he had announced his official name before attacking and explained that this battle was the flag-raising battle of the Magic Hall in this primordial void. Here at this time, the army that was charging towards the Magic Hall was only the 4 desolate supremacies and a dozen desolate-era experts from the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. But in reality, there were other desolate-era experts and desolate supremacies spying on them from the void hundreds of billions of li away. Obviously, they were the higher-ups of the 2 forbidden lands adjacent to the demonic Antelope Forbidden Land. Because the demonic Antelope Forbidden Land already had nearly 20 desolate antiquity experts and old monster desolate sovereigns, in order to avoid suspicion, they stayed in the distance and did not approach. Old the pig spirit's roar could be heard clearly even from hundreds of billions of kilometers away. After this battle, the famous general of the Magic Hall would appear out of nowhere. It was as if he had officially raised his flag in the chaos void. Similarly, his name as the Pig Tyrant of the Magic Hall would also become famous on the right bank of the Milky Way because of this battle. After all, he was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage perfection realm, a supreme existence that was half a step into the heavenly Tao realm. Thinking about how he would be shunned when he went out in the future, and how even desolate supremacies would have to treat him with respect, the pig spirit was inexplicably excited. Roar. Screech, how did he grow such guts? How dare he be so arrogant at such a time? There's no need to say anything else, just kill him. When we return, we'll peel off his black pig skin and lay it on the ground outside the cave abode. The 3 devil antelopes were finally enraged by the pig spirit's arrogance. They roared in unison and immediately attacked together. Their bodies transformed into beams of light as they charged towards the pig spirit. The pig spirit's cultivation level was not weak either. He was already a rank 3 desolate supremacy. If they wanted to kill him, the best way was to surround him and use their full strength to activate the power in their bodies. They would use their strongest techniques to kill him. They were afraid that this joint attack would not be able to kill him on the spot. At the very least, they would severely injure him. As long as they could injure him severely, they could basically guarantee his death. In a heavily injured state, the Stage 3 desolate supremacy was caught off guard and it was difficult for it to immediately use its secret technique to escape. Even if it was delayed for a short period of time, it was enough for them to attack a second time and kill it with an iron-blooded bombardment. Phew! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of the air being torn apart was extremely sharp. The 3 devil antelopes shot over from 3 different directions at the same time. They were tens of millions of miles long and were completely black. Their auras were extremely cold and they had all pushed their strength to the limit. However, old monster desolate supremacy only wanted to kill him in one strike. His speed was extremely fast. They were originally 2 to 3 billion miles away from the pig spirit. Now, in less than half a breath, they were already within a billion miles. Awoo! 3 initial and middle stage desolate supremacies dare to attack the Magic Hall's pig tyrant. Your bravery is rather commendable. At this moment, the old pig spirit no longer hesitated. He raised his head and let out a furious roar. At the same time, his figure disappeared from the center of the encirclement in an instant. In less than an instant, when the old pig spirit's figure reappeared, he was already behind one of the devil antelopes. And, moreover, before teleporting, his body was only about 10 million miles long. Like the 3 devil antelopes, his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the desolate supremacy. But now, with just a single teleportation, everything had completely changed. It was over. After teleporting, the old pig spirit's body had reached a size of 40 million miles. The cultivation aura emitted from his body had reached the peak of his own demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline ability, which was the peak of the 9th level of the desolate supremacy. Rumble, bam. With a moment of hesitation, the old pig spirit's figure silently appeared behind him. His pair of large black pig hooves immediately reached out from the void. In the next moment, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder sounded. A pair of large black hooves smashed down fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had already landed on the head of the devil antelope. The result was obviously not suspenseful. With a huge explosion, the devil antelope's entire body exploded on the spot. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. Whoosh! As its body exploded and turned into a blood mist, the old pig spirit waved his hand immediately. An incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. All the blood mist that had just spread out was swept up by him and absorbed into his body. In the end, after the battle, when he saw Xian, he would hand it over to him and let him refine the blood essence of the desolate supremacy. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in half a breath's time. For the other two devil antelopes, they only saw a blur in front of their eyes before they lost sight of their target. Then, before they could react to what had happened, a behemoth suddenly appeared behind one of their colleagues in the opposite void. It was an enlarged version of the black-skinned pig just now. Even more. The terrifying thing was that the aura emitted from his body had actually reached the peak of the 9th level of the desolate supremacy. This was clearly a terrifying half-step heavenly path. Everything was like a dream, but it was as real as this place. They were clearly fooled. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the two surviving devil antelopes trembled violently. Their expressions changed wildly, and they subconsciously exclaimed in horror. And then, an enlarged version of a black-skinned pig suddenly appeared behind one of their colleagues in the opposite void. Its body was suffused with the terrifying aura of a half-step into the heavenly Tao. The two surviving devil antelopes trembled violently, and their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, a loud rumbling sound rang out. Just within a short distance of several 100 million miles, that colleague who still didn't know what had happened behind him had already been smashed by the pair of black hooves of that giant black boar person. His entire body exploded, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist, and his body and soul were completely destroyed. It was only at this moment that the two of them subconsciously cried out in shock and astonishment from their mouths. Hiss. What happened? Half-step heavenly Tao? He's a half-step heavenly Tao. You only know now? Unfortunately, it's too late. When the shocked cries entered his ears, the old pig spirit happened to wave his hooves and absorb the boundless blood mist in front of him into his body. He grinned and turned to look at the two old fellows. Swish, at the same time, his movements did not stop at all. Pang Da's 40-million-kilometer-long figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind the other desolate venerable old monster. Shang of the two surviving desolate venerable old monsters, one was a second-order desolate venerable, and the other was a fourth-order desolate venerable. At this moment, the target chosen by the old pig spirit was the weaker one, only a second-order desolate venerable. Of course. Therefore, he had his reasons for doing so. Now, his cultivation had been exposed. No matter how fast he attacked, the two devil antelopes would definitely be on guard. Under such circumstances, if he chose the fourth-order desolate venerable as his second target, he was not very confident that he could successfully kill it. The key was that he did not have Yixian's 9-colored flame sea in his hand, so he could not stop the target from escaping. On the other hand, this second-order devil antelope's cultivation was weaker. Even if it had already realized the danger and knew that it had been tricked, its survival was in danger. However, with the old pig spirit's full-strength attack, there was at least a 60% chance of successfully killing it. One was less than 20%, while the other was as high as 60%. There was no need to say more about the choice. Old. The pig spirit was also hoping to obtain a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill from Yixian. And one of the main ingredients for the Heavenly Tao treasure pill was the Desolate Supremacy's blood essence. Now that he had encountered such an opportunity, he naturally wanted to ensure that he obtained the blood essence safely. Rumble, bang. While teleporting away, the old pig spirit raised his pair of front hooves and pushed the power in his body to the extreme. Then, he smashed down fiercely from the void. In the next moment, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder rang out, and a pair of large black hooves smashed down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already landed on the head of the target. Without any suspense, following the loud explosion, the rank 2 Desolate Supremacy's body immediately exploded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a scarlet blood mist that spread out. Xiao. This was already the second target, and he had finally successfully killed it. As his body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, the old pig spirit, who had completed his goal, felt relieved. However, he did not delay and immediately waved his hand. An incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him and absorbed into his body. Everything went too smoothly. In just 2 breaths of time, the 2 desolate supremacy old monsters were killed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and the bloody mist that exploded from their bodies was instantly absorbed. Not a single strand of hair was left behind. This was definitely an instant kill, and it was 2 consecutive instant kills of the desolate supremacy. Screech, bam. Nearly 1 billion miles away, the last demonic antelope, who was a rank 4 desolate supremacy, was so scared that its entire body started to tremble. After raising its head and letting out an incomparably shrill roar, the pair of sharp horns that grew in front of its head on its huge pitch-black body suddenly exploded without any warning, emitting an earth-shattering sound. As the 2 blood-colored horns exploded, an incomparably dense blood mist instantly appeared in the void. Its speed was very fast, and it directly spread out. In less than half a breath, it had already completely enveloped the figure of the demonic antelope of the 4th step. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in the old pig spirit's eyes. With a flash of his body, he directly teleported away. Swish, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The distance of less than 1 billion miles was traversed by the old pig spirit in less than 1/10 of an instant. He appeared at the edge of the blood mist that was tens of thousands of miles away. However, he didn't even have the chance to make a move. Just, at the same time his figure appeared, the blood mist that enveloped the entire body of the demonic antelope of the 4th step, which was tens of thousands of miles in diameter, was actually faster than his teleportation speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already condensed to the extreme, turning into a tiny blood light that was like a firefly. Tight, then, just as the old pig spirit's figure appeared and was about to make a move, the tiny blood light that was like a firefly flashed and disappeared in an instant. This was obviously a bloodline secret technique. This demonic antelope of the 4th step should have paid a great price to self-destruct the pair of blood-colored giant horns on its head, turning into a thick blood mist that could not be dispersed. This blood mist must have some kind of special ability. In an instant, its body shrank to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared in a flash. This result surprised the old pig spirit. Although he didn't intend to kill the demonic antelope of the 4th step on the spot, if he couldn't kill it, it wouldn't be a problem to at least torture it. This old fellow was the one who was the most arrogant. He actually dared to provoke him, the pig tyrant of the magic hall. Just like that, he escaped without any damage. The old pig spirit was really unhappy and felt that his reputation had been damaged. With a gloomy expression, he immediately extended the power of his divine sense to the surrounding void and began to investigate. Since his cultivation strength had been exposed, the old pig spirit no longer had any scruples. The peak desolate supremacy of the 9th step, which was also the terrifying divine sense of a half-step heavenly Tao realm, was fully released by him. In just an instant, the auras of the desolate supremacies and desolate supremacies in the powerful forbidden zones on both sides of the void hundreds of billions of miles away were captured by the old pig spirit. As soon as the auras came into contact, these old fellows were like birds startled by the twang of a bow and immediately retreated to their respective forbidden zones. There were less than 10 desolate venerable old monsters in these 2 forbidden lands. The strongest one among them was only a rank 6 desolate venerable. He was still 1 rank away from the late-stage rank 7 desolate venerable. Compared to the old pig spirit, he was too far away. He was no match for the old pig spirit. Naturally, he did not dare to provoke him. But unfortunately, even though his divine sense had extended to the void more than 300 billion miles away in an instant, he still couldn't capture the slightest bit of aura of the 4th step demonic antelope. Clearly, the demonic antelope's bloodline mystic technique allowed him to escape an astonishing distance. It was probably more than 400 billion miles away. Under such circumstances, it was obviously impossible to find him again. Brain as these thoughts flashed through the old pig spirit's mind, he sighed gloomily. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned to the right side of the void where the chaotic aura of the battle was taking place. The 2 great forces on the left and right of the demon antelope forbidden land were also the strongest forbidden lands ruled by fierce beasts, not the remnant star area ruled by the survivors. Left. The strongest forbidden land on the left was called the Xianxia forbidden land, and the strongest forbidden land on the right was called the Xiaokong Forbidden Land. Although the overall strength of these strongest forbidden lands that were adjacent to each other were definitely higher and lower, they were basically the same, and there would not be too big of a difference. Otherwise, this kind of peaceful situation could only exist temporarily, and one day it would be broken. When the giant void tortoise was raging on the right bank of the Milky Way, hunting powerful fierce beasts of the desolate venerable realm everywhere, it was indeed difficult to find a single desolate venerable in the strongest forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way. It was not only the strongest forbidden lands ruled by fierce beasts, but also the remnant star area ruled by the survivors. After all, the giant void tortoise was a legendary top powerhouse, and they did not know that the giant void tortoise only hunted desolate venerable realm fierce beasts of the starry sky. Therefore, during that time, under the panic of the people, all the desolate venerable old monsters in the strongest forbidden lands and star areas of the entire right bank of the Milky Way left here and entered the secret void to temporarily lie low. Such days continued for a long time, but later, a desolate venerable old monster who returned because of an important matter unexpectedly found that after returning to his territory on the right bank of the Milky Way, he did not see the giant void tortoise appear, and only then did he realize that it had left. After that, as the news spread, the desolate venerable old monsters who were originally in the strongest forbidden lands and star areas of the right bank of the Milky Way continued to return. By now, in almost all the strongest star areas and forbidden lands of the right bank, there were varying numbers of desolate venerable old monsters. Void, the shadow of the giant void tortoise, had become a thing of the past. As for the violent ape that had stirred up panic in nearly half of the right bank of the Milky Way and was suspected to be related to the giant void tortoise, because it had been missing for a long time, so now it was no longer mentioned. The demon antelope forbidden land, the Xianxia forbidden land, and the Xiaokong forbidden land were all located near the left third node of the right bank of the Milky Way. Because of this proximity, the overall strength of these three strongest forbidden lands was basically the same, and there was not much difference. There were 4 desolate elders in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. It was the same for the Roaring Void Forbidden Land and the Roaring Mist Forbidden Land. However, compared to the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land, the Dawn Mist Forbidden Land and Psi Space Forbidden Land were obviously stronger. Among the 4 desolate venerables guarding these 2 forbidden lands, the strongest one was a 6th-order desolate venerable. They were not far from reaching the late 7th-order desolate venerable realm. Or perhaps, the Demon Antelope Forbidden Land, which was slightly weaker than the desolate venerable, was located between the Xianxia Forbidden Land and the Xianxia Forbidden Land. This was also a kind of buffer that everyone knew about. It prevented the Xianxia Forbidden Land and the Xianxia Forbidden Land from being on guard against each other. It saved them from being on guard all the time and being too nervous. The 4 desolate venerables in the Mist Forbidden Land were all a type of giant space python. To be more precise, they were colored pythons. Moreover, these colored pythons reproduced by themselves, so all of them were females. Forbidden. The reason why this forbidden land was named so was because when these colored pythons breathed in and out in the void, there would always be a colorful glow, like a dense fog. It was very beautiful, which was why it was named the Mist Forbidden Land. However, perhaps because they felt that the appearance of their colored pythons was too frightening, all the colored pythons in the Mist Forbidden Land would transform into the appearance of the remnants. They were delicate and beautiful. If one didn't know the details and entered, they would think that they had entered a powerful remnant star field full of stunning beauties. As for the Xianxia Forbidden Land, the 4 desolate venerables guarding it were all a type of Xianxia demon hound. This demon hound also liked to breathe in and out. When looking at it from a distance, it looked like it was roaring into the sky, which was how it got its name. Previously, when the black-robed desolate sovereign led the huge 6 great demon legions of the demonic hall and headed straight towards the demonic Antelope Forbidden Land, the 8 desolate sovereigns in the Xianxia Forbidden Land and the Xiaokong Forbidden Land also sensed the aura in the void outside the Forbidden Land. However, whether it was the 4 colorful pythons in the Forbidden Land of Roaring Clouds or the 4 howling space demonic hounds in the Forbidden Land of Roaring Clouds, they did not show up immediately. Instead, they were lurking in the inner void at the edge of the Forbidden Land, quietly watching everything. On one hand, it was because the 6 legions of the Magic Hall were coming from the distant void, which was right in the middle of the 2 Forbidden Lands. Even if they didn't show up, the 4 existences in the demonic Antelope Forbidden Land would not sit idly by. It was a good opportunity for them to test the depth of this strange foreign star legions. On the other hand, it was because the Mist Forbidden Land and the Seacombe Forbidden Land had always been vigilant against each other. At the same time, they tried to restrain themselves to avoid misunderstandings. They originally thought that there was only one old monster, Huang Zun, in this strange foreign army. Therefore, when the old pig spirit suddenly appeared, the 8 old guys who were hiding in the void space around the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land were quite surprised. However, a third-order desolate venerable's black-skinned old pig was obviously not in their eyes. Only that's right, what they never expected was that this seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat deserving of a beating, actually hit his cultivation. His true cultivation had actually reached the terrifying 9th stage Desolate Supremacy Great Perfection Stage 9 Desolate Supremacy. That was a half-step Heavenly Tao level existence. It was the same cultivation realm as the Void Giant Tortoise that wreaked havoc on the entire right bank of the Milky Way. Even if he was far from the Void Giant Tortoise's fierce reputation, his cultivation strength was not fake. It was clearly there, and it was not something they could resist. Right because of this, the old pig demon had killed 2 devil antelopes in a short span of a few breaths. When he had scared away the 3rd devil antelope, he had used his divine sense to search the void. Only then did the 8 old fellows suddenly realize what was going on. Like birds that were startled by the twang of a bough, they hastily retreated to the forbidden land behind them. Yes, although they came back, the old pig spirit with terrifying cultivation strength did not chase after them. However, this was after all a half-step Heavenly Tao at the peak of the Desolate Venerable's great circle. Now that he had arrived with a mighty army, it seemed that he was going to enter the demonic Antelope Forbidden Land, thinking that the demonic Antelope Forbidden Land, which was adjacent to their own nest, would have a terrifying half-step Heavenly Tao in it, whether it was the 4 howling space demon hounds in the Seacombe Forbidden Land or the 4 beautiful colored pythons in the Mist Forbidden Land, all of them could not sit still in an instant. Without much hesitation, after a brief moment of contemplation, the 8 desolate Zun monsters in the 2 forbidden lands quickly activated some kind of secret technique. They established a connection and secretly discussed a plan to deal with this in secret, and all of this, the old pig spirit, who had not yet entered the demonic Antelope Forbidden Land, obviously could not know. Here at this moment, as the divine sense was fully extended, but in the end, the search was fruitless. Feeling very depressed, he glanced at the owl who was fighting with the black-robed desolate venerables. He snorted coldly, shook his shoulders, and instantly teleported away. On the right side of the void, the black-robed desolate supremacy was still fighting with the demonic antelope forbidden ground owl. After all, this was a life-and-death battle between old monsters like the desolate supremacy. The aura was intense and the scene was extremely shocking. The aura of the void within a radius of 10 billion miles was in chaos. The battlefield was shrouded in chaotic and violent energy. The black-robed desolate supremacy and L's figures could no longer be seen. The black-robed desolate supremacy and L, who were fighting, ignored everything happening in the outside world. They were completely focused on their opponent. Both of them were rank 2 desolate supremacies. Their cultivation levels were on par with each other. It could be said that they were evenly matched. As for Al, he was a space beast, while the black-robed desolate supremacy was a remnant of the primordial era. In this primordial void, space beasts and remnant of the primordial era were mortal enemies. Both of them were on par with each other in terms of cultivation level. Yet, they were naturally opposing existences. When this battle began, it was natural for the world to turn dark. As such, how could they have the time to care about anything happening in the outside world? Of course, there was another reason. Both of them were extremely confident in the other battle. The black-robed desolate supremacy did not need to be mentioned. He knew Pig Spirit's cultivation level very well. He was a rank 9 desolate supremacy, so dealing with the 3-headed antelope would not be a problem. All was certain that Pig Spirit was only a rank 3 desolate supremacy. He was definitely not a match for the 3-headed devil antelope. And what he needed to do was to use all his strength to hold back the opponent in front of him, preventing him from taking the opportunity to escape. From his point of view, the 3 antelopes would quickly kill the black-robed pig. When that happened, they would turn around and attack the black-robed remnant desolate supremacy. The final result was obvious. The other party would not be able to hold on for long. In a short period of time, he would be completely killed. No. I'll never expected that the other battle had already ended. Of the 3 antelopes, 2 had died and 1 had fled. In just a few seconds, they were finished off by the black-robed pig that he did not think highly of. Whoosh! An extremely sharp sound broke through the air. With a teleport, Old Pig Spirit arrived at the place where the black-robed Desolate Supremacy and Owl were fighting. At this time, his body had shrunk to about 10 million miles, but his cultivation strength did not change. He was still a peak Desolate Supremacy at the great perfection of rank 9, which was also a half-step heavenly way. The reason for this was because Xianxia had already imparted the blood technique to him. It was just that the old man had yet to fully comprehend the power of the blood sea technique. Otherwise, like Xianxia, he could also create 3 blood sea avatars of the same cultivation level. But that was obviously a matter for the future. For now, the blood sea secret technique could only allow him to change the size of his body at will without being affected by the demonic Pig 9 transformation's bloodline secret technique. Before the arrival of the Old Pig Spirit, the Owl didn't feel that something was wrong. He didn't extend his divine sense and focused on the battle in front of him. But now, with the arrival of the Old Pig Spirit, the aura of the Old Pig Spirit's cultivation base spread out. The Owl instantly felt that something was wrong. Its body shook violently, and it turned to look at the Old Pig Spirit. His expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock, "9th stage perfection? This is impossible." Rumble, bam. The Old Pig Spirit was not interested in talking nonsense with him at all. He did not hesitate at all. As his figure appeared silently, his pair of big black pig trotters stretched out from the void at the first moment. With a thunderous rumble, the pair of big black hooves ruthlessly smashed down, and in the blink of an eye, they had already landed on the Owl's head. What happened next was obviously without any suspense. With a huge explosion, the Owl's entire body exploded on the spot, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet mist of blood. Whoosh! The Old Pig Spirit also waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles, and all the blood mist that had just spread out was swept up by him and absorbed into his body. At this point, the 4 desolate elders in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land had all been dealt with. 3 had died and 1 had fled. The Old Pig Spirit had also obtained 3 clouds of blood mist formed by the explosion of the desolate elder's body. When he returned and handed them over to Xianxia for refinement, he would be able to obtain 3 desolate elder blood essences in an instant. Just based on this point, today's harvest was incomparably huge. This made the old man extremely satisfied, and he was simply complacent. No. Although the 4 desolate elder monsters had been dealt with, the battle was not over yet. This time, the Old Pig Spirit had brought the entire Magic Hall's 6 legions here. His goal was not just to hunt the desolate elder-level star beasts. It was just a matter of convenience. His goal was to snatch a star domain on the right bank of the Milky Way for the Demon Palace's army to reside in. He would establish a foothold here and slowly expand. The Devil Antelope Forbidden Land was the best target. Although there were still a large number of star beasts living in the Forbidden Land, the Magic Hall's army behind them was not to be trifled with. Once the 6 legions entered the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land, they would immediately begin a bloody sweep through the void. In the entire all the star beasts living in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land would either submit to the Magic Hall's army or die. For all of this, the Old Pig Spirit and the black-robed Desolate Elder would not take action again. This was because to the countless experts in the Magic Hall's 6 legions, this kind of battle was also an opportunity to train themselves. If a void expert wanted to quickly grow, there was no better shortcut. The only way was to experience a great battle and use blood and fire to baptize themselves. However, in the void ahead, there were close to 10 primordial experts from the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. They had rushed out previously, but were caught off guard by the demon race's war barbaric army and killed a few of them. Now, the remaining survivors were like stray dogs, fleeing towards the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. After all, they were primordial experts. Furthermore, they were now clenching their teeth and fleeing for their lives. If the Old Pig Spirit and the black-robed Desolate Elder did not take action, they would have escaped very quickly, and it would be difficult to track them down. Now that the magic hall had a huge business, the cultivation of the higher-ups in the 6 legions were also rapidly increasing. Soon, they would need a batch of level 29 desolate sovereign pills. Although Yi Xian still had some in stock, he was obviously unable to supply all of them. Therefore, the primordial experts that should be killed still had to be killed. They were the main ingredients for refining level 29 desolate sovereign pills. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the old pig spirit's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Even at this time, you still want to escape? Don't you think you are too naive? Xiao. Before the roar had died down, the old pig spirit and the black-robed desolate elder had disappeared from their original positions. In less than half a breath's time, they were already tens of billions of miles away in the void of the universe, blocking the escape route of the 10 primordial experts. Roar. Screech. The group of primordial experts stopped abruptly. Their eyes were filled with anger, but their faces were filled with despair. They raised their heads and roared with endless unwillingness. Hell. Hiss. As their bodies stopped moving, the eyes of the group of primordial era great beings were filled with anger, but their faces were filled with despair. They raised their heads and roared, unwilling to give up. Unwilling to give up? Unfortunately, it won't change anything. Hong. Long. Pung. The pig spirit let out a mocking divine sense. It stood up on its hind legs and its pair of black pig hooves immediately reached out from the void and viciously smashed down. Just like that, the pig spirit, even though it was just an attack, there was still a shocking rumble of thunder. The big black hooves smashed down, and in the blink of an eye, a formless and terrifying force was emitted, shrouding the group of primordial era great beings in the void space in front of them. They were firmly bound and couldn't break free. He was very satisfied with the result. With a huge explosion, the group of primordial era great beings exploded on the spot, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a cloud of blood mist and quickly spread out. Xiao, these were 2 level 29 desolate night pills, so he couldn't waste them. Pig spirit muttered to himself. He immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of 5,000 miles and sucked in all the blood mist that had just spread out. After compressing it into a blood ball of about 1,000 feet, he immediately put it into his body. Hell, Hong. Long, almost in the next moment, there was an earth-shattering roar of ferocious beasts coming from the army of Magic Hall behind them. There were also countless rumbling sounds of various types of battleships and remaining battleships resounding throughout the entire void space. All the desolate night-old monsters and primordial era great beings in Demon Antelope Forbidden Land had been dealt with. Next, it was time for the army behind to attack the Forbidden Land star domain. However, although all the desolate night-old monsters and primordial era great beings had been wiped out, Demon Antelope Forbidden Land was, after all, a supreme forbidden land that had been stable on the right bank of the Milky Way for many years. There were bound to be many universe knights, universe masters, and universe supreme beings below the level of great beings. If a battleship army were to attack such beings, although it could kill them, it would also cause a lot of damage. There were various levels of space warriors within the palace army. The upper echelons of the 6 armies all rushed out from their respective flagship star fortresses. They were in charge of dealing with the 3 universe-level Demon Antelope Forbidden Land's ferocious beast upper echelons. On the beast army's side, Commander Blue Ox, Yu Linglong, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and the others all rushed out, leading hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts in the army to charge forward. Among the commanders of the remnant army, the black-robed desolate supremacy did not make a move, but the 9 supreme beings of the remnant army had all appeared. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the rest had also led hundreds of billions of remnant experts in the army. Tens of billions of battleships had also rushed out. In this battle, the powerful experts of the remnant army would not easily take action, but they would pay attention to the entire starry sky battlefield and come to their aid at any time. If any of the upper echelons of the major legions on their side were in danger, they would definitely rescue them immediately. Although this kind of starry sky blood battle was also a kind of training, but they only wanted a baptism of blood and fire, not a true loss of soldiers and generals. The training should be limited. On the nomadic army's side, Commander Three-Clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other members of the council who were originally captives all rushed out. This army not only had a large number of soldiers, but they were all elites. The battleships were all huge fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, totaling 50 million. There were also some star fortresses that were later captured from the Tianji clan and the Human Federation. Captives. The commanders of the invasion army, which were the upper echelons of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races, also showed themselves. Among them, there were many powerful beings of the primordial era, including the Blood Flood Dragon ancestor and Green Rock ancestor. They also followed behind, not intending to participate in the battle. The 10,000 Evil Army was the most ferocious. Their commanders, the immemorial Porcupine and the immemorial Hairy Tortoise, led the entire army as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. They roared and charged forward. The former already had the strength of a desolate venerable under the demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline ability, while the latter was already a powerful being of the primordial era. In this battle, they clearly would not participate too much. At most, they could not help but casually kill a few people they did not like to see eye to eye. The upper echelons of the Heavenly River Army were the weakest among the 6 armies. In a starry sky battle of this level, what they needed was the baptism and tempering of blood and fire. Therefore, the commanders of the army, including Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Turtle Tribe Patriarch Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the other upper echelons of small and idle factions and families, without exception, all rushed out of their flagship fortresses and star fortresses. This included the Demon Tribe with the War Barbaric Army, Yi Xian's Heavenly River Army and Victorious Return Army, as well as the upper echelons of the Dark Turtle Tribe and Blood Mosquito Beasts. The entire army. The Heavenly River Army was extremely large. It was made up of many tribes and occupied a large part of the void, stretching as far as the eye could see. Now, under the leadership of the upper echelons of the army, they rushed out at the same time, like a raging river in the void, surging forward. The forbidden land of the antelope was originally not far away, more than 100 billion miles ahead. The 6 armies advanced together and soon charged into the forbidden land of the antelope. Roar. Ruthless, rumble. At this moment, endless roars and howls could be heard, and the roar of the cannons of the battleships resounded in the void, not stopping for a moment. True, the starry sky slaughter had begun. Although the old pig demon did not intend to kill all the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the antelope and turn this place into a dead zone, now that the magic hall had just arrived and this was the first battle of the flag ceremony, if he was too gentle, it would obviously not have the effect of deterrence. This, on the contrary, it was not good. There would be a lot of problems and trouble in the future. Therefore, even if the countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the antelope did not resist and were willing to submit, the slaughter would still begin. Even if not half of all the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the antelope were killed, at least 1/3 of them would be eliminated. The battle was too tragic. The entire forbidden land of the antelope was vast and boundless. There were a lot of abandoned planets that had been moved by powerful people in ancient times, and there were countless ferocious beasts living on them. But, now, with the arrival of the magic hall, the 6 armies had launched an all-out attack. The forbidden land of the antelope was destined to change hands today. After this battle, the antelope would no longer be around, and the mysterious magic hall would appear on the right bank of the Milky Way, occupying this forbidden land of the star. The battle lasted for a long time. After a full 10 days, more than 1/3 of the countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the star finally fell. The old pig demon, who was standing at the edge of the star domain, nodded. The voice of his divine sense instantly spread out, and could be heard clearly in the hundreds of billions of miles of void. From this moment on, the forbidden land of the antelope will change hands. The magic hall will appear. Awoo. Roar. Screech. Screech, screech, screech. As the old pig demon's divine sense voice spread out, countless roars came from the abandoned planets that had been moved here since ancient times and from the nearby planets. It was as if they were responding to the old pig demon's divine sense voice, these roars were clearly filled with endless joy and surprise. Face against the powerful Magic Hall army, especially the old pig spirit, the black-robed desolate sovereign, and the primordial porcupine who also had the battle strength of a desolate sovereign, as well as the powerful experts from the 6 armies of the Magic Hall, they had no power to resist and were prepared to submit from the start. Nothing was better than being alive. Unfortunately, the old pig spirit wanted a bloody massacre that could bring about a certain degree of deterrence. Therefore, the demonic antelope Forbidden Land had to have a large number of beasts die. Now, everything had come to an end. All of the beasts in the Forbidden Land prostrated themselves in the void, expressing their submission. The 6 armies of the Magic Hall also stopped at this moment, no longer slaughtering. From this moment onwards, the demonic antelope Forbidden Land had become a historical name. The one who occupied this star field was the mysterious Magic Hall, a powerful foreign force that had appeared overnight on the right bank of the Milky Way. There was still a lot of work to be done, such as cleaning up the battlefield, distribution of prisoners, the division of the 6 armies' garrisons in the star field, as well as the subsequent arrival of the Magic Hall army and so on. Everything was very complicated, but the higher-ups of the various armies were responsible for it. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. As for the old pig spirit, his divine sense swept through the entire demonic antelope Forbidden Land. After confirming that there were no problems, he withdrew his thoughts from the star field that was still in chaos. The black-robed desolate sovereign and the primordial porcupine who also had the battle strength of a desolate sovereign were left behind. As for the old pig spirit, he directly rushed out of the star field. Everything in the demonic antelope Forbidden Land had been settled, but for the Magic Hall army, there was still one more thing they had to do before they could successfully take over this star domain and establish a stable foothold in the future. That was to get in touch with the other Forbidden Lands and star regions around the Forbidden Lands and get them to acknowledge the status of the Magic Hall. At the very least, the 2 Forbidden Lands on the left and right of the Forbidden Lands had to acknowledge the ownership of the Magic Hall. Otherwise, a new war could come at any time. In fact, when the 6 legions of the Magic Hall rushed into the Forbidden Lands and started a bloody massacre, countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Lands of Xianxia and Forbidden Lands of Sikong were closely watching everything unfold. Know over time, whether it was the 4 beautiful rainbow pythons in the Forbidden Lands of Xianxia or the 4 howling space demon hounds in the Forbidden Lands of Sikong, they did not show up. Instead, they were hibernating in the inner void at the edge of the Forbidden Lands, quietly watching. The old pig spirit's sudden appearance surprised the 8 old fellows who were hibernating in the void on the left and right of the demonic antelope Forbidden Land. However, what they did not expect was that this seemingly inconspicuous, and even somewhat annoying, black-skinned old pig not only hit his cultivation level, but also his perfect 9th-stage desolate sovereign strength had reached such a terrifying level. This was definitely a true half-step heavenly Tao level existence. Not only was his cultivation level the same as the giant void tortoise that wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way, but his methods were also incomparably ruthless. Oh my God, perhaps this black pig was far from the giant void tortoise's ferocious reputation that had been passed down since ancient times. However, in a short period of time, he had eliminated all the desolate sovereigns and powerful beings in the demonic antelope Forbidden Land, proving his cultivation level and strength. As for the purpose of this mysterious foreign army, it was now obvious. They wanted to exterminate the demonic antelope Forbidden Land, seize the Forbidden Land star area, and occupy the nest of the birds. Regarding this, although the 8 desolate sovereigns in the Forbidden Land of Rosy Clouds and the Forbidden Land of Rosy Clouds were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. The half-step heavenly Tao level black pig was too strong, definitely not something they could resist. When the old pig spirit consecutively killed 2 demonic antelopes in a short period of time and scared off the 3rd one, he spread out his divine sense to search the void. These 8 old fellows suddenly woke up and hurriedly retreated to the Forbidden Land behind them like birds startled by the twang of a bough. However, they did not stop there. They secretly contacted each other, and at the same time, paid close attention to the follow-up movements of this foreign army. What happened next made the 8 desolate sovereigns even more shocked. Because when the army of the Magic Hall rushed into the Forbidden Land star area, the countless beasts in the Forbidden Land of Primordial Devil Antelope Forbidden Land had already prostrated themselves in the void, trembling. This was clearly the rhythm of submission. He may have been unwilling, angry, but at that time, in the entire Forbidden Land star area, there was not even a single primordial era expert. Facing such a huge invasion army, and the high-level battle strength was not only primordial era experts, but also desolate sovereigns, and the strongest was even a half-step heavenly Tao level expert at the great perfection of the 9th stage. In such a huge Forbidden Land star area, countless beasts in the Forbidden Land did not even dare to think of resisting. But, even so, the moment the Black Pig led its army into the Forbidden Star field, it immediately started a bloody massacre. From the very beginning, this Black Pig led its army into the Forbidden Star zone. From that moment on, endless roars and howls drowned the entire Forbidden Land of primordial devil antelope. Countless beasts in the Forbidden Land were forced to fight in grief and indignation, and the roar of the cannons of the battleships resounded in the void, not stopping for a single second. This was a real slaughter in the starry sky. Looking at the situation, the old pig spirit clearly intended to kill all the beasts in the Forbidden Land of primordial devil antelope, completely turning this place into a dead zone. This scene made the 8 desolate sovereigns in the Forbidden Land of Xianxia and the Forbidden Land of Xikong feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Suddenly, there was such a terrifying existence beside their lair, and its temperament and methods were even more ruthless and cruel, which made them worried. After a full 10 days, when more than a third of the countless beasts in the Forbidden Land of primordial devil antelope star area had died, the slaughter stopped. The old pig spirit, who was standing at the edge of the star area, nodded, and the voice of his divine sense instantly spread out, covering hundreds of billions of miles of the void, announcing that from this moment on, the Forbidden Land of primordial devil antelope had changed hands. The magic hall had appeared. It was also at this moment that the 8 desolate sovereigns finally realized the purpose of the old pig spirit. This slaughter was originally just to intimidate, but it was completely a demonstration of power. Before they could recover, after the bloody slaughter in the Forbidden Land of primordial devil antelope star area, the old pig spirit, who had been secretly watched by them, immediately rushed out of the Forbidden Land of Xikong and rushed to the edge of the Forbidden Land of Xikong on the right. This scene caught the 4 desolate sovereign howling space demon hounds in the Forbidden Land of Xikong off guard. They were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they immediately made a decision to use a secret method to communicate with the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the Forbidden Land of Xianxia. As soon as all this was over, in the void outside the Forbidden Land of Xikong, there was a trembling divine sense voice. "I am the pig tyrant of the magic hall. I have just arrived here, and I specially came to visit you. I'm pig tyrant of the magic hall. I'm here for the first time, and I'm here to visit you." On this side, the moment the 4 howling space magical hounds in the roaring space Forbidden Land finished their sound transmissions to the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the roaring space Forbidden Land with a secret method, a heart-shaking voice of divine sense came from the void outside the roaring space Forbidden Land. That the black-skinned old pig, whose strength had reached the peak of the 9th order great perfection, which was the half-step heavenly Tao realm existence, had just taken down the demonic antelope Forbidden Land, and it actually came to the door immediately. Let the 4 howling void demon hounds in the Xiaokong Forbidden Land were caught off guard. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. They looked at each other with a bitter expression on their faces. That was, compared to the demonic antelope Forbidden Land that had just been destroyed, the Xiaohei's Forbidden Land and the Xiaokong Forbidden Land were stronger. This was because the strongest of the 4 desolate ancestor old monsters in these 2 Forbidden Lands was the 6th order desolate ancestor. Distance the late-stage desolate ancestor was not far from the 7th order desolate ancestor. Even so, in the face of a half-step heavenly Tao realm at the 9th order great perfection, whether it was the Xiaohei's Forbidden Land or the Xiaokong Forbidden Land, they were absolutely no match for it. Only 4 desolate ancestor old monsters could not threaten the existence of a 9th order desolate ancestor. If 8 desolate ancestor old monsters gathered together, they might be able to make the other party a little wary. It was precisely considering this point that the 4 desolate ancestor old monsters in the Xiaokong Forbidden Land transmitted to the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the Xiaohei's Forbidden Land. They planned to join forces to trap this cruel black-skinned pig monster, so that they would not be on tenterhooks every day in the future. This was obviously risky, but now they had no choice. The other party took the initiative to come to them, which was obviously forcing them to do something beyond their ability. These thoughts flashed through their minds, and the 4 old guys changed into the appearance of the remnant people. They were all black-robed old men, and their figures flashed, and they went to the edge of the Xiaokong Forbidden Land. The reason for this was that the black-skinned old pig waiting outside the Forbidden Land star area had now turned into the appearance of a remnant person. It was a burly man, with dark skin, and he looked very wild. The other party turned into a remnant person, so they had to follow suit. Xiao, swish, swish, swish. Soon, the four desolate Zun old monsters of Shao Kong Forbidden Land rushed out from the Forbidden Land star field and stopped abruptly at the edge of the Forbidden Land star field, about 10 million miles away from the old pig spirit who had transformed into a black-faced man. After exchanging glances with each other, they all put on smiles and cupped their fists at pig spirit, imitating the manner of the survivors. It was the first time they had met each other. Fellow Taoists, I am Pig Tyrant from the Magic Hall. This is the first time I've come here, so I specially came to pay you a visit. I hope I didn't disturb your cultivation? Seeing that the four of them had come together, and just like him, in order to show that they were not hostile, Old Pig deliberately changed their ferocious beast forms into the form of survivors that were easier to communicate with. Old Pig carefully relaxed and immediately smiled. Towards the four black-robed old monsters standing in the void thousands of miles away, he cupped his fists and said, "From today on, the Forbidden Land star field over there will be my magic hall guarding it. We will be neighbors in the future, so we should keep in touch with each other." Halfway through, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and he changed the topic. "Oh right, I don't know the name of the Forbidden Land star field where the four of you are guarding? Also, in the Forbidden Land star field on the left side of the magic hall, I have also sensed the aura of the four desolate Zun friends. What is the name of that place?" Seeing him being so polite, the four black-robed old monsters transformed by the howling celestial demon hound were all stunned. They opened their mouths slightly, but there was a hint of suspicion in their eyes. They subconsciously exchanged glances again. However, although they were extremely suspicious of Old Pig Spirit's politeness in their hearts, since he was so polite on the surface, they naturally didn't dare to be too negligent. So after exchanging glances, they immediately continued to introduce the general situation of the two forbidden areas to Old Pig Spirit. "Master Pig Tyrant, the Forbidden Land star field behind the four of us is called the Howling Sky Forbidden Land, and the four of us are all howling celestial demon hounds. What you said is right. In the Forbidden Land star field on the left, there are also four desolate ancient supremes guarding it. The Forbidden Land star field is called the Red Mist Forbidden Land, and the four desolate ancient monsters in the Red Mist Forbidden Land are all a kind of starry sky giant python. To be precise, it should be the colorful python, and this kind of colorful python is a single reproduction, so all the colorful pythons are female. The reason why the Forbidden Land is called the Red Mist Forbidden Land is because when this kind of colorful python breathes in the void, there is always a colorful light floating, like a dense fog, which is very beautiful, so it is called the Red Mist Forbidden Land. However, perhaps because they feel that the appearance of their colorful python is too shocking, all the colorful pythons in the Red Mist Forbidden Land will transform into the appearance of the survivors. Delicate and beautiful. If you don't know the details and enter, you will think that you have entered a star field full of peerless beauties. Oh? The whole Red Mist Forbidden Land is full of peerless beauties? Hearing this, Old Pig Spirit's eyes lit up, and his face also showed a happy expression. He exclaimed softly, "It seems that this time I really chose the right place, this old pig. I have good luck with women. This old guy was learning from Xian and everything." After knowing that Xian made a magic hall and named himself the master of the magic hall, he clamored for a more domineering title. That was how the Pig Tyrant of the Magic Hall came about. No, in his opinion, although his title as the Pig Tyrant of the Magic Hall was more domineering than Xian's Master of the Magic Hall, if the two of them went out at the same time, he still couldn't compare to Xian in some aspects. Xian had the demonic dragon as his mount, as well as 7 delicate and beautiful cultivators from the primordial era accompanying him. The moment he walked out, it was as if he had a halo around him, causing him to be extremely envious. Class Old Pig Spirit had been collecting all kinds of rare metals and forging materials in the starry sky like the magic dragon Imperial Chariot, and now that he had collected almost all of them, he was preparing to build one soon. It must be more domineering and flashy than Xian's magic dragon Imperial Chariot. But with such a domineering chariot, he couldn't be all alone, right? If he didn't get some beauties to serve him, he would be too ashamed to go out. Old Pig Spirit had been thinking about this matter, but he had never met a female cultivator with the blood of a pig beast, so he put it aside. Now when he heard that the red mist forbidden land was full of beautiful female cultivators transformed from starry sky-colored pythons, he was naturally overjoyed. Although it was a bit of a fly in the ointment to say that these starry sky-colored pythons didn't have the blood of a pig beast, but as long as they were female cultivators, it was fine. He would get some to serve him for the time being, and after he finished refining the flying yuan, he would go out and look for female cultivators with the blood of a pig beast. Saying in a word, it was completely possible to find a horse while riding a donkey. Hearing the old pig spirit's words, especially when he heard that the forbidden land was full of beautiful female cultivators, even his eyes lit up instantly. The 4 black-robed old monsters transformed by the howling space demon hounds in the forbidden land were stunned at the same time. Immediately after, they exchanged glances with each other with strange expressions on their faces. In the depths of their eyes, there was clearly a hint of joy that quickly flashed away. They were worried that the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land would not cooperate and join forces to deal with this old pig spirit with terrifying cultivation base. But now, it seemed that this problem was no longer a concern. The heavens are simply helping me. I never expected that this black-skinned pig would actually be so lecherous. In this way, so long as I take him around the forbidden area of Sunglow, this fellow will definitely be unable to move his feet. Even if he doesn't do anything disgraceful on the spot, he'll definitely be able to find all sorts of excuses to stay in the forbidden area of Sunglow. In this way, with the intelligence of the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land, they could naturally see the dirty thoughts in this old pig spirit's heart at a glance. Under shame and anger, they would probably join forces to deal with this old pig without any persuasion. They would take the initiative to facilitate it, even if the 8 desolate venerable old monsters joined forces to deal with this lecherous old pig spirit, they would probably still not be able to do anything to him. The peak of the desolate venerable in the great perfection of the 9th stage was too powerful. It was a half-step heavenly path existence. Even if the desolate venerable old monsters of the same realm were not all in the late stage, but only in the early or middle stage, it would be meaningless no matter how many of them there were. Although he couldn't beat it in a fight, he had no problem trapping and sealing this old black pig. It was impossible for this to happen anywhere else, unless it was like the starry sky berserk ape that had wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way and made people panic, and had a primordial treasure like the farmer god cauldron. But obviously, whether it was the 4 of them or the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land, they obviously didn't have such a level of desolate era-level treasure. But, even so, as long as he could lure this damnable black pig into the depths of the forbidden area and set up a trap, he would still be able to trap it there. This was the key reason why the 4 of them were worried about the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land of dawn mist and refused to work together to seal the old black pig. 'Cause in order to accomplish this, they had to utilize a special place within the forbidden area of sunrise. Once they utilized this place, they would be unable to enter it again, otherwise, they would collide with the pig demon that was trapped within the forbidden area of sunrise and bring calamity upon themselves. In other words, utilizing the strange place within the restricted area of Sunglow to trap and seal pig spirit was more harmful than beneficial to the 4 starry sky pythons. So, unless they were forced to a certain extent, it was very difficult for them to grit their teeth and agree. That was in the past, yet it wasn't a problem now. This damnable black pig had ill intentions and had come here with filthy intentions, so the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden area would definitely be unable to endure it, and they could only grit their teeth and choose to seal him up. Otherwise, they would be humiliated at will. After all, this was a pig, and it was even a black pig. It was simply ugly to the point of being disgusting. Moreover, the starry sky-colored python clan loved beautiful things, so they would absolutely not submit to the pig demon's appearance alone. All of this took a long time to describe, yet all of these thoughts had actually flashed swiftly through the minds of the 4 of them. With merely a single exchange of glances, the 4 black-robed old freaks had understood the intentions of the others, and they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding in an instant. After exchanging glances once more, the smiles on their faces instantly became even more brilliant, and then they cupped their fists and bowed to the pig demon before continuing to speak. Their words clearly revealed a wisp of dense bewitchment that couldn't be dispersed. It seems that fellow Taoist tyrant pig is also a romantic person. That's just right. If that's the case, then the Forbidden Area is definitely an extremely wonderful place for fellow Taoist. It's said that a fair and virtuous woman is a good match for a gentleman. Fellow Taoist's cultivation strength is astonishing. You're already at the peak of the desolate supremacy at the 9th step, which is also half a step into the heavenly Tao realm. You're already half a step into the heavenly Tao realm, so you should naturally live a carefree life. It's really enviable. Yes, 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 all of the starry sky-colored pythons in the Forbidden Area are female cultivators, and they usually like to transform into the appearance of survivors. All of them have different styles. There are countless beautiful female cultivators in the Forbidden Area, and there must be one that you desire. Furthermore, all of the starry sky-colored pythons have their own unique fragrance. When they transform into beauties, they're a feast for the eyes, and their unique fragrance assails the nose. That's simply endless enjoyment. Fellow Taoist just said that we'll be neighbors in the future. Since we're neighbors, we should naturally be more friendly and often interact with each other. It just so happens that the four of us haven't been to the Forbidden Area for some time. Since we're in the mood today, why don't we go together with fellow Taoist Tyrant Pig? Maybe we can even be matchmakers on the spot and facilitate 1 or 2 beautiful marriages for fellow Taoist, and bring back a few Taoist companions that you like. Needless to say, the words and attitudes of these 4 old guys were obviously a little too enthusiastic at this time. But Old Pig Spirit didn't think too much about it. One, in terms of his cultivation strength, even if the other party had any tricks, he didn't care at all. He could take advantage of the situation to turn hostile and give the other party a show of strength or something. What's more, in his opinion, the reason why these 4 old guys were so patient was clearly to lead him away from the Forbidden Area. They didn't dare to let him enter the rhythm of their nest, which was understandable. Yes. They wanted to use the starry sky pythons that had transformed into beautiful female cultivators in the Forbidden Area of rosy mist to be generous and use this method to curry favor with me. However, no matter what the reason behind this was, it was obvious that he had to make a trip to the Forbidden Land of Dusk. In Old Pig Spirit's opinion, even if he transformed into the appearance of the remnant and transformed into a burly man with a black face, he was still so extraordinary and domineering. Just based on this point, as long as he went back to the Forbidden Area, wouldn't the countless beautiful female cultivators transformed by the starry sky-colored pythons in the Forbidden Area all be fascinated and lose their souls on the spot? At that time, there would be countless beauties around him, and he could choose whatever he wanted. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoists, I'm a little embarrassed by your kind intentions. However, you're right. This pig is very fond of beautiful women. Since the Forbidden Area is such a wonderful place, wouldn't it be a pity if I don't go there? The Old Pig Spirit raised his head and laughed heartily. Halfway through his sentence, he waved his hand and nodded his head. Then, I will have to trouble you 4 to lead the way. I will follow behind you in case a stranger suddenly appears and frightens others. The Forbidden Land of Red Mist, like the Shao Kong Forbidden Land, the Forbidden Land of Red Mist also had 4 desolate venerable old monsters. Moreover, these 4 desolate venerable old monsters were all a kind of starry sky python. Quasi to be exact, all the starry sky ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land of Red Mist were a kind of colored python. Moreover, this kind of colored python reproduced singly. Therefore, all the colored pythons in the Forbidden Land were female. The reason why the Forbidden Land was named so was because this kind of colored python would always emit a colorful light when it breathed in and out in the void. It was like a dense fog, which was very beautiful. And moreover, perhaps because they felt that the appearance of their colored python was too frightening, all the colored pythons in the Forbidden Land of Red Mist would usually transform into the appearance of the survivors. Originally, they were all female colored pythons. When they transformed into the appearance of the survivors, they were naturally all delicate and beautiful women. Even on the surface of the abandoned stars in the Forbidden Land of Red Mist, there were a large number of buildings suitable for the survivors to live in. If those who entered without knowing the details would most likely think that they had entered a remnant star area full of stunning beauties. In short, the entire Forbidden Land of Red Mist was full of singing and dancing life. These colored pythons had beautiful appearances and liked beautiful things, so the entire Forbidden Land of Red Mist was extremely beautiful. But these days, the originally peaceful Forbidden Land of Red Mist was shrouded in a layer of gloomy clouds, and there was an incomparably oppressive aura in the void, The reason for this was naturally because of everything in the demonic antelope forbidden land adjacent to the right. Although the overall strength of the demonic antelope forbidden land was weaker than the forbidden land of red mist and the Xiaokong forbidden land, the difference was extremely limited. But, just these days, the entire demonic antelope forbidden land was experiencing a real starry sky massacre. This incomparably huge army of outsiders suddenly invaded here, and in a short period of time, they killed all 4 desolate venerable old monsters and dozens of desolate antiquity experts in the forbidden land of red mist. This was not the end. After wiping out the entire upper echelon of the forbidden land of red mist, this army actually rushed into the star field of the demonic antelope forbidden land. Look, from the looks of it, the black-skinned old pig clearly intended to kill all the beasts in the forbidden ground, turning it into a land of death. This scene made the countless starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden area of Sunrise feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. An existence with such a terrifying cultivation base, temperament, and methods had suddenly appeared right next to their lair. Anyone would be deeply worried about it, compared to the ruthlessness and brutality of the army of outsiders. The starry sky-colored python, who had always been fond of beautiful things, was almost like a weak little lamb. If he really lived with them for a long time, wouldn't he have to live in fear every day in the future? The countless starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land of dawn mist paid close attention to the bloody slaughter in the devil antelope forbidden land. An entire 10 days later, when more than a third of the countless ferocious beasts in the entire devil antelope forbidden area had perished, this slaughter finally stopped. At this moment, the forbidden area of Sunglow was already filled with the howling of the wind. Some of the starry sky-colored pythons were stunned by this terrifying and ruthless method. They felt as if they were sitting on a carpet of needles, unable to calm down. In the center of the forbidden area of Sunglow was a huge abandoned star. Although it was an abandoned star, after many years of careful construction, this star now had a lot of vitality. Not only did it have an ocean, but it also had a green vegetation covering it. This was extremely rare on the right bank of the Milky Way. Silver in the right bank of the river, there were a large number of abandoned planets that were piled up in the most powerful forbidden lands and stellar regions. In fact, they were all moved here from other parts of the primordial void by the almighty existences of the forbidden lands. After all, they had been guarding the right bank of the Milky Way all this time, and they did not know when the Milky Way star domain would be fully opened and they would be able to enter. Therefore, this time must have been very long, and those who came early had been guarding here for countless years. They could not be lying in the void all the time, right? That was why those almighty existences had continuously moved a large number of abandoned planets from other parts of the primordial void to this place. That was why the planets in the most powerful forbidden lands and the most powerful stellar regions on the right bank of the Milky Way were so densely packed together. No, because in the primordial void, apart from the source hive star that still had life, all the other stars had already experienced the passage of countless years and had long since entered the primordial void. Like the gigantic planet at the center of the forbidden land of Sunrise had green vegetation. While it might not be unique, it was not far from it. Only the colored python clan would have the patience to carefully take care of a planet that had long since entered the brink of death, allowing it to regain some vitality. However, this was not the case. Such a star that was brimming with vitality was obviously not something that could be taken care of in a short period of time. Even in the entire restricted area of Sunglow, there was only one such star. Where therefore, the 4 desolate supremacy of the starry sky-colored python clan all lived on this star. Here at this moment, a group of beautiful female cultivators gathered in a gorgeous palace on the peak of the tallest mountain in the star. The magnificent palace that stood at the peak of the towering mountain was where the 4 desolate supremacy old monsters of the colored python clan discussed matters. As for their cave dwellings, they were scattered throughout the planet. After all, some of them were cultivating, while others were in seclusion. To avoid disturbing each other, it was impossible for them to live together. There were many figures in the palace, about 200 to 300 of them, and they were all universe supremacy of the starry sky-colored python clan. Among them, there were about 40 almighty beings in the middle of the primordial void, and the rest were all universe supremacies. The 4 figures sitting in the palace were all primordial void supremacy. All the upper echelons of the colored python clan in the main hall were female cultivators with graceful figures and gorgeous appearances. At a glance, it was as if one had entered a country of women, causing one's eyes to light up. Even the 4 desolate venerables from the colored python clan sitting in the main hall had lived for countless years, but the female cultivators they transformed into were extremely young. Their waists were slender, and their temperaments and appearances were among the best. She was probably not too far off from the 7 great beauties of the primordial world, who were once the most beautiful cultivators in the primordial world. Yes, although all the female cultivators in the palace were beautiful, they were all gloomy, and they looked pitiful. Sisters, what do you think of the suggestion of the 4 desolate supremacy of the Xiaokong Forbidden Land? After pondering for a while, the red-dressed beauty, who was the strongest among the 4 desolate venerables, had already reached the 6th order desolate venerable realm. She was only 1 step away from reaching the 7th order desolate venerable realm. She looked at the other 3. After a short pause, she said, "That black-skinned boar monster has gone to the Xiaokong Forbidden Land. It seems that he is not ambitious. He is obviously trying to find out the truth of the Xiaokong Forbidden Land. The war in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land has just been extinguished, and he suddenly made such a move. It seems that he is not easy to deal with. He is too decisive, and our Xiaohei's Forbidden Land will not be able to escape from his covetous eyes." According to the news from the 4 old monsters of the Xiaokong Forbidden Land, the black-skinned boar monster has already gone to the Xiaokong Forbidden Land. It seems that this person's ambition is not enough. He is clearly trying to find out the truth of the Xiaokong Forbidden Land. The war in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land has just been extinguished, and he suddenly made such a move. This person's character is definitely not ordinary. Our Xiaoai Forbidden Land will definitely not be able to escape his covetous eyes. As she turned to look at the other 3 people, the red-dressed beauty's face became more worried as she spoke. Omitted after a pause, a wry smile appeared on her face. She shook her head and sighed. Although our Xiaoai Forbidden Land and the Xiaokong Forbidden Land's overall strength are about the same, we are all delicate female cultivators after all. We give people the feeling that we are easier to bully than the Xiaokong Forbidden Land, so, if the black-skinned boar monster figures out the general situation of the 2 forbidden lands and prepares to attack, it will most likely choose our Xiaoai Forbidden Land first. If we ask for help from the Xiaokong Forbidden Land at that time, I'm afraid it will be too late. And we will also be in an extremely passive situation. So, we have to take the initiative before the black-skinned boar monster attacks our Xiaoai Forbidden Land. The 4 old guys of the Xiaokong Forbidden Land don't have good intentions. Their suggestion is for us to lure the black-skinned boar monster into the Xiaoai Star Vortex and activate the Xiaoai Illusory Formation to trap it forever. But if that's the case, wouldn't our Xiaoai Star Vortex be completely destroyed? When she spoke up to hear, the beautiful woman in a violet dress who possessed a cultivation that was merely inferior to the beautiful woman in a red dress frowned, and her voice revealed a wisp of unwillingness that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. The Sunglow stellar vortex is formed from the bloodline Sunglow energy emitted by the breathing of countless multicolored pythons in the forbidden area of Sunglow. It is the holy land of our colored python clan. Usually, when the colored pythons in the clan need to break through to a higher realm, they will enter the Xiaoai Star Vortex for seclusion and use the endless bloodline power of the Xiaoai Star Vortex to successfully break through. Although the power of the fog in the stellar vortex can form an illusory array, it can confine a true heavenly Tao realm expert, much less a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th step of perfection. As long as they haven't reached the mid-stages, they can be trapped in an illusory world forever. They will be in a daze, unable to escape. But in that case, a powerful enemy will be trapped in the vortex of stars. Once the illusory formation is activated, none of the clansmen of our colored python clan will be able to enter. In the future, no matter who it is, if they want to break through the bottleneck of a major realm, they will have to rely on luck and fortune. As such, as time goes by, the overall strength of our colored python clan will be affected. The consequences were obviously very serious, and it affected the future of the entire colored python race. It was a matter of great importance. The beautiful woman in the red dress had gathered all the higher-ups with cultivation levels above Universe Supreme to discuss this matter. As soon as the woman finished speaking, all the higher-ups of the colored python clan in the hall looked at each other and fell silent. The purple-robed woman was right. There was not the slightest element of exaggeration. This matter was indeed too important. It was indeed difficult to make a decision easily. However, The situation described by the woman in the red dress was serious, but it was also a fact that could not be ignored. It was obviously imminent. If there were no accidents, the 4 old guys in the Xiaokong Forbidden Land would soon arrive with that black-skinned boar monster. If they had not made a decision by then, it would be difficult to lure it out if they missed the best opportunity. Hell, friends of the Xianxia Forbidden Land, I am Pig Tyrant of the Magic Hall. I am here to visit you. Just as the higher-ups of the Starry Sky-colored Python clan in the hall were hesitating, a high-pitched howl suddenly came from the edge of the Forbidden Land star zone. Then, a muffled voice of the voice of divine sense came. Although this person was very powerful, his voice of the voice of divine sense enveloped the entire Forbidden Land star zone. All the starry sky-colored pythons on countless abandoned stars could hear it clearly. Not only did this howl appear abruptly, but it also revealed an inexplicable sense of strangeness, as if it had just been injected with chicken blood, giving people a feeling of excessive excitement and excitement. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the countless beautiful female cultivators on the abandoned stars in the Forbidden Land star zone turned pale. Some of the more timid ones had already turned pale, and even their bodies were trembling slightly. In fact, not to mention the beautiful female cultivators who were transformed from ordinary starry sky-colored pythons on countless abandoned stars, even the hundreds of higher-ups of the colored python clan in the clan hall on the towering peak of the giant star in the center of the Forbidden Land star zone trembled slightly at this moment. All of them changed their expressions. This black boar monster was too powerful. It was a peak desolate venerable at the great perfection of the 9th level, which was half a step into the way of heaven. With such a terrifying cultivation and strength, even if the 4 desolate venerables of the colored python clan on the high seats in the hall joined forces, they would definitely not be its match. Instead, they would provoke it. Thinking, when they witnessed this scene, the figures of the 400-plus higher-ups of the colored python clan in the hall shook violently once more, and their expressions were even more humiliated and furious. They gritted their teeth and clenched their fists tightly, and they seemed as if they would rather die than submit and fight desperately. This dark-skinned boar has really come. Judging from the excitement in its long howl, it seems like it has gone mad. This venerable's previous deduction is clearly wrong. With a gloomy expression, the beautiful woman in red immediately stood up and said through gritted teeth, "This guy is actually a dead boar. I'm afraid that if he attacks our Forbidden Land star zone, it won't be like how it was in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land, where it will be a bloody massacre. This dead boar must be coveting our beauty. The countless colored pythons in our clan will become his. This is absolutely not allowed. It seems like we don't have a choice. In order to prevent countless clansmen from being enslaved by this black boar, the only choice is to find a way to lure it into the Starry Sky star vortex and then activate the Starry Sky illusory formation to trap it forever." At this point, the beautiful woman in red turned to look at all the higher-ups of the colored python clan in the hall. Seeing that no one had any objections, she heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the other 3 desolate venerables of the colored python clan. A determined expression appeared on her face as she continued, "At that time, one of the 4 of us will be responsible for luring it into the Starry Sky star vortex. This person will be chosen by that black boar himself. Whoever he is more interested in will be led into the Starry Sky star vortex. Whether or not we can successfully charge out before the illusory formation is activated will depend on our own luck. For the sake of the entire clan, even if we have to sacrifice ourselves. For the entire race, even if it's a sacrifice, it's fine." After saying this, the beautiful woman in the red dress had a resolute expression on her face. It was obvious that even she was mentally prepared to lead Old Pig Spirit into the astral vortex of multicolored clouds. The other party was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage perfection realm, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert. Even with the woman's 6th stage desolate supremacy cultivation level, if she was in charge of luring him into the Rosy Dawn stellar vortex, she would have to stay by his side. Under such circumstances, under the premise of ensuring that the other party would not rush out of the stellar vortex, it was basically impossible for her to successfully rush out of the stellar vortex before the Rosy Dawn illusory array was fully activated. Also, in other words, this was equivalent to sacrificing herself. Furthermore, it was not just a simple sacrifice. Once the Rosy Dawn illusory array was activated, she would be trapped in the stellar vortex with that darn perverted pig. Facing a half-step heavenly Dao realm expert at the 9th stage perfection realm, she might not even be able to get what she wanted. That represented humiliation, but for the race, this was the only choice. As they looked at each other, the four-colored python race's desolate supremacies nodded silently. Their faces were filled with determination, and they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Following that, the four of them soared into the sky at the same time and rushed out of the star, heading for the edge of the forbidden Rosy Dawn stellar domain. The Rosy Dawn stellar vortex was located in the deepest part of the forbidden stellar domain. And if they wanted to lure the darn black-skinned pig into the stellar vortex and activate the illusory array to seal him, they had to at least invite him into the stellar domain first. Then, they would cater to him, feigning civility, and slowly plotting. Here at that moment, at the edge of the forbidden Rosy Dawn stellar domain, there were 5 figures standing in the void, waiting. 5 these figures had all transformed into the appearance of survivors. Among the 4 elders, there was a burly, dark-faced man. They were Old Pig Spirit and company that had rushed over from the Rosy Void Forbidden Ground. The dark-faced man was Old Pig Spirit, and the 4 elders were the 4 desolate supremacies of the Rosy Void Forbidden Ground. Along the way, the 5 of them had some conversations and were now familiar with each other. However, although the Old Pig Spirit was a peak desolate venerable at the 9th rank great perfection and a powerful half-step heavenly way. However, the forbidden area of Rosy Mist was filled with delicate and beautiful female cultivators, so he really couldn't be too rash. If he were to charge indirectly, then it would truly be too disrespectful. Thus, after he arrived here, he waited silently at the edge of the star field. In fact, the Old Pig Spirit came to the forbidden land of sunrise this time with the intention of winning the beauty's heart, but he didn't intend to use force at all. The mission that Xian gave him was to lead the Magic Hall army into the primordial chaos and seize a suitable forbidden area on the right bank of the Milky Way as a shelter for the Magic Hall army. He had completed this mission, and he did not know what had happened on the right bank of the Milky Way. The giant void tortoise that was stronger than him had disappeared, and powerful old monsters like Desolate Zune were guarding the most powerful forbidden lands and most powerful star regions. Under such circumstances, the Old Pig Spirit clearly did not intend to continue making a fuss. He was afraid. After all, with the demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline divine ability state, he was now a peak desolate supremacy at the great perfection of rank 9, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Dao realm expert. However, in other words, even in the primordial chaos, he could go anywhere. But now, he still had the entire Magic Hall's 6 legions by his side. If he were to continue killing and making a fuss, and if he were to incur the wrath of the masses on the right bank of the Milky Way, a large number of desolate supremacies from the various forbidden lands and star regions would join forces to suppress him. With just him, the 7 beautiful cultivators, and the black-robed desolate supremacy, it would be a huge mess if they were unable to withstand it. Class at that time, he would not even be able to answer to Xian. This time, the reason why the Old Pig Spirit left the forbidden land of Rosy Mist immediately after settling everything in the forbidden land of Demonic Antelope was to go to the Rosy Mist forbidden land, and then take advantage of the situation to come to the forbidden land of Sunrise under the invitation of the 4 desolate supremacies of the Rosy Mist forbidden land. His only purpose was to get close to the higher-ups of the 2 neighboring forbidden lands, and to hear them acknowledge the existence of the Magic Hall. He did not expect that the other party would misunderstand his intentions, and had secretly made arrangements to lure him into the starry mist vortex deep in the forbidden land of Sunrise, to open the illusion array and trap him. Of course, since the forbidden land of Sunrise was full of beautiful female cultivators transformed by the starry sky-colored python, then he could take advantage of this opportunity to bring some of the female cultivators back and settle them in the newly refined Yuan carriage in the future. The old pig had this idea, but he did not intend to use force at all. On one hand, he did not intend to cause any more trouble and fall out with the higher-ups of the forbidden land of Sunrise. From then on, the Magic Hall would be safe and sound, and it would have a huge impact on the future. On the other hand, it was because he was still very confident in himself. Even Xian, who turned into an ugly big monkey, could make the 7 beautiful cultivators fall in love with him. He was so mighty, how could no female cultivator like him? These thoughts flashed through the old pig's mind, and the smile on the old pig's face became more brilliant. His chest, which was originally high, was puffed forward again. He felt that he was extraordinary, but he did not know that his fat body, dark skin, and proud expression on his face, not to mention the female cultivators in the forbidden land of sunrise who liked beautiful things, even the 4 desolate venerable old monsters who came here with him were already twitching their mouths. They would vomit if they forced themselves to look at him. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After waiting for a while, a sharp sound suddenly came from the depths of the star field in front of him. Looking around, 4 figures were coming together, 1 in front and 3 behind. These 4 people were the strongest in the entire forbidden land of Xianxia. They were also the 4 desolate venerables of the starry sky-colored python clan. Now, they had all transformed into young and beautiful women. Not only were their appearances excellent, but their figures were also extremely graceful. Their waists were so small that they could be held with one's hand. This beautiful woman, with such a stunning beauty and such a beautiful figure, even if the real masters of the remnant people knew that they were all transformed from starry sky-colored pythons, they would not be able to control themselves when they suddenly saw them. At this time, seeing the arrival of the 4 desolate venerable old monsters of the starry sky-colored python clan, the 4 old monsters of the forbidden land of Xiao Kong, who had always been very confident about their appearances and figures, immediately showed a proud smile on their faces. Next, after subconsciously exchanging glances with each other, the 4 old men turned to look at the old pig spirit at the same time. In their opinion, the old pig spirit was extremely lecherous, so when he suddenly saw such a beautiful and delicate young female cultivator, his mouth was probably dripping with saliva. However, the truth shocked them greatly. The old pig did open his mouth wide, but no saliva flowed out. Instead, his eyes widened, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. After being stunned for 2 seconds, his face darkened, and he muttered involuntarily, "She is too thin, isn't she? She is so ugly that she can fly out of the sky. This pig is so disappointed. Isn't this too thin? It's so ugly that it rushes out of the sky. This pig is so disappointed." Seeing the arrival of the 4 desolate elders from the forbidden land, the old pig spirit immediately opened his mouth wide, but no saliva flowed out. While his eyes were wide open, and his expression was like he had seen a ghost. After being stunned for 2 seconds, his face sank, and he muttered in an incomparably speechless voice, "The 4 desolate zoons from the forbidden land of Rosy Dawn were indeed not in line with his standards of beauty. In fact, even the 7 beautiful cultivators of the untainted land such as Shirzu and Hamba, as well as the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, were the same. The pig spirit liked plump beauties, preferably a fat sow with white skin. Of course, if he wanted to become a remnant instead of a sow, although it was a little regretful, as long as he could be a little chubbier, in fact, it was barely acceptable. At least, it should be no problem to use him as a maid to show off. However, these 4 desolate supremacies from the forbidden land of sunrise were too ridiculous. Not only were they ugly, but they were also skinny to this extent. One look and one could tell that they were malnourished. It was clear that they had not fully grown before they ran out. The thought of not yet fully grown popped up in his mind. Based on this point alone, it could be seen how dissatisfied the old pig spirit was at the moment. At this moment, whether it was the 4 old guys from the forbidden land or the 4 beautiful desolate elders from the forbidden land in front of them, they all opened their mouths wide at the same time. They stared at the old pig spirit in a daze, wondering if they had heard wrongly just now. Too thin? Ugly, rushing out of the sky? Brain, these thoughts flashed through their minds, and the 8 people only felt a roar in their minds. They were almost knocked to the ground by the thunder. Especially the 4 beautiful desolate elders from the forbidden land in front of them, they were so angry that their noses were crooked. Silver, the powerful figures of the remote antiquity and the supreme masters of the remote antiquity in the forbidden land of the right bank of the river, whether it was the ferocious beasts of the stars or the remnant experts, which one of them was not secretly coveting their beauty, the reputation of the 4 beauties of the right bank wasn't something that could be casually called out. It was obvious to all that they were popular. Live after such a long time, this was the first time they had heard someone use the word ugly to describe them. Moreover, it was so ugly that it was out of this world. Was there still any law in this world? It was simply intolerable. On the other side, the 4 old guys from the Xiaokong forbidden land were also shocked. On the way here, they thought of all kinds of possibilities, but they never thought that this lecherous black-skinned old pig, after seeing the four Huangzun old monsters of the right bank of the Forbidden Land, would actually describe them as ugly to the sky. It was only at this moment that they suddenly realized a fact that had been overlooked, and that was this fellow's bloodline. It was a pig. In the eyes of a pig, a so-called beauty was naturally a white and fat female pig. Even if it wasn't a pig beast, at least it was whiter and fatter. The four beautiful desolate venerables in the Forbidden Land of Mist were white enough, but their figures were not fat at all. Each of them were like skinny spirits. How could they enter the eyes of a pig? A miscalculation. Dang, it was really a miscalculation, almost spoiling the big plan. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the four old guys immediately exchanged glances again. Then, their faces were full of smiles, looking at the old pig spirit. They immediately remedied the situation and patiently guided it. I'm afraid fellow pig tyrant has misunderstood a little. It's too early to say that you're disappointed. Yes, the four friends of the Xianxia's Forbidden Land have always been in seclusion, so their figures are slim. However, in the Xianxia's Forbidden Land, there are still many plump and beautiful female cultivators. They are all white and fat. Isn't that so? Fat and cute. If this old man didn't guess wrongly, fellow Taoist pig tyrant should like this type, right? Ha ha ha, great minds think alike. I'm the same. I don't like those who are too slim. They don't have the feeling of being chubby. It's better to have some fat. The more fat, the more beautiful. These words made the four old guys almost vomit in order to please the old pig spirit. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. Hearing their words, the expression on the old pig spirit's face eased a lot. Even his originally dim eyes once again burst forth with the light of hope. Look. This guy really likes the fat type. He really has the taste of a pig. This is too heavy, they secretly criticized in their hearts. The four old guys' hearts that were in their throats slowly settled down. As they spoke, they looked at the four beautiful desolate venerables of the Xianxia's Forbidden Land who were not far away in the void. Although they did not speak, on one hand, it was because they had been neighbors for many years and were already very familiar with each other. On the other hand, it was because they had secretly sent a message just now. Therefore, even if it was just a simple exchange of glances, the four beautiful desolate venerables of the Xianxia's Forbidden Land still instantly understood what they meant. At this moment, after the anger in their hearts gradually subsided, their hearts that were in their throats also fell back to their chests. Since there was a problem with this damn black pig's aesthetic standards, and it was a major problem, then at least they and the colored python clan in the Forbidden Land could be saved. Unexpectedly, all the colored pythons were the same as them. Their waists could only be grasped with one hand, as if they would be broken by the wind at any time. This old pig spirit obviously did not like this type, and he was extremely disgusted. In his eyes, they were so ugly that they could rush out of the sky. Although there was no need to worry about the safety of their clansmen in this regard, there was no doubt about the black-skinned pig spirit's ferocity and ruthlessness. This had been clearly stated before. The entire demon antelope Forbidden Land was the best example, a lesson to be learned. So therefore, since today's matter had developed to such an extent, it was naturally impossible to stop here. No matter what, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to lure the other party into the Xianxia's star vortex and activate the illusion array to trap them. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the four beautiful desolate venerables immediately laughed, and continued to speak in agreement, so its fellow Taoist pig tyrant. I'm sorry for not going out to meet you. I'm really rude. Coincidentally, I have a sister in the Xianxia's Forbidden Land who is at the great perfection of the 9th rank. She is now in seclusion in the Xianxia's star vortex, trying to break through to the desolate venerable realm. After she transformed into the appearance of a survivor, her weight was 888 kilograms. We four sisters added together and doubled to be comparable to her. If I'm not wrong, fellow Taoist pig tyrant should like this type. This is just right. I'll now lead fellow Taoist pig tyrant to the Xianxia's star vortex. That sister in the clan will be out of seclusion soon. If she sees such a mighty and extraordinary fellow Taoist for the first time after she comes out of seclusion, she will be extremely happy. This is a good thing that should not be delayed. Fellow Taoist pig tyrant, why don't we go immediately? Misty star vortex? What's that? Upon hearing that there was actually a powerful figure in the misty forbidden land who was a half-step desolate supremacy at the peak of the ninth step, who weighed 888 pounds and was white and fat, Old Pig Spirit's eyes immediately lit up. No, however, he was not reckless. He still kept an eye on the misty star vortex that he had never heard of before. He immediately asked. From this point of view, it was clear that he was truly moved by this beautiful, white, and plump female cultivator who weighed 888 kilograms. On the one hand, it was really rare to meet such a fat female cultivator. On the other hand, her cultivation level was very compatible with him. If it would be even better if he successfully broke through this time and stepped into the supreme desolate supremacy realm. At that time, he would be a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the ninth step, a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence. With a white and fat beautiful female cultivator who weighed 888 pounds serving him, just based on this point, his power would not be weaker than Xianxia. Didn't the 7 beautiful female cultivators around him just step into the first step desolate supremacy realm? That is, even if this beautiful female cultivator who he had never met did not successfully break through this time and was still a powerful figure at the peak of the ninth step, which was a half-step desolate supremacy, it would be fine. In the future, with a little help from him, a successful breakthrough would be a sure thing. Who knows, the other party might be more grateful because of this and be more loyal to him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Old Pig Spirit could be said to be deliberately moving. Finally, there was a hint of drool at the corner of his mouth. When this scene fell into the eyes of the 4 beautiful desolate supremacies of the misty forbidden land, it immediately made them happy. After exchanging glances again, the 4 of them continued to speak. In order to dispel Old Pig Spirit's last bit of doubt, they patiently explained, "Fellow Taoist Tyrant Pig, I'm sure you know that when my colored python clan breathes in and out in the void, there will always be a 7-colored light. It's like a dense fog, and it's very beautiful. The name of the forbidden area is also because of this. That multicolored stellar vortex was formed from the multicolored pythons of my multicolored fog forbidden land's multicolored fog bloodline multicolored fog energy, accumulating for countless years. It is the holy land of our colored python clan. Usually, when the colored pythons of our clan need to break through to a higher realm, they will enter the vortex of stars and enter seclusion. With the help of the endless mist and bloodline power, they will successfully break through. Otherwise, breaking through from 9th rank great perfection to 1st rank desolate supremacy is not something that can be done so easily. That plump sister of mine is also due to the help of the rosy cloud star vortex. This little girl is certain that she will come out in the next 2 days. After all, he has been in seclusion for a year." Hearing this, Old Pig Spirit was immediately relieved. Since the rosy stellar vortex was the sacred grounds of the Starry Sky Python clan, then only the experts of the clan were allowed to enter it when they were breaking through a realm. This obviously showed that it was an extremely important place of resources. Since that was the case, there naturally wouldn't be any danger inside. Furthermore, with his peak desolate supremacy cultivation at the 9th step perfection realm, so what if a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert was a little dangerous? Then, this plump fellow Taoist of the colored python clan was only at the peak of the 9th stage of the mighty figure realm, but she was safe and sound inside. Why should he be worried? As the dignified pig tyrant of the magic hall, he was so mighty and extraordinary. Even the 8 desolate supremacies of the Seacombe Forbidden Land and the Rosy Clouds Forbidden Land, who met for the first time, deliberately flattered him and tried to matchmake him. If he was too cautious and fell into their eyes, they would mistakenly think that he was timid. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? First thinking of this, Old Pig Spirit immediately made a decision. He puffed up his chest, waved his big hand, and said in a muffled voice, "Plump 888. This pig is really looking forward to it. Since the 8 of you are so kind, this pig will be impolite to refuse. What are you waiting for? Just lead the way in front." The 8 old guys were waiting for this sentence. Hearing this, they were overjoyed and didn't say anything else. Their faces were full of smiles. Immediately, the 4 beautiful desolate supremacies of the Rosy Clouds Forbidden Land led the way in front, while the 4 old guys from the Seacombe Forbidden Land accompanied Old Pig Spirit behind. A group of people rose into the sky, entered the Rosy Clouds Forbidden Land from the edge, and shot towards the deepest part of the star field, rosy clouds, in the universe void deep in the Rosy Clouds Forbidden Land, whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a weak sound of breaking through the air sounded. 9 people, 4 in front and 5 behind, shot out from the edge of the star field. It was Old Pig Spirit and his group. After entering the Forbidden Land star field, Old Pig Spirit's divine sense spread out and swept across the stars along the way, seeing countless female cultivators. Unfortunately, although these female cultivators had fair skin, their bodies were too thin. They were like ribs, which didn't satisfy his appetite. Under such circumstances, his expectation for the plump female cultivator he had never met was naturally stronger. 9 They were all desolate supremacies. Their speed was originally very fast. After galloping all the way, they soon arrived at the depths of the rosy clouds Forbidden Land. At this time, looking up, 10 billion miles away in the void ahead, a colorful star vortex came into view. This star vortex was very beautiful. From the outside, the star vortex's overall diameter was about 100 million miles. However, this kind of star vortex must have another world inside. Therefore, if there were no accidents, the void inside the star vortex was at least 100 billion miles wide, such a beautiful star vortex, and it was the holy land of the colorful Python clan. Naturally there wouldn't be any danger. In fact, even if there was, Old Pig Spirit wouldn't care at this moment. He was very confident in his cultivation strength. What's more, he had never thought that what he had experienced just now was just a pig trap set by the 8 desolate Zoonold monsters of the Xianxia Forbidden Land and the Seekong Forbidden Land. Moreover, the so-called beautiful female cultivator who was as fat as a pig did not exist at all. At this place, they were only 10 billion miles away from the colorful star vortex ahead. All 9 of them were desolate supremacies, and they could reach it in a moment. However, the 4 beautiful desolate supremacies of the rosy clouds Forbidden Land who were leading the way in front stopped at the same time. Old Pig Spirit and the 4 old guys of the rosy clouds Forbidden Land who were following behind also stopped abruptly. Fellow Taoist pig tyrant, in front of us is the holy land of the colorful Python clan, the rosy cloud star vortex. That girl, Fatty, should be able to smoothly break through tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and come out of seclusion. This is already an extremely joyous matter. If you add on the fact that she saw such a mighty and extraordinary fellow Taoist pig tyrant right after coming out of seclusion, she would be secretly delighted. This is simply a double blessing. At this time, it's naturally inconvenient for us to be present. That girl Fatty has never had a Taoist companion. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's still in a boudoir. She will be shy. Therefore, we can't accompany you into the star vortex, but we will wait outside the star vortex. Here, we congratulate you in advance for successfully getting the beauty. Amawoo, Fatty? What a good name, this pig has a feeling when I hear it. Listening to the compliments of the 8 old fellows, the Old Pig Spirit, whose heart was filled with Fatty's beautiful figure, was completely floating. In his excitement, he raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking howl. At the same time, he no longer hesitated. His entire body turned into a black streak of light, like a black bolt of lightning streaking across the void, and shot forward in an instant. It was too fast, and it gave off an extremely impatient feeling. In less than 3 breaths of time, this black lightning-like light had already charged into the colorful vortex of stars in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead, and then it disappeared. Now is the time. The moment the black light disappeared, the face of the woman in the red dress, who was the strongest among the 4 beautiful female cultivators of the Forbidden Land of Red Mist, suddenly sank, and she screamed in an instant, "Ruthless! Ruthless, Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao, Weng!" Without waiting for her scream to fade, the 4 beautiful desolate sovereigns of the Forbidden Land of Red Mist, including the beautiful woman in the red dress, had already made their move at the same time. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of the 4 people also became ferocious. Their eyes shot out a sinister light, and they no longer had the beautiful look from before. Instead, they were incomparably ferocious, causing one's hair to stand on end. Following that, with a wave of his hand, 4 pink rays of light shot out. They were faster than the black ray of light that the pig spirit had transformed into. In less than half a breath, they had already disappeared into the vortex of stars. A few in the next moment, the motionless colorful star vortex in front began to slowly rotate from the center of the vortex to the outside. In the void, one could vaguely hear a low and extremely weak strange buzzing sound. It was like a demonic sound that corroded one's bones, and it was extremely uncomfortable when it entered one's ears. Woo, illusion, why is there an illusion? Damn it, the entire star vortex has changed, turning into an illusory maze hundreds of billions of miles away. This pig has been fooled, I fell for your handsome pig trap. Damn it, woo. In the next moment, a long howl that shook the heavens suddenly came from the pink vortex of stars ahead, and it was followed by Pig's roar that was filled with boundless rage and unwillingness. In the face of all this, the four beautiful desolate venerables of the forbidden land of red mist breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned around at the same time and looked at the four old guys from the forbidden land of Xiaoqing. Fellow Taoists, the four of us are basically the ones doing the work this time. All of you are just watching from the side, not to mention that our starry sky python clan of the forbidden area has paid a huge price for the sake of sealing this old fellow who possesses an extremely terrifying cultivation here. Our entire clan has lost their ancestral grounds. Even though the countless starry sky pythons in the forbidden area can slowly accumulate their breaths and create another starry sky vortex, but that's something that will happen countless years later. So, in the profit distribution this time, our forbidden land of red mist will take the majority, 70%. This is non-negotiable. If you don't agree, we will immediately take action and release that old fellow again. That's right. When the time comes, we sisters can just become a little fatter and serve him. Hearing this, the four old guys from the forbidden land of Xiaoqing exchanged glances. Although they frowned slightly, they did not think for too long and soon nodded one after another. The four of you are right. This time, the forbidden land of dawn mist did contribute the most and paid a great price. You can take 70% of the harvest from the Demon Hall star field. In that case, there's no need to delay any further. There's still a black-robed desolate venerable in the Magic Hall star field, but he's only a second-level desolate venerable. Once he's killed, the entire Magic Hall army can be divided among us. Who would have thought that this time, it's a blessing in disguise. It's really surprising. Kakik. As they cackled, the 8 old men no longer hesitated. They immediately turned around and flew back the way they came. After a short while, they exited the forbidden area. Without the slightest delay, all the auras in their bodies surged out. They rushed murderously toward the original Devil Antelope's forbidden area that had just been conquered by the Demon Hall's army. At the same time, in an unknown location in the turbulent void, counting the time, Yi Xian had entered the turbulent void from the fully integrated chaos world to search for the whereabouts of the 9 heavenly stars. It had been nearly 2 months. After several months, he hadn't gained anything. He hadn't found any trace of the 9 heavenly stars. On the other hand, because he hadn't stopped, he had consumed too much energy. Moreover, he had encountered 2 explosions in the space turbulence, which had wounded him a little. He had now stopped. He took out the Xianxia treasure cauldron in the void and stepped into it. At the mouth of the cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog, he sat down cross-legged. While taking this opportunity to heal, he was ready to make another breakthrough and break through to the mid-level desolate venerable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was ready, as he waved his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body to make this breakthrough. Among them were the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. All of them were emitting an extremely dense energy aura. After calming down, Yi Xian took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he compressed all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent soul fist with the power of the Xianxia treasure cauldron's domain. Then, he swallowed all of them into his stomach and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble, the origin instantly dissolved in his body. Almost in the next moment, the clanking sound of chains could be heard, a majestic river of energy formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder that blotted out the sky. Yi Xian focused his attention and immediately began to circulate the great heavenly cycle time and time again, continuing until he completely refined it. When the huge river of energy disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and physical body, a full 3 days had passed. This time, his breakthrough was rather smooth, and he did not use much time. It was probably because he had overexerted himself and suffered some injuries. In addition, the magic hall had completely evacuated from the chaos world and entered the primordial void. A brand new chapter was about to begin, so it had something to do with the change in his state of mind. At this moment, when the huge river of energy in his body had completely dissolved, Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He immediately thought of something. After accumulating energy for a single attack, the shackles and chains broke. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next realm of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, 4th level Supreme Desolate Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm, 4th level Supreme Desolate Realm. 4th level Supreme Desolate Realm. Following, with this breakthrough, his cultivation realm increased again. He was now a mid-level Supreme Desolate Realm. More importantly, as he entered the primordial void, the heavenly Tao suppression of the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline ability finally disappeared. While Yixian was in seclusion, the archbeast was guarding him. For example, today, Yixian had successfully broken through and opened his eyes. It meant that the time for him to return had arrived. After spending nearly 2 months, he had failed to find any traces of the 9 heavenly stars. This meant that he had overlooked some factor. Even if he continued searching, there would be no results. Therefore Yixian decided to temporarily put this matter aside. He would return and do some inference. Once he had new clues and directions, he would continue his search. After all, as long as he was not in the primordial great world, the highest cultivation level he could reach was the heavenly Tao realm. Regardless of where he was, as long as he had clues, he could go no matter how far away it was. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the second stage heavenly Tao realm the archbeast was kept into his undying world. Following that, he kept the farmer god cauldron as well. Yixian was prepared to return to the primordial chaos void. Back then, he was in the endless turbulent void. Even a heavenly Tao realm expert would find it difficult to accurately find the way back. This was also the reason why the primeval heavens I was so surprised when Yixian charged into the turbulent void from the primordial great world without any hesitation. He naturally did not know that Yixian had a devouring system in his body. Although he was being closely monitored and could detect any abnormality at any moment, the devouring system's normal operations were not restricted in any way. Tong with the system title's interstellar coordinate traversal ability, Yixian could return at any time, including the primordial great world and the primordial chaos void. This was because he had left behind a coordinate traversal mark in both the primordial great world and the primordial chaos void. However, if there was nothing important, Yixian would not return to the primordial great world. This time, he was heading to the primordial chaos void. He was not worried about the Magic Hall's army. Now, the Magic Hall's army had 3 desolate supremacies in it. They were the black-robed desolate supremacy, the primordial porcupine in its 9 transformation state, and old pig spirit. The latter had the battle prowess of a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th step great circle. Leading the army of the Magic Hall into the primordial chaos void, there was nothing to worry about. This time, the interstellar coordinates he had locked onto were near the source nest star. Xiao. There was an almost imperceptible sound of something breaking through the air. Yixian's figure was instantly enveloped by a layer of dark light. Finally, it condensed into a single point and disappeared without a trace. Again, when he appeared again, he was already near the giant abandoned star not far from the source nest's headquarters in the primordial chaos void. Without stopping, he immediately rushed toward the source hive star. Although Yixian hadn't left the primordial void for long, only a few years or so, all of the subordinates in the origin nest star base camp should have been in seclusion during these few years. The base camp of the source nest planet was located in a remote area. In this primordial void, it was like a paradise that had been forgotten by the world. Under such circumstances, all the experts in the star could calm down and use the various top resources left behind by Yixian before he left to improve their own cultivation. In fact, as the time of the end of the Great Desolation was getting closer and closer, the new primordial chaos era was about to begin. In the past few years, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the primordial chaos void had been continuously skyrocketing. With all these factors combined, it caused the strength of all the subordinates in the source nest star to increase greatly. Although Yixian had not returned yet, he had a rough idea of this. Xiao. With this thought, an imperceptible light appeared along with the sound of breaking through the air. His figure directly rushed toward the source nest star in the void ahead. Xianxian's divine sense probed. The surroundings of the source nest star were extremely quiet. Even from far away, he could vaguely see the surface of the source nest star. There were some fierce beasts and demon cultivators patrolling. Xiao, his figure turned into a light and directly landed on the surface of the source nest star. The patrolling demon cultivators and fierce beasts immediately swarmed over. All of them were extremely happy. Following Yixian's figure swayed and went underground. He directly entered the inner space of the first layer of the life fortress. It was extremely vast, and there was no end in sight. The news of his sudden return had obviously been transmitted by the patrolling team on the surface of the star. A large number of space beasts were rushing over, all of them extremely excited. Among them, he could clearly see the figures of Gui Haidao, Song Qingyu, Neibashan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Suifeng Tai, and other demon cultivators. Bao the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Ingji were also rushing over. Everyone was extremely excited. After so many years, the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, Old Monster Ingji, Gui Haidao, and other trusted subordinates naturally had a good time with Yixian. As for their cultivation progress, Yixian was very satisfied. Over the past few years, all the trusted subordinates who had stayed in the source nest star had experienced an astonishing rise in strength. Following such today, Flying Centipede and Old Monster Ingji were already supremes, and they were not far from the desolate antiquity era. Until, the 8 great guardian deities, Gui Haidao, Song Qingyu, Neibashan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Suifeng Tai, and the other leaders of the demon army were all universe masters, and they were at the late stage of this realm. They were not far from becoming universe supreme masters. As for the 20,000 great beings under Gui Haidao and Song Qingyu, without exception, all of them had the combat power of universe knights. Although they were only at the initial stage, as long as they were provided with a large amount of cultivation resources, it was believed that it would not be long before the 20,000 great beings of the demon army made great progress in cultivation again. 1. This demon army consisted of 20,000 universe knights. Even Yixian was extremely excited at the thought of its combat power. All this time, he had been nurturing the 20,000 great beings of the demon army under Gui Haidao and Song Qingyu as an elite trump card troop. All these years, he had invested countless top-notch cultivation resources, and now it seemed that the results were extremely shocking. However, this was not the end. Everything would continue. He had always wanted to see how far this elite demon army, which had followed him since the beginning, could reach in the end. In addition to the demon army, the ferocious beasts and the ferocious beasts army under the pig spirit's command had also improved tremendously. The last time Yixian left with old pig spirit, there were already 7 early-stage mighty figures in the ferocious beast army. Back when Yixian left, he had left behind a few pills of a level 28 great being. At that time, there were already 9 universe masters in this ferocious beast army. After a few decades, it was normal for 7 first-stage great beings to be born. And now, a few years had passed, and the other 2 universe supreme ferocious beasts had also stepped into the realm of great master. There were now a total of 9 great masters in the army of ferocious beasts. There were more than 1,000 universe knights and universe masters in the army, and the rest were at least emperors and above. With 10 million emperors, this was definitely an elite army of ferocious beasts. After so many years, now that they suddenly met again, Yixian and the generals under his command who were guarding the source nest headquarters could not help but play together for a while. Then they spread out their godly consciousness and secretly checked the left section of the right bank of the Milky Way. Not as expected, Yixian's expression changed drastically, and he cried out softly, "Damn it, the Magic Hall army is in trouble." The location of the source nest star base camp faced the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way. While if one entered the primordial chaos void from the stellar vortex in the primordial chaos world's rising sun forbidden land, they would face the left section of the right bank of the Milky Way. Yixian had no plans on letting the source nest star base camp appear for the time being. His subordinates in the base camp still needed to continue their seclusion to raise their cultivation levels. Therefore, he decided to find a strong forbidden land in the left section of the Milky Way's right bank as the Magic Hall's base camp. He tried his best not to get too close to the Source Nest Star base camp that faced the middle section of the Milky Way's right bank. All of this was what he had instructed Pig Spirit back then. And now, the old fellow had led the entire Magic Hall army into the primordial chaos void for more than 2 months. Even if the army's progress was relatively slow, they should have already arrived at the left section of the Milky Way's right bank. While Pig Spirit was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection. Once he led the army to that location, there was no doubt that he would be able to seize a strong forbidden land in one battle. Xianxia was now a 4th stage desolate supremacy. After activating the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power, his cultivation level was at the 5th stage of the desolate supremacy. When he cast the bloodline divine power to the 9th transformation, his cultivation level would instantly soar by a large realm, reaching the terrifying 5th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. All of this was impossible in the primordial chaos world because it was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao did not recognize it, so any living being could only reach the peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection. But here, there was no such restriction. With the support of a powerful 5th stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation level, even if Xian was in the Source Nest Star base camp, he could secretly extend his spiritual perception and instantly probe the situation at the left section of the Milky Way's right bank. But what he saw with his divine sense was the scene of the Demon Hall's army being surrounded by 8 desolate Zoonold monsters and about to launch an attack. But Pig Spirit was not around. He did not even show himself. Only the black-robed desolate supremacy was facing all of this outside the stellar domain occupied by the Magic Hall army. This infuriated Xian. He did not know what had happened, but he knew that the situation was critical. Therefore, without any hesitation, he immediately activated the power in his body and teleported. Xiao, with an almost unnoticeable sound, his figure turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the Source Nest Star in the blink of an eye. He rushed to the left section of the right bank of the Milky Way and disappeared into the void at the end of the line of sight. The Magic Hall was located in the star region where the forbidden grounds of the Devil Origin Antelope were located. It had been a few days since old Pig Spirit left, but he had not returned. Over the past few days, the order in the Magic Hall had returned to normal. The battlefield in the void had been cleaned up, and the various armies had been assigned to different areas to rest and recuperate. The countless ferocious beasts in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land were also distributed. Such as today, this place was no longer the so-called Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. From the inside out, it had completely transformed into the star region of the Magic Hall. The Pig Spirit was still trapped in the astral vortex. The illusory formation of the astral vortex had been activated, and he could not find the exit at all. Therefore, if there was no special reason, it would be very difficult for the Pig Spirit to get out of the astral vortex by himself. Regarding this, the 4 beautiful desolate venerables of the hazy Forbidden Land were very confident, including the 4 old fellows from the Xiaokong Forbidden Land. In their opinion, old Pig Spirit was trapped and there was no way for him to come out again. Then, the so-called Magic Hall army under his command, to them, was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This Magic Hall army had a huge lineup. Not only were there ferocious beasts of the starry sky, but there were also survivors of the primordial era and even strange ships of outsiders. They were quite interested in this. Although there was a black-robed desolate sovereign in the army, as well as dozens of primordial age powerful figures, they did not care about such a small amount of high-end combat power. A casual attack from them could completely destroy the entire army of the Demon Halls. However, their objective was to divide up the spoils and not destroy them. So, the 8 old fellows didn't intend to engage in a wanton slaughter. They mainly intended to intimidate the enemy and try their best not to make a move while subduing the entire army of Devil Halls. After that, they would distribute the spoils according to the ratio they'd agreed upon earlier. When the 8 powerful desolate venerable old monsters came from the distant void, the black-robed desolate venerable who was guarding the Magic Hall star field was the first to sense it. His expression changed wildly, and he immediately rushed out of the star field and came to the edge of the star field. The 8 old fellows did not directly rush into the Magic Hall star field. Instead, they stopped in the void about 10 billion miles away from the edge of the star field. They lined up in a row, and the aura in their bodies was spreading, revealing a threatening intent. The four beautiful desolate venerables from the hazy forbidden land did not make a sound. In this kind of situation, it was better for the old monster from the Xiaokong forbidden land to appear. At this time, the four old fellows had revealed a ferocious expression, which was more intimidating than the beautiful women. GGG. Old fellows, your magic hall's black-skinned pig monster can't come back. I'll give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to consider, and immediately surrender, otherwise, the entire magic hall and all those who resist will be killed without exception. After the formation stopped, the four old monsters from the Xiaokong forbidden land immediately laughed strangely. The expression on their faces was smug, revealing a ferocious expression. However, they did not make a move, but instead made a sound to intimidate. By the black-robed desolate venerable was also a desolate venerable old monster. If he could be subdued, the hazy forbidden land where a group of female cultivators were would definitely not accept him. Then, he would naturally be assigned to the Xiaokong forbidden land. In this way, the high-end battle strength of the Xiaokong forbidden land would be unknowingly stronger. This is important. Therefore, if it was not for the fact that there was no hope, they would not want to kill the black-robed desolate venerable. Awoo. Just as the voice of the four old fellows' divine sense sounded, in the star field behind the black-robed desolate venerable, a shocking long howl sounded. This was the immemorial porcupine activating the bloodline ability of the demonic pig 9 transformations, rushing out from the star field. The long howl was very similar to that of the old pig spirit, and it suddenly shocked the 8 old fellows. When the immemorial porcupine rushed out and saw that he was not the old pig spirit, but a rank 1 desolate venerable, they sneered again. Gosh, so what if there is another desolate venerable old monster? With only a rank 1 cultivation base, he is still just cannon fodder. Boom. Rumble. At the same time, a thunderous rumble resounded, and a black palace that resembled a star charged out from the Devil Hall's star domain. The 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Corpse Ancestor and Drought Demon, were alarmed, and they activated the Black Palace to rush over. All 7 of them charged out from the palace and stood at the peak of the palace. The aura emanating from their bodies was at the First Order Primordial Exalt realm. This scene was so unexpected that the 8 old fellows were all stunned. Then, the eyes of the 4 old fellows from the Xiaokong forbidden land lit up, and the corners of their mouths were almost dripping with saliva. One of them even rubbed his hands excitedly and was extremely excited. Too beautiful, it's simply a peerless beauty. For friends, although we don't want them, these 7 women all belong to us. In fact, when the primordial porcupine and the 7 gorgeous cultivators rushed out from the depths of the magic hall star field behind the black-robed desolate sovereign, the 8 old fellows from the Xiaokong forbidden land and the Xiaoyan forbidden land, who were looking at the magic hall star field from a distance of billions of miles, were really shocked. The primordial porcupine was because his long howl was very similar to the old pig spirit, which was naturally scary. However, when he rushed out of the star field and revealed his strength as a first-order desolate sovereign, the 8 old fellows were relieved. But then, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, a black palace that was like a star shot out from the star field. There was clearly the aura of the desolate sovereign inside, and there was more than one. This scene also gave the 8 old fellows a big fright. After all, they only had the black-robed desolate sovereign level battle strength in the magic hall star field, but now, they appeared one after another, which meant that their judgment and speculation were wrong. This was very likely to be a big deal, so they were worried. When the black palace that was like a star also rushed out from the depths of the Devil Hall star region, and when the figures of Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 great beauty cultivators appeared, although the 8 old fellows were all stunned, their hearts that had just risen to their throats immediately fell back down. The magic hall could be considered extraordinary. No wonder there was such a huge army. In the entire force, including the black-skinned pig monster, there were a total of 10 desolate sovereigns. This number, even the desolate sovereigns of the Xiaokong forbidden land and the Xiaoyan forbidden land added together, could not compare. At this moment, they were incomparably glad of their previous decision. Fortunately, they trapped the black-skinned pig monster. Otherwise, even if the black-skinned pig monster did not intend to attack them, they would still be able to live peacefully. But, after all, they had 10 desolate sovereigns. In the future, if these 9 desolate sovereigns were to grow up, it would be a nightmare. They were afraid that the 8 of them and the 2 powerful forbidden lands behind them would not dare to breathe in front of this magic hall. Fortunately, they made the right choice and killed that possibility before they grew up. Right now, after the black-skinned pig monster was trapped, although there were still 9 desolate sovereigns in the magic hall, which was more than the 8 of them, these 9 desolate sovereigns were all first-order desolate sovereigns, and there was only 1 second-order desolate sovereign. In such a situation, they were no match for them at all. Perhaps a few of them would be able to escape if the battle broke out. But in their opinion, if the 8 of them attacked with all their strength and unleashed all kinds of secret techniques, at least 5 out of the 9 targets could be captured. That being said, it would be best if they could understand the situation clearly and persuade them to surrender. At this moment, the 8 old fellows were all thinking of this idea. Especially the 4 old guys from the Xiaokong Forbidden Land, they were actually quite fond of women. It was just that the 4 beautiful desolate venerables from the Red Mist Forbidden Land were not to be trifled with, so they didn't dare to have any thoughts about them. But, now it was different. There were 7 beautiful female cultivators in front of them. Not only were their looks and figures better than the 4 sovereigns from the Forbidden Land, but more importantly, their cultivation strength was just right. The first-order desolate sovereigns were a perfect match for them, but it was not impossible to control them. In addition, with the addition of these 7 beautiful desolate sovereigns, the high-end combat power of their Forbidden Land would also be greatly improved. All of this was the will of the heavens, it could not be more perfect. These thoughts flashed through their minds, and the 4 old men exchanged glances. At this time, they did not realize that they were blinded by lard, and were simply seeking their own deaths. Their eyes were burning, and they were so excited that their chests rose and fell. Even their bodies were slightly trembling, and they immediately spoke one after another like monkeys. That dead black pig, he really has a lot of luck with women. No wonder there is a saying that all good cabbages are eaten by pigs. It turns out that it makes sense. The ancients really did not deceive me, the old man is such a bad person. He had 7 such beautiful female cultivators in a black temple, and he actually coveted the wild flowers outside. He is really a playboy. He deserves to be trapped in the starry vortex and never be able to get out. Fellow Taoists, I'm sure you've been serving that fat black pig for a long time now, haven't you? Don't worry, now you don't have to succumb to his despotic power. The 4 of us have already dealt with him on behalf of the heavens. Yes, this is a life-saving grace. Moreover, the 4 of us have a huge forbidden land in our hands. All kinds of top cultivation resources are abundant. In the future, the cultivation needs of the 7 friends will all be on us, of course, as long as the 7 of you are willing to go with us, the 4 of us can change our appearance to become handsome and charming young masters. That is completely possible. There is no problem, as long as the 7 of you like it. It had to be said that these 4 old fellows were really shocked by the 7 gorgeous cultivators' beauty. Their cultivation was obviously stronger, but now they took the initiative to lower themselves and deliberately flatter with smiles on their faces. This made the 4 beautiful desolate venerables from the Xianxia's Forbidden Land dumbfounded. They suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them and that they were hallucinating. Unfortunately, it was impossible for the 7 gorgeous cultivators to buy all of this. In fact, the 4 old men's filthy words that couldn't be heard at all aroused the anger in the hearts of the 7 people. As the eldest sister and the one with the most violent temperament, Corpse Ancestor Han Ba immediately raised her head and let out a shocking roar. Screech! Corpse Ancestor Han Ba was enchanting and cold. At this moment, she was extremely furious in her heart. Her eyes were filled with blood-colored anger. As she roared towards the sky, with a shake of her right arm, a 30-feet-long blood-bone spear appeared in her hand. This was her battle spear. The tip of the spear had black flames rising. That was the innate corpse flame, and there were even ferocious primordial evil spirit phantoms appearing and disappearing. These were all powerful creatures that were killed by Corpse Ancestor Han Ba in the primordial era. At the same time, boundless black and red corpse flames seethed from the fiery red armor worn by Corpse Ancestor Han Ba. It instantly suffused the surroundings, and it transformed the entire expanse of space around him into a horrifying ocean of corpse flames. 8 old men, you don't even have a desolate supremacy at the late stage of the 7th stage, yet you dare to be so bold and attack the magic hall without permission. You are really blinded by lard, and you are completely tired of living. Well, since you are going to die anyway, let me send you to hell. Boom. Rumble. As the cold voice sounded, corpse ancestor Hanba's figure stepped out of the Black Palace and arrived in front of the black-robed desolate supremacy. She stood alone in the void with her blood-bone spear pointing at the sky, and was incomparably domineering. Swish. Rumble, screech. In the next instant, as his figure flashed out, corpse ancestor Hanba let out another roar. Even the expression on his face had become completely ferocious. His right arm trembled as he pointed out from 10 billion kilometers away. 2 balls of black corpse flames instantly transformed into balls of flames that were like stars. They rumbled as they shot towards the 4 old fellows. Whoosh. Rumble, screech. At this moment, corpse ancestor Hitorigami rushed out, raised his head and let out a ruthless roar. Even the expression on his face was completely ferocious. Before the vicious howl had even faded away, his right arm had already pointed out from a distance of 10 billion kilometers. The black corpse flame instantly turned into a fireball that looked like a star. With a thunderous roar, it shot toward the 4 old fellows at an extremely fast speed. This. The obscenities of the 4 old fellows could not be heard at all, which aroused the anger of the 7 people. As the eldest sister of the 7, she was also the most violent one. When her sisters were humiliated, even if she knew that she was no match for them, she would not just swallow her anger. This scene was naturally not what the 4 old fellows from the Xiaokong Forbidden Land wanted to see. In fact, they thought that they had come to rescue the 7 beautiful cultivators. The other party should be crying tears of joy, and should not have such a reaction at all. Therefore, seeing corpse ancestor Hitorigami attacking them and speaking so rudely, the 4 old fellows were stunned for a moment and were slightly displeased in their hearts. But, they were only slightly displeased and were not really angry. Facing such a beautiful cultivator, it was difficult for them to be angry. Boom. Rumble, with a slightly gloomy expression, the strongest old man, who had reached the 6th level of desolate supremacy, waved his hand, and a shocking explosion came from the void in front of him. After all, corpse ancestor Hitorigami was only a 1st-level desolate supremacy. Compared to him, the difference was too great. The 2 black corpse flame fireballs did not even get close. They were still billions of miles away, probably in the middle of the confrontation between the 2 sides, but they had already been scattered and disappeared in the void. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Corpse ancestor Hitorigami originally wanted to attack, but in the Black Palace behind her, the other 6 beautiful cultivators all rushed out and came to her side. Although they did not make a sound, they pulled her back. After all, they knew that they were no match for the other party, but Yixian should be arriving soon. Since that was the case, they should just delay for a while. There was no need to ask for trouble. The reason why the black-robed desolate sovereign and the primordial porcupine did not take action immediately was because of this. It was not because they were afraid of fighting. If the difference in strength between the 2 parties was similar, they would have fought in anger even if they had to risk their lives. The key point was that the difference was too great. Almost all of them were 1st-stage desolate supremes. Even if they were to risk their lives, they would not be able to seriously injure the other party, let alone kill them. As such, there was no need to waste their efforts. After all, Yixian would be here soon. No. However, the 8 old fellows who were standing in the void 10 billion kilometers away were clearly unaware of all of this. When they saw the other 6 gorgeous cultivators restrain corpse ancestor Hanba, and the hot-tempered corpse ancestor Hanba seemed to have no intention of continuing to attack. This included the black-robed desolate supremacy, who looked extremely similar to the darn black-skinned pig. Even its long howl was identical. It was likely that the black-skinned pig was a descendant of the black-skinned pig, but it clearly did not plan on taking action. The 8 old fellows thought that they had recognized the situation and were about to lower their heads and surrender. Immediately, they were secretly delighted. Especially the 4 old fellows from the Xiaokong Forbidden Land, when they thought that they were about to embrace beauties, and not just one of them, the light in their eyes instantly burned again. They rubbed their hands excitedly, so excited that even their breathing was a little hurried. Among them, one of them even grinned and immediately said, "That's right. Compared to that black-skinned boar monster, the four of us are like the difference between heaven and earth. Fellow Taoists, you definitely won't regret following the four of us, ha ha ha, the four of you, the sky is already bright. Are you still dreaming?" Just as he finished speaking, one of the four beautiful desolate supremes from the Xianxia's forbidden land laughed and ridiculed. Just as she finished speaking, the other three also spoke. One after another, their voices were filled with ridicule and dissatisfaction. "What did you say in the Xianxia's forbidden land just now? How long has it been and you have already forgotten? In that case, I will remind you to think about it carefully. What is 3070? Humph, the distribution plan that was agreed before, the four of you forgot it so easily. Are you sincere?" This time, our starry sky python clan from the forbidden area of Sunglow paid a huge price to seal that old fellow who possesses extremely terrifying strength. Our entire clan's ancestral grounds are gone. It's impossible to deceive them. That's right. The profit distribution ratio that was agreed before cannot be changed. Our Xianxia's forbidden land must take the majority. 70% is the bottom line. This is not negotiable. If you don't agree, we will immediately return to the forbidden land and release the old fellow again. That guy is a lecherous pig. If we sisters bite the bullet and turn a little fatter to serve him, I believe we should be able to let bygones be bygones. As for the four of you, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Do you really think we are stupid? Although these 7 women are beautiful cultivators, they are also desolate supremes. If all of them are given to you, wouldn't the high-end combat power of the Shao Kong Forbidden Land soar by a large margin? How can it be balanced? How about this, there are 9 desolate supremacies in front of us. That dead pig is detestable just by looking at it. In a while, we will attack and kill it. It can be used as a form of intimidation and warning. As for the other 7 women and that black-robed old man, there are 8 people in total. We have 2 forbidden lands, so each side gets 4. This is already a 50-50 split. So, you have to give up 10% of the other resources in the Magic Hall Star area. Our Xianxia's forbidden land will take 80%, and you will only take 20%. Hearing this, the 4 old guys from Xikong forbidden area immediately frowned. After pondering for a while, they exchanged glances with each other. Finally, they sighed with regret on their faces, but they finally nodded and agreed. That's right. That's right. Okay, 4 it is, but we want 4 women. Moreover, we can choose the 7 people first. The 4 of us will choose according to our preferences. As for the other 3, you can take them back to the Xianxia's forbidden land. However, the Xianxia's forbidden land is full of female cultivators. The other one is an old man. Why do you want to take him back? If you kill him, you might as well give him to the Shao Kong forbidden land. Saying that, the 4 beautiful desolate supremes of the Xianxia's forbidden land immediately relaxed. One of them curled her lips and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Although the Xianxia's forbidden land is full of female cultivators, it's still okay to leave a male cultivator at the edge of the star area to guard the door. If there is anything inconvenient to deal with in the future, there will be someone to solve it." Since they had already said so, it seemed that it was completely impossible to get another desolate supremacy. These thoughts flashed through their minds. The 4 old guys from the Shao Kong forbidden land suddenly shook their heads and sighed. Their eyes were looking at the void at the edge of the Magic Hall Star area 10 billion miles away. They were examining the 7 beautiful cultivators to see which style and temperament were to their liking. At this moment, a soft voice suddenly came from the right side of the void without warning, blocking the door and openly dividing the magic hall. "This kind of thing. Have you asked me?" Just as the 4 old fogies of the Xikong forbidden land were looking at the 7 gorgeous cultivators to see which style and disposition suited their tastes, they could make a choice. In the distant void to their right, a voice suddenly sounded without warning. It was filled with endless anger, blocking the entrance and openly carving up the magic hall. "How dare you do such a thing? Have you asked for my permission?" When the voice sounded, everyone was stunned. This was because they did not sense any aura in the direction of the voice. A few almost subconsciously, everyone turned to look. To their astonishment, they saw a figure with his hands behind his back slowly walking towards them from 100 billion miles away. This. This figure was none other than Xian. Now, he had his original appearance, a human body. He looked extremely young and extremely handsome with an extraordinary bearing. No, although he had revealed his original appearance as a human, the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power had been activated. Furthermore, he had reached the 9th transformation. The reason why he was still a human in this state was clearly because he had used the Blood Sea Mystic technique. The Blood Sea Mystic technique did not only condense a sea of blood, it could change its size at will. It could transform into the appearance of any living being. Even the aura was the same, therefore, although he looked harmless, his cultivation level in the 9 devil ape transformations was extremely terrifying. He had reached the 5th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. However, this kind of cultivation strength was also concealed by him. At this time, he looked like an ordinary person. There was not the slightest bit of aura emitting from his body. If it wasn't for the fact that he could see his figure when he turned around and used his divine sense to investigate, he definitely wouldn't have discovered anything. At that moment, following the appearance of Xian, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, the black-robed desolate supremacy, and the primordial porcupine were slightly taken aback. Instantly, their hearts relaxed as a look of relief appeared on their faces. The 7 beautiful cultivators originally wanted to immediately rush over and pay their respects when they got close. To them, Xian was like a new life. The 7 girls were sincere towards him and didn't have the slightest bit of falsehood. No, considering that this was the primordial void, which was different from the void of the primordial world, Xian appeared in the form of a human and concealed his cultivation. Clearly, he had some considerations. They were still unsure of what kind of face and identity Xian intended to make a fuss in the primordial void. Therefore, it might not be appropriate for them to greet him and call him master. With this in mind, the 7 sisters exchanged glances and suppressed the impulse in their hearts. Not only did they not rush forward to pay their respects, they did not even speak to Xian. In the void 10 billion kilometers away, the 8 old fellows from the forbidden land of Xiao Kong and the forbidden land of Xianxia looked towards the source of the voice. When they saw Xian's figure, they were also stunned. Immediately after, the expressions of the 8 people all turned gloomy. On one hand, it was because Xian's words were too arrogant. It was as though they had to ask in advance before doing anything. On the other hand, it was because even they could not sense any cultivation aura emanating from Xian's body. It was as though he was an ordinary person. However, this clearly did not exist. This was the primordial void. No living being was an ordinary existence. Even the women and children among the survivors had a certain level of cultivation. It was just that there were differences in strength. However, if he was really an ordinary person, how could he walk slowly in the vast void as though he was taking a stroll? In fact, the other party's pace seemed slow, but in fact, it was extremely fast. It was clearly spatial contraction. He was still 100 billion miles away a moment ago, but now, he was 60 to 70 billion miles away. Under such circumstances, as desolate supremes, they were unable to sense any cultivation aura from the other party's body. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the other party's cultivation was too strong. It exceeded them by too much. It was even stronger than the black-skinned boar at the desolate supremacy's perfection stage 9. In other words, the other party was a true heavenly Tao realm existence. However, as such, by deliberately converging one's aura, they were completely unable to sense the other party's cultivation realm. There was no aura at all, as though the other party did not exist. However, secondly, the other party was simply acting. He was a survivor of the primordial era. Survivors were different from the astral beasts. Regardless of race, the astral beasts basically relied on their bloodline powers to fight. All sorts of divine powers were related to their bloodline. However, survivors were good at creation. They had all sorts of cultivation techniques and mystic techniques. They even studied the astral beasts and gained enlightenment from the bloodlines of certain astral beasts. They created various cultivation techniques and divine powers that were suitable for them. Among them, there were many mystic techniques that converged one's aura and concealed one's body. Of course, most of the aura-converging mystic techniques in the hands of the survivors were unable to escape Desolate Supreme's deliberate probing. However, it could not be completely ruled out that some aura-converging mystic techniques were unconventional. Even Desolate Supremes could not detect anything when probing at close range with his perception. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 8 old fogies looked at each other and were momentarily dumbfounded. Although there were only 2 possibilities, both of them existed. The crux of the matter was that the difference between them was just too great. One could be a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm, while the other could be an act. The difference between them could not be ignored. If the other party was truly a heavenly Tao realm existence but was mistakenly judged to be an act, it would definitely result in death. However, similarly, if the other party was just putting on an act, he would be overly cautious and misjudge the fellow as a true heavenly Tao realm expert. He would admit defeat and apologize on the spot, and even give an apology gift before scampering off with his tail between his legs. If that happened, when they learned the truth one day, they would probably be so infuriated that they would vomit blood and die. There was nothing more cowardly and aggrieved than that. However, with all of this in mind, the 8 old fogies' faces turned black as though they were constipated. They were nearly driven mad. It was not that they did not wish to probe, but there were only 8 of them here. Without any subordinates or retainers, such a probe could result in death on the spot. Who would dare take the risk? Furthermore, besides, even if someone were to probe, the other 7 might not agree. This is because everyone was in the same group. If one of them were to take action, it would be a declaration of the group. If the other party was truly a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm, the other 7 would not have it easy. From the looks of it, all of you are in a dilemma. Let's do it this way. I'll give all of you a chance. At this moment, Xianxia slowly walked over from the void. In a short period of time, he had arrived at the edge of the magic hall stellar domain 5 billion kilometers away. He stopped 5,000 kilometers in front of the 7 gorgeous cultivators, the black-robed Desolate Supremacy, and the primordial porcupine. Speaking as he spoke, he turned to look at the 8 old fogies. I will not take action. As long as all of you can survive for half an incense stick's worth of time against one of my avatars, I will allow all of you to leave today. With that said, Xianxia suddenly waved his hand and instantly, the Empyrean beast appeared. It looks like all of you are in a dilemma. How about this? I'll give all of you a chance. Xian turned around and looked at the 8 old fellows. He nodded and said, I won't do anything. As long as you can survive for half an incense stick's worth of time from one of my clones, I'll let you leave today. After he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light blasted out. Under the wind, it expanded rapidly. In less than a second, it had reached a size of 500 million miles. Even a giant star was far inferior to it. The behemoth stood upright. It had 2 legs and 4 arms. On its back was a pair of mechanical wings that resembled mantis blades. The wings were a characteristic of mechanical beasts. As for its head, it was an amalgamation of countless facets that resembled a beehive. This was a characteristic of a Heaven's Legacy beast. Blinking in a blink of an eye, the archbeast streaked across the sky. The 8 old fogies, who were 5 billion kilometers away, were dumbfounded. Their mouths gaped so widely that one could stuff their fists in. Their eyes were filled with endless horror. Their expressions were dull as though they had collectively been struck by lightning. At that moment, the 8 of them had a complete mental breakdown. Just a moment ago, when Xianxia claimed that his true body would not take action, and that they would be allowed to leave today as long as they could survive 5 minutes from one of his avatars, the 8 old fogies had already determined Xianxia's cultivation level and strength. Because since he had said so, he would definitely let one of his avatars take action. If not, they would be exposed. If he wasn't a true heavenly Tao realm expert, how strong could his avatars be? However, although they were certain that the other party was a true heavenly Tao realm expert, causing their hearts to sink, in fact, it was those words that gave them hope. It could even be said that they were secretly delighted. Yes. Although Feng Xian was a true heavenly Tao realm existence, he was being too conceited. How strong could his avatars be? They were all impossible to be at the heavenly Tao realm, right? That would be preposterous. From their point of view, the so-called avatars were, at best, the same as the black-skinned boar monster. They were peak desolate supremacies at the ninth order perfection realm. In other words, they were at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Although they were not the match of a half-step heavenly Tao realm avatar, at least 2 or 3 of them would perish if they were given some time. Fortunately, the other party was too conceited and actually made a promise of half an incense stick of time. After all, the 8 of them were desolate supremacies. Now that they were facing a life and death crisis, it was obvious that none of them would hold back. Facing a life and death crisis, the 8 of them joined forces and used all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques. They should be able to last half an incense stick of time against a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of 9th rank great perfection, but of course, perhaps 1 or 2 of the 8 of them would perish in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. However, there were 8 of them after all. The chances of them perishing weren't too high. Compared to being casually wiped out by a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm, this was already a great opportunity. It was because of this that the 8 old fellows were secretly delighted in their hearts. They were confident in themselves and believed that even if 1 or 2 of them would fall in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, it would definitely not fall on their heads. Only if they could last half an incense stick's worth of time, they would immediately turn around and flee. They would not even return to the Forbidden Land. After all, the most important cultivation resources were on them. Against a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm, returning to the Forbidden Land was clearly courting death. It was equivalent to wasting time. Although the other party allowed them to leave today, it did not mean that they would not be pursued the next day. It had to be said that these 8 old fellows were truly not the typical sly old foxes. Before the battle began, they had already considered all the pros and cons. Unfortunately, all of this was futile. The so-called considerations were truly whimsical and daydreaming. This was because they had no chance of leaving this place alive today. On this point, when the other party waved his hand and shot out a beam of light that expanded rapidly, revealing a 250 million kilometer Empyrean beast, the 8 old fellows drew a cold gasp and instantly understood, heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This was only an avatar of the other party, although the avatar was somewhat odd, with its massive body exuding large amounts of metallic aura. The fact that the other party could control a terrifying metallic beast at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm meant that his cultivation level was clearly not low. At the very least, it was at the third stage of the heavenly Tao realm. An existence at the third stage of the heavenly Tao realm was already at the peak of the early stages. With another step, they would enter the middle stages of the heavenly Tao realm. How could such a terrifying supreme existence lie on such matters? It also meant that this behemoth with a terrifying cultivation level was really only an avatar of the other party. And his cultivation level was clearly stronger, at the very least at the third stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This was practically fatal. Although the 8 of them were supremes of the primordial era, the strongest was only at the 6th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. They had not even stepped into the late stages of the desolate supremacy realm. Even if the 8 of them joined forces, using all sorts of means and divine powers, or even risking their lives, they would still end up dead against a terrifying existence at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Ignoring half an incense stick's worth of time, they would definitely not survive even if the time was reduced by half. Roar. Boom, Walala, facing the 8 old fogies in the void 5 billion kilometers away, their mouths agape in shock. Their faces were filled with despair. Just as they were completely dumbfounded, the Empyrean beast suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Tight, following that, one of the 4 terrifying arms on its massive body that resembled pillars that held up the heavens struck the void in front of it. A deafening boom resounded incessantly, shaking the world. Even though this was the primordial chaos void, which was a level higher than the primordial chaos great world, this punch caused the void in the universe to completely collapse. There was a strange crashing sound that sounded like the roaring of huge waves. Instantly, a deep void that resembled a black hole appeared in the region ahead. Endless void turbulence spread out in all directions. However, such a fake black hole that was formed due to the sudden bombardment of the void by external forces would quickly repair itself under the influence of the void laws. However, such a scene was too shocking. The 8 old fogies were scared out of their wits. At that moment, their knees went soft. They could only stand dumbfounded in the void. Their minds were buzzing, and they were completely out of ideas. They did not even have the slightest thought of turning around and escaping. This was because there was no hope at all. Facing a second stage heavenly Tao realm existence, even if they were allowed to escape for half a day, they would only end up dead. There was no doubt about it, when such an existence fought with the early and middle stage old monster Huangzun, it would definitely be a one-sided slaughter. They would not even have the strength to fight back. Even self-destruction would be a joke. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 8 old fogies suddenly regained their senses. Their bodies trembled violently, and as though they had a telepathic connection, their knees went soft as they knelt down in the void at the same time. They prostrated themselves in the void, trembling. In the blink of an eye, the beam expanded with the wind. In less than a second, it had reached a size of 250 million kilometers. Even a gigantic planet was far inferior to it. The behemoth stood upright with 2 legs and 4 arms. On its back was a pair of mechanical wings that resembled mantis blades. And its head was a combination of countless facets that resembled a beehive. In the blink of an eye, the Empyrean beast covered the sky. That's right. The 8 old fogies who were 5 billion kilometers away were dumbfounded. Their mouths gaped so wide that one could stuff their fists in them. Their eyes were filled with endless horror. Their expressions were dull as though they had collectively been struck by lightning. Second stage heavenly Tao realm, just casually summoning a clone had such a terrifying cultivation. Just how powerful was his original body? It was at least at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, an existence at the peak of the early stages. It might even be stronger, ignoring its main body. Just this gigantic metallic beast that was truly at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm was not something they could match. An existence at this level would definitely be a one-sided slaughter when fighting an early or middle stage old monster Huangzun. They would not even be able to retaliate. Self-destruction would be a joke. That's right. Upon realizing this, the 8 old fogies suddenly snapped back to their senses. Their bodies trembled violently as though they had a telepathic connection. Their knees went limp as they knelt down at the same time. They prostrated themselves in the void as they trembled. At the same time, all sorts of pleading voices were transmitted out, resounding through the void. My lord, it's a misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. That's right. We don't mean any disrespect. We really didn't know that this magic hall was my lord's territory. We always thought that the black-skinned pig monster was the owner. That darn black-skinned pig monster is too good at acting. It misled us. Furthermore, he detained my clansmen from the forbidden land of Xianxia. It's fine if he enslaved them, but he actually had lustful thoughts. This little girl has always been pure and innocent. How can I submit to his despotic abuse? I made a huge mistake in a moment of folly. Thankfully, the mistake was not made. Before we could do anything, my lord had already descended. If my lord can spare us, we sisters are willing to serve you with our bodies, be your slaves. Our starry sky-colored python race is actually good at a kind of bewitching spell. We are bound to make people enjoy themselves in their chambers. My lord, please spare my life. In the face of the powerful Xianxia, these 8 old guys were completely scared out of their wits. The 4 old guys from the Shaokong Forbidden Land were fine. They had no other capital except to explain and beg for mercy. However, the 4 beautiful desolate supremacies from the Red Mist Forbidden Land still held on to their last shred of hope. In their opinion, since Xianxia was keeping 7 such beautiful female cultivators in the Black Hall of the Magic Hall, then it was very likely that he was a womanizer. Such as if this conjecture was true, then they would most likely be able to survive today. Black Naughty Piggy and the others were indeed disgusted, but this expert of the remnant was handsome and handsome. Not only was his temperament extraordinary, even his cultivation was incomparably terrifying. Even they felt like their hearts were being shaken. Therefore, they were absolutely willing to serve such a handsome young human expert. Not only could they enjoy the pleasure of sex, but they could also get the protection of a powerful heavenly Tao realm expert. It was simply the best of both worlds. If the other party was really interested in the 4 of them, the life and death crisis in front of them would be reversed in an instant. The final result would be a blessing in disguise. Of course, in terms of figure and appearance, they were obviously not comparable to the 7 beautiful female cultivators in the Black Hall. But they also had their own advantages. On the one hand, their cultivation strength was stronger than theirs, and their bloodline was good at a bewitching spell unique to the starry sky-colored python race. With their status as desolate sovereigns, they would naturally disdain to say such things in the past. However, things were different now. In order to obtain the favor of this young and handsome elite, even as desolate sovereigns, they would not hesitate to ask for his favor in such a roundabout manner. After such words were spoken, the 4 beautiful desolate venerables from the forbidden land of red mist immediately blushed. Although they were not truly virgins and were far from being pure, as desolate venerables, it was the first time they had said such words to a male cultivator in public. In their opinion, they were already in such a state. It could be said that they were sincere. This remnant expert who liked women would definitely be moved. Unfortunately, they were thinking too much. This after these words were said, before Xian could say anything, Shizhu, Hitorigami, and the rest of the 7 beautiful female cultivators couldn't help but look at Xian with a sullen face. They pouted slightly and looked extremely resentful. In fact, Xian did not have a good impression of these 4 starry sky-colored pythons. In addition, the 7 beautiful female cultivators were already unhappy. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. In an instant, he sent out a divine sense voice, "No need to struggle anymore, I don't need captives." Roar. Boom, walala, as Xian's words came out, the 8 old guys in the void 10 billion miles away were stunned and completely fell into despair. At this time, the Emperor Beast suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Immediately afterward, the 4 terrifying arms on its huge body that were like giant pillars that supported the sky blasted into the void in front of it at the same time. The power of this attack was too terrifying. A huge roar resounded incessantly, shaking heaven and earth. Even if this was the primordial chaos void, the universe void along the way fell into a complete collapse because of this. There was a strange sound like the roar of a huge wave. A deep void like a black hole appeared in the area in front of him. Endless void turbulence spread out and burst out in all directions. Bang! Bang! Without any suspense, an earth-shattering roar was heard instantly. In the blink of an eye, the berserk power of this attack had already smashed into the bodies of the 8 old fellows with incomparable force. These 8 old guys were all desolate supremes, but in the face of the Emperor Beast of the 2nd level of the Heavenly Tao realm, they couldn't react in time. They only opened their mouths slightly and didn't even have the chance to let out a shocking roar. Their fighting spirit had already been completely lost. Otherwise, if the 8 of them joined forces, they would have been able to struggle for a while. Of course, that was also meaningless. Electricity in the blink of an eye, a majestic force rushed into their bodies. In less than a tenth of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in their bodies. Their entire bodies exploded, turning into 8 rapidly spreading scarlet blood mists that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! At this moment, Xian waved his hand. With the howling of a strong wind, an incomparably majestic force whizzed out, sweeping away the blood mist formed by the explosion of the 8 desolate supremes. After absorbing it into his body, he sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, and began blood essence condensation. In just one strike, the 8 desolate supremacies from the roaring void forbidden land and the shy forbidden land all exploded without exception. Even the blood mist formed by the explosion of their bodies was sent into Xian's body with a wave of his hand. From then on, the blood essence condensation began. Not long after, it would turn into 8 desolate supremacy blood essences. Although the strongest of these 8 old fellows was only a rank 6 desolate supremacy, if the 8 of them joined forces, they could still barely hold on for a while against a rank 2 Heavenly Tao Realm Empyrean beast. Unfortunately, the 8 of them had completely lost their fighting spirit. They did not have the courage to resist, which was why they were so tragically wiped out in an instant. In fact, this was already the best result because even if they struggled, it was meaningless. It would only add to their troubles. In the end, they would still be killed. First, previously, Xian already had 21 desolate supremacy blood essences. Now, with the addition of these 8, he had a total of 29. This was absolutely terrifying. Even Xian himself never thought that there would be a day when he would have such a number of desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. One must know. He knew that a desolate supremacy blood essence represented a primordial supremacy. 219 desolate supremacy blood essences meant that the number of desolate supremacies that died in his hands had reached a total of 29. If this were to spread to the outside world, who knows how many starry sky experts would be shocked. I have enough desolate supremacy blood essences for the time being, but it seems that I should collect more of the mighty figure's blood essences. After all, the cultivation of the upper echelons of the magic hall is advancing rapidly. In the future, the demand for rank 29 desolate supremacy pills will be small. And in my hands, there are only 60 desolate supremacy pills. As he muttered, Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. He subconsciously scanned the void in the distance. On both sides of this forbidden land were two extremely powerful forbidden lands. Since there were 4 desolate supremacies in each of these two forbidden lands, there were obviously more mighty figures of the desolate supremacy level. This, although it was possible to completely subdue existences of this level, the bloodlines of the ferocious beasts in the Roaring Void Forbidden Land and the Xianxia's Forbidden Land were relatively concentrated. The former was basically roaring void demon hounds, while the latter was basically starry sky-colored pythons. Xian had already killed all the supreme experts of the Forbidden Land who shared the same bloodline as them. This was an enmity that was difficult to resolve. Even if it was resolved, it would still leave a seed of hatred in their hearts. It was one thing for existences below the realm of the mighty, but even if they hated each other, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Furthermore, the magic hall was so powerful now that it would be able to subtly erase any hatred they might have had in their hearts in the future. But however, the powerful existences of the primordial era were different. On one hand, they were more powerful, and on the other hand, no matter how powerful the magic hall was, the powerful existences of the primordial era would definitely be able to become the higher-ups. The hatred in their hearts wouldn't be so easily resolved. Fortunately, Xian needed to refine even more level 29 desolate sovereign pellets. In that case, he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill all the ancient supreme beings in the Shaokong Forbidden Area and the Xianxia's Forbidden Area. This is simply the best of both worlds, there's no reason to hesitate. Go back, the magic hall is a newcomer, there's no need to go out and fight, just tidy yourselves up. After that, Xian turned to look at the black-robed desolate sovereign, the primordial porcupine, and the 7 great alluring cultivators, and said, you should mainly focus on cultivating in seclusion. As for the forbidden grounds of the Xikong and Xiai, the old pig spirit will deal with all the aftermath. This old guy is unreliable, and this time he almost made a big mistake, just treat it as a punishment for him, Xiao. After that, Xian didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he directly kept the Emperor Beast into his body. Then, his figure flashed, and instantly disappeared at the end of the void in front of him. Of the two powerful forbidden lands, he first went to the Xiai Forbidden Land. After all, the old pig spirit was still trapped there. Although this old guy was unreliable and incompetent, he couldn't be trapped there forever. He had to be rescued first. The Xiai Forbidden Land was not far away to begin with. Although Xian had now restrained his cultivation aura, and outsiders couldn't sense it at all, his cultivation strength was not fake. 5th Order Heavenly Tao was close to the peak of the mid-stage. With full speed, he arrived at his destination in a short time, Xiao. Roar. After rushing into the Xiai Forbidden Land, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the Emperor Beast. Companion with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a ray of light shot out, and as it expanded in the wind, it turned into the terrifying figure of the Emperor Beast that was 500 million miles long. As soon as it appeared, the terrifying pressure in its body was completely released. This was a supreme existence of the 2nd Order of the Heavenly Tao realm. At this time, the power in its body was fully activated, and an invisible pressure spread out, instantly enveloping the entire Xiai Forbidden Land. In the huge Forbidden Land, the hibernating starry sky-colored pythons in the stars suddenly trembled, and their expressions changed drastically as they prostrated on the ground. Trembling, the Emperor Beast roared and rushed to the deepest part of the Forbidden Land, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Xiai Star Vortex. Although the Xiai Star Vortex had turned into a huge special illusion array, trapping the old pig spirit in it and preventing him from escaping, the power of this illusion was directed at the inside of the Star Vortex. It was the easiest to attack from the outside. Moreover, the Emperor Beast was a terrifying existence of the second order of the heavenly Tao realm. The old pig spirit, who had a cultivation of the ninth order, couldn't escape no matter how hard he struggled. However, for the Emperor Beast outside the star vortex, this predicament was just a problem that could be solved with a punch. Roar. With a roar, one of the four terrifying arms on the Emperor Beast's huge body that were like pillars that supported the sky instantly blasted into the void in front of it. The power of this blow was extremely terrifying. Loud rumbles resounded incessantly, shaking the heavens and the earth. Along the way, the cosmic void also fell into a complete collapse because of this. Powder the pink Xianxia star vortex instantly surged, and the amplitude was very large, like a huge earthquake. Tight following that, there was a strange sound that sounded like the roar of a huge wave. A deep void that looked like a black hole appeared in the area where the pink Xianxia star vortex was located. An endless void turbulence spread out in all directions. The entire star vortex collapsed in an instant, and the old pig spirit's huge figure appeared. Although he didn't have any injuries on his body, his eyes shone with fatigue. Clearly, after being trapped in the Xianxia star vortex, this old fellow didn't have it easy. As he struggled with all his might, he wanted to force his way out, and at the same time, he was worried about the safety of the Magic Hall's army. It was more or less a form of torture. Boss, old pig was wrong. As the star vortex collapsed, his figure appeared. When he looked up and saw the Emperor Beast and Xian, the old pig spirit was first stunned, but then his face revealed a look of relief. At least, with Xian around, there was no need to worry about the safety of the Magic Hall anymore. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh, in an instant, he raised his hooves, and 3 blood-colored spheres that were 1,000 feet in size shot out. They were the majestic qi and blood that he had collected from killing the 3 desolate supremes in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. Swish! Swish, swish, with a wave of the old pig spirit's hooves, 3 blood-colored balls shot out. They were the boundless qi and blood that he had collected from killing the 3 desolate supremes in the Demon Antelope Forbidden Area. This time, it was because of his carelessness that he had almost caused the people of the Magic Hall to suffer. If Xian had not returned in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although he did not know what had happened in the outside world after he was trapped, he could still guess this point. Therefore, as soon as he saw Xian, he immediately took out the 3 qi and blood beads as if he was trying to curry favor with him. It was as if he was trying to atone for his crimes. Previously, Xian already had 29 desolate supremes blood essences in his hands. Now, with these 3, he had 32 desolate supremes blood essences in his hands. This number was simply terrifying, more than 30. However, to Xian, he was already somewhat numb. Obtaining these 3 desolate supremes blood essences was just icing on the cake. Humph! With a wave of his hand, Xian put away the 3 blood balls and directly sent them into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron in his body to start the blood essence condensation. However, a cold snort came from his nose. Obviously, he did not think that these 3 blood balls could make up for his mistake. This guy was already feeling guilty, so he naturally recognized this point. When he heard Xian's cold snort, he subconsciously shrank his neck, and his face was filled with embarrassment. If you want to atone for your sins, go and kill all the powerful figures in the Forbidden Land of Xianxia and the Forbidden Land of Xikong. Take the blood essence of their exploded bodies and send it here. In addition, I will leave the recruitment of the prisoners of war in these 2 forbidden lands to you. Glancing at him, Xian continued, as for those 8 old fellows, don't think about taking revenge with your own hands. They had already killed their way to the outskirts of the Magic Hall. Fortunately, I rushed back in time and killed them in anger. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Roar, damned bastards, they deserved to die. When he heard that the 8 old fogies had indeed gone to the Magic Hall, and that if Xian had arrived a moment later, that place would have been massacred, old pig was so shocked that his heart began to beat wildly. He roared furiously at the sky. He had originally intended to kill those 8 old fellows with his own hands. If he didn't do so, it would truly be difficult for him to dispel the hatred in his heart. But now, it seemed that this was obviously impossible. Although it was a bit of a pity, it didn't matter. Although the 8 old men had fallen, they still left behind the Forbidden Land of Xianxia and the Forbidden Land of Xikong. Originally, the magic hall's target was only the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. They didn't plan to attack the Forbidden Land of Xianxia and the Forbidden Land of Xikong. But now that they were courting death, there was no need to think too much. After today, the magic hall, which had just arrived on the right bank of the Milky Way, would unify the three most powerful Forbidden Lands. It was destined to cause an uproar among the countless stars on the right bank of the Milky Way. After all, there were originally 4 desolate venerable old monsters in these 3 most powerful Forbidden Lands, but the magic hall, as an external force, had just arrived here and completed the unification in a short period of time, monopolizing the 3 Forbidden Lands and replacing them. Even the 12 powerful desolate venerable old monsters were almost all slaughtered, and only 1 devil antelope managed to escape. This, the terrifying strength represented by this kind of battle record, was difficult to not be shocking. Roar. How long are you all planning to hide? Everyone in the forbidden area will reveal their bloodline true forms. Even Old Pig is disgusted at the sight of that ugly appearance of a bunch of ribs. This time, Old Pig raised his head and roared angrily. His divine sense instantly spread out and easily enveloped the entire forbidden land of red mist. Countless starry sky-colored pythons trembled in fear. No one dared to disobey his orders. These starry sky-colored pythons had originally transformed into delicate human female cultivators, but now, as Old Pig's divine sense voice spread out, they immediately activated the bloodline in their bodies and revealed their bloodline true bodies. They were huge and colorful starry sky-colored pythons, which looked quite gloomy. This was good. This was good as well. Otherwise, they would all have the appearance of delicate human female cultivators. Looking at them made it difficult to kill them. From this moment on, the entire forbidden land of red mist is a vassal of the magic hall. All the supreme beings of the universe, make a list of their subordinates and the general situation of their training resources and send it to me later. At this time, Old Pig's divine sense voice rang out again, and it still enveloped the entire forbidden land of red mist. All the supreme beings of the primordial era, behave yourselves and gather here immediately. Xiao. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Old Pig was old monster Huangzun, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage, a half-step heavenly Tao existence. Furthermore, he had an extremely huge emperor beast behind him, and the aura it emitted was at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. On top of the head of this huge beast, there was a powerful remnant whose aura couldn't be sensed at all, but whose cultivation was definitely stronger. Under such circumstances, although the supreme beings of the primordial era in the forbidden land of red mist knew that nothing good would come out of their appearance, none of them dared to disobey Old Pig's orders. Companion with a faint sound of something breaking through the air, figures shot over from all directions. All of them were trembling in fear. After a short while, a group of starry sky-colored pythons had gathered in the void in front of Old Pig. All of them were extremely huge and were all supreme beings of the primordial era. There were actually more than 30 of them. You asked for it. If you didn't provoke the magic hall first, I wouldn't have to kill you. Bang, bang. Then his divine sense voice rang out again, and there was no suspense about what happened next. The terrifying pressure of the pinnacle of the 9th stage emanated from Old Pig's body at full force, crushing the more than 30 supreme beings of the forbidden land of red mist in front of him. The aura was too terrifying, and an earth-shattering boom was instantly heard. Blink in the blink of an eye, this terrifying and berserk power had already blasted onto the bodies of the more than 30 almighty-level starry sky-colored pythons. Although they were mighty figures of the primordial era, they did not have the time to react to the half-step heavenly Tao realm Old Pig spirit. In a flash, a majestic force rushed into their bodies. In less than 1/10 of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in their bodies. Huge, with an earth-shattering boom, the massive bodies of the more than 30 supreme beings of the forbidden land of red mist exploded, transforming into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light. He immediately waved his hand and shot out an extremely majestic and invisible force. Will. The majestic blood mist from the explosion of the massive bodies of the starry sky-colored pythons swept over and was absorbed into his body. It was then sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, where the blood essence condensation began. At this moment, the entire forbidden land of red mist was deathly silent. All the starry sky-colored pythons were prostrating in their respective cave abodes and lairs, trembling as if doomsday had arrived. From this moment on, they had become the vassals of the magic hall. Even if they were unwilling, they could not do anything. This was because there was not a single supreme being of the primordial era in the forbidden land of red mist, let alone supreme beings of the primordial era. Supreme beings of the universe were the strongest forces. Roar, what are you waiting for? Do you want this pig to drag you out one by one? As the 30-odd rainbow pythons were killed, Xian immediately collected the blood mist that exploded from their bodies with a wave of his hand, sending it into the Shinnon cauldron in his body to start the blood essence condensation process. Old Pig Spirit raised his head and roared again. The sound of his divine scent spread throughout the forbidden land of red mist. Countless experts of the colored python clan trembled as if they were conditioned reflexes. This time, he had gathered the universe supremes of Xiaxia's forbidden land. Although the 30 supreme beings of the colored python race that he had summoned were all killed within a short period of time, Old Pig Demon had ordered the universe supreme beings in the forbidden land of Xiaxia to hand over the members of the race under their command to Luo Feng. The general situation of the clan's resources and so on were all listed and sent to him later. This was basically a sign that they did not intend to carry out any more slaughter. Hence, even though they were terrified, the universe supreme masters within the star domain still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Besides, they had no power to resist. Swish. Swish, 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 sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out as huge space-colored pythons shot over from all directions. The auras of cultivation emanating from their bodies were all universe supremes. Very soon, the universe supremes of the colored python race gathered in the void space in front of them. There were quite a number of them. There were more than 200 of them, close to 300. None of the forbidden zones on the right bank of the Milky Way were formed in recent years. After all, foreign forces like the Magic Hall did not appear often. Hence, as an ancient forbidden land, it was understandable that there were close to 300 universe supreme masters. Unfortunately, they were currently facing 3 powerful existences. The weakest one, the black-skinned boar monster that looked like a thug, was a peak desolate supremacy of rank 9 perfection. No matter how many universe supreme beings there were, it was useless against such a being. They were like ants, or even worse than ants. Swish, 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 all the starry sky-colored pythons gathered in front of him. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they waited for the old pig spirit's order. He did not waste any time. He immediately swung his legs and shot out rays of light into the bodies of the nearly 300 starry sky-colored pythons. There was no exception. Then, the old pig spirit's divine sense voice sounded again, but it was much gentler this time. I have planted a divine sense brand in all of your bodies. With my cultivation, even if you are in the magic hall, if you walk out of the forbidden land of red mist, you will still be able to use it. From now on, you all belong to the magic hall and are under my direct command. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave the Forbidden Star region. As for your subordinates, immediately hand in a list. If any one of them leaves in the future, I'll deal with you. You are asking. It had to be said that this old fellow's arrangement was quite smart. In such a big forbidden area, if he personally controlled all the starry sky-colored pythons, even if he was a peak 9th rank great perfection desolate venerable, his divine sense would be extremely powerful. He would probably be exhausted to death. But now, he only had to control the 300 starry sky-colored pythons at the universe supreme level and plant a divine sense brand in each of their bodies so that he could remotely control them. This problem did not exist. Xian did not say much, but seeing that the old pig spirit's actions were reasonable, he nodded subconsciously, and the originally gloomy expression on his face became much gentler. Although this old fellow was sometimes unreliable, he was not completely unreasonable. At least there was something redeeming about him. The Magic Hall army should be at ease with him in charge. Although this was equivalent to restricting the freedom of countless starry sky-colored pythons in the Forbidden Land, and even in the future, they would be enslaved by the Magic Hall. However, after hearing the old pig spirit's words, the 200 universe supremes of the starry sky-colored python race in the void space in front of them felt relieved. Suddenly, they relaxed and accepted the order in unison. At least, their lives would be saved, and this was more important than anything else. Soon, the jade slips turned into fine rays of light and shot toward old pig spirit, and they were all collected by the old pig spirit. These jade slips listed the subordinates and resources of these 200 universe supremes of the starry sky-colored python race. With them in hand, it was as easy as grasping the situation of the entire Forbidden Land. At this point, everything in the Forbidden Land of Xia Mist had come to an end temporarily. Yi Xian did not need these starry sky-colored pythons to do anything, and he would not even plunder the cultivation resources of the Forbidden Land. At his current level, it was no longer worth his time. As for the daily cultivation resources of the Magic Hall army, Yi Xian still had a huge amount of resources in his hands, and on the other hand, he had gained a lot from the Demon Antelope Forbidden Land, which had just been breached. Besides, the Forbidden Land of Xia Mist had now been taken over by the Magic Hall, and it was considered one of their powers. Even if they wanted to plunder the cultivation resources, they should not do so here. Instead, they should go to other supreme Forbidden Lands, Xiao, Si-La. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian put the Emperor Beast into the undying world within his body. Then he tore open a space crack in front of him and rushed into it. Ao Wu, the old pig spirit raised his head and let out a long howl. Without hesitation, he shrunk his body to only about 300 meters tall and turned into a streak of black light. He followed closely behind Yi Xian and rushed into the space crack as well. Although everything in the Forbidden Land of Xia Mist had been settled, there was still the Forbidden Land of Shao Kong, which was where Yi Xian and the old pig spirit were heading to. At the same time, in the middle region of the right bank of the Milky Way, two figures were moving at high speed in the boundless dark space. The one following behind them was the demon antelope that had escaped from the old pig spirit earlier. At this moment, this demon antelope had a fawning look on its face, and it was following behind like a servant. It was hard to believe that this was a powerful supreme being at first glance. It was a supreme being at the middle stage of the desolate supremacy level. As for the one in front, the one that this mid-stage demon antelope was trying to curry favor with was a blood deer that was thousands of kilometers long. This blood deer was as red as blood, and there were some black spots on its body. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were different runic patterns. It exuded a demonic aura that would make one look askance. As for its cultivation strength, it was rather extraordinary. The cultivation aura that emanated from its body had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the desolate supremacy level, the same as the old pig spirit. This was a peak desolate supremacy level demon-patterned blood deer that was at the half-step heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, the aura that emanated from its body was more condensed and heavy than the old pig spirit's. Clearly, it had been a long time since it stepped into this realm. It was already an existence that was not far away. And at that moment, the demon-patterned blood deer and the mid-stage demon antelope behind it were heading to the left bank of the Milky Way. It was also where the former demon antelope Forbidden Land was located. It was now in the hands of the Magic Hall. To chat with more like-minded people about the Super Devouring system, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Chat about life, find confidence in the void. Two figures were moving quickly. Both of them had revealed their bloodline true bodies. Each of them was tens of thousands of miles long. One of them was the mid-stage desolate supremacy of the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land who had escaped from Old Pig not long ago. After escaping, as he was not injured, he did not go into seclusion. Instead, he went to the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land in the middle of the right bank of the Milky Way. Devil, the strongest person in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land, was the devil-patterned blood deer who was rushing to the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land with him. This blood deer was as red as blood. There were some black spots on its body. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were different runes. It exuded a demonic aura that made people look askance. As for his cultivation, it was also quite extraordinary. From the aura that was emitted from his body, he had actually reached the same level as the old pig spirit, the perfect 9th rank desolate sovereign. Matter in fact, this blood deer's cultivation was much stronger than old pig. First of all, the old pig spirit's 9th rank desolate venerable power was forcibly increased by the demonic pig's 9 changes bloodline. It could not be compared to a real 9th rank perfect starry sky elite. There was always a gap. Matter in fact, even if it was a peak desolate supremacy whose cultivation had reached the 9th stage desolate supremacy, there would still be a gap between it and this devil-patterned blood deer. This was because this blood deer had been a peak desolate supremacy for more than 10,000 years. It was said that it was preparing to break through to the heavenly Tao realm soon. It could be said that among the peak desolate supremacy of the ninth stage desolate supremacy, it was definitely the strongest. It was infinitely close to the heavenly Tao realm, because in the beginning, one of the four desolate supremacies of the devil antelope forbidden land, had accidentally obtained a rare precious medicine that was of great use to this devil-patterned blood deer. Right because of this, the devil antelope forbidden land and the blood deer became friends. The blood deer was also a well-known veteran expert of the right bank of the Milky Way. Because of this, he promised to help Al once. For example, today, although Al had died, he was still one of the four desolate supremacies of the devil antelope forbidden land. In addition, when this mid-stage devil antelope went to persuade him, he also promised great benefits to the blood deer. For example, the devil antelope forbidden land would become a vassal of the devil antelope forbidden land in the future. Therefore, the blood deer finally nodded and agreed to come with him. It would act once and suppress the black-skinned boar monster. Arrival. As for the other black-robed holy master in the Magic Hall army, he was only at the second level of this realm. He was nothing in the eyes of the middle-stage devil antelope and could be easily suppressed. Fellow Taoist, it's just up ahead. Now that the entire forbidden area is under the control of the Magic Hall, as long as you can deal with that black-skinned boar monster, I'll take care of the rest. Soon, the two of them were outside the Magic Hall star field, standing in the void 10 billion miles away from the edge of the star field. Zhong's fawning expression appeared on the demonic antelope's face as it pointed at the Magic Hall in front of it and said with hatred, "As for the Magic Hall army in the forbidden area, I will capture all of them. In the future, they will be the resources of the demonic deer forbidden area." Moo, the demonic blood deer was obviously very satisfied with this statement. It raised its head and roared softly. The voice of divine sense instantly sounded, rumbling toward the interior of the Magic Hall star field in front of it. "Magic Hall pig tyrant, listen up, I will give you 10 breaths of time. Come out and see me within 10 breaths, otherwise, your Magic Hall army will be wiped out." Roar, forbidden space. Since the four desolate elders in the Xiaokong forbidden area left with the old pig demon, the tense atmosphere in the entire forbidden area eased. The demonic antelope forbidden area was destroyed, and all the ferocious beasts in the Xiaokong forbidden area were originally in a state of panic. Especially when the old pig demon came to find them, it made countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden area tremble. But, later on, this old pig spirit had a good chat with the four desolate venerables guarding the forbidden land and left together. Immediately, all the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the danger was over and that it was just a false alarm. Hiss. At this time, in the quiet void, suddenly there was a crisp sound of ripping silk. A huge void crack appeared, and a figure walked out of it. It was a strong man of the remnant. He looked very young, and there was no aura in his body. This scene made the powerful figures in the Xiaokong forbidden area furious. This was the forbidden area of the ferocious beasts, and there was a strong man of the remnant who dared to come here. It was simply a slap in the face and a wanton provocation. In an instant, the entire forbidden land of Xiaokong was filled with angry roars of beasts. Nearly 40 figures shot in from all directions. All the powerful figures in the forbidden land of Xiaokong had shown up. "Damn remnant, you dared to trespass into the Xiaokong forbidden area, are you tired of living? No need to say more, just kill him immediately. It just so happens that I was depressed before, and it's rare for me to vent my anger." Roar. Roar, awoo, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me, the master of the Magic Hall, do you think I am transparent? Bang. Bang, as the angry voices of the desolate era supreme beings of the Xiaokong forbidden area resounded, the old pig spirit, whose body had shrunk before they could even get close, followed behind Yixian and rushed out of the crack in the void. This. It was a good opportunity to show off, so he naturally would not let it go. He let out a long roar at the first time, and the horrible pressure of the half-step Tao of nature completely spread out, crushing toward all directions. There was no doubt about what happened next. With the horrible pressure of the peak of 9th level in the old pig spirit's body, there was an earth-shattering roar in an instant. Blink, in the blink of an eye, this terrifying and violent power had already blasted on the bodies of more than 40 powerful ferocious beasts of the starry sky far and near. In a split second, a majestic force rushed into their bodies, and in less than a tenth of an instant, it had already raged. the sound was shocking, and more than 40 powerful figures in the Xiaokong forbidden area exploded, turning into a scarlet blood fog that spread rapidly, covering a corner of the void. From the beginning to the end, Yixian did not move at all. He just stood in the void with his hands behind his back, but at this moment, a dim light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately waved his hand and blasted out a majestic invisible force. Very quickly. Soon, the blood fog formed by the explosion of more than 40 powerful ferocious beasts swept over and was absorbed into Yixian's body, sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, and started to condense blood essence. Very quickly. At this time, countless ferocious beasts in the Xiaokong forbidden area realized what had happened. There was a dead silence in the void of the forbidden area, and the invisible breath of despair quickly spread out. All the ferocious beasts of the forbidden area crawled in their caves and nests, as if doomsday had come, trembling and trembling. The next moment, the old pig spirit's long roar sounded, and the voice of the old pig spirit came out. From this moment on, the entire Xiaokong forbidden area is a vassal of the magic hall. All the supreme masters of the universe, make a list of their subordinates and the general situation of their practice resources and send it to me immediately. No one dared to resist old pig's despotic power. Soon, all the universe supreme masters in Xiaokong forbidden land gathered in front of him. There were more than 300 of them, and they didn't even dare to breathe, waiting for old pig's orders. Chia was already familiar with this. He didn't waste too much time. He immediately waved his legs and shot out beams of light into the bodies of more than 300 ferocious beasts. There was one beam for each ferocious beasts. There was no exception. With the 300 universe supreme masters in the Forbidden Land under his control, the entire Xiaokong Forbidden Land fell and became a vassal of the Magic Hall. Xian didn't plan to stay for long. The reason why he came this time was to collect the blood mist formed by the explosion of the bodies of the 40 great beings. Otherwise, the Xiaokong Forbidden Land did not even have an early-stage desolate supremacy. The old pig spirit would only need to come and take a look. He would not be bothered at all. Today, with the death of all the almighty level beasts in the Forbidden Land of Xianxia and the Forbidden Land of Xianxia, the boundless blood mist formed from the explosion of their bodies had arrived. The number of almighty blood essences in Yixian's hands had already reached 80. Thinking of this, he could not help but rejoice. He originally still had dozens of level 29 desolate supremacy treasure pills. After refining the 80 almighty blood that he had just collected, the number of level 29 desolate supremacy treasure pills would reach more than 100. It was definitely enough. At this time, his mind was full of the refinement of the level 20 desolate master pills, and he didn't want to stay in Xiaokong Forbidden Land anymore. With a wave of his hand, a spatial crack was instantly torn open in the space in front of Yixian. With a shake of his shoulders, he instantly charged in. Demon, Hall Star Area, Middle Stage Demon Antelope invited the demon-patterned blood deer, which was more powerful than the black-skinned boar, and he was very excited. He wasn't in a hurry to ask the demon-patterned blood deer to charge into the magic hall. In fact, he even wanted it to stay outside the star domain and wait for that insufferably arrogant black pig monster to come out. Then, he could fight and suppress it. After all, he was certain that he would win the battle today. As such, the Forbidden Star region and the vast army of the Magic Hall would all belong to him. It was to let the demon-patterned blood deer charge into the star region and wreak havoc. A battle between half-step heavenly Tao existences was extremely destructive, and it made his heart ache. As for the demonic-patterned blood deer, he was confident that he was the strongest expert beneath the heavenly Tao realm. He naturally couldn't charge into the stellar domain ahead and engage in wanton slaughter. That would be too demeaning. Sukathis, after stopping in the void 10 billion kilometers away from the magic hall, he raised his head and let out a soft roar. The sound of his divine sense rang out and rumbled toward the interior of the magic hall. Magic Hall's pig tyrant, listen up. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Come out and meet me in 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, I'll wipe out your magic hall army. Silence. Death, a deathly silence. Demon, the voice of the blood-patterned deer's divine sense rang out, but there was no movement in the demon hall's star domain. This was clearly strange, but the mid-stage fiend antelope and the demon-patterned blood deer didn't think too much about it. From their point of view, it was obvious that the black pig monster was afraid and didn't dare to appear. 10 breaths of time. It was just 10 breaths, and it passed in the blink of an eye. For a full 10 breaths of time, there was no movement in the stellar domain ahead. It was as though it couldn't be bothered with them. The divine sense from before had been completely ignored. Right, although the demonic patterned blood deer felt that this was impossible and was unwilling to accept it. It did not even want to think in this direction. However, this was the reality before its eyes. If it wasn't ignored, the other party would have at least roared as a threat or warning. But the truth was that 10 breaths of time had passed, and not a single sound came out. Damn it, are you provoking me? Today, everyone in the stellar domain will die. Roar. Finally, the demon-patterned blood deer was enraged. It raised its head and roared. A shocking aura burst out from its body. It raised its front hooves and was about to rush into the stellar domain ahead to wreak havoc. At this time, Xianxia and the old pig returned from the Seacombe Forbidden Land. A void crack appeared in the depths of the stellar domain of the magic hall. The two figures walked out of the crack one after the other. They happened to hear the furious roar of the demon-patterned blood deer, and instantly judged its cultivation strength from the aura of the demon-patterned blood deer's body. Oh, it's just a 9th-grade demon-patterned blood deer, but its tone isn't small. Although the old pig knew that he couldn't beat the other party, he couldn't be too weak. The key was that Xianxia was here. As long as he made a move, he could kill this demon-patterned blood deer with one finger. Therefore, after being stunned for a moment, he immediately sent out the voice of his divine sense. He was even more arrogant than the demon-patterned blood deer. This pig has been a little thin recently. It just so happens that I want to drink some blood to nourish my body. You old thing are quite likable. You're too good at guessing. In other words, this was clearly saying that the demon-patterned blood deer had come today to give him some deer blood to nourish his body. These words were too arrogant and domineering. The old pig himself felt a little smug. Before his voice fell, he had already raised his 4 hooves and rushed out of the stellar domain of the magic hall. He didn't want to fight here, so as to avoid being implicated. This was the headquarters of the magic hall. But, perhaps it was because his words were too arrogant and domineering that the demon-patterned blood deer flew into a rage and didn't want to stay a moment longer. No, when the old pig's figure rushed out of the edge of the stellar domain of the magic hall, a blood-red figure with black stripes rushed over and directly entered the stellar domain. It was the demon-patterned blood deer that was thousands of miles long. Roar. Darn black-skinned pig monster, I'll skin you alive today. When it came to the old pig, the demon-patterned blood deer's anger surged into the sky. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar as its half-step heavenly Dao realm cultivation aura surged. Instantly, the void began to tremble slightly as though it could collapse at any moment. Even if the void didn't collapse, the stars in the stellar domain probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Upon seeing this scene, Xianxia frowned as his expression instantly turned gloomy. With some hesitation, he immediately waved his hand and shot out a beam of light. Whoosh, a sharp sound tore through the air as the beam shot out and expanded with the wind. Its speed was too fast, and in just a few seconds, it had transformed into a behemoth that was 250 million kilometers long. It was none other than the archbeast. The cultivation aura emanating from its body was at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Hiss. The demon-patterned blood deer that was about to charge forward trembled violently as it subconsciously looked over. The moment that the archbeast's massive figure entered its eyes, it drew a cold gasp in shock. As its expression changed, it exclaimed in horror, 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm? Heavens, fellow Daoist, let's talk nicely. Don't misunderstand. As Xianxia waved his hand, the beam that shot out expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a behemoth that was 500 million kilometers in size. Its body emitted the terrifying aura of a 2nd-order heavenly Dao realm cultivator. The demon-patterned blood deer that was about to flee trembled violently and subconsciously turned to look over. Hiss. In the next instant, the archbeast's massive figure entered his eyes. He was so shocked that he drew a cold breath. His body trembled violently as his expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in shock, 2nd-order heavenly Dao realm? Heavens, fellow Daoist, let's talk nicely. Don't misunderstand. Whoosh, before he could finish his sentence, there was the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. At the same time, there was a light snort that revealed endless arrogance and smugness. Roar. Blackskin pig monster, to think you would have such a day. The figure that followed the demon-patterned blood deer into the magic hall's star domain was the mid-stage fiend antelope. He was originally feeling smug, but he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right. His figure immediately came to a halt in the void. One confused, he subconsciously turned to look at the arch-beast. The latter cooperated and released the terrifying aura of a second-order heavenly Dao realm cultivator once again, in just a short release of less than half a second. This unimaginably terrifying aura made the middle-stage devil antelope jump up in the air in shock. He was clearly a fiend antelope, but at that moment, he let out a shrill howl. It was obvious that he was terrified and was about to lose his courage. He turned around and ran. Roar. You still have the face to run? Seeing him run so quickly without any hesitation like a loach, the frightened demon-patterned blood deer was so angry that his nose was crooked. He immediately roared. At that moment, he was so regretful that his intestines were about to turn green. Human the domestic owl had already perished. Back then, he had promised to give the owl a chance to take action out of respect for the strong. It had nothing to do with this mid-stage fiend antelope. Matter in fact, because the fiend antelope forbidden land was located in the left third of the Milky Way's right bank, it was rather far from the fiend antelope forbidden land in the middle of the right bank. He was not very interested in taking the fiend antelope forbidden land as a vassal. By the current him was already a peak desolate venerable at the 9th level great circle. Towards this type of external object and so-called subordinate power, he already saw through quite a bit. Now, the only thing that the demon-patterned blood deer was interested in was entering the Milky Way star domain to vie for the providence from Providence for the next epoch, as well as breaking through to the heavenly Dao realm. Usually, he didn't even pay much attention to the matters in the fiendish runic forbidden lands. He was focused on studying alchemy, hoping to refine some treasured pills to aid in his breakthrough to the heavenly Dao realm. It could be said that this time, if it were not for the persuasion of this middle-stage devil antelope for many days, he would not have been moved at all and followed him here. Originally, he was obsessed with the idea that he could return the favor he had promised the owl, and at the same time, take in the forbidden land of the devil antelope and the so-called strange army of the magic hall. But he never expected that the mysterious magic hall army would have such a massive and strange heavenly Dao realm metallic beast. Furthermore, it was at the second stage of the heavenly Dao realm. This was definitely a rhythm that could finish him off in an instant with a single strike. But, all of this was caused by the middle stage devil antelope behind him. Unfortunately, he hadn't escaped yet. When this fellow saw that the situation wasn't right, it actually turned around and wanted to escape. Was it trying to stay behind to give him a chance to escape? Don't be so shameless. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the demon-patterned blood deer was instantly enraged. After raising its head and roaring, the suppressive aura in its body was fully activated. Instantly, it enveloped the fleeing middle-stage devil antelope. As though it was corporeal, it ruthlessly smashed into his body, bang. The demon-patterned blood deer attacked with anger. Its peak desolate supremacy cultivation at the 9th stage of perfection was pushed to its limits, so the middle stage devil antelope naturally couldn't withstand it. Its massive body instantly exploded with a bang, leaving not a single hair behind. It turned into a bloody mist that dissipated. Phew. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Xianxia's mouth curled into a playful smile. From the beginning to the end, he didn't move at all, nor did he plan on attacking. He just stood in the void with his hands behind his back. But, at this moment, seeing the middle stage devil antelope's massive body explode and turn into a bloody mist that dissipated, a faint light flashed in his eyes. He immediately waved his hand and shot out a majestic invisible force. After all, this was the majestic bloody mist formed by the explosion of a middle stage desolate supremacy's body. It represented a level 30 heavenly path treasure pill. It was a pity to waste it like this, so naturally, he should take it. Soon, the majestic bloody mist formed by the explosion of the middle stage devil antelope's body swept over and was absorbed by Xian. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space and began the blood essence condensation, At this moment, the desolate supremacy blood essence in Yi Xian's hands increased from the previous 32 to 33. And this time, it was equivalent to picking up a desolate supremacy blood essence for free. He didn't even need to use any strength, which made him feel quite good. The gloomy expression on his face also slightly eased because of this. At the same time, his action also attracted the attention of the demonic blood deer at the first moment. In fact, before this, the demonic blood deer didn't notice the existence of Yi Xian at all. He was now showing his original appearance as a human. Compared to the 500-million-mile-long emperor beast, his body was like a giant star compared to a speck of dust. He was too inconspicuous. Although the old pig spirit's body was only about 1,000 feet tall, which was also inconspicuous compared to the emperor beast, the old fellow's cultivation aura was not hidden. Even if the peak desolate supremacy of the perfect rank 9 transformed into a speck of dust, it would be like a bright star in the night sky and would be noticed instantly. However, Yi Xian, not only was his body too small, the aura in his body was completely hidden. If one didn't turn around and see his figure in their line of sight, it was as if he didn't exist when they scanned with their divine sense. Naturally, he would be ignored. However, that was before. Now, as his figure appeared in their line of sight, the demonic blood deer was slightly startled after seeing his existence. A dim light flashed in its eyes and the expression on its face suddenly became dignified. Unexpectedly, an idea flashed in its mind. The huge demonic blood deer's true body, which was originally tens of thousands of miles tall, shrank directly and turned into the form of an old man. He wore a black robe and had a blood-red beard. He cupped his fist and bowed to Yi Xian from afar. This old man is Xianxia. Greetings, fellow. Previously, there were many conflicts because I was bewitched by the middle-stage demonic antelope. I hope that fellow will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. This old man is willing to make amends. I don't know what fellow needs. Just tell me, this old man will not be stingy. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian grinned. This guy who called himself Xianxia was a bit interesting. At least his eyesight was not bad. As if at the behest of gods and spirits, the demonic blood deer suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The huge demonic blood deer immediately shrank and turned into the form of an old man. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an old man wearing a black robe with blood-red beard. With a smile on his face, he cupped his fists and bowed to Yi Xian. This old man is Xianxia. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The reason why we had a conflict before was because I was bewitched by that middle-stage demonic antelope. I hope that fellow Taoist will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. This old man is willing to cut himself off as an apology. I don't know what fellow Taoist needs. Feel free to tell me, this old man will not be stingy. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian grinned. This old man was quite interesting. At least his eyesight was not bad. In such a short time, he actually saw that he was the master here. No, that was not the case. If it was just that, then it was obviously not enough to cause the killing intent in Yi Xian's heart to dissipate. Currently, the demon palace had just arrived on the right bank of the Milky Way. It was unknown how many powers were secretly spying on them. This demonic blood deer, who called itself Xianxia, had come to their door with a murderous aura. Naturally, many of the higher-ups of the forbidden areas and star fields had seen it. Under such circumstances, if he was allowed to leave peacefully, where would the magic hall's prestige come from? I don't want to know the reason, nor am I interested. I only know that you came to our door with a murderous aura. Who knows how many eyes are watching from outside? And my magic hall has just arrived, so it's time for me to show my might. After giving the other party a meaningful look, Yi Xian, who was originally standing on one side of the void, slowly stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already on top of the emperor beast's head. He stood there with his hands still behind his back. Halfway through, he paused and nodded at Xianxia with a faint smile. Then, he continued, what can you offer as an apology? Just tell me. Whether it's valuable or not, I'll make my own decision. Of course, you only have one chance. Hiss. When he saw this, Xianxia's expression changed again. His expression became even more solemn. Even his gaze was somewhat dazed. His body trembled slightly, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. He exclaimed in shock, this is, your battle beast? He originally believed that although Yi Xian might be in existence at the heavenly Dao realm, the Empyrean beast was likely one of the upper echelons of the magic hall. However, due to his massive size and the fact that he was a metallic behemoth, he wasn't good at socializing. Therefore, such external matters were left to Yi Xian. From this point of view, even if Yi Xian was a heavenly Dao realm expert, he was at most at the first or second stage of the realm. He might not be stronger than the Empyrean beast. It was even possible that his cultivation level was far inferior to the Empyrean beast's. He had not even reached the heavenly Dao realm and had used some special means to bewitch the Empyrean beast. Perhaps, he was just a puppet supported by the Empyrean beast, but now, from the looks of it, he could casually stand on the Empyrean beast's head without the Empyrean beast showing any signs of displeasure. All the guesses from before were clearly illogical. The only explanation was that this gigantic and terrifyingly powerful beast was actually his battle beast. This was absolutely terrifying. To have such a terrifying battle beast, the other party's cultivation level was probably at the third stage of the heavenly Dao realm. This was definitely not something Xianxia could resist. Furthermore, it had far exceeded his expectations, which was why he was so shocked. It's not a battle beast, but an avatar of this lord. Yi Xian guessed what was on his mind, but he had no intention of hiding anything. This was because in front of absolute strength, there was no need to hide anything. He remained calm as he nodded and casually replied. Then, he suddenly changed the topic. Let me remind you. You seem to have deviated from the topic. Think about your apology. You only have one chance. Besides, this lord's patience and temper aren't very good. It was clear that if he continued to nag, he would immediately turn hostile. Xianxia was a very shrewd person. He was a smart person. When he heard this, he subconsciously trembled a few times. Then, he frowned and fell into deep thought. Fellow Daoist, since you are a remnant and have just collected the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the middle-stage demon antelope's body, you must have done some research on the path of alchemy. After a moment of thought, Xianxia seemed to have made a decision. His eyes suddenly lit up as he cupped his fists towards Yi Xian. Then, he continued, it just so happens that this old man has been studying treasured medicines to assist in the breakthrough of the heavenly Dao realm all these years. I have collected quite a number of top heavenly treasures. This old man has indeed offended you just now, so I feel uneasy. I will apologize to you with 2 pieces of heavenly velvet. Whoosh. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia abruptly waved his hand. Accompanied by a weak sound of something tearing through the air, 2 rays of light shot towards Yi Xian and abruptly stopped in front of him. Shockingly, they were 2 foot long, blood-red things that looked like branches of a tree. Heavenly velvet? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. His gaze swept across the 2 branches in front of him and he quickly understood what they were. Obviously, they were 2 pieces of deer antlers. If he wasn't mistaken, they should have fallen off from Xianxia's antlers. This item may seem unremarkable, but it exuded a very special energy aura. It seemed to have a trace of the heavenly Dao's aura. It was indeed a good item, so Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved when he saw it. This item is the essence of this old man's antlers. After hundreds of millions of years, it has only grown 4 feet. Furthermore, the demon-patterned blood deer is a type of innate life form. Only when one's cultivation reaches the desolate venerable realm will the antlers begin to grow. Seeing that Yi Xian was a little puzzled, Xianxia immediately explained, this old man has been in the desolate venerable realm for hundreds of millions of years. Every year, it would only grow a little bit. It was only 100 years ago that this old man took it down. This item grows because of the innate life form's bloodline, so it has a special effect. This old man left 2 pieces as the medicinal catalyst for the heavenly Dao treasure medicine, and the remaining 2 pieces will be given to you as a gift. It can be considered a waste, so that's how it is. After listening to Xianxia's explanation, Yi Xian suddenly realized that it was something that would only begin to grow in the body of an innate life form after stepping into the desolate venerable realm. Furthermore, it would only grow a little bit every year, and it would take hundreds of millions of years to grow to 4 feet. From this point of view, Xianxia was showing his sincerity by taking out half of it. Of course, apart from this, Yi Xian was more interested in the heavenly Dao treasure medicine that Xianxia had mentioned. Xianxia had been in the desolate venerable realm for many years. Even if he was at the peak of the desolate venerable realm, he had probably stepped into it many years ago. For example, Lu Zhangke's preparations for breaking through to the heavenly Dao realm were definitely more complete than Yi Xian's. Furthermore, he was an astral beast, but he was as proficient in alchemy as the survivors. This was something that surprised Yi Xian even more. He could definitely communicate with him. Upon thinking of this, Yi Xian's mind flashed and he instantly made a decision. Waving his hand after putting away the 2 pieces of heavenly Dao treasure medicine in front of him, he smiled and nodded. He immediately said, "So fellow Daoist Lu is also proficient in alchemy. It just so happens that I want to refine a cauldron of treasured pills. Why don't you watch from the side?" Alchemy? Hearing this, Lu Zhangke was stunned, but he quickly came to a realization. Very well. Obviously, the other party wanted to verify the Tao of alchemy with him. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why he did not kill him earlier. Thinking at this point, he naturally did not dare to refuse. Furthermore, he had always been very interested in the Tao of alchemy. In his opinion, the mysterious existence in front of him with a terrifying cultivation level was clearly a remnant expert. He did not know why he was mingling with the ferocious beasts. Remnant. The attainments of the remnant experts in alchemy had always been superior to the ferocious beasts of the starry sky. The other party's cultivation level was so powerful that he was at least at the 3rd level of the heavenly path realm. His attainments in alchemy were definitely extraordinary. To him, this was also an opportunity to improve himself. Thinking of this, Lu Zhangke's face immediately revealed a look of joy. He immediately nodded in agreement. Yi Xian did not say much. With a wave of his hand, he kept the archbeast into his body. Then, he instructed the old pig spirit to do what he was supposed to do. Following that, he led the way in front and brought Lu Zhangke to a star deep in the forbidden area. This was the cave mansion star that the black-robed desolate supremacy had reserved for Yi Xian. Rumble. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After entering a giant star, Yi Xian led Lu Zhangke to a seat at the peak of a towering mountain. Then, he waved his hand and conjured the farmer god's treasured cauldron in its energy form. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended in midair on one side of the giant peak. It emitted a rich energy aura that made one tremble in fear. Lu Zhangke's expression changed instantly. He was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th level of perfection. Naturally, he could see that the energy cauldron was extraordinary. It was formed by pure 9-colored flames and was no small matter. No, just based on this, he could not tell that Yi Xian had the farmer god's treasured cauldron in his hand. Therefore, he did not think that it was related to the violent cosmic ape. Almost in the next instant, with a thought from Yi Xian, 80 pieces of blood essence were taken out from the farmer god's treasured cauldron in his body and suspended in front of Yi Xian. This was the main material used to refine the level 29 desolate supreme treasure pellet. However, at the same time, a large amount of top-notch precious materials and medicines were taken out. There were all kinds of them, too many to count. As for the spring water used to refine medicine, it was just as extravagant this time. Like before, it was directly replaced with a mixture of innate chilling spirit liquid and netherworld furnace lotion. This was already the norm, and Yi Xian was already used to it. But on the side, Lu Zhangke's complexion changed again when he saw this. He sucked in a cold breath. Now, he finally understood why Yi Xian collected the blood mist from the explosion of the mid-stage devil antelope. It turned out that it was to refine these tiny blood beads. This method was truly shocking. At the very least, with his attainments in the Tao of alchemy, he would not be able to refine the blood mist from the explosion of a desolate sovereign to such a degree, and now, Yi Xian had taken out a total of 80 of these blood pearls that exuded the aura of almighties. In other words, the number of almighties of the primordial era that had perished in his hands had reached 80. The number was too shocking. Lu Zhangke was so scared that his face turned pale. His body trembled slightly, and he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, his previous performance was not bad, and this mysterious and powerful existence had taken an interest in him. Otherwise, the other party would have collected another desolate sovereign blood essence. Boom. Rumble, whoosh. Just as Lu Zhangke was secretly rejoicing in his heart, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. All the materials that were originally floating in the air automatically flew into the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, they melted and mixed together. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the next moment, Xian's hands fluttered like butterflies. Obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 9-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Its momentum was overwhelming, densely packed, and the number was so great that it made one tremble in fear. Time slowly passed. This time, because Lu Zhangke was watching from the side, and Xian had his reasons for doing so. Therefore, although he had long been familiar with refining the level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill, it was not the first time he had refined it, so he could be faster. However, now, he deliberately slowed down. As he refined the medicine, he verified it with the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. After a full 2 days, everything was settled. This cauldron of level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pills had been completely refined. This time, Xian was the same as before. Even the body of the cauldron was condensed from pure Shenong 9-colored flames, which imperceptibly increased its power. As for the flesh and blood materials used, it was still the same as before. In fact, even more blood essences were used, a total of 80 pieces. This also imperceptibly increased the quality of this cauldron of treasure pills. As such, today, the refinement of the treasure pills was completed. In an instant, countless auspicious phenomena of dragons and tigers leaping appeared in the void above the treasure cauldron. Roar! Ong, boom! In the next moment, a huge roar sounded, and the 9-colored cauldron in the void in front of him bloomed with infinite treasure light. The phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, stretching their necks and roaring clearly. It could be said that there were thousands of scenes. Then, the entire cauldron turned into specks of 9-colored flames in an instant, which were collected by Xian with a wave of his hand and sent into the Shenong cauldron, which was absorbed into his body. While, at this time, with the disappearance of the 9 colors flame furnace, in the air in front of the towering giant peak, there were already 90 treasured pills the size of a vermilion fruit. The surface of each treasure pill was covered in a 9 colors mist, emitting an incomparably strong energy aura. This time, Xian had put 80 blood essences into the cauldron, but in the end, he had refined 90 level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pills, which made him extremely satisfied and happy. Previously, he still had 60 level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pills in his hands. With these 90, he had a total of 150. Every single one of them, a level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure pellet, represented the birth of a primordial sovereign in the future. Just these 150 pellets meant that there would be 150 desolate sovereigns amongst Xian's subordinates in the future. This number was definitely frightening, and should be enough. Hiss! These treasure pills. What a rich desolate sovereign aura. The blood beads that were put into the cauldron before were clearly only of the almighty realm. How could the final treasure pill be directly raised by a realm? What kind of secret alchemy method is this? When Xian waved his hand and took out 90 emerald green bottles, respectively storing the 90 desolate sovereign pellets, and then storing them into his body, Lu Zhangke, who had been watching from the side and hadn't said a word for the past 2 days, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. His body violently shook as he suddenly cried out in alarm. He was indeed shocked. Not only was this mysterious secret alchemy method beyond his understanding, but also because he had vaguely guessed the effect of these 90 treasure pills. The treasure pill emitted a rich desolate sovereign aura. According to his guess, it most likely had an extremely strong supporting effect when an almighty expert at the 9th stage Great Perfection was trying to break through to the desolate sovereign realm. If that was really the case, these 90 treasure pills basically represented 90 future desolate sovereign old monsters. With such a large number, how could he not be shocked? You are right. This kind of level 29 desolate venerable treasure pill is used to help one break through to the desolate venerable realm. Xian seemed to have seen through Lu Zhangxing's thoughts. He nodded with a smile and admitted it. Level 29. Desolate venerable treasure pill? Lu Zhangxing was stunned. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Then his eyes flashed, and he asked, "What does level 29 mean? Don't tell me there are levels 28 and 30? That's right. There are indeed levels 28 and 30. Xian was gratified that the other party was able to get to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. He immediately explained, this kind of treasure pill is suitable for consuming when one is at the peak of the ninth step. Basically, consuming one will allow one to smoothly break through to the next realm in a short period of time. For example, the level 29 Desolate Venerable Treasure pill that I just made, with a total of 90 pills, can allow 90 great beings at the peak of the ninth stage to smoothly break through to the Desolate Venerable Supreme Realm. There are basically no accidents. I am very confident about this because I made this kind of treasure pill from level 1 all the way to level 29, xiao, 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 xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out beams of light toward Lu Zhongxing. In the blink of an eye, these beams of light stopped in front of Lu Zhongxing. They were small green bottles containing various levels of treasure pills. 2 level 15 Venerable Treasure Pill. 2 level 16 Eternal Lord Treasure Pill, level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. 2 level 18 Supreme Treasure Pill, there was one of each. Hiss, as expected. Judging from the aura, these 4 treasure pills should be from the Universe Night Realm to the Desolate Venerable Supreme Realm. Seeing the 4 treasure pills floating in front of him, Lu Zhongxing's expression changed again. He gasped and said softly, if the Desolate Venerable Treasure pill that you just made is a level 29 item, then these 4 treasure pills should be from level 25 to level 28. This guy really did see through him. Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled and nodded, but didn't continue to say anything. Instead, he quietly waited for him to continue. Fellow Daoist, you've refined a level 1 treasure pill all the way to level 29 treasure pills. Your attainments in the Tao of pills are truly admirable. After a short moment of silence, Lu Zhongke continued, furthermore, judging from the way you refined it just now, you are clearly very familiar with this level 29 Desolate Supremacy Supreme pill. This is definitely not your first time refining it. I wonder if you can refine the level 30 pills after that. When the last sentence left his mouth, Lu Zhongke's eyes shone brightly. His chest rose and fell, and even his breathing quickened. Although he was shocked by the so-called level 29 pill, he was not interested in it at all. This was because his cultivation level was already at the peak of the 9th rank Desolate Supremacy. He had no use for the level 29 Desolate Supremacy Supreme pill. What he was really concerned about was the level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure pill after the level 1 Treasure pill. This was because he had been preparing for all these years. He had been at the peak of the 9th rank Desolate Supremacy Supreme pill for many years. It was time for him to make another breakthrough and attempt to break through to the true Heavenly Tao realm. However, even he didn't have much confidence in breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm. He had been collecting all kinds of top precious materials and medicines. He wanted to refine a kind of treasure medicine to consume when breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm as a supplement. At this moment, it just so happened that he met Yi Xian and saw his various level of treasure pills. It could be said that he was shocked. Only because of this, Lu Zhongke secretly rejoiced that he didn't come to the wrong place. Otherwise, he would have missed an opportunity. However, if this thought was known by the middle-stage devil antelope that had been killed by his hoof, it was unknown how angry it would be. I naturally have a level 30 treasure pill. Although I have yet to begin refining it, I have already deduced the perfect pill formula. Since the other party had finally brought up the serious matter, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He nodded and said, in fact, other than the perfect pill formula, I have already collected all kinds of materials for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. I can refine it at any time. However, the reason why this matter has yet to happen is because I have always had a strong feeling that the refinement will definitely fail. Although there is no problem with the pill formula's deduction, I have a nagging feeling that something is missing. The reason why I invited you to watch me refine the treasure pill is because of this. Previously, I heard you say that in order to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm, you have been studying the Tao of alchemy for many years. You are preparing to refine a treasure medicine that can help you break through. Although I am confident that my attainments in the Tao of alchemy are extraordinary, the Tao of alchemy is endless. Stones from other mountains can also be used to improve jade. Therefore, I wish to discuss this matter with you. However, my perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill is no small matter, and not just anyone has the right to see it. Before I take out the pill formula, you have to at least prove your attainments in the Tao of pills to me. Otherwise, I'll have to give up on this matter. and you can leave at any time you wish, so that's how it is." At this point, Lu Zhangke was enlightened. He immediately waved his hand and said, "You are right, fellow Taoist. This is the result of my meticulous research over the years. It is a kind of treasure medicine that is similar to the great flesh medicine refined by the survivors. However, it has a unique effect. However, although the formula for this treasure medicine is almost perfect, it has been constantly revised. This is because the formula requires several kinds of treasures to be transformed into the 5 elements. However, these treasures are impossible to obtain. Therefore, I was forced to revise it. Until now, it has yet to be completed." Phew. As he spoke, a ray of light shot over and abruptly stopped in front of Yi Xian. Shockingly, it was a jade slip. Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony. He immediately took the jade slip and extended his spiritual perception into it. He immediately began to investigate. There was indeed a formula in the jade slip. In addition, there were detailed notes, as well as the cause and effect of every revision of the formula. The formula was indeed imperfect. According to the formula, the refined treasured medicine could increase the chances of a perfected desolate supremacy expert attempting to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, this chance was at most 30%. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that the breakthrough would succeed. Therefore, compared to Yi Xian's level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, this kind of treasure medicine that was beneficial to the heavenly Tao realm was more than a little inferior. However, it also had its merits. For example, it mentioned the idea of using 5 kinds of treasures to transform into the 5 elements as a medicinal catalyst. This made Yi Xian's eyes light up. However, Lu Zhangke's heavenly velvet was also used in this heavenly path medicinal formula. It was the wood elemental medicinal catalyst of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst. As for the other 4 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, they were all blank. Lu Zhangke had changed them again and again, but until now, he hadn't been completely sure. One thing was certain. Lu Zhangke did have good ideas when it came to pills. At the very least, he was qualified to take a look at the perfect formula for Yi Xian's level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. Although fellow Taoist's elixir formula isn't perfect, and its medicinal effects are much worse than my level 30 heavenly path treasure pill, your formula does give you a unique insight. Yi Xian retracted his divine sense and smiled. He raised his head and looked at Lu Zhangke. Just based on this point, fellow Taoist is qualified to take a look at my level 30 heavenly path treasure pill formula. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent a beam of light over. It stopped abruptly in front of Lu Zhangke. It was also a jade slip. Inside this jade slip was a copy of the perfect level 30 heavenly path treasure pill formula. This kind of thing could be said to be heaven-defying and too precious. If it were someone else, it would be impossible for them to leak it. After all, it was related to the existence of the heavenly path realm. However, Yi Xian didn't have such misgivings. Not to mention the level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, even the level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pill and the level 28 almighty treasure pill had to be refined with 9 colored flames in order to ensure that the treasure pill could be successfully refined. It was impossible to successfully refine its pill flame. Hiss. It really is the heavenly path treasure pill. Lu Zhangke's eyes flashed with excitement as he took the jade slip that was suspended in front of him. He immediately extended his divine sense and began to investigate. Only with just a glance, his expression changed. His chest rose and fell violently, and his body trembled slightly. With his attainments in alchemy, he could naturally see the value of this elixir formula. It could be said that if this level 30 heavenly path treasure pill could really be refined, its effects would be many times better than his heavenly path treasure pill. His heavenly path treasure pill could at most increase the chances of a successful breakthrough by 30%, which was only about 1/3 of the chance. However, as long as one could refine Yi Xian's level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, the chances of a successful breakthrough would be at least 95%. This was basically a done deal. Lu Zhangke had studied the Tao of alchemy for many years, but he knew that if he were to study the formula of a treasure pill by himself, he wouldn't be able to reach the level of Yi Xian's level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill even after 10,000 years. Just based on this point alone, the current him was completely convinced by Yi Xian. Fellow Taoists' attainments in the Tao of Elixir are so profound that this old man has never seen anything like it before. I'm truly in awe. Lu Xianxia withdrew his consciousness, and the expression on his face turned solemn. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed deeply toward Yi Xian. Today, I've only seen fellow Taoists level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe, but I've already benefited greatly. This bow of mine is from the bottom of my heart. Then, he paused for a moment and changed the topic. However, although fellow Taoists level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe is indeed rigorous and can be said to be perfect, your feeling is right. It's indeed missing something. If you don't believe me, fellow Taoist can add in the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts from this old man's Heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe. It'll be different in an instant. Of course, among the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, the wood elemental medicinal catalysts has already been indicated. It's this old man's heavenly velvet, but this old man didn't list the other 4 elemental medicinal catalysts in the recipe. At this point, Lu Xianxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. The reason for this is because this old man simply doesn't have the ability to obtain those 4 heavenly Tao treasures. Even if I listed them, it would be useless. However, it's different for fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, you have the ability to obtain those 4 heavenly Tao treasures. Then, Lu Xianxia immediately transmitted his voice to Yi Xian and told him the 4 heavenly Tao treasures. He also explained their effects and origins. Apart from the heavenly velvet, there are actually these 4 heavenly Tao treasures? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He cried out involuntarily, "It seems that my exchange with fellow Taoist today is indeed fruitful." Previously, he had never heard of the heavenly velvet that Lu Xianxia had taken out. That was why he suddenly had the idea of exchanging pointers with him. He didn't expect that he would actually gain something. Just based on the 4 heavenly Tao treasures that Lu Xianxia had mentioned, together with the heavenly velvet, he could definitely form the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately closed his eyes and activated his powerful divine sense. He added the effects of the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts into the perfect level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe and began to deduce once again. Boom! In the next moment, his mind exploded with a loud bang. He was suddenly enlightened. It was as if he had been enlightened. In an instant, he completely understood everything. First, previously, he had felt that the perfect level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill recipe was still lacking something. Now that he had added the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, it was finally complete. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt as if his state of mind had been elevated. The opportunity for him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation had arrived. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the Emperor Beast was summoned. It stood in the void outside the star. Yi Xian cupped his hands and said to Lu Xianxia, "Fellow Taoist, please wait for a few days. I suddenly have an important matter to attend to in seclusion. After I come out, I will immediately go with fellow Taoist to get the 4 heavenly Tao treasures." After saying that, he directly ignored the confused and dumbfounded Lu Xianxia. With a flash, he went to another star and went underground. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the shrunken farmer god's treasured cauldron. He stepped inside and sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was ready, Yi Xian waved his hand. In an instant, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. In his line of sight, fine rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to carry out the breakthrough this time. 10,000 evil origin fluid, 9-colored divine herbs, and so on were a dazzling array. All of them were top-grade cultivation resources, and all of them were emitting an incomparably rich energy aura. After calming himself down, Yi Xian took a deep breath and activated the power of the Shinnon Cauldron's domain. He compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, swallowed them into his stomach, and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble! Swallow! The resources instantly dissolved in Yi Xian's body. Immediately after, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from inside his body. A majestic river of energy formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, covered the sky and covered the earth. The critical moment had arrived. Yi Xian didn't dare to be distracted. He focused his mind and immediately began to circulate the heavenly Tao treasures continuously until they were completely refined. 3 days later, the river of energy disappeared from Xian's meridians and completely integrated into his divine soul and body. An incomparably thick shackle chain appeared in his body. Only if he could tear it apart, this seclusion would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Oh brain! As all of this flashed through his mind, Xian immediately thought of something. With just a single attack, the shackles had already been broken. Next? In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 5th Order Primordial Venerable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, 5th Order Primordial Venerable. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. 5th Order Desolate Venerable. In just 3 short days, he had finally broken through. At present, Xian had already left the primordial world and arrived in the primordial void. In the primordial world, the primordial heavenly Tao was a supreme existence. All living beings were suppressed by the primordial heavenly Tao. Therefore, without the primordial heavenly Tao's approval and permission, no one could forcefully enter the heavenly Tao realm. In the primordial void, the heavenly Tao realm was not the strongest existence. There were cultivation realms stronger than the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, the heavenly Tao realm was not deliberately suppressed here. It was the same as other realms. As long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could break through. Therefore, in this place, the 9 transformations of the demonic ape that came with the demonic ape bloodline in Xian's body would not be suppressed within the heavenly Tao realm like in the primordial world. It would lose its effect once it touched the edge of the heavenly Tao realm. As such, with his current 5th rank desolate supremacy cultivation, once he activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body, he would instantly possess the cultivation of a 6th rank desolate supremacy. And once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline, Xian's cultivation would soar by another realm, reaching the 6th rank of the heavenly Tao realm. He was already at the peak of the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was just 1 step away from the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm. As for the primeval heaven's eye, he was only at the 8th rank of the heavenly Tao realm. Xian's 6th rank heavenly Tao realm cultivation was only 2 small ranks away from him. Although he was still not a match for him, he was definitely qualified to fight the primeval heaven's eye head-on. This was also the reason why he was in such a hurry to make a temporary breakthrough before he went out with Xianxia to search for the 4 special treasures. This time, there was bound to be an earth-shattering battle. When the time came, Xian's aura would disperse. It was very likely that he would attract the primeval heaven's eye. Therefore, he had to be on guard. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the shrunken Shenong treasure cauldron transformed into a beam of light and was absorbed into Xian's body. Following that, his figure rushed out of the seclusion planet's underground and arrived at the Forbidden Land's cosmic void. On another planet in the distance, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged on the peak of a towering mountain. He had been like this for the past 3 days and had not left. In the void of the universe beyond the star, the 500-million-mile-long Emperor Beast was also guarding it. Xian was still a little worried about Xianxia, so he needed the Emperor Beast to intimidate him when he was in seclusion. Awoo! In the depths of the Forbidden Star area, there was a long howl. The old pig spirit's figure shot out. Although he was only a few feet tall, the aura of the complete rank 9 Baron Sovereign was extremely powerful. Xian immediately sent a voice transmission to Old Pig Spirit. In the following days, he would go out with Xianxia to search for the 4 powerful existences and seize the precious medicines needed for the 4-5 elements medicinal catalysts. Century there was bound to be a great battle, and it was very likely to attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye. However, his target was likely only Xian. A supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm like him naturally had no interest in the so-called Magic Hall army. Therefore, Xian instructed Old Pig Spirit to restrain the upper echelons of the 6 major Magic Hall armies during this period of time, including the ferocious beasts from the Xianxia Forbidden Land and the Xikong Forbidden Land that had just been incorporated. They were to stay in the Forbidden Star area as much as possible and not attract unnecessary trouble at such a critical moment. Although Old Pig Spirit was not very reliable, he was still a peak complete rank 9 Baron Sovereign and a half-step Heavenly Dao realm existence. It was enough for him to preside over the magic hall. Again, in addition, this old fellow had just made a mistake and almost brought a great disaster to the demon palace. This time, Yi Xian had specially instructed him to be honest for a period of time and not have any intentions of causing trouble for the demon palace. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian was immediately relieved. After Old Pig Spirit left, he waved his hand and stored the autarch beast into his body. Then, he looked at Lu Xianxia. At this moment, Lu Xianxia had already walked out of the distant planet and had been quietly waiting in the void of the star area. When he saw Old Pig Spirit leave and the huge autarch beast being stored into Yi Xian's body, he shook his shoulders and shot over, stopping abruptly 1,000 feet in front of Yi Xian. Here at this moment, the aura in Yi Xian's body was still concealed. Not a single bit of cultivation aura could be sensed. Therefore, Lu Xianxia had no idea that Yi Xian had made another breakthrough in his cultivation in the past 3 days. Clang, however, even if he were to tell him, Lu Xianxia would not believe him. Although Yi Xian had not spoken to him after coming out of seclusion, Lu Xianxia could already tell that Yi Xian was about to leave. He had called Old Pig Spirit over to give him a series of instructions. "Fellow Daoist, have you settled the matter at hand?" Lu Xianxia smiled and cupped his fists. Then, he continued, "If this old man's guess is correct, fellow Daoist should be going out immediately to look for the other 4 special treasures needed for the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, right?" "That's exactly what I'm thinking." Yi Xian nodded and replied with a smile. Previously, fellow Daoist only mentioned the names and effects of these 4 special treasures, but did not say where they came from. However, the wood-guiding medicine, heavenly velvet, only grew little by little in the body of a Xiantian fierce beast like fellow Daoist after entering the desolate venerable realm. Judging from the names of the other 4 treasures, the situation should be more or less the same. In other words, in order to obtain these 4 treasures, we have to find 4 Xiantian fierce beasts of the desolate venerable realm. My guess is correct, right? Indeed. Lu Xianxia nodded. Lu Xianxia nodded and explained, the other 4 treasures are indeed slowly grown in the body of a Xiantian fierce beast after entering the desolate venerable realm. Moreover, although we don't need many treasures, this kind of Xiantian precious medicine that contains a trace of heavenly energy grows extremely slowly. Therefore, the Xiantian fierce beasts that can provide us with enough treasures have entered the desolate venerable realm for many years. Fellow Daoist should be able to guess this from what this old man said just now about not being able to collect these 4 treasures with his own ability. The cultivation of those 4 existences is not weaker than this old man. Among them, the weakest is a half-step heavenly way at the peak of the 9th stage of the desolate venerable realm. To be honest, if it wasn't for fellow Daoist, I wouldn't have thought about these 4 Xiantian precious medicines at all. All along, the names of the other 4 5 elements medicinal catalyst have been missing in the prescription. Because of this, we have been changing the substitutes back and forth. At this point, a look of helplessness appeared on Lu Xianxia's face. He shook his head and sighed softly before continuing, the 2 pieces of heavenly velvet that this old man gave fellow Daoist just now is the wood catalyst origin of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst. As for the remaining 4 Xiantian medicinal catalyst origins, this old man's intention is to first go to the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area and obtain a Heavenly Eye from the half-step Heavenly Way Realm Demon Patterned Sky Wolf. This Demon Wolf Heavenly Eye is slowly growing in the body of the Demon Patterned Sky Wolf after it entered the desolate venerable realm. It belongs to the metal catalyst origin of the 5 elements. Demon Wolf Heavenly Eye? Demon Wolf Forbidden Area? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "May I know where the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area is located? What's the general situation in the Forbidden Area?" The demon-patterned Skywolf was also a connate ferocious beast. After entering the primordial supreme realm, its body would similarly contain a sliver of heavenly Dao powers. It could be used as a 5-elemental medicinal catalyst to grow flesh and blood medicine. The demon-patterned blood deer's heavenly velvet was a wood elemental 5-elemental origins treasure medicine. It could be used as wood attractions origins. While the demon-patterned skywolf had a heavenly eye in its body. It was a metal elemental 5-elemental origins treasure medicine. It could be used as gold attractions origins. Just based on this point, Yi Xian was instantly extremely interested in the demon-patterned skywolf. He immediately asked the demon-patterned blood deer about the demon-patterned sky wolf, as well as the general situation of the Fey Wolf forbidden ground it presided over. The demon-patterned blood deer originally planned on leading Xianxia to the Fey Wolf forbidden ground to obtain the Gold Attraction's Origins treasure medicine, which was the demon-patterned sky wolf's heavenly eye. Therefore, it naturally did not hide anything. It immediately recounted everything it knew in detail. The Fey Wolf forbidden ground is located in the middle of the Milky Way's right bank. It's adjacent to the demon-patterned deer forbidden ground that I presided over. The strongest person presiding over the entire Fey Wolf forbidden ground is the demon-patterned sky wolf I mentioned. Its cultivation level is at the peak desolate supremacy of the perfected rank 9 realm. Furthermore, it has been in this realm for many years. It is only a few hundred years behind me. This demon-patterned sky wolf is extremely strong. It is definitely one of the best among half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. If I were to fight it, we would be evenly matched. Neither of us would be able to do anything to the other. In fact, my demon-patterned deer forbidden ground and his demon-patterned wolf forbidden ground are hostile existences. Although they are adjacent, they do not get along well. The demon-patterned blood deer mostly live in the demon-patterned blood deer. Even the ferocious beasts vassal of other species are similar to the blood deer. They are docile in nature. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. However, the demon-patterned sky wolf is the exact opposite. This species is extremely ferocious. It is also because of this that the other ferocious beasts in the demon-patterned wolf forbidden ground are also ferocious and bloodthirsty existences. At this point, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. His face was gloomy, but his eyes were filled with anger. Fellow Taoist, you should be able to guess that my demonic deer forbidden area has been bullied by the demon wolf forbidden area for many years, even though that 7-striped heavenly wolf can't do anything to me, and we've only fought to a draw in the past few times. It's impossible for me to intervene every single time the low-level vicious beasts of the 2 forbidden lands kill each other. If I did, I wouldn't be able to do anything and would be exhausted to death. However, fellow Taoist, don't worry. Luring you to the demon wolf forbidden area this time was absolutely not due to this old man's selfishness. Everything I said earlier was absolutely not a lie. Not only is that demon-marked sky wolf tyrannical in nature, the heaven's eye within its body is indeed the best source of metal attraction. Clearly, he was worried that Xianxia would be oversensitive, so he deliberately spent more time explaining. However, it was only a 9th rank perfect perfection demon wolf. Xianxia really didn't think much of it. Dong, he waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. Since I'm friends with fellow Taoist, even if this demon wolf is useless for the heavenly path treasure pill, it's just a small matter for me to kill it for the sake of our friendship. Other than the demonic mark sky wolf at the peak of the 9th rank perfect perfection, there are 4 other desolate supremacy realm ferocious beasts. Xianxia immediately felt relieved after hearing Xianxia's words. He continued to explain, however, although these 4 vicious beasts are also primordial supremes, they are only at the middle and late primordial supremes. To fellow Taoist, they are nothing. Moreover, these 4 fellows are also vicious and merciless people who seek revenge for every grievance. If it's convenient, it's best to get rid of them as well to avoid future troubles. While speaking, Xianxia cupped his fists again. Of course, after the demon wolf forbidden area is destroyed, although it is adjacent to this old man's demon deer forbidden area, this old man has no intention of annexing it. Those starry sky ferocious beasts are all cruel and bloodthirsty people. This old man doesn't like it. Therefore, after killing the 5 desolate supremes, this demon wolf forbidden area should be taken by fellow Taoist. This was what it should be. Xianxia was so tactful and self-aware, which made Xianxia quite satisfied. He immediately nodded. In that case, fellow Taoist will lead the way. Let's set this demon wolf forbidden area as the first stop. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia immediately waved his hand. With an incomparably clear sound of ripping cloth, a void crack that was 100 feet wide instantly appeared in the void in front of them. Here at this time, Xianxia and Xianxia were both in their human forms. Xianxia was in his original appearance, while Xianxia was a red-bearded black-robed old man. A void crack that was 100 feet wide was enough. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon, Xianxia cupped his fists at Xianxia and immediately shook his shoulders. His entire body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the void crack in front of them. Yi Xian wasn't on guard at all, because it was completely unnecessary. The difference in cultivation between the two sides was too great. No matter what schemes Lu Zhangke had, in front of absolute power, he was nothing more than a chicken or a dog. He immediately followed behind and entered the spatial rift. Very soon, the spatial rift was mended at a speed visible to the naked eye under the influence of the laws of the primordial chaos, and the two of them vanished, in the middle section of the right bank of the river, in the demon wolf forbidden area. At this moment, a small-scale battle was breaking out in the periphery of the star domain of the demon wolf forbidden area. This kind of thing was actually quite common in the void surrounding the forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. There were too many forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank. Each forbidden area had a large number of ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial chaos. Although they would not invade other forbidden areas and star domains to fight and hunt, it would be regarded as an invasion. The powerful figures and even the old monster Huang Zun in the forbidden area would not sit idly by and watch. They would be suppressed and killed. However, in the void outside the Forbidden Land star area, if there were occasional encounters and conflicts, it was normal for them to kill each other. Even if it was close to the periphery of the Forbidden Land star area, the powerful figures in the Forbidden Lands, such as the Desolate Sovereign, would not easily protect their own. At this moment, although the battle outside the Demon Wolf Forbidden area was only a small-scale battle, there were still many people on both sides. There were about 2,000 to 3,000 people on each side. 2 days ago, a team of ferocious beasts from the Demon Wolf Forbidden area went out to hunt and happened to pass by this place. The ferocious beasts in the forbidden area of the Demon Wolf Forbidden area noticed the situation and immediately rushed out. After 2 days of fighting, both sides suffered a lot of losses. However, in general, the Demon Wolf Forbidden area had more casualties. Although there were still more than 1,000 ferocious beasts in the immortal realm, they were all injured. On the side of the Demon Wolf Forbidden area, all the ferocious beasts were extremely ferocious and violent. Although their cultivation strength was similar to the ferocious beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden area, they did not suffer much damage. At this moment, in the area 10 billion miles away from the battlefield, there was a sudden crisp sound of ripping silk, and a void crack appeared quietly. Far away from the battlefield, in the void 10 billion miles away, there was a crisp sound of ripping silk, and a void crack appeared silently. Then, 2 figures walked out of the crack, one after the other. The figure in front was wearing a black robe and had a blood-red beard. The cultivation aura emitted from his body showed that he was the peak 9th stage Desolate Master. This person was the strongest person in the Demon Deer Forbidden area, the Demon Pattern Blood Deer, Lu Zhangke. While, the one following behind him was naturally Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian's cultivation was still hidden, and no aura could be sensed. If it wasn't for the fact that he could be seen with the naked eye, it would be as if this person didn't exist at all. However, although Yi Xian's cultivation aura was hidden, Lu Zhangke didn't. At this moment, as he and Yi Xian walked out of the void crack, the thousands of fierce beasts that were fighting fiercely in the void outside the Demon Wolf Forbidden area all turned to look at them. The fierce battle came to an abrupt end. The 2,000 to 3,000 fierce beasts from the Demon Wolf Forbidden area had fear and vigilance in their eyes, but they didn't retreat or escape. One behind them was the Demon Wolf Forbidden area, and the strongest person in it, the Demon Pattern Sky Wolf, was not weaker than the Demon Pattern Blood Deer. Another on the one hand, this kind of battle outside the Forbidden area was usually ignored by the powerful people in the Forbidden area, such as the Desolate Master. Because, in order to make frequent outbursts, the scale of the outbursts varied. If they took action every time the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden area fell into a disadvantageous situation, they would be exhausted to death. Therefore, the fierce beasts of the Demon Wolf Forbidden area had been besieging the fierce beasts of the Demon Deer Forbidden area for 2 days. In less than half a day, this battle would end, and they would reap the rewards. Therefore, if they took the initiative to retreat now and escape into the Demon Wolf Forbidden area behind them, they would naturally be unwilling. However, for the remaining 1,000 or so ferocious beasts of the Demonic Deer Forbidden Land, suddenly seeing the strongest person in their Forbidden Land was tantamount to seeing the dawn of life. Overjoyed, they immediately cried out to Lu Zhangke for help. In fact, with the current situation, if it had been before, even if Lu Zhangke just so happened to pass by, he would have pretended not to see them and quickly left. After all, this was the demon wolf forbidden land. Moreover, the battle was taking place in the void of the universe outside the star field. Moreover, the number of ferocious beasts participating in the battle was about the same. It could be said to be relatively fair. In such a situation, if he were to attack, the 7-marked heavenly wolf in the monstrous wolf forbidden area would definitely not leave the matter at that. Although Xianxia was not afraid of the 7-marked heavenly wolf, this sort of meaningless entanglement was completely unnecessary. Thus, even if he were to pass by, he would turn a blind eye and quickly leave. He would not give the ferocious beasts under his command the opportunity to call for help. But now, he was leading Xian straight to the demon wolf forbidden land. He was not just passing by, so he couldn't just turn a blind eye and leave immediately. What's more, even if he left now, it was too late. The team of ferocious beasts that was about to be slaughtered in the forbidden land had already called for help. It was one thing to not see it and just pass by quickly. But now that the ferocious beasts under his command had already called for help, it was another matter. If he did not take action in such a situation, once the news spread, not only would the subordinates in the demon wolf forbidden land be disappointed, but the ferocious beasts and experts in other forbidden lands and star fields would also secretly laugh at him. Again, like I said, Xianxia did not come with good intentions this time. He could not wait for the 7-marked heavenly wolf in the depths of the forbidden land to rush out and die. So, now that there was an opportunity in front of him to instantly enrage the other party, he naturally would not let it go easily. Roar. Bastards of the demon wolf forbidden land, you are getting bolder and bolder now. This old man is a subordinate of the demon wolf forbidden land. How can you kill me at will? Today, all of you will die. After raising his head and roaring angrily, Xianxia's spiritual perception voice was instantly transmitted. It was filled with endless indignation as it rumbled into the depths of the demon wolf forbidden land. He did not delay either. Before his spiritual perception voice faded, he had already waved his hand. Boom. Boom, bang. 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 The thousands of ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden land 10 billion kilometers away were only at the immortal realm. How could they withstand the furious strike of a half-step heavenly Dao realm expert? Boom. After this shocking explosion, the thousands of fierce beasts in the demon wolf forbidden area all exploded and died. Moreover, because their cultivations were too weak, neither Xianxia nor Yixian were interested in collecting the boundless blood mist that was formed from their bodies exploding with a wave of their hands. Xianxia lived up to his reputation as a veteran peak desolate supremacy who had stepped into the half-step heavenly Dao realm for many years. At that moment, despite being separated by 10 billion kilometers, he attacked in anger. However, the control of his strength remained extremely precise. The thousands of ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden land exploded and died instantly. However, the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts from the demonic deer forbidden land, including the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts' corpses in the void, were not damaged at all. At that moment, they were all scared silly. This was because such a thing had never happened before. Even when Xianxia occasionally rescued his subordinates who were besieged by the demon wolf forbidden land outside the forbidden land, he would usually only take away the ferocious beasts on his side. That was why even when he punished the demon wolf forbidden land's ferocious beasts, he would not truly kill them. After all, although the two forbidden lands were evenly matched in strength, the demon wolf forbidden land was filled with a bunch of extremely vicious beasts. They were overly bloodthirsty and brutal. The ferocious beasts and upper echelons of the demon wolf forbidden land were already used to tolerating them. But this time, Xianxia's attack was decisive. With a wave of his hand, none of the thousands of ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden land were spared. All of them exploded, turning into a blood mist. Most importantly, this was not the demon wolf forbidden land, but the periphery of the demon wolf forbidden land's stellar domain. Xianxia's actions were overly sensitive. The demon-patterned skywolf in the demon wolf forbidden land would definitely not let this matter rest. It was because they realized this that the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden land were so shocked. They were scared silly in the void. Humph, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for him to come out and kill all of you? Seeing their reaction, Xianxia's expression sank. With a light shout, he immediately attacked. With a wave of his hand, an invisible and terrifying power swept forth. It swept up all the ferocious beasts in the demonic deer forbidden area, as well as the corpses of the ferocious beasts that were already dead, into the void 100 billion miles behind them, awoo. At the same time, in the demon wolf forbidden land stellar domain ahead, a shocking aura soared into the sky. Accompanied by a long and shrill howl, a divine sense voice rumbled, "Old Lu, what are you up to today? You actually took the initiative to provoke us. Are you tired of living?" "Humph, the one who is tired of living is you." Lu Xianxia was not polite at all as he retorted, "This old man came here today for one thing, to borrow your demon wolf heavenly eye." Humph, you're the one who's tired of living." Lu Xianxia did not hold back in the face of the demonic wolf's provocation. He retorted, "I came here today for one thing, to borrow your demonic wolf's heavenly eye." "Awoo, old man Lu, did you take the wrong medicine today? How dare you talk to me like that?" As he spoke, the shocking aura in the demonic wolf forbidden land soared into the sky again, accompanied by a long, mournful howl. The voice of the divine consciousness rumbled, "My demonic wolf's heavenly eye is in its skull. Let's see if you have the ability to cut it open today." Awoo, rumble. As the last howl sounded, a figure rushed out from the depths of the demonic wolf forbidden land ahead. Its body was extremely huge, more than 10 million miles long, like a small star. It was a demonic wolf with a shiny green mane, dotted with a large number of blood-colored demonic patterns. It was extremely obscure, giving off a mysterious, simple, and heavy aura. It only referred to the demonic wolf's fur. In addition, the aura emitted from its body was extremely ferocious and violent. Its eyes were as red as blood. At a glance, one could tell that it was an extremely bloodthirsty ferocious beast. Although there were many types and races of ferocious beasts in the primordial void, innate ferocious beasts were extremely rare. The so-called innate ferocious beasts referred to the bloodline descendants of the chaos demon gods that were born in the 3000 nests at the beginning of the primordial era. Only with the bloodline of the chaos demon gods in their bodies, they could be called innate ferocious beasts. For example, the demonic patterned blood deer and the demonic patterned heavenly wolf that was roaring and rumbling over belonged to this category. Only in the bodies of innate ferocious beasts, after they grew to the supreme primordial realm, would special flesh medicine appear in their bodies because of the gradual atavism of their bloodline. Such as the demonic blood deer's heavenly velvet, the demonic wolf's heavenly eye, and so on. These special flesh medicine were extremely rare because when innate ferocious beasts advanced to the supreme primordial realm, the bloodline in their bodies would begin to atavism. Therefore, they all contained a trace of the primordial law power. Of course, this kind of innate flesh medicine that contained the primordial law power had different attributes. After all, there were thousands of great Tao laws in the primordial void. But what Xianxia needed now was innate fleshly medicines that contained the laws of primordial 5 elements, and that was even more difficult to find. 5 of the 5 elemental guiding herbs, he had already obtained the wood guiding essence, which was the heavenly velvet of the demonic patterned blood deer. The heavenly eye in the skull of the demonic patterned sky wolf was the metal guiding essence of the 5 elemental guiding herbs. It would have been fine if he hadn't met him, but since he had found him, Xianxia definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his luck if he had to search elsewhere. Therefore, when he saw the 7-striped sky wolf appear, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had already decided the end of the 7-striped sky wolf. Unfortunately, the demonic marked heavenly wolf didn't realize this. He was too confident. Moreover, he had fought with the demonic marked blood deer many times. Although neither of them could do anything to the other, the demonic marked heavenly wolf clearly didn't realize this. But the demonic marked heavenly wolf was ferocious by nature, while the demonic marked blood deer was much more docile and peaceful. Therefore, even though the demonic marked heavenly wolf couldn't do anything to the demonic marked blood deer, in the end of every battle, the demonic marked blood deer would basically give in. He didn't know what was wrong with the demonic marked blood deer. It actually dared to take the initiative to attack outside the demon wolf forbidden area and even provoked it verbally. But because the two of them were too familiar with each other, he didn't think that the demonic marked blood deer had any means to do anything to him. In fact, before the demonic marked blood deer met Xianxia, it was indeed like this. So therefore, even though the demonic marked blood deer's actions were a little abnormal today, the overconfident demonic marked heavenly wolf still didn't think too much about it. Xianxia, at this time, was standing far behind the demonic marked blood deer. His remnant form was inconspicuous. Compared to the demonic-marked blood deer, which had already revealed its bloodline true body and was also tens of millions of miles large, it was like a star and a speck of dust. In addition, he deliberately concealed his aura, so when his figure was blocked by the demonic-marked blood deer, the demonic-marked heavenly wolf couldn't see him at all. There was no trace of him with its divine sense, so it didn't know the existence of Xian at all. Roar. Old Ghost Lu, you actually dare to provoke me. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation today, this matter is not over. Rushing out of the demon wolf forbidden area, the demonic-marked heavenly wolf appeared at the edge of the star domain tens of billions of miles away. The demonic-marked heavenly wolf raised its head and roared. The aura in its body was violent to the extreme. It raised its 4 claws, and the entire terrifying body of tens of millions of miles large instantly pounced forward. Like a huge meteor, it opened its bloody mouth and roared at the demon-patterned blood deer in the air. Roar. Old Ghost, you're still so stubborn even in the face of death. Seeing that we've known each other for countless years, this old man will send you on your last journey today. When the demonic-marked heavenly wolf on the opposite side pounced, the aura in its huge body was extremely fierce. Clearly, it was ready to kill. The demonic-marked blood deer's anger seemed to have been aroused. It raised its head and roared. As the voice of its divine sense spread, its huge body shook and it looked like it was about to attack. These two old guys were old enemies. After so many years of fighting, neither of them could do anything to the other. If they really fought, it would obviously take a long time. Enough, this king doesn't have the time to watch you fight blindly. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Xian curled his lips. The voice of his divine sense rang out, and his figure flashed in front of the demonic-marked blood deer. Standing proudly in the void, he raised his hand and punched out, bang. Although Xian had only lightly punched out this strike, not to mention his figure, his shoulders didn't even shake. However, his current cultivation level was at the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm. It was terrifying to the extreme, so it was naturally impossible for the demonic-marked sky wolf to withstand it. Following that, with a loud boom, the massive body that was still pouncing through the void instantly exploded with a bang. Not a single hair was left behind as it transformed into a bloody mist that dissipated. Oh, that's not right. Although not a single hair was left behind, there was a fist-sized blood-colored bead. It was clearly visible amidst the spreading bloody mist. Phew. When he saw this blood-colored bead, the corners of Xian's mouth curled into a playful smile. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he instantly waved his hand and shot out an incomparably boundless, formless energy. Soon, the demonic-marked heavenly wolf's massive body exploded into a bloody mist that swept over. It was sucked into Xian's body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. From there, the blood essence condensation began. At the same time, the fist-sized bead amidst the bloody mist shot over as well. It was now in Xian's hand. He fiddled with it for a moment before putting it away with a flip of his hand. This fist-sized bead was the heavenly eye in the demonic-marked heavenly wolf's head. It was also the gold essence that Xian needed. Now, he had finally obtained it. With just one punch, Xian had easily finished the battle. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power, his strongest combat strength had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. He was just short of stepping into the late stages of the heavenly Dao realm. He was truly too powerful. No, after all, this demon-patterned skywolf was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection, which was also a half-step heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, it was the same as the demon-patterned blood deer. It was a senior existence that had stepped into this realm for many years. It could be said that his peak desolate supremacy cultivation level was thick and solid. He was not very far from the true heavenly Dao realm. If in a head-on battle, although the demon-patterned skywolf would ultimately die if he used all his strength, he would barely be able to last a round or two against Xian. He would definitely not be instantly killed. All of this was because he was overconfident. The demon-patterned blood deer's actions were so abnormal that it failed to raise his guard. It deserved to end up in such a state. With the demon-patterned skywolf killed with one punch, Xian was in a good mood. He originally had 33 desolate supremacy blood essences. Now, after killing the demon-patterned Skywolf, he had an additional blood essence, reaching a whopping 34. And this demon-patterned Skywolf was a senior peak desolate supremacy. It was an existence that was extremely close to the true heavenly Tao realm. The blood essence refined from the massive blood mist formed from its body's explosion was definitely of high quality. If it was used to refine a level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, one would be equivalent to 2. Based on this alone, the harvest this time was incomparably huge. Even more, not to mention that other than this top-grade desolate sovereign blood essence, Xian had also successfully obtained the source of the gold guide. As a result, among the 5 elements innate medicine, only the source of the fire guide, the source of the water guide, and the source of the earth guide had yet to be obtained. The mission of collecting the connate 5 elements herbs was nearly half completed, however, since the demonic wolf Forbidden Land had already arrived and even killed the 5 desolate supremacies, the strongest demonic striped sky wolf, it was only natural that they would delay for a while. Previously, the demonic patterned blood deer had said that other than this demonic patterned sky wolf that was at the peak of the 9th rank perfection realm, there were 4 other desolate supremacy realm ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden grounds. Although the 4 beasts were supremacy of the primordial era, they were only at the mid and late stages. To Xian, who was already at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, they were nothing. As long as he wanted to take action, the 4 old bastards would have no way of escaping. This is, after all, it was 4 desolate supremacy blood essences. Furthermore, the demonic patterned blood deer had previously said that these 4 fellows were vicious and merciless people who would definitely seek revenge. If it was convenient, it would be best to get rid of them as well to prevent future troubles. Furthermore, this old fellow was extremely tactful. He had already made it clear that after the demon wolf forbidden grounds was destroyed, although it was adjacent to his demonic deer forbidden grounds, he had no intention of annexing it. Those starry sky ferocious beasts were cruel and bloodthirsty, so he was extremely displeased with them. Therefore, after eliminating the 5 desolate supremacies guarding the demon wolf forbidden grounds, the demon wolf forbidden grounds would still be taken over by Xian. This is, however, Xian naturally would not refuse to take over a powerful ferocious beast forbidden grounds. This is, therefore, after waving his hand to collect the heaven's eye in the demonic patterned sky wolf's head and the boundless blood mist that was formed after its body exploded, Xian immediately turned to look at the dumbfounded demonic patterned blood deer in the void behind him. His tone was light, as though he was talking about a trivial matter. Let's go. There are still 4 desolate supremacies inside. Let's finish, whoosh. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already transformed into a weak beam of light that shot forward. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the edge of the demon wolf forbidden grounds. Roar! Seeing this, the demonic patterned blood deer raised its head and roared. Without any hesitation, its huge body shot out like a blood-colored meteor in the void, following closely behind, charging into the demon wolf forbidden grounds in front of it. Demon wolf forbidden grounds. There were a total of 5 desolate supremacies guarding the wolf forbidden grounds. Other than the demonic patterned sky wolf that had been blown up by Xian's light punch, there were 4 other desolate supremacies. The bloodlines of the 4 desolate supremacies were different. Only one of them was the same as the demonic patterned sky wolf, but it was only a desolate supremacy. Its 3 of them belonged to other bloodlines and were not innate ferocious beasts. Dang, when Xian and the demonic patterned blood deer descended upon the demon wolf forbidden grounds and attacked at the edge of the stellar domain outside the forbidden grounds, the 4 desolate supremacies in the demon wolf forbidden grounds had sensed it. However, as the strongest demonic patterned sky wolf was the first to attack, they remained dormant. Although they did not appear, they were secretly observing everything. At the instant the demonic patterned sky wolf perished, the 4 desolate supremacies were dumbfounded. They almost could not believe that all of this was real. Only when Xian's figure flashed and charged into the demonic patterned forbidden ground stellar domain did they suddenly snap to their senses. Nearly simultaneously, they rushed out of their respective cave abode stars and fled in horror. At that moment, they were nearly scared out of their wits. The demonic patterned sky wolf was a desolate supremacy, a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert at the 9th stage of perfection. Yet, it was instantly blown up by a single punch. Before it perished, it did not even have the time to let out a shrill howl. Only just from this point, they could roughly infer how terrifying the cultivation level of the remnant expert they had previously overlooked was. It was definitely a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was basically impossible for it to be at the early stages of the heavenly Tao realm. It was very likely that it was a terrifying old monster at the middle stages of the heavenly Tao realm. Upon realizing this, they instantly felt an intense sense of danger that they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. No, after a moment of hesitation, the four old fellows made a decision in an instant. They rushed out of their respective cave stars at the same time, but they did not escape in the same direction. Instead, they rushed in four different directions: north, south, east, and west. Who lived and who died was up to fate. Bam! In the void beside them, a desolate supremacy had pushed its cultivation to its limits as its entire body transformed into a beam of light that shot forward. Unfortunately, his luck was really bad. This direction happened to be right in front of Xian, who was charging into the stellar domain. Xian curled his lips and with just a punch, his massive body instantly exploded with a bang. Not a single hair was left behind as it transformed into a bloody mist that dissipated. Phew! As the bloody mist dissipated, a ghastly glint flashed in Xian's eyes. He instantly waved his hand and shot out an extremely majestic and invisible force. The bloody mist formed by the desolate supremacy's body's explosion swept over. Xian absorbed it into his body and sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Phew! In just an instant, one of the four desolate supremacies perished. Although the remaining three did not turn their heads, they sensed everything. Their entire bodies trembled as they hurried off. Instantly, they were nearly frightened out of their wits. It's useless. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Xian's voice sounded out through his spiritual perception. With a flash of his body, he instantly vanished from his original spot. As Xian rushed into the demon wolf forbidden ground, one of the four desolate supremes in the forbidden ground died in an instant. Although the remaining three didn't turn their heads, they sensed everything. Their entire bodies trembled, and their momentum suddenly accelerated. They were all frightened out of their wits. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Seeing this scene, Xian curled his lips, and at the same time the voice of his divine sense was transmitted. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. Swish! Swish! A sharp sound was heard. An incomparably sharp sound broke through the air, and it was so ear-piercing. When the demonic patterned blood deer rushed into the demon wolf forbidden ground star field, Xian's figure was already hundreds of billions of miles away, appearing in another direction. While, about 10 billion kilometers in front of where his figure suddenly appeared, a dark blue ball of light was fleeing in that direction, emitting a sense of endless shock and panic. It was a mid-stage fifth-order desolate supremacy old monster. He did not reveal his bloodline true body. His entire body had transformed into a dark blue ball of light that was only 1,000 feet long. This was beneficial for escaping and could achieve the fastest speed. But, unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not compare to a true heavenly Tao realm expert. Even when he was escaping, Xian only needed to teleport behind him. The moment he appeared, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately circulated the power in his body and punched out, "Fellow Taoist, let's talk nicely," as if realizing that he could not escape. The desolate supremacy old monster, who still had a trace of wishful thinking, suddenly stopped in the void. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted, revealing the intention of begging for mercy. But, unfortunately, it was all too late. Bang! The majestic power of Xian's punch directly enveloped the dark blue ball of light. Everything that happened next was without suspense. An earth-shattering boom instantly sounded. In the blink of an eye, the berserk power of this attack had already smashed into the old man's body. This old monster Huanzun was already at the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm, but he didn't have the time to react when facing the full strength of Xian, who was at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm. The blue light ball only shook slightly. Electricity in less than a tenth of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc within his body. His entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Who? At the same time, Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Along with the howling of a gale, an incomparably boundless energy whistled out, causing the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the desolate elder's enormous body to sweep over. It was sucked into his body and sent to the bottom of the central region's volcano in the cauldron space. From there, it began. Blood essence condensation. This scene happened to be seen by the demon-patterned blood deer that had just charged into the stellar domain. The old fellow's body trembled violently as a look of shock appeared on his face. After drawing a cold gasp, he exclaimed in horror, "Heavens, he's actually at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. He's just one step away from reaching the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm." Back in the stellar domain of the magic hall, Xian had not taken action. He had guessed that Xian was definitely at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm since his avatar was already at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. However, he believed that Xian was likely at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Following that, he arrived outside the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. With the appearance of the demon-patterned Demon Wolf, Xian suddenly took action. With a punch, he instantly killed the defenseless demon-patterned Demon Wolf. Due to his fast speed, the demon-patterned blood deer failed to capture Xian's cultivation aura. Previously, when Xian killed his first target in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land, the demon-patterned blood deer was still outside the Forbidden Land. It had yet to charge into the stellar domain, so it did not have the opportunity to sense Xian's cultivation aura. But now, when Xian attacked a second time after charging into the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land, he killed the mid-stage Desolate Zune monster with one punch. Although it was a fleeting glimpse, the demon-patterned blood deer was able to keenly capture the information that it had always been curious about. 6th stage Heavenly Tao realm. This mysterious and young remnant expert had reached the terrifying 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Although the 4th and 6th stages were both at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm, the concepts were completely different. The Heaven's a 4th stage Heavenly Tao realm expert was bound to be crushed when encountering a 6th stage Heavenly Tao realm expert. The 6th stage was already close to the late stages of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was just one stage away. To the demon-patterned blood deer, who was only at the perfected 9th stage of the Desolate Zune realm and had yet to step into the true Heavenly Tao realm, such an existence was something it could only look up to. Never did it imagine that it would one day reach such a height. Screech, just as the demon-patterned blood deer was reeling in shock, a shocking screech sounded from another direction of the void. Looking over, the mysterious remnant expert had already arrived 5 billion kilometers behind his third target after teleporting. No hesitated for a moment, but he still threw out a light punch. Bam! A boundless force enveloped the desolate Zune monster. Before the screech from his mouth could fade away, an earth-shattering boom sounded. Everything happened too quickly. In a blink of an eye, a boundless force surged into his body. In less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc in his body, causing his entire body to explode. It transformed into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Immediately after, Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Along with the whistling of a gale, an incomparably boundless energy whistled out, causing the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the desolate elder's enormous body to sweep over. In just a few seconds, he had attacked 3 times in a row. Each attack killed a desolate Zune monster. Such terrifying and valiant strength caused the demon-patterned blood deer's body to tremble. He had lived for countless years, but he had never seen such a powerful existence. Thankfully, he was not an enemy, otherwise, he would probably have died here today even if he had 10 lives. Roar! Why? Why are you so ruthless? Bam! At this moment, in the void on the right, the last desolate Zune monster, who was originally rushing away, stopped abruptly. He knew that he couldn't escape and gave up struggling. Raising his head and roaring, his entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a blood mist that spread out. Xian approached him in a flash, waved his hand, collected the blood mist that exploded, and sent it into the Shenong treasure cauldron in his body, starting the blood essence condensation. It was too fast. From the moment Xian rushed into the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land star field, to now, everything was settled. In less than 10 breaths, the 4 powerful desolate Zune monsters had all fallen. All of this fell into the eyes of the countless fierce beasts in the Forbidden Land. They were so scared that their souls had already left their bodies, and their bodies were crawling on the ground, trembling. Yi Xian's figure also stopped abruptly at this moment. The power of divine sense extended out, enveloping the entire Forbidden Land star field, and said coldly, "From this moment on, I am, the Demon Wolf Demon Lord." As Yi Xian charged into the star domain of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Grounds, he brazenly attacked and killed 4 desolate supremacies within 10 seconds. All of this fell into the eyes of countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Grounds. They were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Yi Xian waved his hand and absorbed the last wisp of blood mist into his body. His figure came to an abrupt halt as his divine sense extended out and enveloped the entire Forbidden Grounds. He said coldly, "From this moment onwards, I am, the Demon Wolf Demon Lord." Whoosh! 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 This time, there was no need for Yi Xian to urge them. Beams of light shot out from all around the star domain. They stopped abruptly when they were 5 billion kilometers away, transforming into massive ferocious beasts. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Yi Xian's words had already revealed that he would not attack again. The mighty figures of the primordial era in the Forbidden Grounds felt as though they had been granted amnesty. They naturally did not delay any further. They immediately rushed out and prostrated themselves on the ground, expressing their submission. It was as though they were afraid that if they were half a step slower, Yi Xian would think that they were refusing to submit and would attack again. It was truly speechless that mighty figures were frightened to such an extent. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. They had not even reached the desolate supremacy realm. Against a powerful 6th stage heavenly Dao realm expert, they had the realization that they were nothing more than ants. Yi Xian swept his gaze over. There were nearly 50 ferocious beasts prostrating in the void 5 billion kilometers away. All of them were mighty figures of the primordial era, but at this moment, they were like ants. Their bodies were trembling, and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without any delay, he immediately waved his hand and shot out beams of light into the bodies of these ferocious beasts. There were no exceptions. From then on, with nearly 50 mighty figures of the primordial era under his control, the entire Demon Wolf Forbidden Grounds fell into his hands. It became a vassal of the Magic Hall. Deng, however, due to other considerations, Yi Xian did not announce his name as the master of the Magic Hall. Instead, he referred to himself as the Demon Wolf Demon Lord. The 2 words Demon Wolf here naturally refer to the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area. Therefore, the beasts in the Forbidden Area should call him the Demon Lord. If there are no major changes, without my order, you are not allowed to go too far from the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area. Otherwise, if I find out, you will be executed without mercy. After doing all this, Yi Xian's soul consciousness spread out. The entire Monster Wolf Forbidden Land could hear it clearly. Countless beasts in the Forbidden Land roared in unison, replying respectfully. This time, Yi Xian's harvest could be said to be extremely shocking. Other than the gold guiding origin Demon Wolf's Heaven's Eye, he had also obtained several desolate Supreme Blood Essences. Boom! After killing the demonic pattern Sky Wolf, he had obtained 34 desolate Supreme Blood Essences. Now, he had obtained 38. He was only 2 desolate Supreme Blood Essences away from 40. More importantly, he had successfully obtained the gold guiding origin. As a result, among the innate 5 elements herbs, only the fire guiding origin, the water guiding origin, and the earth guiding origin had not been obtained yet. The task of collecting the innate 5 elements herbs was almost completed. However, Yi Xian had no clue where the next 3 innate 5 elements herbs were. He had to rely on Xianxia to lead the way so that he could smoothly obtain them. He immediately turned around and left the Monster Wolf Forbidden Land. He did not even go to the neighboring Demonic Deer Forbidden Land. Instead, he went straight to the next stop. At this time, Xianxia also removed the bloodline true body state and transformed into the appearance of a remnant. He was an old man with blood and blood beard. He looked a little mysterious and strange. Reverse Yi Xian was not very eye-catching and was extremely young. This was a combination of remnant powerhouses. Generally speaking, the old man should be an elder or a powerful existence, while the young remnant should be his follower or junior. However, the truth was the opposite. Now, the two of them were flying in the void. Yi Xian had his hands behind his back and was calm and relaxed. Lu Zhangke followed beside him. Although he seemed to be leading the way, he would occasionally look back with a flattering smile on his face. He took the initiative to talk to Yi Xian, fellow Daoist, the next stop is the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. While rushing, Lu Zhangke explained the general situation of the next destination to Yi Xian. This Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land is a little special. It is located in the right section of the right bank of the Milky Way. The strongest powerhouse in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land is a water-patterned blue unicorn. This water-patterned blue unicorn is also a connate ferocious beast. There is a dark blue liquid in its body called heavenly liquid. This liquid is a substance that the water-patterned blue unicorn, a connate ferocious beast, slowly accumulates in its body because of its connate ferocious beast bloodline after its cultivation has advanced to the desolate venerable realm. Because it contains a trace of the power of the primordial law and its attribute is water, it is called heavenly liquid. It is extremely precious. The strongest water-patterned blue unicorn in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land has also reached the peak of rank 9 Desolate Venerable, which is half a step into the heavenly path. It is similar to my cultivation and that of the water-patterned Sky Wolf. There is not much difference. In addition to this water-patterned blue unicorn, there are 2 desolate venerable old monsters in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. Their cultivation is also very strong. They are both rank 8 desolate venerables and are not far from the peak of rank 9. Hence, although there are only 3 desolate venerable old monsters in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land, their overall strength is not weak. Among the many supreme forbidden lands and supreme starfields on the right bank of the Milky Way, they are quite famous. However, the situation in this forbidden land is a bit special. The other supreme forbidden lands have a large number of space beasts. Although their bloodlines are different, they gather together and live in the forbidden starfields. However, there are not many space beasts in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. There are only a few hundred of them. The weakest one is a universe supreme, and they are all space beasts that like water and cold. The reason for this is because the entire Blue Chelan Forbidden Area is a world of water and ice. The fire Chelan's entire body is crimson red, and its attribute is fire, while the Blue Chelan is of the water attribute, and likes water and cold. The Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land is a world of water. There are not many stars, and they are all immersed in the endless cold liquid. Also, when the water-patterned blue unicorn is cultivating, there is a large amount of cold air coming out of its body. If it stays there for a long time, the entire starfield's endless cold liquid will be frozen. That scene is spectacular, as if the entire space is frozen. All the space beasts in the starfield, as well as a small number of stars in the starfield, are all frozen. Such an extreme environment, even some powerful space beasts can't withstand it. They don't like it, so there are very few space beasts that rely on the water-patterned blue unicorn. Now, the hundreds of space beasts living in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land, although their bloodlines and races are different, without exception, they all like water and cold. When the water-patterned blue unicorn cultivates, the entire starfield is frozen in an extreme environment, which is beneficial to their cultivation. Hence, they gather there. From this point of view, these hundreds of space beasts are more or less dependent on the water-patterned blue unicorn. Hence, if we want to kill the former, we have to kill them as well. Leaving them alive would be a disaster in the future. When the water-patterned blue Chelan cultivates, it freezes the entire stellar domain in an extreme environment. It is beneficial for the hundreds of ferocious beasts that are attached to the Blue Chelan Forbidden Land. Therefore, they are gathered there. Upon saying that, a cold glint flashed in Lu Zhangke's eyes. From this point of view, the hundreds of astral beasts are somewhat reliant on the water-patterned blue Chelan. Therefore, if we want to kill the former, we have to kill them as well. Leaving them alive will only lead to future trouble. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Upon hearing that, a faint glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As he spoke, he swept his gaze to Lu Zhangke and gave him a meaningful look. Before heading to the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land, the old bastard had reminded Yi Xian not to spare the remaining 4 desolate supremacies in the Forbidden Land after killing the water-patterned Sky Wolf. This was because they had a good relationship with the water-patterned Sky Wolf. They got along very well, so if they were not killed, it would probably cause trouble in the future. Back then, Xian did not think too much about it. After all, Lu Zhangke's performance back then was extremely ingratiating. In order to curry favor with Xian, a heavenly Dao realm expert, it was understandable that he would take the initiative to remind him. Furthermore, the old bastard was clearly worried that Xian would misunderstand. Back then, he made his stance clear that he would not covet the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land. Furthermore, he gave a reasonable reason. That was, the astral beasts in the demonic deer Forbidden Land were the mild type. As for the astral beasts in the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land, they were the exact opposite. Even if they were to incorporate the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land, it would not be a good thing. Instead, they would be inviting trouble. Everything was reasonable. Xian did not think too much about it. But this time, when the old bastard brought him to the Blue Qilan Forbidden Land on the right bank of the Milky Way's right bank, he seemed to ingratiate himself by reminding Xian that he had to kill all the few hundred astral beasts in the Forbidden Land after killing the water-patterned Blue Qilan. And this time, the reason he gave was just as reasonable, so Xian wouldn't have thought too much about it. But this old man had always said that he had a gentle temperament. Now that he said these words, it seemed as if they came out of his mouth without any pressure at all. It gave people a strange feeling. In an instant, Xian's mind flashed, and he became vigilant. This time, although he had only casually mentioned it, Lu Zhangke seemed to have immediately realized something. He gave a dry laugh and explained a few words, then no longer said anything. That was even more suspicious. Xian sneered inwardly, but he didn't point it out. He followed behind the other, spreading his wings and shooting toward the right section of the Milky Way's right bank. Although it was not far from the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way to the right section, it was not close either. With Xian's current cultivation at the 6th level of the Heavenly Path realm, it should have been faster. But because Lu Zhangke, who was leading the way, was only at the half-step Heavenly Path realm at the 9th level of the Desolate Supremacy, it took 2 full days before the two finally arrived at the edge of the Blue Qilan Forbidden Land. At this point, the temperature in the void suddenly rose by hundreds of degrees. Even a breath could instantly turn into ice shards. Perhaps it was because of this that there was no sign of any ferocious beasts in the nearby starfields. Even the 2 forbidden lands on the left and right of the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land were extremely far away, avoiding the cold air that was emitted from this place. Looking ahead, in the void at the end of the line of sight, there was a light blue ice block that connected the sky to the earth. This light blue ice block was too big, and it extended to the end of the line of sight. Clearly, the entire star sector was frozen. Through the translucent ice block, one could vaguely see some stars in the ice block. There were not many of them. Within a radius of a few 100 billion miles, there were only about 600 to 700 of them. This number was about the same as the number of astral beasts in the Blue Qilan Forbidden Land that Lu Zhangke had mentioned earlier. If there were no accidents among the hundreds of stars in the giant light blue ice block, there should be an astral beast hibernating in the interior of each star. The weakest among them was a universe supremacy, and there were dozens of primordial antiquity almighties. The rest were the water-patterned Blue Qilan, which was at the 9th level of perfection, and the other 2 desolate supremacies, which were at the 8th level. Hundreds of astral beasts had bloodlines that were fond of water and cold. Now, the endless liquid sea that covered the sky and earth in the Blue Qilan Forbidden Land had all turned into a solid light blue ice block. This meant that the water-patterned Blue Qilan was cultivating, which was why its body emitted cold air. Gradually, the entire star sector of the Blue Qilan Forbidden Land, along with the endless liquid sea, was frozen. While the hundreds of astral beasts attached to the Blue Qilan Forbidden Land had their eyes on the extremely cold air emitted by the water-patterned Blue Qilan when it was cultivating. This was also beneficial to their cultivation. Therefore, if there were no accidents, the hundreds of astral beasts hibernating in the hundreds of stars should all be in a state of closed-door cultivation. Xian and Lu Zhangke were standing right outside the Blue Unicorn star field. About 10 billion miles ahead of them was the Forbidden Land, which had been completely frozen and turned into a giant ice cube. He tried to extend his divine sense, but he discovered that the light blue ice block had a mysterious effect on his divine sense. Even though Xian was a supreme existence at the 6th level of the Heavenly Dao realm, His divine sense might not be able to envelop the entire area in an instant and detect that the water pattern blue Qilin was in closed-door cultivation on that star. However, it didn't matter. Since the light blue ice block had an effect on his divine sense, he could just blow it up with a single punch. With Yi Xian's terrifying cultivation at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm, even if this giant ice block was the size of a star sector, he could still blow it up with a single punch. Since he had decided, he had to do it. Bang! In the next instant, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he punched out. Void the space exploded as an invisible, majestic force enveloped the giant light blue ice block in front of him. What happened next was without a doubt, an earth-shaking rumble resounded in an instant. The ice that covered Pang Da's entire star field instantly exploded, and the entire vast void trembled as a result. This force was too powerful. Not only did it explode the giant light blue ice block that froze the entire star sector, more than half of the hundreds of stars in the ice also exploded. As the stars exploded, a bloody mist spread out. Clearly, the astral beasts hibernating in closed-door cultivation on the stars were also killed by this punch. Phew! With some hesitation, Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Following the whistling sound of a gale, an incomparably boundless force whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist that had exploded within the light blue ice. It was absorbed into his body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron's space. What surprised him was that there was actually a blood mist of the desolate venerable old monster's flesh. Clearly, among the stars that were blown up, one of them belonged to one of the 2 8th-rank desolate venerables in the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. This old fellow was really unlucky. Before the sun even rose, he was blasted apart by Yi Xian along with the star that was hibernating in closed-door cultivation. It left him speechless. Yi Xian threw a punch, and an earth-shattering boom was heard. The ice in Pang Da's star sector exploded instantly. This power was too strong. No, however, when the giant light blue ice that froze the entire star sector exploded, more than half of the hundreds of stars in the ice also exploded. As the stars exploded, a bloody mist spread out. Very clearly, the ferocious star beasts that were hibernating in seclusion within the star were also killed by this punch. Among them, there was an 8th-level desolate venerable among them, which made him speechless. In fact, other than this 8th-level desolate venerable, there were also 14 blood mist from the bodies of powerful beings of the primordial era. The rest were all primordial supreme beings. Yi Xian did not waste any of this. He collected all of them and sent them into Shenong Cauldron. The bloody mist that exploded from the bodies of universe supreme beings could also be used to refine a level 28 supreme being's treasure pill. There were more than 700 space beasts in Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land. Apart from, there were 3 desolate venerable old monsters and dozens of primordial supreme beings. The rest of the 700 were all universe supreme beings. It was rare to encounter such a high-density group of universe supreme beings. After killing them easily, he could obtain about 700 supreme beings' blood essence. Of course, Yi Xian would not refuse this kind of thing. As for the possible conspiracy of that old man Lu Xianxia, Yi Xian did not care at all. In front of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes were just fleeting clouds. If this guy was honest, it would be fine. If he really had any schemes in private, he would be seeking his own death. At most, he would just kill him with one punch. Roar. Roar, screech. In the next moment, a figure rushed out from each of the 400 surviving abandoned planets in the gigantic ice block that was exploding. They were all ferocious beasts of the universe. They had different bloodlines and races, but they were all extremely arrogant. They lifted their heads and roared endlessly. They looked up and roared endlessly. It was unknown where these space beasts got their confidence from, but they dared to act so arrogantly in front of a terrifying existence that could shatter a giant ice block that sealed an entire star field with a single punch. Rumble, old Lu, it's you? Are you tired of living? How dare you invade the Blue Qilin Forbidden Area? Along with a heaven-shaking roar, a ferocious space beast, tens of thousands of miles long, roared over from the right side of the front. It was the other 8th stage old monster, Huang Zun. He obviously knew Lu Xianxia. When he saw that the intruder was actually Yi Xian, he was instantly enraged. He directly ignored Lu Xianxia, whose aura was not obvious, and rushed toward Lu Xianxia with murderous intent. Bang! Xian wasn't interested in talking to him at all. He didn't have the slightest intention of pestering him. He immediately punched out. Pounds an incomparably boundless and terrifying power directly enveloped the ominous chariot. Everything that followed was without suspense. An earth-shattering roar instantly resounded. Although this desolate supremacy old monster was already a rank 8 desolate supremacy, it was not far from the peak of rank 9 perfection. However, in the face of Yi Xian's all-out attack, who was at the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm, he didn't have time to react. In a split second, a majestic force rushed into his body. In less than half an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in its body. Its entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! Yi Xian gently waved his hand. With the sound of a strong wind whistling, an incomparably majestic power whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist formed by the explosion of the desolate supremacy old monster's huge body and directly absorbed it into its body. At this point, 2 of the 3 desolate supremacies in the Blue Qilan Forbidden Land had been destroyed in a single exchange. Only the 9th stage perfection water pattern Blue Qilan was left. This water pattern Blue Qilan was the main target of Yi Xian's arrival. One after killing the rank 8 desolate supremacy with a punch, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He shifted his gaze and directly locked onto the water pattern Blue Qilan's aura. Hiss! This power is actually at the heavenly Dao realm, and it's at the middle stage? As the rank 8 ferocious beast was blown apart by Yi Xian's punch, he shifted his gaze. In front of him, in the left side of the void, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came. Damn it! What the hell are you doing, remnant expert? And you, Lu Xianxia, as a ferocious beast, you colluded with the remnant. Today, you wreaked havoc in my Blue Qilan Forbidden Land. Do you have a death wish? The one who roared was the strongest expert in the Blue Qilan Forbidden Land, the water pattern Blue Qilan whose cultivation had reached the 9th stage perfection of the desolate supremacy. Its figure wasn't very large, and it was merely around a few million kilometers in size. However, it was completely dark blue in color, and its entire body was suffused with boundless light blue cold mist. It seemed extremely mysterious, and it even imperceptibly emanated an extremely noble and ancient aura as it coiled around the mist. At this time, even when it spoke to Lu Xianxia, there seemed to be a hint of condescension, which made Yi Xian extremely uncomfortable. No, regardless of whether the water pattern Blue Qilan was pretending or really had something to rely on, Yi Xian did not care. He was not even interested in learning about it because today, he had to obtain the water guide origin no matter what. If this water pattern Blue Qilan had to die. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, he did not say a single word of nonsense. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he directly punched out, bang. Yi Xian only lightly punched out this strike, and his shoulders didn't even shake. However, his current cultivation level was at the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm. It was terrifying to the extreme, and the water pattern Blue Qilan couldn't withstand it at all. With a loud bang, the huge body that was still roaring in the void instantly exploded, leaving not a single hair behind. It turned into a light blue blood mist that spread out. Within the light blue blood mist, there was a blue liquid that was about 10 feet in radius. It was condensed and did not disperse. It was clearly visible in the spreading blood mist. Who? Seeing this deep blue liquid, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a playful smile. A light flashed in his eyes as he immediately waved his hand. An invisible force surged out. Very quickly. Soon, the blood mist formed by the explosion of the water pattern Blue Qilan's huge body swept over. It was absorbed by Yi Xian and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Similarly, at the same time, the blue liquid in the blood mist also shot over. At the same time, it was compressed by Yi Xian's invisible force of the heavenly Dao. When it landed in Yi Xian's hand, it had already turned into a mysterious liquid the size of a fist. It was deep blue, but it did not condense and did not disperse. Yi Xian played with the fist-sized ball of blue liquid for a while before putting it away with a flip of his hand. The ball of blue liquid that did not disperse was the heavenly liquid in the water pattern Blue Qilan's body. It was also the water essence that Yi Xian needed. Now that he had finally obtained it, he heaved a sigh of relief. He felt a lot more relaxed. Connect there were only 2 connate 5 elements herbs left to find. As long as he found them, he could start refining the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. Thinking at this point, Yixian could not wait any longer. However, now was clearly not the time to leave. In the void ahead, there were still more than 10 blood essences of mighty figures and hundreds of blood essences of supremes waiting for him to harvest. With the water guide origin in his hands, Yixian heaved a sigh of relief, and he felt much more relaxed. Next, there were only 2 types of innate 5 elements herbs left. As long as he could find them, he would be able to refine the level 30 pill of heaven path. The most. Yixian could not wait to find the last 2 types, however, it was obviously not the time to leave yet. There were still hundreds of ferocious beasts in the void space in front of him that had not been dealt with. To him, these were the blood essences of more than a dozen powerful beings and hundreds of supreme beings. Hell. Damn you. You actually killed him. You actually killed him. Hell. Do you know who I am? You must be tired of living and want to die. Just as Yixian was about to attack and deal with the 300 universe supreme beings and more than a dozen powerful beings of the primordial era with one punch, a shocking roar suddenly came from the depths of the blue unicorn forbidden land in front of him. After the roar, there was another roar, and it sounded even more arrogant than the water-patterned blue unicorn that had just been killed a moment ago. This. The being that was roaring and jumping in the void space was one of the hundreds of ferocious beasts that had survived in the blue unicorn forbidden land. This. It was a ferocious bird with light green mysterious markings on its body. It was unknown what bloodline it had. Its head was like an owl's, but its body was like a giant eagle's. This. The body of this owl-headed eagle was not very big, only about 1,000,000 miles long, but the energy in its body was not weak. It had reached the peak of the 9th stage, which was a half-step desolate master. This. Obviously, in this blue unicorn forbidden land, besides the 3 desolate masters that had already been killed, this owl-headed eagle's cultivation was the strongest. Even so, with his power at the peak of the 9th stage, he should not have the confidence to be so arrogant in front of Yixian. After all, he had just seen Yixian attack and kill all 3 desolate elder monsters of the blue Qilin forbidden land, including the water-patterned blue Qilin, one by one. He was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th rank great perfection realm. Even the water-patterned blue Qilin, who was an entire realm higher than him, was not Yixian's match. His body was blown apart by a single punch, yet this fellow was still clamoring at Yixian. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either he was stupid, or he was confident that his identity or background was not weaker than Yixian's and had something to rely on. Since it was obviously impossible, the only explanation was the latter. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the corners of Yixian's mouth slowly curled into a playful smile. He turned to look at Xianxia, who was standing behind him. But he didn't say anything. His line of sight quickly shifted to the owl-headed eagle that was roaring and jumping in the void ahead. He curled his lips and replied lightly, "I'm sorry, who are you?" "I am not interested in knowing." Bang! Bang, 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 the voice of his divine sense sounded again, and there was no suspense about what happened next. The terrifying pressure of a 6th-order heavenly Tao realm instantly filled Xianxian's body and crushed the void of the blue Qilin forbidden land in front of him. The aura was too terrifying. An earth-shattering roar was instantly heard. Blink, in the blink of an eye, this terrifying and violent force had already blasted the bodies of hundreds of space beasts in the star field. Although they were universe supremes and powerful figures of the primordial era, facing Yixian, who was at the 6th-order heavenly Tao realm, they couldn't react in time. The difference in strength between them was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Electricity in the blink of an eye, a majestic force rushed into their bodies. In less than a tenth of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in their bodies. A series of earth-shattering explosions were heard. Including the dozens of powerful figures of the primordial era, all the huge bodies of the space beasts exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood fog that rapidly spread, enveloping a corner of the void. Who? Yixian's eyes flashed. He immediately waved his hand and shot out a majestic invisible force. The rapidly spreading blood fog swept over and was absorbed into his body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. Until, at this time, the blue Qilin Forbidden Land was completely destroyed. In the entire star field of the Forbidden Land, there was not a single living space beast. It had turned into a barren land like a dead zone. In this battle, Yi Xian's harvest was so great that it even surpassed the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land from before. Division with the Water Guide origin, he also obtained 3 pieces of Desolate Sovereign Blood Essence. He already had 38 pieces before, and now with the addition of 3 pieces, he had a total of 41 pieces. Division in addition, he also obtained 36 pieces of blood essence of powerful figures this time because there were exactly 36 powerful figures of the primordial era in the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land. In addition to the 3 desolate sovereign old monsters and the 36 powerful figures of the primordial era, there were a total of 713 universe supreme beasts left in the Forbidden Land. Now, all of them were killed, and the majestic blood fog that exploded from their bodies was collected by Yi Xian and sent into the Shinong Cauldron. Soon, it will turn into more than 700 supreme blood essences. Congratulations, my friend, you have also obtained the Water Guide origin. After the cut, Lu Xianxia, who was following behind, immediately rushed over to Yi Xian with a face full of smiles. He cupped his fists and bowed to him, repeatedly congratulating him. TSK, TSK, TSK. My friend, I have never seen such a powerful cultivation in my life. I have been thinking about the 5 elements guiding herbs for many years, but I never thought that one day I would have the ability to gather all of them. On the other hand, fellow Taoist, it has only been a short period of less than 10 days, yet you've already gathered 3 of them. I presume you'll be able to easily obtain the remaining 2 as well, and you'll be able to obtain them very soon. Just thinking about it really makes me sigh with admiration. My friend, you are too polite. As for the 5 elements guiding herbs, aside from your heavenly velvet, I have already obtained the Gold Guide origin and the Water Guide origin. My friend, you also contributed. Turning around, Yi Xian nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. He paused for a moment before continuing. Although you did not participate in the battles in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land and the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land, if you did not lead me here, I would not have known that the 5 elements guiding herbs were in need of these 2 forbidden lands. Therefore, in the future, when the 5 elements guiding herbs are gathered, I will open the furnace to refine the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. If the treasure pill is successfully refined, I will give you one. This is what I meant, and it is what my friend deserves. So, there is no need to politely decline. Oh, by the way. While speaking, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at Lu Xianxia again, and a light flashed in his eyes. He immediately said, just now, that owl-head eagle, who was at the peak of the 9th stage, seemed a little strange. He clearly saw me kill the water pattern Blue Qilin with 1 punch, but he still shouted and roared so arrogantly. It was as if he had something to rely on. My friend, you should have seen it too. Do you know that guy? Do you know his origin and background? This matter is indeed a little strange. Hearing this, Lu Xianxia was startled, and a blank expression quickly appeared on his face. He immediately shook his head, but that owl-head eagle is very unfamiliar. This old man has never seen it before. Never seen it before? Then forget it. Yi Xian seemed to have expected Lu Xianxia's answer. He was not surprised at all and immediately glossed over the matter. Anyway, that owl-headed eagle's cultivation level is only at the perfect stage 9. Even if he has a background, how strong can he be? At most, he's at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It's fine if an existence at this level doesn't come looking for me. He's lucky. If he dares to seek death, I'll just kill him. Yes, yes, yes. Fellow Taoist's cultivation level is shocking. A mere half-step desolate supremacy dares to be so presumptuous. What a joke. Hearing this, Lu Xianxia's eyes flashed, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. He changed the topic without leaving a trace. Oh, by the way, fellow Taoist, the matter of the Blue Unicorn Forbidden Land has come to an end. We should go to the next stop. As for the general situation of the next target, this old man will tell you as we walk. That's good. We've already obtained 3 of the 5 elements medicinal catalysts. It's not convenient to delay the remaining 2 for too long. Let's talk as we walk. Yi Xian nodded. As he spoke, his shoulders shook, and he immediately rushed out of the blue unicorn forbidden land, which had long been a dead zone. Behind him, a cold light flashed in Lu Zhangke's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. His face was once again filled with a smile as he chased after Yi Xian. At the same time, in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, in an extremely powerful forbidden area, which was famous throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out without warning. Screech, who is it? How dare you attack this lord's youngest son? In the blink of an eye, the soul lamp has been extinguished. This is clearly an instant kill. It has to be at least a peak desolate supremacy at the perfect stage 9. It might even be at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. No matter who you are, this lord will definitely find you, burn your bones, and burn your soul. Screech. This forbidden land was called the demonic condor forbidden land. The strongest person in the forbidden land was a supreme existence at the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. Such as the one who let out the earth-shattering roar was the dark-feathered demonic condor. Caught off guard, countless fierce beasts in the forbidden land trembled in fear. They did not even dare to breathe. Silver in the right bank of the river, in the universe void not far from the blue unicorn forbidden land. Two silhouettes were flying through the void, almost side by side, only a body's distance apart. Slightly the one in front was an old man in a blood-red robe with a red beard. Behind him was a young human expert. These two were none other than Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke. While they traveled, Lu Zhangke, who was half a body's length ahead of them, would occasionally turn his head around with an ingratiating smile on his face. He would tell Yi Xian about their next target and the situation in the forbidden land where they were stationed. Fellow Taoist, this time, we have to temporarily leave the right bank of the Milky Way because the next two targets are both on the left bank of the Milky Way. Furthermore, these two targets are very special. They are supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, fellow Taoist, you have to be mentally prepared. There might be a fierce battle coming up. But of course, with fellow Taoist strength at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it won't be a problem at all. At this point, Lu Zhangke stole a glance at Yi Xian. Seeing that he only raised his eyebrows and did not say anything else, Lu Zhangke heaved a sigh of relief and continued, let's first talk about the next target. This target is a scarlet-patterned black crow. It is said that it has the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow in its body. It is also a connate ferocious beast with a type of scarlet crystal in its body. It is a crystal that slowly grows in the scarlet-patterned black crow's body due to its ancestral bloodline after it enters the desolate supremacy realm. It is also a special connate treasure medicine. It is of the fire attribute and can be used as a fire source. This scarlet-patterned black crow's cultivation level is extraordinary. It has already entered the true heavenly Tao realm, but it is only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. With fellow Taoists' terrifying cultivation level at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it won't be a problem to take it down. At most, it will be slightly troublesome and there will be a huge battle. The scarlet-patterned black crow presides over a forbidden area known as the Black Crow Forbidden Grounds. It is located on the right side of the left bank of the Milky Way. It is considered famous in the left bank region. Now, we are heading to the right bank. When we reach the end, we will follow the edge of the Milky Way star domain to the left bank. Using this route, we will reach the left bank, and the Black Crow Forbidden Grounds that the scarlet-patterned black crow presides over is located near the end of the right bank. Therefore, after circling around it, we will quickly reach our destination. Compared to the right bank of the Milky Way, the Forbidden Grounds on the left bank are much stronger. There is a reason for this. Although the entire Milky Way is protected by an invisible primordial chaos nomological force, it does not allow any experts to enter. Even a true heavenly Tao realm expert would not be able to forcibly tear through this invisible primordial chaos nomological force. All we can do is wait until the next primordial chaos era is about to begin. The conditional opening of the Milky Way star domain will allow some experts to enter. Only when we are vying for the next era's primordial chaos providence will we be able to enter in small numbers, but in fact, the ultimate goal of all the ferocious beasts and survivors lurking in the forbidden lands and star regions on both sides of the Milky Way is actually that mysterious mother planet. The Milky Way star domain is extremely vast, and the homeworld is only a mysterious ancient star domain. Although it is in the Milky Way star domain, it is located on the left bank of the Milky Way star domain. It is also for this reason that after the Milky Way star area was discovered, the ancient beasts and survivors who rushed here first gathered on the left bank. It was not until the left bank could no longer accommodate more forbidden areas that a large number of the most powerful forbidden areas and star areas slowly gathered on the right bank of the Milky Way. From this point of view, it can be seen that although both sides of the Milky Way are the most powerful forbidden areas and star regions, the one on the left bank is obviously more ancient and powerful. If it wasn't strong enough, it would have been destroyed by the powerful existences that came later. Therefore, there are still very few true heavenly Tao realm experts on the right bank of the Milky Way. Even if there are, they are lurking in the mysterious unknown void, typically not revealing themselves. But on the left bank, although not every forbidden ground or ancient star domain has a heavenly Tao realm expert presiding over it, more than a third of them do. As for the remaining 2/3, even if there are no heavenly Tao realm experts in the ancient star domain, they are definitely in hibernation or in seclusion. Without a heavenly Tao realm expert presiding over it, the forbidden grounds and ancient star domains are destined to be unable to survive on the left bank of the Milky Way star domain. They would have long been wiped out. Having said that, Lu Xianxia stole another glance at Yixian before exhorting, therefore, on this trip to the left bank, if fellow Taoist wants to take action, it is best to finish it off. After killing that scarlet-patterned black crow, escape immediately. As for the remaining desolate supremacies and mighty figures, there is no need to worry about them. It is to avoid attracting the heavenly Tao realm experts from the neighboring forbidden grounds, which would cause unforeseen circumstances. Previously, Lu Xianxia had instructed Yixian to eliminate the other beasts' upper echelons in the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land and Blue Qilin Forbidden Land after killing the demon-patterned Sky Wolf and water-patterned Blue Qilin Forbidden Land. Yixian did not think too much about it the first time in the Fey Wolf Forbidden Land. But the second time in the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land, Lu Xianxia, who always claimed to be gentle, did not show any abnormalities when he mentioned the matter of exterminating the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land. It was as though he had blurted it out naturally. This immediately aroused Yixian's suspicions, making him keep an eye on Lu Xianxia. But this time, when they headed to the Black Crow Forbidden Land at the end of the left bank of the galaxy, the old man acted out of character. Not only did he not advise Yixian to kill the scarlet-patterned Black Crow, he also attacked the other upper echelons of the beasts in the Black Crow Forbidden Land. He instead, he instructed Yixian to retreat after a single strike to prevent attracting the heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands on the left bank that bordered the Black Crow Forbidden Land. It would appear as though he was doing everything for Yixian's sake. Either the old man realized that Yixian was already suspicious, so he deliberately did this. That was the method he used to scheme against Yixian. He did not target the scarlet-patterned Black Crow, but the final target after the Black Crow. To Yixian, he was clearly leaning towards the latter. And previously, he could not figure out how Lu Xianxia had the guts and confidence to scheme against a heavenly Tao realm expert. But now, after learning of the situation on the left bank of the galaxy, Yixian was finally enlightened. Since 1/3 of the supreme forbidden lands and stellar domains on the left bank had heavenly Tao realm experts permanently stationed there, as long as the benefits were great enough, it was clearly not too difficult for Lu Xianxia, who was a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th order, which was equivalent to having a half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivation level, to request the help of some heavenly Tao realm beasts, as long as the benefits were great enough. Previously in the Blue Qilin Forbidden Land, the identity and origin of that peak mighty figure owl-headed eagle at the great perfection of the 9th stage were clearly extremely suspicious. With his half-step desolate venerable realm cultivation, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing a supreme existence like Yixian, who was at the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. From this point of view, the power behind the other party was probably not weaker than Yixian. They were likely at the peak of the mid-stage heavenly Tao realm at the very least. It was even possible that they were at the late-stage heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. This is Lu Xianxia definitely knew about this. It was also because of this reason that he secretly instigated Yixian to attack the owl-head eagle. He was determined to kill it. Such as this was equivalent to helping him ensure that he would be able to invite a heavenly Tao old monster, who was not weaker than Yixian, and who was most likely at the late stage of the 7th order, when he made his final calculations, When the time came, even if the heavenly dowled monster ate the meat while he followed behind and drank the soup, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be much more than what Yi Xian gave him. Yi Xian was only scheming in his heart. He basically had a plan in mind, but he did not expose it. He even pretended not to know. He still had not obtained the final 2 Fire Guide origins and Earth Guide origins. He still needed this old fellow to lead the way. It was far from the time to fall out with him. Phew. Phew. In the air, a sharp sound tore through the air. 2 beams of light, one in front and one behind, streaked across the right end of the Milky Way's right bank. Soon, they disappeared into the endless black bank ahead. After circling around this incomparably deep and dark region, one would reach the left bank of the Milky Way. When that happened, one would once again see the resplendent starlight emitted from the Milky Way's star field. However, this deep and dark region was extremely vast. There was nothing that existed in the void. Furthermore, there was no resplendent starlight emitted from the Milky Way's star field as a guide. If one was not careful, it was very likely that they would get lost here. Thankfully, as an ancient half-step heavenly Dao realm expert, Xianxia had clearly been to the left bank of the Milky Way more than once. With him leading the way, it prevented Yi Xian from taking a roundabout route. From this point of view, this old fellow was indeed valuable. Furthermore, the idea of the 5 elemental catalyst was originally proposed by him. Although he did not personally hunt for the subsequent 5 elemental catalyst, he was the one who led the way to the Forbidden Land. This saved Yi Xian a lot of time. Just based on this, Yi Xian would not be stingy. Once a level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill was refined, he would definitely get one. Regarding this matter, Yi Xian had already made it clear to him that this was his intention. However, if this old fellow was blinded by greed and insisted on scheming against Yi Xian to obtain more, he would only be courting death. Yi Xian had already given him a hint. If he failed to comprehend it, he would definitely deserve whatever fate awaited him. In this endlessly dark region, Yi Xian and Xianxia traveled at full speed. After spending a total of 9 days in the void, the resplendent starlight emitted from the Milky Way's star field finally appeared at the end of the darkness in front of them. They had arrived at the left bank, but there was still a certain distance between them. They did not delay and continued forward. Another day passed. After a total of 10 days, the surrounding darkness finally receded completely. In the void ahead of them, large amounts of starlight emitted from the resplendent Milky Way's star field. At this point, they could be considered to have truly arrived at the left bank's void. Even with Xianxia's peak desolate supremacy cultivation at the peak of the 9th stage, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Dao realm cultivation base, it took him a total of 10 days to travel at full speed. If Yi Xian were to travel alone in the void using his physical body, it would probably take him 6 to 7 days at full speed. From this, it could be seen how vast the 2 dark regions that separated the left bank and the right bank of the Milky Way's star field were. Fellow Daoist, our destination is 100 billion miles ahead of us. It's the Black Crow Forbidden Land at the edge of the right bank of the left bank. At this moment, Xianxia, who was leading the way, had already stopped. He stood in the void and turned to look at Yi Xian before pointing ahead. Forward. Yi Xian, who was in the Supreme Forbidden Land, also saw it. He nodded slightly when he heard what Xianxia said. Then, his eyes flashed as if he suddenly thought of something. He casually asked Xianxia, "The Black Crow Forbidden Land is located at the edge of the right bank of the left bank of the Milky Way. It seems that the cultivation level of the scarlet-patterned Black Crow is not very high here. He's a 2nd stage heavenly Dao realm existence, but he's still the same. Just based on this point, the water on the left bank is indeed much deeper than the water on the right bank." His words seemed to be hinting at something, but halfway through, Yi Xian did not continue. When Xianxia heard this, he chuckled and echoed a few words, but did not explain too much. Very quickly, the 2 of them did not hesitate. This time, Yi Xian was in front and Xianxia was behind. Both of them fully activated the strength in their bodies. Their bodies turned into a beam of light and shot toward the Black Crow Forbidden Land. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared from sight and entered the star field of the Black Crow Forbidden Land. At the same time, in the left bank of the Milky Way where the water was deeper, an army of foreign forces suddenly arrived without warning. The commander at the front of this army was a huge green heavenly eye that was as huge as a star. Due to the homeworld's location in the Milky Way, it was closer to the left bank. Therefore, after the discovery of the Milky Way stellar domain, the first ancient beasts and survivors to gather were gathered on the left bank. It was only when the left bank could no longer accommodate more forbidden zones that the right bank of the Milky Way slowly gathered a large number of powerful forbidden zones and star domains. From this point of view, the forbidden zones and star domains on the left bank were clearly more ancient and powerful. If they weren't strong enough, they would have long been destroyed by powerful existences. Therefore, on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were still very few true heavenly Tao realm experts born. Even if there were, they would hibernate in the mysterious unknown void and typically would not show themselves. However, on the left bank, nearly 2/3 of the feral beast forbidden lands and the remnant star region had heavenly Tao realm experts appear. Such a situation had not occurred more than 10 years ago. At that time, whether it was the left bank or the right bank, the strongest experts in the ominous beast forbidden lands and the remnant star field were all almighty experts of the primordial era. Although there were also primordial supremes, they were very few. Especially after the appearance of the void turtle, all the desolate supremes in the forbidden zones and star domains on both sides of the Milky Way went into hibernation, except for the few that were killed by the void turtle. However, this situation did not last long. 10 years ago, heavenly Tao realm astral beasts and star domain experts began to appear on the left bank. It was also for this reason that the void turtle disappeared from both sides of the Milky Way after that. If there were no accidents, he should be searching for a place to enter seclusion. The injuries he suffered in the battle of the primordial era had been completely healed. In the primordial era, breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm was a necessary choice. And ever since the void gigantic turtle vanished, the desolate supremacy and heavenly Tao realm experts that were hibernating in the various beast forbidden lands and remnant stellar domains on the left bank began to appear. As the void turtle was a famous existence in the battle of the primordial era, his appearance was extremely sensitive. It made the ancient existences that were hibernating in the forbidden zones and star domains on both sides of the Milky Way realize that the end of the primordial era was approaching. After the end of the desolation era, it would be the beginning of the next primordial era. At that time, the Milky Way star field would be fully opened. However, before that, the Milky Way star field would still have a conditional opening. Experts who met the conditions would be able to pass through the invisible barrier formed by the primordial law that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field and enter the Milky Way star field to compete for the primordial providence of the next era. With the arrival of the desolation era, the opportunity to seize the primordial luck of the next era was very close. Therefore, those old fellows who had been in hibernation for countless years had come out one after another. It could be said that compared to the right bank, the waters of the left bank of the Milky Way were deeper. These ancient existences had sharper divine senses, and they had realized all this before the upper echelons of the right bank of the Milky Way. Such as today, when Yi Xian, led by Lu Xianxia, rushed to the Black Raven forbidden land at the end of the right section of the left bank, an army of foreign forces suddenly arrived at the left bank of the Milky Way, where the waters were even deeper. The commander at the forefront of this army was an azure heaven's eye that was as huge as a star. No, that was not right. This army was from the desolation world that had just fully descended and fused together like a broken mirror. The leader of this army was the primeval Heaven's Eye, who represented the will of the desolation world's heavenly Tao. The entire desolation world was created by the demon god of power, one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods born in the primordial era. And now, the primordial era was coming to an end, and a new era was about to begin. The primeval Heaven's Eye was indignant, so he led the desolation world army to the left bank of the Milky Way in order to seize the primordial providence of the next era. Boom. Rumble. At that moment, in a dark void on the left bank of the left bank, an earth-shattering boom was heard. Such as, a huge void rift appeared in this area. It was as vast as a star field, and it was a ghastly sight. Such as, a void rift of this magnitude was probably not something the typical heavenly Tao realm expert could tear apart. After all, this was the primordial chaos void. The formless nomological forces were just too powerful. However, the heavenly Tao's Eye was far from the typical heavenly Tao realm expert. It had already stepped into the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm and was not far from the peak of the 9th stage's perfection heavenly Tao realm. Whoosh! The heavenly Tao's Eye, which resembled a gigantic star, charged out of the terrifying void rift. Immediately following that, there was a crashing sound that blanketed the world. Netherworld, the cauldron had also arrived. It was similarly incomparably large, as if it was a cauldron, and possessed its own consciousness and life. The 20,000 rune chains on the exterior of the cauldron were like tentacles, waving about with incomparable agility. Following closely behind the Netherworld cauldron was a massive army of living beings. Be it in terms of numbers or auras, they far exceeded the magic hall army that Pig Spirit had brought from the Desolation World. This terrifying army was made up of all living beings from the Desolation World. Both there were astral beasts, as well as all sorts of human battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. There were even planetary regions that humans had built over the years. Some of the battleships were painted with all sorts of emblems. Among them, one could clearly see the emblems of the first universe's original slave races. There were also the Blood Wyrm race, Blue Rock race, Battle Lion race, Ingi race, Raging Bull race, Golden Eagle race, Colored Python race, Ravenous Wolf race, and Tree Spirit race. Even the human army of the Third Universe was among them. The Heaven Extinction Palace, which resembled an energy stellar vortex the size of a planet, the 10 Stars of Eternity, and the Temple of Glory that resembled a continent could all be seen. However, they were all located at the back of the Desolation World Army. Clearly, they were not the main force. Even though the slumbering patriarchs of various eras and the ancestral grounds of these races and factions had been awakened, and their respective armies had the auras of many primordial supremes and primordial supremes, they were still placed at the back of the Desolation World Army. As for the front of the army that followed behind the Netherworld Cauldron, they were all gigantic astral beasts. The auras that emanated from their bodies were at least that of primordial supremes. Most of them were desolate supremes and extremely ancient. These ferals were all ancient existences that had followed the heavenly axiom's green eyes since the primordial war. Over the years, they had been in hibernation to heal their wounds. Some of them had yet to fully recover from their injuries, but they still came out into the world, following the heavenly axiom's green eyes from the end of the primordial era to the primordial void. As for the 9 ferals closest to the Netherworld Cauldron, the auras emanating from their bodies had all reached the true heavenly axiom realm. However, they were only at the early or middle stages. Among them was a weeping soul blood ape with a single horn on its head, Roar. No matter who the Forbidden Zone in front belongs to, give up the Forbidden Zone at once, or die. At that moment, as the army rushed out of the void rift, the heavenly axiom's green eyes roared angrily, heading towards the Forbidden Zone on the left bank ahead. From this day forth, this place shall be renamed as the Forbidden Zone of the Primordial Era. No matter who the Forbidden Land in front belongs to, immediately hand over the Forbidden Land star region. Otherwise, die. Roar. As the entire army rushed out of the void rift, the heavenly Tao's green eye roared and rushed towards the Forbidden Land on the left bank. From today onwards, this place will be renamed as the Primordial Forbidden Land. It was clear that regardless of the situation of the Forbidden Land in front and the cultivation level of the strongest person in the Forbidden Land, since it was the closest, he would successfully snatch it and make it the resting place of the Primordial World's army. No, needless to say, the Heavenly Tao's golden eye was indeed in existence at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now, what he was doing was the same as when Pig Spirit led the Fiend Hall army to the right and left banks. However, compared to Pig Spirit, he was a lot more domineering. In fact, he did have the confidence. He knew that the waters on the left bank of the Milky Way were deeper, and that the supreme forbidden lands and star regions on the left bank were more powerful than the right bank of the Milky Way. However, the Heavenly Tao's green eye was not far from the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage. He had the confidence and strength. No, although the Heavenly Tao's green eye was strong, the unknown forbidden land in front of him was not weak either. Several just as the Heavenly Tao's green eye's voice rumbled out, a shocking roar suddenly came from the unknown forbidden land star region hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Roar. You are the primeval heaven's eye. Why? Has the primordial world's apocalypse really descended? You actually left the primordial world with your primordial world army and came to the primordial world. From the looks of it, the conditional opening of the Milky Way star region is not far away. The time to enter the Milky Way star region and fight for the providence of the next era is coming. I have been waiting here for countless years. Now that everything is about to open, you want to chase me away. Green Eye, what right do you have? Roar, boom. Rumble. As the last roar resounded, numerous figures instantly rushed out from the unknown forbidden area 100 billion kilometers away. All of them were extremely large, easily hundreds of millions of kilometers in size. Although there were all kinds of dire beast bloodlines and races, almost half of them were in the form of tigers. There were dark void, white tiger, piebald tiger, and even winged tiger. At the very front of this army of beasts was a blood forehead tiger with a slanted eye that was 15 million kilometers long. Its entire body was covered in white fur, and there were bloody marks that exuded a ferocious aura. There was a red mark on its forehead that was as dense as blood, and it looked like a third eye. The slit-eyed blood forehead tiger was the strongest person present. The cultivation aura emanating from its body was so powerful that it left one trembling. It had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was on par with Xianxia, who had activated the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power and cast it to the 9th transformation. Division with the slit-eyed blood forehead tiger, there were 2 other tiger species dire beasts following closely behind. They were also extremely large in size. One of them had a mane as black as ink, while the other had an ordinary yellow mane. However, it had a pair of wings on its back. The black tiger was at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, while the winged tiger was at the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It had probably just broken through not long ago. Further back, in the majestic army of dire beasts with different bloodlines and races, there were more than 10 desolate-level dire beasts and more than 100 primordial era mighty figures. The rest were basically all universe supremes, universe masters, or universe knights. There were nearly 10,000 of them. Just from this alone, one could tell how powerful the forbidden area on the left bank was. It was on a completely different level from the forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank of the Milky Way. Of course, in some of the forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were heavenly Tao realm mighty figures. However, they had yet to appear in the world. They were not in their respective forbidden areas or star domains. Instead, they were hibernating and lying dormant in unknown voids, and although the forbidden area overseen by the slit-eyed blood forehead tiger was extremely powerful, it was still much weaker compared to the primordial army that Heavenly Tao's Green Eye had brought along, which was made up of all the living beings in the entire primordial world. At that moment, the human race from the 3 main dimensions of the universe, as well as the armies from the other races, had already stopped behind the primordial army. This was Heavenly Tao's Green Eye's command because they were not qualified to participate in such a huge battle. However, at the front of the army, the ancient dire beasts that followed closely behind the netherworld cauldron all raised their heads and roared. The auras in their bodies were extremely agitated, and their ferocity was overwhelming. Clearly, they were the forces that were about to participate in this expedition together with the primeval Heaven's Eye. Double the disparity in strength between the 2 sides was too obvious. Ignoring the number of mighty figures and desolate supremacies, just the strength at the heavenly Tao realm left the slit-eyed blood forehead tiger in a clear disadvantage. He only had 3 heavenly Tao realm existences on his side, but the primordial army, including Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, had 10 of them. Furthermore, Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, who was the strongest, was even a late-stage expert at the 8th stage of the realm. He was not far from the peak Heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of the perfected Heavenly Tao realm. However, the slit-eyed blood forehead tiger had no choice. The Milky Way stellar domain's conditional activation was about to begin. He absolutely could not abandon the forbidden star domain that he had been defending for years. Furthermore, the dignity of a heavenly Tao realm expert absolutely did not allow him to escape. Dang, however, the slit-eyed blood forehead tiger was not bent on seeking death. The reason why he chose to fight despite his immense disadvantage was naturally because he had his own considerations. After all, this was the left bank of the Milky Way. Nearly 2/3 of the supreme forbidden lands and star domains had heavenly Tao realm experts presiding over them. Furthermore, he was a veteran expert here, while the primordial army opposite him was an outsider. First, once the battle began, the phenomena would be astounding. Most of the supreme forbidden lands and star domains on the left bank of the Milky Way would be alarmed. When that happened, the heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands and star domains would rush over. With the primordial army led by Heavenly Tao's Green Eye failing to take down the enemy after a prolonged battle, the only choice left was to unwillingly retreat. On this point, the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger was quite confident. Although he knew that he was no match for the primeval Heaven's Eye, he was still at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. He was just one step away from the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm. Heavens, even if he were to fight the primeval Heaven's Eye head-on, he was confident that he could last for a period of time. It would be enough for the Heavenly Tao realm experts from the other forbidden lands and star domains on the left bank to arrive in time. Roar. 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 With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the slit-eyed blood-forehead tiger immediately raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Immediately following that, the two Heavenly Tao realm experts, the black tiger and the winged tiger, did the same. The void quaked violently as a result. It could be heard clearly from more than 500 billion kilometers away. Screech. In that case, all of you can die. Roar. Noticing the other party's insistence on fighting, a green light flashed in Heavenly Tao's green eyes. At the same time, it charged forward with a rumble. Behind it, 9 Heavenly Tao realm beasts of different bloodlines followed closely behind. The battle instantly unfolded, and the moment it began, it was already in full swing. On the other side, the slit-eyed blood-headed tiger, the black tiger, and the winged tiger behind it raised their heads and roared at the same time. Their roars traveled billions of miles, and even the void trembled. This was clearly the rhythm of a battle to the death. Screech, if that's the case, then all of you can die. Roar. Seeing that the other party was determined to fight, a green light flashed in the Heavenly Tao green's eyes. At the same time that the voice of the Divine Spirit echoed, it charged out, followed closely by 9 Heavenly Tao pharaohs of different bloodlines. Behind them were even more desolate sovereigns and primordial great beings, as well as powerful pharaohs of the 3 realms of the universe. Their numbers were equal, and they clashed in the void, creating sparks of blood. A terrible battle descended, and it was already in full swing from the moment it began. The battle was taking place at the outskirts of the unknown Forbidden Zone. There were definitely more pharaohs of the Forbidden Zone in the star domain, but their cultivation was too weak. Without reaching the 3 realms of the universe, they were not qualified to participate in such a celestial battle, which was why all of them were cowering in the Forbidden Zone, trembling in fear. Similarly, the various legions behind the Primeval Legion had already stopped 100 billion miles away. The upper echelons of the various races in the 3 main planes of the universe were gaping at the earth-shattering battle, subconsciously holding their breaths as their bodies trembled slightly. Among them, one could see the silhouette of the immortal emperor, as well as the various palaces lords of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces, as well as the grand elders of the Temple of Glory. Countless champions from various races in the 3 main planes of the universe were all here, standing. Amidst the various battleships, fortresses of various sizes, star fortresses, and star battleships that blotted out the sky. Back then, as the fragments of the primeval world fused together again like a broken mirror, the primeval world reappeared, and every living being in that world became the slaves of the Heavenly Tao Green Eye. Even the Grand Masters of the Primordial Era and Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era who had been sleeping in their ancestral lands were all awakened. No matter how angry they were, they could only grit their teeth and be enslaved by the primeval Heaven's Eye. Now, although they had entered the legendary primordial chaos void, they had lost their freedom. Moreover, they were not afraid of the Heavenly Tao. Everyone knew that in the eyes of the primeval Heaven's Eye, they were just cannon fodder sacrificed at a special time. Unfortunately, even though they knew this and felt great hatred in their hearts, no one dared to express it unless they were not afraid of having their body and soul destroyed. This is along the way, as the primordial Heavenly Tao Green Eye moved from the primordial world's doomsday void where the power of the Heavenly Tao laws was gradually drying up, almost everyone was filled with endless regret. They had long since known that Xianxia had left. Not only had he left, but he had also left with the countless subordinates of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Moreover, it was said that they had also entered this mysterious and ancient primordial void. But, the only difference was that they had been brought here by the primeval Heaven's Eye, as if they were being held hostage, with the purpose of enslaving them. They would be used as cannon fodder at a certain time in the future. The Heavenly Tao was not benevolent, and it treated all things as dogs. This was vividly reflected in the primeval Heaven's Eye. However, the countless experts of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun were different. Although they had also been brought into this mysterious and ancient primordial chaos void, the Xian who had brought them here was not to enslave them, but to protect them. The gap between them was simply enough to make one weep, thinking of this. In one of the incomparably huge command cabins with a diameter of more than 1,000,000 meters, the folded space inside was even more vast. In the two universes, the Blood Wyrm clan, the Cyan Rock clan, the Battle Lion clan, the Inji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, a group of powerful experts and desolate venerable realm elders from the 9 major clans suddenly sighed faintly. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Even their careful mutterings revealed endless regret and unwillingness. I really envy the experts of the various clans who had been captured by the master of the Magic Hall, Xian. They are now official members of the Magic Hall. That's right, this can be seen from the fact that the master of the Magic Hall, Xian, did not abandon them. Instead, he took them with him and entered this mysterious and ancient primordial chaos void. Thinking back, the various clans of the Second Universe hated Xian so much and swore to rescue the clansmen who had been captured by him. Now, it seems that those words were really laughable. Those guys are probably secretly happy. Although they were captured before, now they are living more comfortably than us. At least they didn't lose their dignity. At this point, a group of higher-ups of the various clans of the Second Universe looked at each other and sighed faintly. In the entire command cabin on the top floor of the huge star fortress, the atmosphere was gloomy and oppressive to the extreme. The same scene was playing out in the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress where the higher-ups of the various clans of the First Universe were gathered. It was as if it was replicated. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with deep annoyance and regret. It was even more so for the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious clan, and the higher-ups of the Desolate Venerable Realm. Their 3 clans had formed an alliance with the master of the Magic Hall, Xian. Unfortunately, they were obsessed and cut off this friendship. If otherwise, not to mention the other clans of the First Universe, the Space Rat, Hell Ant, and Giant Ferocious clan would never have fallen to such a state. They would have left with Xian's Magic Hall army and entered the post-apocalyptic chaos world. God, would there still be a scene of them being mercilessly enslaved by the primeval Heaven's Eye, but in fact, among the various clans and factions that were enslaved by the primeval Heaven's Eye and forcibly brought from the post-apocalyptic chaos world to this chaos world, the ones with the most intense regret were far from the higher-ups of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, and Giant Ferocious clan. You and I compared to them, the higher-ups of the 2 human factions were even more regretful. It was not an exaggeration to say that their intestines were green with regret. At this very moment, on the undying star of the human faction, the Immortal Emperor and the other higher-ups of the human faction, as well as the higher-ups of the Cultivation faction in the Skyend Palace that was like an energy star vortex, as well as the elders of the former 10,000 Net Federation in the Temple of Glory that was like a giant star continent, all of them seemed to have a tacit understanding of the past. They all shook their heads and sighed. How did we fall to such a state? Even the greatest beings and desolate supremes of our clans were all awakened, and yet we were still enslaved. Even our most basic dignity has been lost. I really miss the past. If it wasn't for the fact that I became enemies with Xian, with the relationship between him and my eternal dynasty, I'm afraid that the Imperial Army would be able to occupy an extremely important position in the Demon Palace. It's all fate's fault. The heavens are heartless and treat living beings like dogs. And yet, the master of the Magic Hall, Xian, values friendship and righteousness. Why didn't we understand all of this back then? Sigh. Now, it's too late for regrets. Hundreds of billions of miles away, amidst the huge army of the ancient universe, the various powers and the higher-ups of the races from the 3 main planes of space were all regretting their decision. Ahead of them, Primeval Heavens, I led the ancient beast army and charged forward, starting a huge battle at the edge of this unknown forbidden land. Both sides didn't have many soldiers, less than 1,000,000. However, any one of the ferocious beasts that participated in the war was at least a Universe Knight or above. These were definitely 2 elite beast armies. Even undying emperors weren't qualified to participate in the battle. Close to 2 million powerful beasts were fighting together. Even though this was the primeval world, where the laws were incomparably strong, the universe void was still torn apart from time to time. The aura was too chaotic. Looking from afar, one wouldn't be able to see the details of the battle. One could only see the raging aura raging and tumbling. Occasionally, the silhouettes of some ferocious beasts would be caught a glimpse of amidst the chaotic aura that roiled without end. Sometimes, a bloody mist would spread out, and sometimes, an enormous bang would resound out. This was clearly the sound of flesh and blood exploding, and it was extremely terrifying when one thought about it carefully. Rumble. Rumble, roar. Roar, the sound of thunder resounded incessantly, and there were countless beasts roaring and howling. This kind of high-level, large-scale close combat battle was extremely rare. It was different from the space battles between armies of the current era, where there were cannons and energy beams from battleships wreaking havoc. Inside, there was only blood and fire. It was all close-quarters combat. The powerful beasts on both sides relied on their chi and blood, their powerful bodies, and the supernatural powers of their bloodlines to fight. This kind of battle was like a miniature version of the primeval war that had once destroyed the entire primeval world. Looking at it from afar, it gave people a dazzling feeling. Green Eye, you're destined to return empty-handed. At this time, as the battle unfolded, the godly awareness of the slanted-eyed blood-headed tiger suddenly sounded in an area of the space hundreds of billions of miles away. So, your great desolate world has already entered the end of the world and is about to disappear completely, swallowed by the endless turbulence of the void. All of you are just history. In the next primordial era, there will be no place for you. You are destined to fail in this battle. Although you are at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, you will not be able to kill me in 12 hours. 12 hours is enough for all the heavenly Tao realm upper echelons of the left bank's forbidden zones to rush over. You will be expelled. They will not allow the originally peaceful forbidden land of the Blood Eye to be replaced by an external force with uncertain factors. You will not have a chance. Roar. Is that so? 12 hours? You are really thinking too much. In response to such a warning and provocation, the voice of the Way of the Heavens of the Untainted Land responded. It paused for a moment, and then its tone suddenly turned fierce. I just want to kill you. I can do it now. Weeping Soul, roar. The heavenly Tao's Eye's final sentence was clearly a call for action. And as it finished its final roar, an angry bellow sounded. With the bellow, a figure charged out of the chaotic void. It had a body like an azure ape and a blood-colored horn on its head. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape was similarly a heavenly Tao realm expert. If Xianxia were here, he would definitely be alarmed to see it. The Blood Ape was too mysterious. It had once appeared in the heritage images of supreme divine powers like the heaven-falling bow. In the heritage images that Xian saw, the entire great desolate world was embroiled in a shocking bloody battle. Countless powerful desolate world creatures were engaged in a life-and-death battle in the void. Every moment, lives were lost. Every moment, a rain of blood would splatter across the sky. There was a Weeping Soul Blood Ape that stood out from the scene of blood and fire. It had converged all of its aura and was lurking in a shadowy corner of a gigantic abandoned planet. Its eyes emitted a dark glow as it secretly observed the entire battlefield. Just from the heritage images, it was impossible to tell which faction the Weeping Soul Blood Ape belonged to. The Heavenly Tao's Eyes faction? No, the Infant Corpses faction? No, that was all, but now, it had come with the primeval Heaven's Eye, descending into the primordial chaos void. The mystery was finally solved. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape was a subordinate of the Heavenly Tao's Eye. In the beginning, Xian had obtained a Weeping Soul Blood Horn under a planet in the Fiend stellar domain. Furthermore, this Weeping Soul Blood Horn was related to the Cage stellar domain. Back then, Xian believed that the mysterious Blood Ape that had escaped from the Cage stellar domain and was killed by the Azure Eye's avatar. Its body was embedded in the walls of the Cage stellar domain's entrance, leaving only its soul to escape. It transformed into a blood horn and lay dormant under the planet. However, he later learned that it was only a descendant of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. Such as the Weeping Soul Blood Ape that was following the primeval Heaven's Eye now was the true owner of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape that he had seen in the heritage images of the heaven-falling bow. Of course, there was also a Weeping Soul Blood Ape by the side of the mysterious guest from the home planet who had transformed into DR. However, its whereabouts were unknown later on. If there was no accident, the weeping soul blood ape by the side of the mysterious guest from the home planet should be the one by the primeval heaven's eye. After all, the primeval heaven's eye and the mysterious guest from the home planet were originally on the same side. Screech, at this moment, as soon as its figure appeared, the weeping soul blood ape raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. Its voice was extremely sharp. When it entered the ears, the eardrums instantly burst. Even the divine soul was affected. Furthermore, when the screech sounded, the blood-colored horn on the weeping soul blood ape's head emitted circles of invisible blood-colored ripples that rapidly radiated outwards. It was very fast, and wave after wave of ripples surged out in all directions. The raging battle instantly slowed down. However, the target of the weeping soul blood ape's bloodline divine power was clearly specific. The ferocious beasts on the heavenly Tao's side were not affected in any way. However, on the blood forehead tiger's side, all the ferocious beasts trembled and stopped their attacks. Their eyes revealed a dazed look, and even their divine souls were in a trance. It was as though they had been instantly pulled into some kind of illusion. Even the three heavenly Tao realm existences, including the black tiger, the winged tiger, and the blood forehead tiger, were the same. The battle should come to an end. Phew! In the next instant, the voice of the primeval heaven's eye's spiritual perception sounded once again, as though it was murmuring in its sleep. As the voice of the divine sense sounded, the green eye suddenly opened after it was closed. A huge green light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, it blasted into the forehead of the blood forehead tiger, who had temporarily fallen into a daze. It directly penetrated the head of the blood forehead tiger, leaving a huge bloody hole. With just one strike, the blood forehead tiger perished. The forbidden land that belonged to it had changed owners. From this moment onwards, the primeval forbidden land appeared out of nowhere. Boom! Rumble, roar. Screech. After a momentary silence, the sound of thunder resounded incessantly once again. There were also countless ferocious beasts roaring angrily. This time, they were all from the Azure Eye faction. After the Azure Eye closed, it suddenly opened as a gigantic azure beam shot out. In a blink of an eye, it struck the glabella of the blood forehead tiger, who had momentarily fallen into a daze. It tore through his head, leaving behind a gigantic blood-colored hole. With one strike, the blood forehead tiger perished. The outcome of the battle was instantly decided. There was no suspense to the final outcome. Roar! Bam! Screech. With a resounding boom, there was no need for the primeval heaven's eye to take action. 8 of his 9 heavenly Tao realm beasts charged forward together. While Black Tiger and Winged Tiger were still in a daze, unable to react in time. In just a few seconds, the two powerful heavenly Tao realm existences were blasted to death. In less than 30 seconds, the 3 powerful heavenly Tao realm experts were completely finished off. If Xianxia were to see this scene, he would definitely be alarmed as he raised his guard. But the one who was wary was not the heavenly Tao's Azure Eye, but the weeping soul blood ape that was only at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. His bloodline divine power was just too astounding. When he let out a roar, the blood-colored horn on his head emitted invisible blood-colored ripples. Even the blood forehead tiger, who had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, was unable to withstand it. Caught off guard, his consciousness was pulled into an illusion as he fell into a daze. If not for that, the blood forehead tiger would not have been killed so easily. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even Black Tiger and Winged Tiger, who perished one after another, would not have perished so easily if their consciousness had not fallen into a daze as though they were in an illusion. Heavens, which supreme existence at the Tao realm did not have a trump card to protect their lives, how could they be so easily killed? He knew that the current Xianxia was only at the 6th level of the heavenly Tao realm after activating the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and using it to the 9th transformation. Yuan's eye, this blood forehead tiger with slanted eyes, was the same. From this point of view, if it was Xianxia here, he would most likely have fallen victim to that attack as well. Roar! Screech! Ruthless, 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 ruthless. At that moment, with the death of the 3 powerful heavenly Tao realm experts, the sky-eyed blood forehead tiger, Black Tiger, and Winged Tiger, nearly 1,000,000 powerful beasts in the heavenly Tao's green-eyed camp raised their heads and roared angrily and violently. Then, an incomparably tragic massacre unfolded. Wrong, it was a massacre. This time, it didn't encounter much resistance at all because practically all of the near 1 million ferocious beasts in the blood-forehead tiger's camp still had infatuated expressions and hadn't struggled free from the influence of the weeping soul blood apes bewitching hell. Here at that moment, they were like motionless targets of flesh and blood in the void. They were destined to be slaughtered in a short period of time. The experts led by the heavenly Tao's green-eyed to participate in this battle were all astral beasts with ancient bloodlines. Among astral beasts, they relied on flesh and blood to raise their cultivation levels. Right to them, the treasured bodies of their opponents who perished in battle were the best source of flesh and blood. This scene was extremely tragic and filled with endless blood. Hundreds of billions of kilometers away, countless experts in the various factions and races of the three main astral planes trembled as they watched. These ferocious beasts with ancient bloodlines were too brutal. After the battle, they devoured the flesh and blood of their opponents. It left them shuddering. Unknowingly, a thought flashed through some people's minds as their faces turned as white as a sheet of paper. They were suspicious. With their insignificant battle strength, they were all brought from the primitive world to this mysterious primordial void by the primeval heavens without leaving a single one behind. To the heavenly Tao's green-eyed, apart from being used as cannon fodder at certain moments, could there be another use for them? That was just like the large number of powerful ferocious beasts in the enemy camp that were being slaughtered on the battlefield and then devoured bite by bite. They were clearly temporary supplies of flesh and blood. Some people thought of the source of all evil star field. In the depths of that star field, there were originally a large number of astral beasts, all of whom were the bloodline descendants of ancient ferocious beasts. However, later on, when the netherworld furnace wreaked havoc, most of those astral beasts in the depths of the star field were devoured by the netherworld furnace. Only a few were rescued by the Xianxia, such as the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. Even the space beasts in the depths of the star zone, the source of all evil, and the bloodline descendants of the ancient beasts under his command, were treated like this by the eyes of the heavenly Tao of the untainted land. What was he worth? Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle was about to end, and it was also at this time that the netherworld furnace also rushed forward. It was still incomparably enormous, as if it was an enormous life star in the shape of a cauldron, and it possessed its own consciousness and life. The 20,000 talisman marking chains on the exterior of the cauldron were like tentacles that fluttered about with extreme agility. As they waved, large amounts of remnant ferocious beast flesh and blood were collected and sent into the netherworld furnace. This included the remnant corpses left behind by the black tiger, the winged tiger, and the slab-eyed blood-forehead tiger after their deaths. Clearly, even supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm could not escape being devoured by the netherworld furnace after their deaths. Following that, their flesh and blood would be ground into blood, and after the final purification, they would be transformed into the origin liquid of all evil. When they thought up to this point, the figures of countless experts from the various clans shook violently and trembled. Perhaps they weren't afraid of dying, but to be treated as food by the ancient army of ferocious beasts under the command of the primeval heaven Tao's green eye and be devoured bit by bit was something that no one could accept. That was a great terror, and just thinking about it caused their souls to disperse. At that moment, as such guesses grew in their minds, a seed was planted in the hearts of countless experts from various races in the massive army that was spread out in the void billions of kilometers behind them. Roar! Roar, rumble, the battle came to an end. Under the netherworld furnace's sweep, the remnant ferocious beast flesh and blood were quickly cleaned up and sucked into the netherworld furnace. At this moment, as the huge millstone in the netherworld cauldron rotated, the green eyes of the great Tao of the untainted land immediately gave the order. All the battleships and battleships of the untainted land army that were spread out in the void billions of miles behind them started to move, rushing towards the forbidden land ahead. At that moment, a few powerful heavenly Tao realm auras extended over from the distant void. It had been less than 2 hours since the battle began. The few heavenly Tao realm experts had arrived extremely quickly. They were likely guests from the neighboring forbidden lands, but unfortunately, they were still too late. Upon seeing the slab-eyed blood-forehead tiger perish, the few powerful heavenly Tao realm auras only stayed for a brief moment before silently retreating. It was also on the left bank of the Milky Way, but it was on the right side of the left bank. Furthermore, it was at the edge of the right bank. This was the Black Crow Forbidden Land, just as the primeval heavens led a huge army of primordial creatures and tore through the void. They arrived at the left bank of the Milky Way and killed the black tiger, the winged tiger, and the slit-eyed blood-headed tiger in a short period of time, causing the primeval forbidden land to appear. Xian and Xianxia, who were leading the way, had also arrived at the star sector of their next target. No hesitation. After arriving at the Black Crow Forbidden Land, Xian and Xianxia immediately charged into the star sector. However, this time, Xianxia was at the back while Xian was charging forward alone. He wanted to end the battle. He wanted to end the battle in the shortest time possible so as not to attract the attention of the Heavenly Dao Realm experts from the other Forbidden Lands and star sectors around the Black Crow Forbidden Land. Although Xian was not afraid, if there were too many powerful Heavenly Dao Realm existences, even with his Heavenly Dao Realm Stage 6 cultivation base, it would be a headache for him. This time, Xian's target was a scarlet-patterned black crow. It was said that it had the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow and was also a connate ferocious beast. The scarlet-patterned black crow had a type of scarlet crystal in its body. It was a crystal that slowly grew in the scarlet-patterned black crow's body due to its ancestral bloodline after it entered the desolate supremacy realm. It was also a special connate treasure medicine with a fire attribute and could be used as a fire source. The scarlet-patterned black crow's cultivation base was extraordinary as it had entered the Heavenly Dao Realm. However, it was only at Stage 2 of the Heavenly Dao Realm. With Xian's terrifying Stage 6 cultivation base, there was naturally no problem in taking it down. However, if they were to fight head-on, it would obviously take some time, which was somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, before entering the Black Crow Forbidden Land, Xian had a private discussion with Xianxia and Xianxia on how to kill the scarlet-patterned black crow. At this moment, Xian shot forward in front of him. The instant he charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Land, he activated the mental energy in his body with all his might and activated the perfect vibration mental energy secret technique. Such as now, he was a powerful existence at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. He was just a step away from reaching the late-stage Heavenly Dao Realm. Edison with such a terrifying cultivation level, Xian's figure was concealed. Even his aura was perfectly concealed. Even the primeval Heaven's Eye, who was at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm, could not detect him. Only a 9th order consummation Heaven's Path Pinnacle expert would be able to do so. As for the scarlet-patterned black crow and Black Crow Forbidden Ground, it was only in existence at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. It was still in the early stages of the realm, so it was clearly impossible for it to sense Xian's aura. No, however, Xian did not know his opponent's current location, so he could not determine where he was hiding. If he extended his divine sense to investigate, his aura would leak out and be detected by the other party at the first possible moment. Century at that time, even if the 2nd stage scarlet-patterned black crow did not escape, it would take a certain amount of time to kill Xian in a head-on battle. Therefore, Xian didn't extend the power of his divine sense to investigate. He had already discussed this matter with Xianxia before he charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Ground. The latter would be in charge. Xianxia had yet to step into the true Heavenly Dao Realm, but he was still a veteran peak desolate supremacy. Among all the powerful half-step Heavenly Dao Realm existences, he was considered one of the strongest experts. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was infinitely close to the Heavenly Dao Realm. Roar! As Xianxia charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Ground, he, who had transformed into an elder of the Bloodbeard tribe, raised his head and roared. He instantly revealed his bloodline true body. It was thousands of miles wide, and his blood was astonishing. His half-step Heavenly Dao Realm cultivation was instantly pushed to the extreme. Boom! Rumble! After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia immediately raised his front hooves and stomped on an abandoned planet in the void hundreds of millions of miles in front of him after his bloodline true body appeared. Alarmed, there was an explosion in the sky. The abandoned planet exploded in the blink of an eye, and there was a bloody mist spreading out. It was clear that some of the fierce beasts in the forbidden area were caught off guard and didn't have time to escape. Under this stomp, they directly exploded and died. This was definitely a blatant provocation. A demon-patterned blood deer that was infinitely close to the true Heavenly Dao Realm actually charged into the Black Crow Forbidden Ground like a madman. Without saying a word, it raised its front hooves and killed tens of thousands of beasts in the Forbidden Ground. This Such a scene was absolutely unacceptable to the scarlet-patterned black crow. While, furthermore, Lu Zhangke deliberately stirred up all the aura in his body. The commotion was so great that it immediately alarmed the crow. "Ka! Blood dear, are you courting death?" Following an extremely hoarse and ear-piercing cry, a figure instantly rushed out from a corner on the right side of the void. It was a black-red blob of light. The blob of light emitted a powerful aura at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was clearly the scarlet-patterned black crow. Xian did not hesitate when the main body appeared. He continued concealing his body and concealing his aura. He immediately approached and threw out a punch, bam. At that instant, the boundless strength of Xian's punch enveloped the black-red blob of light. There was no suspense in what happened next. An earth-shattering boom rang out in an instant. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying and berserk power had already smashed into the old fellow's body. Although he was a powerful existence at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he was unable to react in time against the full-powered strike of Xian, who was at the sixth stage of the heavenly Tao realm. The black-red blob of light only shook slightly before exploding. At that moment, the boundless strength surged into the scarlet-patterned black crow's body. In less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc in his body. As his entire body exploded, the scarlet-patterned black crow perished. Its massive body transformed into a rapidly spreading scarlet-red blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Amidst the spreading blood mist, there was clearly a scarlet-red crystal that soared into the sky. That crystal was Xian's main target. Phew! With some hesitation, Xian immediately waved his hand. Following the howling of a strong wind, a boundless strength whizzed out. Health in less than a second, the heavenly Tao old freak's massive body exploded into a blood mist that swept over him. He absorbed it into his body and sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. With a flip of his hand, a scarlet-red crystal the size of a head appeared in his palm. This item was named Heaven Crystal. It was a Khanate Origins item in the scarlet-patterned black crow's body. It contained a sliver of the primordial chaos heavenly Tao nomological powers. Furthermore, it was fire elemental. It was the fire catalyst origins that Xian needed. Now, with the scarlet-red heaven crystal in hand, Xian was finally short of one of the 5 elemental catalysts that he needed. Whoosh! With the sound of a strong wind whistling, Xian waved his hand, and a majestic force whizzed out. The heavenly Tao old monster's huge body exploded into a bloody mist and was absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. After that, he flipped his hand, and a scarlet crystal the size of a head appeared in his palm. It was the innate source of the scarlet-patterned black crow's body. It contained a trace of the primordial heavenly Tao law and was of the fire attribute. It was the fire guide source that Xian needed. Until, with the fire guide source in hand, Xian only lacked the earth guide source among the 5 elemental guides that he needed. Previously, they had agreed that after killing this scarlet-patterned black crow, they would immediately leave this place and not stay any longer. Although there were still many desolate supremes and primordial ancients in the Black Crow Forbidden Land, this time, Xian did not continue to attack. Roar! Lu Zhangke raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, Pang Da's terrifying true body suddenly disappeared and turned back into an old man in a blood-red robe and blood-red beard. With a shake of his shoulders, he immediately walked toward Xian with a fawning expression. Fellow Daoist's method is indeed amazing. With one strike, you instantly killed a second-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivator. Congratulations! You finally obtained the heavenly crystal. He did not say these words through voice transmission but through his mouth. For the Black Crow Forbidden Land's desolate supremes and primordial ancients who were hibernating in the abandoned stars in the distance, it was obvious that they heard it clearly. Xian looked at him meaningfully, but he did not expose him. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the Black Crow Forbidden Land star region and into the distant void. Heh heh. Lu Zhangke let out a hollow laugh. Without any hesitation or delay, he immediately followed her. Soon, the two of them reached the end of the void outside the forbidden area and disappeared. Roar, roar, roar. As the two left, the Black Crow Forbidden Land, which had become deathly silent because of Xian's attack, was instantly filled with shocking roars. The dozen or so desolate elders in the Black Crow forbidden area had clearly seen everything that had happened, including what Lu Xianxia had said to Yixian. Forbidden Land, the Forbidden Land's strongest powerhouse, was killed in the blink of an eye. It was easy to imagine how angry these desolate supremes were. Although they weren't Yixian's match, it was impossible for them to let this matter rest. As the furious roars rang out, the voices of divine senses circulated amongst the dozen or so desolate elders of the Black Crow forbidden area. I've seen the guy who transformed into a remnant. He comes from the right bank of the Milky Way. He's the strongest powerhouse in a forbidden land on the right bank. He's famous because he's the most proficient in the Tao of pills among all the fierce beasts. That's right. I've heard of this person. He calls himself Lu Xianxia. He's a fierce beast with an innate bloodline and a half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivation base. Although he's a fierce beast, he's been studying the Tao of pills. It's said that he has a treasure pill formula that can refine a supreme treasure pill that can increase the chances of breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, this pill requires 5 types of innate 5 elements origins as medicinal catalysts. His heavenly velvet is one of them. Just now, Lord Black Crow was killed and the heavenly crystal in his body was taken away. That's the fire catalyst essence. The one who attacked is a remnant. Although it's just a glance, I can roughly tell that this person is at least a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm expert at the 5 stars realm. Otherwise, even if he launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't have been able to kill Lord Black Crow in one strike. This demonic patterned blood deer is too arrogant. As a fierce beast, it actually colluded with the remnant to kill Lord Black Crow of our forbidden land. It looks like he wants to refine the heavenly Tao treasure pill. We also need this pill, but with our desolate supremacy cultivation base, we can't obtain it. We have to spread this news and stir up the waters. Only then can we have a share of the pie. Roar. Roar. Roar, screech. Having said that, the desolate supremacies stopped talking. They raised their heads and roared. With a flash of their bodies, they transformed into beams of light and shot out. They rushed out of the Black Crow forbidden land and headed for the depths of the Milky Way's left bank. They wanted to spread the news that Lu Xianxia had colluded with the remnant to refine the heavenly Tao treasure pill. Whoosh. Whoosh, an empty sound rang out. In the dark void, 2 beams of light streaked across. They were very fast as they shot toward the endless darkness ahead. The 2 figures were Yixian and Lu Xianxia. Now, Yixian already had the wood guiding origin heavenly velvet, water guiding origin heavenly liquid, metal guiding origin heavenly eye, and fire guiding origin heavenly crystal in his hands. The only thing he lacked was the last kind of earth guiding origin. Yixian had no idea what the earth guiding origin was or where to find it. Therefore, as the 2 moved through the void, Lu Xianxia was still leading the way. However, after the 2 left the Black Crow forbidden land, they did not head for the depths of the Milky Way's left bank. Instead, they followed the original path and rushed toward the deep darkness between the left bank and the right bank, where there was no trace of the Milky Way's starlight. Yixian was puzzled. Could it be that the earth guiding origin was not on the 2 banks of the Milky Way, but in the endless dark void between the 2 banks? Brain, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately glanced at Lu Xianxia and asked without batting an eyelid, "Tell me, where is the source of the earth guide?" "It's in the endless darkness ahead," Lu Xianxia replied. Lu Xianxia had obviously expected him to ask such a question, so he was not surprised. As soon as Yixian finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at the endless darkness ahead. Speaking of which, this can be considered a coincidence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find a similar innate origin that contains a trace of the primordial law's power and has the attribute of earth. The earth guiding origin that I'm talking about is a kind of heaven pill. This kind of heaven pill is contained in the shell of a void giant turtle. The void giant turtle is a primordial fierce beast with the chaos demon god's bloodline in its body. It's famous in the Eldritch world. Even in the Eldritch world's great war that destroyed the entire Eldritch world, it was an extremely eye-catching existence. Countless years ago, this void giant tortoise was already at the peak of the 9th stage perfection realm, the desolate supremacy realm. Therefore, there is definitely more than one heavenly pill in his giant tortoise shell, and what we need is only one. However, this void giant turtle is not easy to deal with. It's extremely ferocious. Not long ago, it wreaked havoc on the 2 banks of the Milky Way. At that time, there were basically no primordial supremes guarding the two banks of the Milky Way. They were all hibernating. It's precisely because of its appearance that the upper echelons of various parties realized that the Eldritch world was about to end. Therefore, a large number of desolate supremes and heavenly path experts appeared one after another. And more than a decade ago, it was because of the appearance of this famous void gigantic turtle from the primordial desolate era that made the upper echelons of various factions realize that the primordial apocalypse was approaching. Therefore, large numbers of desolate supremacy old freaks and heavenly Tao realm experts appeared. Ever since then, the void tortoise that wreaked havoc on both sides of the Milky Way disappeared. The outside world believed that it was afraid of the desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts that appeared in the two sides of the Milky Way, so it left. However, that wasn't the case. At this point, a smug look appeared on Lu Xianxia's face. "Fellow Taoist, you are lucky to have met me this time. Otherwise, even if you encountered other existences that knew about the connate ferocious beasts, they would only be able to lead you to the first 4 connate herbs. As for the earth essence, you would definitely not be able to obtain it. I have always been researching a supreme treasure pill that can help me smoothly break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Although I know that I don't have the ability to gather all 5 elemental herbs, I have always been secretly paying attention to existences with 5 elemental origins herbs in my body. Among the 5 elemental herbs, the earth elemental connate herb is the rarest. It has never appeared before. Therefore, when this void tortoise appeared, I hid in the dark and observed its movements. Although it is an extremely ancient existence with a cultivation realm of peak desolate supremacy at the perfected rank 9 realm, its true combat strength is comparable to a rank 1 heavenly Tao realm expert. However, I am also a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert. Furthermore, with a mystic technique to conceal my aura, I was able to spy on it from the distant void. It was similarly undiscovered. This void tortoise has indeed hibernated, but it hasn't gone far. Instead, it tore apart a corner of the void in the darkness at the end of both sides of the Milky Way and hid within it. It entered seclusion to attack the heavenly Tao realm. If you didn't know about this beforehand, even with your powerful rank 6 heavenly Tao realm perception, you probably wouldn't have been able to find the entrance to the void tortoise's seclusion grounds. As he spoke, Lu Xianxia raised his hand again and pointed to the right. He said smugly, "Hey, a corner of the void has been torn apart 100 billion miles away from that area. However, that void tortoise has used some means to conceal the entrance. Once you enter, you'll be able to reach the void tortoise's place of seclusion. Although that old bastard's true combat strength is comparable to the first stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he is nothing to you. You can finish him instantly." Whoosh! Whoosh! After saying that, Lu Xianxia didn't say anything else. His feet tightened, and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed hundreds of billions of miles of void and came to an abrupt stop in front of him. At this moment, although Yi Xian had not said anything, the expression on his face was extremely strange. He who would have thought that the final earth-guiding origin that was required would actually land on the void giant tortoise? This demon-patterned blood deer could be considered extremely daring. The void tortoise was not an existence to be trifled with. That fellow looked like a simple and honest giant tortoise, but in reality, it had a very violent temper. Furthermore, the last time the void tortoise appeared, it was with the primordial Xianxia. Desolation. The primordial Xianxia was an existence in no way weaker than the void tortoise. It was also a famous existence in the primordial war that had caused chaos in the primordial world. It was even more infamous than the void gigantic turtle. This was because the primordial Xianxia had a powerful divine power, the heaven-falling bow. In the battle of the primordial desolate supremacy, although the primordial Xianxia was only a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th order perfection realm, its combat strength was comparable to that of a first-stage heavenly Tao realm existence. And if one were to use a supreme divine power like the heavenly fallen bow, any heavenly Tao realm expert would feel apprehensive. Back in that epic battle, the primordial Xianxia had once used the heavenly fallen bow to nearly shoot down the primordial heavenly Tao azurite into the void. Therefore, when the void tortoise and the primordial Xianxia were together, even with Yi Xian's powerful cultivation at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it was basically impossible for him to kill the void tortoise and obtain a heavenly core from it. Desolate. The primordial Xianxia's heaven-falling bow was just too intimidating. Even Yi Xian had to be wary of it. Thankfully, this battle clearly wouldn't result in an explosion. This was because Xian, the void tortoise, and the primordial Xianxia were not considered enemies. Due to the headless infant's corpse, Xian had long been branded and labeled as part of their faction. Furthermore, Lu Zhangke had said it himself. There was definitely more than one heavenly core in the void tortoise's body. If that was the case, it shouldn't be difficult for Xian to obtain it if he asked. Besides, this old bastard wanted to break through to the true heavenly Dao realm. If he could obtain the help of a level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill, the chances of him successfully breaking through would be much higher and faster. Bao it was the same for the primordial Xianxia. He also needed a level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill. Therefore, as long as Xian opened his mouth, even if he took out a heavenly pill, it would more or less affect him. The void tortoise shouldn't refuse. Xian was quite confident in this point. Boom. Rumble, old bastard, hurry up and come out to die. While Xian was pondering, Lu Zhangke had already waved his hand and opened the entrance to the void passageway that concealed its aura. Following the earth-shattering sound, the voice of his divine sense rang out as well. It passed through the void passageway and into the endless darkness behind this corner of the void. Hiss, hum, in the next instant, the clear sound of ripping cloth suddenly rang out from the right side of the void where the two of them were, followed by a low buzzing sound. Xian was shocked. A sense of alarm rose in his heart as an inexplicable strong sense of danger enveloped his entire body. He was no stranger to this feeling. It was as though he was suddenly being stared at by a venomous snake at close range. It was the same feeling he had when he encountered the primordial Xianxia. With a slight change in expression, he almost subconsciously turned his head to look. The scene that entered his eyes instantly caused his eyes to narrow as he sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 billion miles to the right of his line of sight, a crack silently opened in the dark void. It was only about 10,000 feet wide. Shockingly, there was a figure standing in the middle of the spatial rift. He stood on his hind legs with a pair of wings on his back. His appearance was incomparably ferocious. Who else could it be but a primordial Xianxia? Xianxia had seen the inheritance phantom many times in the inheritance picture of the fallen sky bao. It was exactly the same as the one in front of him. Even the aura was the same. Not long ago, he had seen the primordial Xianxia's true body. Although the two of them did not communicate, he could see it clearly. However, what shocked Xian was that the primordial Xianxia stood there silently with his right arm raised high. A giant energy bow appeared, and even his right hand was on the bowstring. An energy arrow appeared. It was the fallen sky bow. Obviously, Lu Zhangke's clamor had angered the primordial Xianxia, causing him to think that an enemy had arrived. Therefore, he appeared immediately, and the battle was about to begin. La, hum, to the right, there was the clear sound of ripping cloth, followed by a deep buzzing sound. Turning around, the winged primordial Xianxia was standing there silently. His right arm was raised high as a gigantic energy bow appeared. Even his right hand was on the bowstring as an energy arrow appeared. His eyes were glowing with a sanguine beam as the powerful half-step heavenly Dao realm aura remained. But upon contact, it gave off an intense sense of danger. Primordial Xianxia? As the deep buzzing sound sounded behind him, Lu Zhangke's heart skipped a beat as he turned around. A few moments later, in the next moment, his body shook violently, and his expression changed. He gasped and exclaimed in horror, hiss. That's the heaven-falling bow? Countless years ago, in the primordial war that had brought chaos to the primordial great world, the primordial Xianxia's ferocity was in no way inferior to that of the golden divine dragon and the void giant tortoise. It was even more ferocious than them. He naturally recognized it at a glance. He originally believed that there was only a void giant tortoise here, but he never expected to encounter a primordial Xianxia before he even saw the real deal. And the other party had clearly been lying in wait. Just as he activated the spatial passageway that the void giant tortoise had concealed with a mystic technique, the primordial Xianxia appeared behind him and tore through the void. Furthermore, he did not hesitate to conjure the heaven-falling bow. Speaking of which, the heaven-falling bow's ferocity was even greater than that of ancient peak desolate supremacies like the golden divine dragon and the void giant tortoise. This was because, in the primordial war, the primordial Xianxia had conjured it and shot an arrow. It had nearly shot the primeval heaven's eye into the dust. That was the primeval heaven's eye. During that battle, he was already at the late-stage Heavenly Tao realm at the 7th Order realm. If that was the case when facing the primordial Yixia's heaven-falling bow, how could Lu Xianxia, who was only a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th Order, dodge it? It could be said that as long as the other party released the bowstring with his right hand, this arrow would instantly kill him on the spot. However, the primordial Yixia's energy arrow was aimed at him instead of Yi Xian, who came with him. This was clearly because he was the one who had activated the passage to the void giant tortoise's place of seclusion. As these thoughts flashed through Lu Xianxia's mind, his intestines turned green with regret. He stood in the void with a deathly pale complexion, his knees slightly trembling. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain himself. Matter in fact, there was nothing to explain. He had led Yi Xian here to kill the void tortoise, but the ancient Yixias were on the same side as the void tortoise. Now that they were here, it was to protect the void tortoise. As for him, he had already roared at the void passage entrance the moment it appeared, calling for the void giant tortoise to come out and die. How else could that be explained? Roar. Who is it? How dare you come to this old man's place of seclusion and make a ruckus? Are you tired of living? At that moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the endless darkness in the depths of the void passage entrance that had been activated. It was the voice of the old void giant tortoise. That old fellow was probably still preparing and hadn't entered seclusion yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have responded so quickly. Breaking through to the heavenly path realm was no joke. When he heard this roar, Lu Xianxia's expression instantly turned extremely gloomy. Originally, he was hoping that the void tortoise was already in seclusion. If that was the case, he and Yi Xian would have to face the primordial Yixia alone, and the other party would have to protect the void tortoise who was already in seclusion. Therefore, the heaven-falling bow in his hand could only be used as a deterrent. He didn't dare to use it for real, but now, it was over. The void tortoise hadn't entered seclusion yet. Judging from its roar, it was clearly charging in their direction. Once the void tortoise rushed out of the void passage, it would be a 2-on-2 situation. At that moment, the primordial Yixia, who was aiming the heaven-falling bow's energy arrow at him, would most likely change its target and aim it at Yi Xian instead. Even if he was a heavenly path 6th stage existence, he could only be deterred by the heaven-falling bow that had nearly shot the primeval heaven's eye out of the void during the primordial war. He definitely wouldn't act rashly. However, for Lu Xianxia, it wasn't a good thing that the primordial Yixia had shifted the energy arrow away from him. Because, once Yi Xian was threatened by the primordial Yixia's heaven-falling bow and didn't dare to act rashly, he would have to face the void tortoise alone. Although, however, the void tortoise was the same as him. Its cultivation level was at the peak of the desolate supremacy 9th stage, which was half-step into the heavenly path. But compared to him, the void tortoise was clearly stronger. Its true combat strength was comparable to a heavenly path 1st stage existence. He was definitely no match for it. Once the battle erupted, although he could hold on for a while, if Yi Xian didn't save him, he would definitely end up seriously injured even if he didn't die. Roar. Rumble. Just as he was feeling alarmed and his face turned ashen, another shocking roar came from the void passage in front of him. Following that, a huge figure rushed out of the void passage. To be precise, it was forcefully squeezed out. After all, this was the primordial void. The laws of the void were extremely powerful. Even the void tortoise couldn't tear open a void rift that was too big, and it was able to form a stable void passage entrance. Therefore, even though he had shrunk his body to the extreme using a secret technique, his body was still tens of millions of miles wide. This void passage was only a few million miles wide. Since the void tortoise had forcefully squeezed in earlier, it naturally had to do the same now that it wanted to come out. In the blink of an eye, as the rumbling of thunder rang out, the entrance of the void passage that he had squeezed back and forth through twice finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Then, under the influence of the powerful primordial laws of the void, it was quickly mended. However, the void tortoise didn't care about any of this. Since this place had been found, it could no longer be used as a place for seclusion. There was no need for this stable void passage constructed using a secret technique to exist. The guy who called for this old man to come out and die, was that you? At this moment, as the void tortoise squeezed its way out of the void passage, Xianxia, who was standing 10 billion miles away from the void passage and didn't dare to move at all, immediately entered its field of vision. A cold light flashed in the void tortoise's eyes. As it reprimanded Xianxia, it looked him up and down. This, Xianxia almost collapsed on the spot. Even though the void tortoise had already come out, the energy arrow on the heaven-fallen bow in the hands of the primordial Xianxia was still firmly aimed at him, with no intention of moving away at all. At this moment, he really wanted to cry. He hurriedly waved his hands and explained, Don't be impulsive, fellow cultivator. If this old man said that this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? As the void tortoise charged out of the void passageway in front of him, the suppressive aura emanating from its body immediately locked onto Xianxia. He was so frightened that he nearly collapsed on the spot. Because, even though the void tortoise had already appeared, the energy arrow on the ancient Xianxia's heaven-fallen bow was still firmly aimed at him from 5 billion kilometers away. It had no intention of moving away at all. It was clearly targeting him. By the side, Xian, who had retracted his aura like an ordinary person, seemed to be ignored by these two fellows. With this in mind, Xianxia nearly cried out on the spot. He hurriedly waved his hand and explained, No. Fellow Taoist, please don't be rash. If I were to say that this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Alright, this is indeed a misunderstanding. We are all on the same side. When Xianxia said those words, his face drooped and was filled with despair. However, Xian had already spoken. Yes, that's right. He was indeed on guard against Xianxia, but Xian had always done things this way. Since he had made a promise, he would definitely fulfill it. Otherwise, it would affect his Tao heart. The greater his future achievements, the more obvious the effect would be. Xianxia might have really been scheming, but at least until now, this old fellow had been doing his best to help him find the 5-elemental catalyst. Even if he had any schemes in mind, he would not be able to put them into action in the future. Under such circumstances, since Xian had made a promise to give him one of the grade 30 heavenly Tao treasured pills refined, he would not deliberately avoid this matter. Therefore, before the grade 30 heavenly Tao treasured pill was given to Xianxia, Xian would not sit idly by and watch him perish as long as the old fellow did not really plot against him. However, he was now a supreme existence at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm in his devil ape 9th transformation state. Although Xianxia was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence, he did not think much of him. It was not worth it to damage his Tao heart for such an existence that he did not think much of. Xian would not make such a choice. Phew! Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, as his voice fell, Xian had already made his move once again. The 4 types of 5 elements medicinal catalysts that he had previously collected were the wood catalyst origin heavenly velvet, the metal catalyst origin heavenly eye, the water catalyst origin heavenly liquid, and the fire catalyst origin heavenly crystal that he had just obtained not long ago. In an instant, all of them were taken out by him and hung in front of him. At the same time, because of Xian's attack, the cultivation aura that he had been concealing in his body was finally released. It was clearly sensed by the void tortoise and the primordial Xianxia. Both of them were clearly stunned at the same time. Then, the void giant tortoise's soft exclamation suddenly rang out, What? 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm? It's only been a few years, and you've already broken through 2 levels of cultivation, you little bastard. Billions of miles away, the primordial Xianxia's eyes flashed with a dark light. He looked deeply at Xian, then shifted his gaze and paused for a moment on the 4 types of 5 elements medicinal catalysts in front of him. He seemed to have understood something, then he lowered his left arm and withdrew the heaven-fallen bow. However, his figure did not continue to linger here, as if he had no interest in communicating with Xian. Soon, the void crack behind him was repaired under the influence of the primordial void laws, and the primordial Xianxia's figure disappeared. But, it was obvious that they hadn't left yet. Instead, they were silently lying in wait in different voids just like before. If necessary, they could suddenly appear like they did before and take out the heavens fall bow, to intimidate everything. Heavenly velvet? Heavenly eye? Heavenly liquid? Heavenly crystal? Damn, you brat, you've killed 4 connate ferocious beasts, and none of them were weak. You even gathered the 4 elements medicinal catalysts. At that moment, the void giant tortoise's gaze was also attracted by the 4 types of 5 elements medicinal catalysts in front of Yixian. Pang Da's huge figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yixian. No wonder you came looking for me at this time. You're clearly thinking about the heavenly core. What's going on? Look, at this scene, Lu Xianxia, who had been thrown to the side in the distant void, was dumbfounded. He stared at Yixian and the void giant tortoise in a daze with his mouth wide open. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. Just a moment ago, he was in a situation of certain death. In front of him was the void giant tortoise, whose combat strength was comparable to a stage 1 heavenly Dao realm cultivator, and behind him was the primordial Xianxia, whose combat strength was comparable to a stage 1 heavenly Dao realm cultivator. It had even taken out the infamous heaven fallen bow and aimed an energy arrow at him. Following that, there was a possibility that he would be killed on the spot. But now, in the blink of an eye, the primordial Xianxia was gone. The void giant tortoise also ignored him and rushed in front of the mysterious heavenly Dao realm expert. It seemed like they were still talking, and from the sound of it, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. Furthermore, they seemed to have a good relationship. That's right. I'm here to get a heavenly core from you. At that moment, Yixian smiled and looked at the void giant tortoise. The 4 elements medicinal catalysts have been gathered. All that's left is the earth heavenly core medicinal catalysts. Then, I can immediately start refining a level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill. It's up to you whether you want to give it to me or not. Level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill? SSS. Darn brat, you should have said so earlier. Upon hearing that, the void giant tortoise's body trembled violently. After drawing a cold gasp, a yellow beam shot out from its body. Phew, the beam shot over with a sharp sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, it came to a halt in the void in front of Yixian. It was a crystal the size of a head. It was yellowish-brown in color and it emitted an extremely thick and corporeal aura. Clearly, this was the final earth essence that Yixian needed. It was also the heavenly core in the void giant tortoise's body. Although this item was equally important to him, it contained a sliver of the primordial chaos laws, allowing him to accumulate energy in his body. However, there was clearly more than one such heavenly core in the void giant tortoise's body. Compared to a single heavenly Dao treasure pill that could allow him to successfully break through in a short period of time and enter the true heavenly Dao realm, this old fellow did not need to consider at all. He instantly made a decision. Phew. 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 Apart from this, the void giant tortoise was stunned for a moment before beams shot out from its body once again. They were spheres that were 1,000 feet in size. They emitted extremely rich lifeblood powers. They were the lifeblood spheres he had collected from killing desolate supremacy realm astral beasts when he wreaked havoc on both sides of the Milky Way. There were a total of 7 lifeblood spheres. They were immediately collected by Yixian and sent into the Shinnon cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. Previously, Yixian already had a total of 41 desolate sovereign blood essences in his possession. Now that he had 7 more, the total number of desolate sovereign blood essences had reached 48. Among the 48 desolate supremacy blood essences, there were even a few supreme-grade items. They were obtained from killing peak desolate supremacies at the 9th stage of perfection. Phew. Phew. Phew, phew. In an instant, beams shot out. They were spheres that were 1,000 feet in size. They emitted extremely rich lifeblood powers. Before this, Yixian already had 41 desolate supremacy blood essence in his hands. For example, with another 7, he had a total of 48. Among them, there were even a few supreme-grade items. They were obtained from killing peak desolate supremacies at the 9th stage of perfection. Once the cauldron was opened for refinement, the number of level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pills that could be produced would probably be more than 50. It was absolutely shocking. Of course, apart from that, he still had a heavenly Dao blood essence. It was obtained from killing a scarlet-patterned blood crow. He kept it for the time being as it would be of great use in the future. just one level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill was enough to allow a desolate supremacy at the ninth stage of perfection to successfully break through the bottleneck of a large realm in a short period of time, leaping to become a true Heavenly Tao realm expert. At present, Xianxia's cultivation level was at the fifth stage of the desolate supremacy realm. He was still 4 stages away from consuming a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. It was only 4 stages, so it would not take long. Therefore, to him, this cauldron of Heavenly Tao treasure pills was extremely important. It could not be delayed any further and had to be refined as soon as possible. However, it was still unknown how many desolate supremacy treasure pills could be produced in this cauldron, but it would at least be more than 50. Out of caution, Xian had thought of only using half of the desolate supremacy blood essence to refine it. However, that would not maximize the benefits. Furthermore, it would be difficult to gather the required 5 elemental medicinal catalyst in the next cauldron. Furthermore, he had repeatedly deduced the perfect pill formula for the Heavenly Tao treasure pill. This time, he had added the concept of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst. The possibility of an accident was almost zero. Therefore, after some thought, Xian decided to refine all 48 desolate supremacy blood essence in one cauldron. He had already handed over the pills and the 7 aprons desolate supremacy blood essence he had collected. If he did not refine them on the spot, the void tortoise would obviously not agree. Therefore, Xian had no intention of leaving. After instructing the void tortoise and Lu Xianxia to stand guard in 2 other directions, his figure flashed, and he dashed into an abandoned planet 10 billion miles away. He directly entered the planet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Boom, with a wave of his hand, he took out all 48 desolate supremacy blood essences. These desolate supremacy blood essences would be used by Xian to refine the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, along with a large amount of other top-grade precious materials and treasured bodies of primordial beings. Clang, apart from these 2 most important basic materials, Xian would also add in some all-evil origin liquid and the top-grade resources he had found in the primordial void. Most importantly, the most important things were the Heavenly Velvet, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Liquid, Heavenly Crystal, and Heavenly Pill. These were the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts that contained a trace of the primordial law's power. They would ensure that this cauldron of level 30 Heavenly Tao treasured pills would be successfully refined without any accidents. After all the preparations were done, Xian suddenly waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-notch precious herbs required for the recipe. Then, he closed his eyes. God, in the inner space of the known cauldron, in the flame pool at the bottom of the Central Territory volcano. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Air-piercing sounds rang out one after another. Densely packed dark lights of various colors shot out from the top of the cauldron in the Central Domain's volcano and directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. After a sudden delay, all of them came to an abrupt halt and hovered in midair. These strands of light were the various top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Xian had prepared to refine the level 30 Heavenly Path pellet. Who? In an instant, a sound like the howling of a gale rang out. Below these top-grade resources, a majestic Shenong 9-colored flame whizzed up from the bottom of the volcano in the central region. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a 9-colored cauldron with a radius of 10 feet amidst the gale. It was small and simple, but it exuded an extraordinary aura. Soon, the desolate supremacy blood essence and 5 elemental guiding herbs, as well as other materials and resources that had been prepared, automatically flew up and entered the tiny flame cauldron with a radius of 10 feet. From at that moment, the refinement of the first cauldron of level 30 Heavenly Tao treasured pills in Xian's hands officially began. Just one level 10 Heavenly Tao treasure pill was enough to allow a desolate supremacy, a powerful existence at the perfect stage of the 9th step, to instantly become a true Heavenly Tao realm expert. Just based on this point, its importance and preciousness could be imagined. And this time, Xian was refining a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasured pill for the first time. The raw materials used were all desolate supremacy blood essence. Every essence represented a powerful primordial supremacy. Especially the Heavenly Velvet, Heavenly Eye, Heavenly Liquid, Heavenly Crystal, and Heavenly Pill, which were the 5 guiding herbs. They were extremely rare. All of them were precious. All of these were too precious. If he failed, the losses would be so severe that he did not dare imagine it. Therefore, this time, he didn't dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Even if he was 100% sure that there wouldn't be any accidents, he still didn't dare to be distracted. He wholeheartedly controlled everything, concentrating on it like never before. Soon, with his incantation, one alchemy technique after another appeared in Yixian's hands. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into extremely obscure and mysterious runes that entered the 9-colored cauldron at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Unknowingly, a month passed in the blink of an eye. However, Yixian did not feel it at all. His entire mind was immersed in the refinement of the cauldron of desolate supremacy treasured pills, completely forgetting the existence of time. Boom! It was at that moment that a loud boom sounded above the flame pool at the bottom of the central region. With the arrival of the boom, the cauldron formed by pure Shinong 9-colored flames instantly dissipated, and the 9-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool below like a river. And what remained above the flame pool were 55 round beads the size of nascent soul fists. These round beads were all steaming with rich black and white colors, and the surface was suffused with an extremely dense fog. There was even a layer of dreamy halo, exuding a simple and heavy aura. It was a level 30 heavenly path treasure pill. Just one pill was enough to allow a desolate supremacy 9th stage cultivator to break through the realm in a short period of time after swallowing it, directly stepping into the true level 30 of the heavenly path realm. Heavenly path treasure pill. There are actually 55 of them? After the process was completed, Yixian opened his eyes. When he saw the 55 supreme pellets floating in front of him that emitted a dense heavenly Tao aura, his face froze for a moment before he sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out involuntarily. As the soft voice came out, his eyes were burning with excitement, revealing endless surprise. Yixian only had a total of 48 desolate supremacy blood essence used to refine a level 30 heavenly path treasure pill. Although he was certain that he could produce more than 50, the fact that 55 heavenly path treasure pills were produced still left him alarmed. It exceeded his expectations. This time, the refinement of the level 30 heavenly path treasure pills was extremely smooth. Out of the 48 desolate supremacy blood essence, a total of 55 heavenly path treasure pills were produced. It left Yixian surprised and pleasantly surprised. Boom! Rumble, and with the appearance of the 55 heavenly path treasure pills, the heavenly Tao nomological powers in the primordial chaos void instantly sensed it. The dark void where Yixian was refining the pills was suddenly enveloped by black clouds, and there was a rumbling sound. The pill tribulation of the 55 heavenly path treasure pills, had descended. After all, it was a supreme treasure pill that was related to the heavenly Tao realm. Under the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos void, a heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was expected. This was something Yixian had long expected. Phew! With a wave of his hand, he stored the farmer god treasure cauldron into his body. However, the 55 heavenly path treasure pills remained in the outside world. He did not store them in the cauldron. If he did, the pill tribulation that he sensed would instantly dissipate. That was not something Yixian wished to see. The 15 heavenly path treasure pills gathered together, transforming into a grayish-white blob of light that was about 10 feet wide. It hovered above Yixian's head, and with a step, he walked out of the planet where he was in seclusion and entered the primordial chaos void in the outside world. Rumble, Ka-cha. At this moment, as Yixian's figure appeared, the vast tribulation cloud that enveloped the entire area instantly arrived in the sky above his head. At the first moment, a bolt of purple-gold lightning descended from the sky. Too much. It was too thick, over 100,000 zhang in size. Judging from its power, even an ordinary star would be hacked apart with a single strike. Roar. However, Yixian did not take it to heart. He raised his head and spat softly. The aura in his body was completely activated, and his entire body was like the most blazing small star. At this moment, it was as if endless treasure light had burst out from the 1.08 billion pores on his body. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out, and the tribulation cloud in the sky instantly surged even more violently. In just a short breath of time, an incomparably thick bolt of purplish gold lightning had already smashed down. Rai-di seal. Almost at the same time, Yixian let out a soft cry, and the Rai-di seal that was hovering above his sea of consciousness shot out. He had originally left the Rai-D seal in the Origin Nest planet's base camp, but this time, when the Magic Hall's army was in trouble, Xian hurriedly rushed over to help and stored the Rai-D seal into his body. Screech. At this moment, as soon as the Emperor's seal was activated, the Rai-D seal immediately flew up, and an incomparably loud and tyrannical howl resounded from within the Emperor's seal. This was the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit rejoicing. To it, this kind of lightning tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. The Thunder Spirit within the Emperor's seal had long since broken through to the primordial sovereign realm when Xian was undergoing his tribulation. Furthermore, after this period of nurturing and absorbing, the moment it appeared, its body emitted a strong desolate sovereign pressure. Such as, today, after sensing the powerful aura of the lightning tribulation descending once again, the Thunder Spirit of the Emperor's seal rejoiced once again, because this lightning tribulation was also its opportunity. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the Rai-D seal would become even stronger, and the Thunder Spirit of the Emperor's seal would most likely break through. This great fortune made it extremely excited. It had a feeling that it could no longer hold back and wanted to rush out. It has actually reached the 4th stage of the desolate sovereign realm. Seeing the appearance of the Thunder Spirit, Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said with certainty, "This wave of lightning tribulation is a pill tribulation. There will be a total of 3 bolts of lightning. Let's stick to the old rules. I'll let you devour the first 2 bolts. As for the last one, let the tribulation lightning baptize the precious pill." Just as he finished speaking, the first wave of tribulation lightning above his head had already smashed down. Although it was falling towards Xian's head, it did not leak out at all. All of it was absorbed by the Rai-D seal. Screech. The Thunder Spirit's cheers came from the seal once again. This time it had eaten to its heart's content. After all, the Heavenly Path treasure pill had attracted a special lightning tribulation. The tribulation lightning contained a special kind of energy that was very beneficial to the Thunder Spirit. No matter how strong the tribulation lightning was, it would not be able to cause any harm to it. It was a Thunder Spirit, and it had always been nurtured within the Rai-D seal. That was the source of all the lightning in the world. Rumble, Kacha. Just as the Thunder Spirit's joyful cry fell, a second loud cracking sound came from the sky above his head. A bolt of purple gold lightning that was thicker than the previous one instantly pounced over. Facing this wave of lightning tribulation, Xian still did not do anything. With his hands behind his back, he allowed the Rai-D seal above his head to absorb the second bolt of lightning. Screech. Very quickly, an even more cheerful and tyrannical cry came from the Emperor's seal, revealing an even more powerful aura. It was the 8th order of the desolate ancient realm. It was only one step away from reaching the great circle of the 9th order, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao. If all of this were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone. However, the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit was originally an innate Thunder Spirit. It followed Xian and devoured the power of the lightning tribulation time and time again. The last time the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill was deduced, the lightning tribulation power it devoured already contained a trace of weak Heavenly Tao power. This time, 55 level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pills were produced, and at the same time, the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation contained even more Heavenly Tao power. Even if it only devoured 2 waves, it was enough for its cultivation to break through 2 levels. Consider yourself lucky to have stepped into the late desolate supremacy realm. Feeling the powerful aura emitted from the Rai-D seal, Xian nodded in satisfaction. There was a look of joy on his face. This time, the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit's fortune was great. Although it was only at the 8th order of the desolate supremacy realm, due to its Thunder Spirit body, its combat strength was terrifying. Even a peak desolate supremacy realm great circle of the desolate supremacy realm might not be its match. Once they encountered it, they could only retreat in horror. Below the Heavenly Tao realm, the Emperor's seal Thunder Spirit was basically unafraid of anyone, of course, the Void Giant Tortoise and the desolate ancient Xianxia, who were peak desolate supremacies at the 9th order great circle of the desolate supremacy realm, but whose true combat strength was comparable to the 1st order of the Heavenly Tao realm, were naturally not included. Swish. In his joy, Xian waved his hand. The Rai-D seal hanging above his head instantly disappeared, transforming into a purplish gold beam of light that entered between his eyebrows. It once again hung above his sea of consciousness. The thunder spirit had only absorbed the energy of the two terrifying waves of tribulation lightning. Now that it was quietly nurturing it, it should be able to slightly improve. Gotcha! Just as the Rai seal was put away by Yi Xian, an extremely clear explosion came from the void above his head once again. In his line of sight, this incomparably vast tribulation cloud surged even more violently in an instant. After a short breath of time, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt smashed down. Its power had actually increased by several times compared to before, and the diameter of the tribulation lightning had reached 100,000 feet. Moreover, along with the descent of this bolt of lightning, the jet-black tribulation cloud that enveloped an area of 1 billion kilometers in the sky instantly dispersed. Gotcha! Just as the Rai seal was put away, an extremely clear explosion came from the void above Yi Xian's head once again. The final bolt of tribulation lightning descended, and with this bolt of lightning striking down, the black tribulation cloud that covered a radius of 1 billion miles instantly dissipated. It could be seen that all the power in the tribulation cloud was gathered in this bolt of tribulation lightning. Its power was so strong that it caused one to tremble. It surpassed any of the lightning tribulations that Yi Xian had experienced in the past, and it couldn't even be compared to it. It emitted an endless destructive aura. However, Yi Xian was still fearless. He now had the terrifying combat strength of the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm, and he had always been known for his powerful body. Even the terrifying tribulation lightning that was 100,000 feet in diameter could only temper his body a little. As for the grayish-white ball of light above his head, it was formed from 55 level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pills. During the refinement of these 55 heavenly Dao treasure pills, 5 types of connate medicinal ingredients were added: heavenly velvet, heavenly eye, heavenly liquid, heavenly crystal, and heavenly pill. 5 these connate medicinal ingredients all contained a trace of the power of the primordial laws. Just this point alone made him absolutely unafraid of the final bolt of tribulation lightning that struck down from the sky. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian curled his lips. Then, with a flash of his body, he charged straight towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that covered the endless void above his head. Screech! At that moment, his emotions were in turmoil as he let out a long roar. He did not dodge, but instead, he charged forward amidst the roar. In the blink of an eye, he entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Boom! Boom! The scene of the afterlife was too shocking. Within the extremely vast purple-gold tribulation cloud, numerous terrifying explosions resounded incessantly. Enormous bolts of lightning with a diameter of 300,000 m exploded and transformed into a sea of purple-gold lightning. Countless, the vast void that spanned 1 billion kilometers was completely enveloped by the purplish gold sea of lightning. The void trembled slightly, as though it could collapse at any moment. It was just a bolt of lightning, but it wreaked havoc for dozens of breaths. Then, the vast sea of lightning that covered billions of miles of the void completely disappeared. The vast void was thus cleared. In the darkness, there was an endless sense of tranquility. Tribulation. The clouds dissipated and the sea of lightning was no longer visible. However, Yi Xian remained standing proudly in the dark void. A grayish-white ball of light hung above his head, and the 55 level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pills inside were safe and sound. And due to the lightning tribulation's baptism, the heavenly Dao aura emitted by each treasure pill had become purer and richer. This was a sign that the pill's medicinal effects had been enhanced to the point where they had reached their peak. Without a doubt, any desolate supremacy half-step heavenly Dao realm expert would be able to smoothly break through to the heavenly Dao realm in a short period of time after consuming one of the heavenly Dao treasure pills, as long as there were no major accidents. It was as though it was a done deal. Screech! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments that surged endlessly. Yi Xian had spent a total of a month refining a level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill. During this month, the dark void he was in was extremely quiet. Separated by a distance of hundreds of billions of kilometers, the void gigantic tortoise, Xianxia, and the hidden primordial Xianxia were in 3 different directions. They were like 3 legs of a tripod as they secretly protected him. During this period, the primordial Xianxia did not reveal himself. He had hidden himself in the void. As for the void gigantic tortoise, it had shrunk its massive body to about 5 million kilometers. It was as though it was in a deep slumber, quietly taking a nap in the void. As for Xianxia, he remained in the form of a remnant expert dressed in a blood-red robe and blood-red beard. He had hidden himself in another direction of the void and was silently lying in wait. However, he had never given up on his little scheme. On the third day after Xian entered the abandoned planet and entered seclusion to refine pills, Xianxia had secretly sent a message using a special bloodline mystic technique of the devil-patterned blood deer race. The destination of this message was the fiend condor forbidden grounds that he had long calculated. Back in the Azure Chilan forbidden grounds, Xian had killed the primordial mighty figure, an owl-headed condor at the perfected Tier 9 realm. It was the strongest person in the fiend condor forbidden grounds, a mixed-blood youngling at the late-stage heavenly Dao realm. Because the reason he did this was because of Xianxia's own greed. Although Xian had promised that one of the level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pills would belong to him after they were refined, Xianxia was not satisfied. However, Xianxia was clearly not satisfied with just one heavenly Dao treasure pill. Such a heavenly Dao treasure pill could only increase the chances of a successful breakthrough when attempting to break through to the heavenly Dao realm. However, not every pill that was swallowed would guarantee a successful breakthrough. There was also a certain chance of failure. Once the first pill failed to break through to the heavenly Dao realm, the second attempt would require at least 2 pills due to the increased difficulty. Desolate supremacy had been at the perfected Tier 9 realm for a long time. He had been obsessed with the research of heavenly Dao treasure pills because he was not confident in his bloodline and talent. However, similarly, Xianxia's deep desire to step into the heavenly Dao realm could be seen from how engrossed he was in the research of the heavenly Dao treasure medicine. After all, his final goal in studying the heavenly Dao treasure medicine was to make a breakthrough for himself. Therefore, just one heavenly Dao treasure pill was not enough to satisfy him. He was not confident in his bloodline and talent. At the same time, he knew that this was his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, and the only heavenly Dao treasure pill he had failed to allow him to successfully break through and enter the true heavenly Dao realm, he believed that there would never be a similar opportunity in his life. Unfortunately, the primordial era had already descended. The next primordial era was about to begin, especially when the conditional opening of the Milky Way star domain was imminent. Although, up to now, no one knew the exact conditions for entering the Milky Way star domain. However, Xianxia also hoped to enter and vie for the providence of the primordial era. It could be said that there was not much time left for him. No matter what, he had to smoothly break through and step into the true heavenly Dao realm before the conditional opening of the Milky Way star domain. It was because of these various reasons that Xianxia decided to take the risk and join forces with the arrow-plumed demon condor to attack Xian and snatch the level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill from him. He was quite confident about this. On one hand, Xian was an expert of the remnant people. On the other hand, he and the arrow-plumed demon condor were both astral beasts. They were closer to each other. Again, the arrow-plumed demon condor's young son had died at the hands of Xian. Furthermore, he also had some peak desolate supremacies at the great perfection of the 9th stage under him. They also needed the level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill. Again, although the primordial Xianxia and the void giant tortoise were extremely powerful, their combat strength was only comparable to the first stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Regarding their existence, Xianxia had clearly stated in the message that the arrow-plumed demon condor would not come alone. Therefore, in Xianxia's opinion, if there were no accidents, Xian would not be able to escape this time. In the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, in the fiend condor forbidden grounds, in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, the fiend condor forbidden grounds was an extremely powerful place. It was famous throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded from the deepest void of the forbidden grounds without warning. Screech. A remnant? An existence who dares to attack my youngest son is actually a remnant expert. It's fine if you escape, but since there's news, I'll definitely drag you out and burn your bones. Screech. At this moment, the one who let out the roar was the strongest expert in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds, a supreme existence at the late-stage Heavenly Dao realm at the 7th stage. This Aeroplume Fiend Condor was also Al's biological father. Although Al was only a mixed-blood descendant, he was still his youngest son. Furthermore, Aeroplume Fiend Condor was a late-stage Heavenly Dao realm existence at the 7th stage. His dignity was not to be offended. If someone dared to attack his descendant, even if Al wasn't well-liked and was wandering outside, he wouldn't let the matter rest. At this moment, as his angry roar sounded, countless ferocious beasts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds were caught off guard and trembled in fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Boom! At this moment, thunderclaps suddenly rang out from the depths of the forbidden land of the demonic condor. An enormous black demonic condor that was close to 100 million kilometers in length charged out of the void with an unstoppable force of wind and lightning. With the appearance of the strongest expert in the Forbidden Grounds, the entire Fiend Condor Forbidden Grounds fell into a dead silence. There was not a single sound. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Next in an instant, the black Fiend Condor that was nearly 100 million kilometers long instantly transformed into a tall remnant expert about 10 feet tall. His figure was extremely burly, and he wore a black robe. He had a black beard on his face and was an old man. His eyes were as cold as lightning, and he exuded an infinite domineering aura that looked down on all life. He was qualified because even the primeval heavens I was only at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. As for this Aeroplume Fiend Condor, it wasn't far from the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. This matter in fact, he was the same as the primeval heavens I, an embodiment of the Heavenly Dao. In this primordial era, there was more than just the chaos world. This is at the beginning of the primordial era, there were 3 star source nests in the primordial void, giving birth to 3,000 chaos demon gods. The chaos world was created by one of the demon gods. Although some of the other existences among the 3,000 demon gods had fallen and accomplished nothing, there were also many who, like the power demon god, had opened up different great worlds. Now then, as the primordial era gradually declined and was about to dry up, the various great worlds also entered the Doomsday era. After entering the Doomsday era, all the great worlds were swallowed up by the endless void turbulence. The wills of the Heavenly Dao in these large worlds, or the strongest experts, brought the living beings of these worlds to the primordial void. They lay dormant on both sides of the Milky Way, establishing the strongest forbidden lands and strongest star regions. That was how the supreme forbidden lands and the supreme star areas on both sides of the Milky Way star area came to be. As for the chaos world, it was only the last existence among the many great worlds in this primordial era that was heading towards the end of the world. Of course, there were differences in strength between these great worlds. The wills of the Heavenly Dao, or the strongest experts, that came from the powerful great worlds were comparable to the primeval heavens I. For example, the Aeroplume Fiend Condor in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land was one such example. While the wills of the Heavenly Dao and the strongest experts that came from the weaker great worlds were slightly weaker, but they were basically existences at the desolate supremacy level. For example, Xianxia was actually the strongest expert that came from a weaker great world. However, although he had once ruled over a great world, Xianxia was clearly unable to match existences like Aeroplume Fiend Condor or the primordial Heavenly Dao's Azure Eye. He had never even stepped into the true Heavenly Dao realm. Yes, to a supreme existence that had once ruled a great world, it was a great humiliation to not even step into the Heavenly Dao realm. This was also one of the reasons why he was so obsessed with the Heavenly Dao realm. Roar! Roar! Screech! At that moment, as the Aeroplume Fiend Condor charged out of the cave abode star and transformed into a 10-foot-tall black-robed elder in the middle of the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land's stellar domain, there were shocking roars and screeches coming from the other 3 directions around the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land. From the sounds, the owners of the 3 roars and screeches were clearly powerful Heavenly Dao realm experts. This was to be expected. For the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land to occupy a stellar domain in the middle of the Milky Way's left bank, it was obvious how powerful the Aeroplume Fiend Condor's faction was. Although it was not considered one of the top 10 existences in the Milky Way's left bank, it was not far from the top 10. It was probably in the top 10, although the Heavenly Dao realm expert presiding over the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land was the Aeroplume Fiend Condor, he was not the only one. There were a total of 4 Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land. First, previously, the message received by the Arrow-Quilled Demon Condor had clearly stated that in addition to the mysterious survivor at the 6th level of the Heavenly Dao Realm, there were 2 powerful ferocious astral beasts by his side. They were the famous Void Tortoise and Primordial Xianxia of the Great Wilderness World. This, although the 2 existences were only at the peak Desolate Supremacy Realm at the 9th stage of perfection and had yet to truly step into the Heavenly Dao Realm, their true combat strength was enough to match the 1st stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Also, that was to say that in the Dark Stellar Domain where Xianxia was, there were 3 other Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the opposing faction apart from him. Also, it was for this reason that the Arrow-Plumed Fiend Condor made the decision to mobilize all the Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land. Among the 4 Heavenly Dao Realm experts, he was at the late stage Heavenly Dao Realm at the 7th stage. It was more than enough to suppress the mysterious Heavenly Dao Realm expert at the 6th stage. As for the other 3 Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, one was at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm, one was at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm, and the last one was at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. Once they arrived at the endless darkness at the end of both sides of the galaxy, the Arrow-Plumed Fiend Condor would first restrain the mysterious Heavenly Dao Realm expert at the 6th stage. Demon. The 2 powerful beasts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land were respectively at the 1st and 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. They would hold back the Void Tortoise and Primordial Xianxia respectively. The remaining mid-stage Heavenly Dao Realm existence would be able to take action in a short period of time, killing the Void Tortoise and Primordial Xianxia. As such, only one of the 3 Heavenly Dao Realm experts was left in a short period of time. 6. His realm was at the peak of the mid-stage Heavenly Dao Realm. Although he wasn't easy to kill, he was fighting 1 against 4. Furthermore, the enemy faction had a late-stage Heavenly Dao like the Arrow-Plumed Fiend Condor. His death was only a matter of time. There was no suspense at all. Forbidden Land. Roar. Roar. Screech. At that moment, as the Arrow-Plumed Fiend Condor rushed out of the cave abode star, it transformed into a black-robed elder about 10 feet tall in the middle of the Forbidden Land stellar domain. From the other 3 directions around the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land, there were shocking roars and howls. The other 3 Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land also rushed out of their respective lairs and cave abodes. These 3 beasts had different bloodlines and were of different races. However, they were about 10 million kilometers in size. Their cultivation levels were extraordinary as well. One was at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm, one was at the 2nd stage, and the last was at the 4th stage. At that moment, the 4 Heavenly Dao Realm experts in the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land were gathered. 2 were at the early stage, one was at the middle stage, and one was at the late stage. It could be said to be an extremely powerful lineup. There was still a certain distance to the Black Bank at the end of both sides of the galaxy. Even Heavenly Dao Realm experts would need some time to arrive. On the way there, they naturally couldn't reveal their massive bloodline true bodies. That would be too ostentatious. The 4 Heavenly Dao Realm experts of the Fiend Condor Forbidden Land would be too eye-catching and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when the 3 Heavenly Dao Realm beasts rushed out of their respective lairs and gathered with the Arrow-Plumed Fiend Condor in the Forbidden Land's central domain's void, they immediately transformed and put away their massive bloodline true bodies. Similarly, they transformed into the appearance of the Remnant experts. Cold at a glance, the 4 Remnant Elders standing in the void were clearly the 4 Remnant Elders. Although they had converged their cultivation auras, they gave off a feeling of rich lifeblood that left one trembling. The place we are heading to is the Dark Zone at the end of both sides of the galaxy. The Arrow-Plumed Fiend Condor glanced at the 3 Remnant Heavenly Dao Realm experts who had transformed into their beast forms. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said in a low, muffled voice, "The remnant who killed my youngest son is there. This person is at the 6th stage of the Heavenly Dao Realm. In addition, the Void Tortoise and Primordial Xianxia from the Primordial World are also there. Although these 2 old fellows have yet to step into the true Heavenly Dao Realm, their true combat strength is comparable to that of a 1st stage Heavenly Dao Realm expert. The one who sent the message is Xianxia from the right bank. Although he is a beast, he is proficient in the remnant medicine. According to him, this sixth-stage remnant is refining a heavenly Tao treasure pill that can allow a peak desolate supremacy to smoothly step into the heavenly Tao realm in a short period of time after consuming it. At this point, the arrow-plumed fiend Condor's tone suddenly changed. Lu Zhangke's request is to give him 3 heavenly Tao treasure pills after he succeeds. In my fiend Condor forbidden land, such heavenly Tao treasure pills are equally important. Therefore, when the time comes, the sixth-stage remnant cannot be allowed to escape no matter what. After everything was explained clearly, he didn't say anything else and suddenly waved his hand, rip. At the next moment, a crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded and a spatial rift appeared in the void ahead. The dark-feathered deity Condor took the lead and stepped into it. The other 3 beast-transformed survivors didn't delay any longer and entered the spatial rift one after another. The 4 of them disappeared in an instant, silver, in the endless darkness at the right end of the 2 banks of the river. The refinement of the level 10 heavenly Tao treasure pill was successful and it successfully passed the pill tribulation. Now that the tribulation clouds had dissipated, the sea of lightning was no longer visible. But, Yi Xian still stood proudly in the dark void. Above his head was a cluster of gray and white light. The 55 level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pills inside were safe and sound. Moreover, due to the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the heavenly Tao aura emitted by the 55 heavenly Tao treasure pills was purer and richer. This was a sign that the medicinal effects of the pills had been enhanced and had reached the peak. As long as any desolate supremacy or half-step heavenly Tao realm expert at the perfection stage of the 9th stage consumed one of these pills, they would be able to smoothly break through to the heavenly Tao realm in a short period of time without any major accidents. There was no longer any suspense. It was as though it was a done deal. Whoosh! Whoosh! Screech! One with a wave of his hand, the 55 heavenly Tao treasure pills were put away. Yi Xian was in a good mood. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments that surged endlessly. This scene was seen by Lu Zhangke and the Void Tortoise, who were guarding the 2 sides of the void 100 billion kilometers away. Both of them were excited as their breathing quickened. Although they were still a distance away, they could determine the effects of the 55 heavenly Tao treasure pills with a sweep of their divine perception based on the rich heavenly Tao realm aura they emitted. No, they dared to say that they would definitely step into the heavenly Tao realm after consuming the pills because everyone's talent, bloodline, and foundation were different. But even if 1 pill couldn't break through, 2 pills would do the trick, at most 3. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through Lu Zhangke's mind, he immediately became excited. What he had requested from the demonic arrow plume condor was precisely 3 treasure pellets. Right now, he had a total of 55 treasure pellets. If it was merely 3 treasure pellets, there would be no accidents. He would be able to obtain them. This, at that moment, his entire mind was consumed by greed. He was looking forward to arrow plume fiend condor's arrival. Rip, at that moment, the crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded 100 billion kilometers away. At the most critical moment, the 4 heavenly Tao realm experts from the fiend condor forbidden land had finally arrived. A crack appeared in the void, and 4 figures walked out from it. Roar! 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 With some hesitation, the moment they charged out of the void rift, arrow plume fiend condor and company powered the powers in their bodies. In a blink of an eye, their bodies expanded rapidly as 4 massive astral beasts appeared in the void. The 3 beasts were 10 million kilometers in size. The strongest among them, arrow plume fiend condor, was at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He had already stepped into the latter stages of the realm. The moment his bloodline true body appeared, his extremely powerful heavenly Tao realm perception enveloped the dark void. Everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers seemed to be sealed. There was no way to escape through teleportation. Rip, hum, almost at the same instant, another clear sound of ripping cloth sounded from the right side of the void. Following that was a deep buzzing sound. Looking over, the winged ancient Xianxia stood there silently, but its right arm was raised high in the air. 1. A gigantic energy bow appeared, and even his right hand was knocked on the bowstring. An energy arrow appeared, a sanguine beam flashed in his eyes. The powerful half-step heavenly Tao realm aura in his body did not dissipate, but upon contact, it gave off an intense sense of danger. Roar. In another direction, the void behemoth's concealed figure suddenly appeared. Its body instantly expanded, but it did not push it to its limits. Otherwise, it would be even bigger than Arrow Plume Fiend Condor. Such as, he had yet to step into the true heavenly Tao realm, so he was at a disadvantage. His overly massive body was disadvantageous for him in battle. In a blink of an eye, the dark void's atmosphere turned extremely stagnant. For heavenly Tao realm beasts descended, but on Yixian's side, Lu Zhangke remained hidden by the side and did not appear. This was clearly a battle of the weak against the strong, a 3-on-4 situation. On the right side of the sky, the desolate ancient Xianxia with wings on its back stood there silently. A mysterious aura spread out like a raging river. He had already raised his left arm, and the originally empty palm of his left hand suddenly shone with golden light. A golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. The bow's design was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a 2-headed beast. The 2 heads were facing up and down, and in the middle of the ferocious beast's mouths were the legs of 2 humanoid life forms. Furthermore, all of them had their mouths wide open, as though they were roaring. The 2 ends of the bowstring were connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures, which were obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together. This was none other than the most powerful divine power of the primordial Xianxia that was infamous in the primordial desolate universe, Skyfall Bow, countless years ago. In the primordial desolate war, the primordial Xianxia, who was as powerful as the void behemoth and the golden divine dragon, had once used this powerful divine power to shoot a gigantic, irreparable hole in the primordial desolate universe. It was just an arrow, but its might was truly overwhelming. Even the heavenly Tao's eye that represented the primordial heavenly Tao's will was nearly blasted down by that arrow, and at that moment, with the appearance of an energy arrow on the bowstring, the primordial Xianxia's aura suddenly turned intense. His eyes were bloodshot. A sanguine glint flashed in his eyes as the powerful half-step heavenly Tao realm aura in his body did not dissipate. Just a touch would suffuse him with an intense sense of danger. Primordial Xianxia? With a low buzzing sound, the dark-feathered demonic eagle, who had already shown his bloodline true body, turned around. With a touch of vigilance in his eyes, he said in a low voice with divine sense, "I have to say that your heaven-falling bow is indeed extraordinary. It is said that in the Battle of the Untainted Land countless years ago, you almost shot the green eye of the Untainted Land down from the void. Unfortunately, you are ultimately too weak. Although your combat strength is comparable to a first-stage heavenly Tao, you have yet to truly step into that realm. If you were a true heavenly Tao realm expert, even if you were only at the 3rd stage realm, a single arrow from you would have very likely perished. But now..." At this point, the arrow-feathered demon condor didn't say anything else. A trace of disdain flashed through its eyes as it withdrew its gaze. It turned to Yixian and sized him up with interest. "You're that daring 6th-level heavenly Tao? The existence that killed my son? Hand over the heavenly Tao treasure pill, and I will leave you with an intact corpse. You speak as if you are very powerful. Aren't you just a late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert at the 7th stage realm? Furthermore, you are about to perish. I really don't understand why you are so smug." Xian curled his lips and cast a sidelong glance at the gigantic arrow-feathered demon condor. Halfway through his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to the left and looked in the direction of the void where Lu Zhangke was hibernating. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his voice enveloped the void. "Come out. I know you are the one who lured me here. Don't play dumb. I really don't understand. I have already agreed to give you a treasure pill. Why are you still acting like this?" As his voice faded, Lu Zhangke's figure appeared in the void 100 billion miles to the left. However, it was not his bloodline true body. Instead, it was the form of an old man in a blood-red robe and blood-red beard. One treasure pill is not enough for this old man. Since they had shed all pretense of cordiality, Lu Zhangke no longer had anything to worry about. He had already raised his vigilance and would not approach. Furthermore, the arrival of 4 heavenly Tao realm experts was a formless deterrent. He believed that Yixian would not dare act rashly. "I see. Then, I'll let you see the final outcome of this choice." Xian nodded and did not say much. He retracted his gaze from Lu Zhangke and swept it back to Arrow Plume Fiend. The primordial Xianxia has yet to step into the heavenly Tao realm. It's true that he can't kill you with the skyfall bow in his hands. But, what about me? Before his voice fell, he had already raised his left arm. The originally empty palm of his left hand suddenly shone with a golden light, and a large golden bow in the form of energy appeared. It was the supreme divine power, the skyfall bow. It was the same as the one in the primordial Yixia's left hand. The only difference was that Yixian was in his human form. Therefore, his skyfall bow looked much smaller. However, the size of the bow did not affect such a powerful supreme divine power at all. Instead, due to his powerful 6th stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation base, the aura emanating from the miniature heavenly bow that appeared in his left hand was even more terrifying. Even the arrow plume demon condor felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. His expression changed, and he exclaimed in horror, "Another fallen sky bow? That's impossible. Aren't you a remnant?" Whoosh! By the time his exclamation faded, an energy arrow had already appeared on the bowstring. Yixian's aura suddenly turned sharp as he silently released the bowstring with his right hand. A sharp sound that caused one's soul to tremble resounded. A golden beam of light shot out from the bow in Yixian's left arm and instantly disappeared. In less than a split second, it had already struck Arrow Plume Fiend's head. Pung, everything happened too quickly. There was no suspense at all in the next scene. An earth-shattering boom rang out in an instant, in the face of the golden arrow that had teleported and appeared directly in front of him. The arrow plume demon condor had no time to react at all. It could only open its mouth slightly, and it didn't even have the chance to let out a shocking roar. Then, a majestic force rushed into his body, and in less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc. His entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out, enveloping a corner of the void. Phew! At this moment, Yixian waved his hand. Along with the whistling of a gale, an incomparably boundless energy whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the arrow feather demon eagle's enormous body and absorbing it into his body. This was the second heavenly Tao blood essence he had obtained. Furthermore, it was obtained by killing a late-stage 7th stage heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast. And all of this happened in an instant. Arrow Plume Fiend Eagle. It was like a dream. It appeared so unreal. Caught off guard, the 3 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts that came with Arrow Plume Fiend were dumbfounded. Until, Xianxia, who was standing on the left side of the void, stared so hard that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. No, what happened? Only terrifying existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, was gone in the blink of an eye. This was simply a sin. He had calculated everything, but he never expected that Yixian, who was considered an expert of the remnant people, would actually wield the most powerful bloodline divine ability of the primordial Yixia race, the heaven-falling bow. 1. With a cultivation level at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, even a late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert would be insta-killed if caught off guard. It was just an arrow. Caught off guard, Arrow Plume Fiend was instantly killed. The heavenly bow was just too powerful. Back in that battle of the primordial desolate era, the primordial Yixia was only at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Yet, it was able to nearly shoot down the primordial heavenly Tao Azuride, who was at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Now, Yixian was at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was only 1 stage weaker than Arrow Plume Fiend. Furthermore, he had attacked while Arrow Plume Fiend was caught off guard. If he couldn't be insta-killed, the heaven-falling bow wouldn't be worthy of being called the strongest bloodline divine ability. Following, with Arrow Plume Fiend's death, the void fell into a brief silence. But, immediately following that, Xianxia was the first to react. Without any hesitation, he turned tail and fled, taking advantage of the fact that there were still 3 powerful heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts blocking him. He had to escape as quickly as possible. Until, there was no longer any hope of obtaining the heavenly Tao treasure pill. This was because the 3 early and mid-stage heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts were unable to suppress Yixian. Are you trying to escape? Do you think you can still escape? Upon seeing this scene, Yixian immediately sneered, splash. His figure disappeared. In the next moment, his figure disappeared, and the sound of water splashing could be heard from the space where he was originally standing. Yixian's entire body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe. Roar! Roar! Screech. Almost in the next instant, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, shocking roars and violent howls rang out. In the blink of an eye, 3 enormous figures rose from the ground in the boundless sea of blood. They were none other than the 3 primordial demon ape bodies. Split. Apart from the body of flesh and blood, it was the primordial demon ape. There was also the skeletal body without any flesh or blood. It was just a purplish-gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. Finally, there was the body of Black Fog. Although it was in the form of a violent ape, its body was a shroud of black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 shrouds of purple light. It looked extremely strange. In a short span of time, the 3 Blood Sea avatars had condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. But this clearly wasn't the end. Whoosh. As the figure appeared, one of the 3 primordial demon ape avatars, the violent ape, waved its hand. With a sharp sonic boom, a beam of light shot out. It expanded with the wind, and in a blink of an eye, it was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide. It was none other than the Empyrean beast at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In a blink of an eye, the situation on the battlefield had reversed. The 3 Blood Sea avatars, the Empyrean beast, the void gigantic turtle, and the primordial Xianxia. On Yixian's side, there were already 6 supreme existences that had reached the heavenly Tao realm. While on the side from the fiend condor forbidden land, there were 4 previously, but now, there were only 3 left. The situation suddenly became 6 against 3. This was completely melodramatic. The 3 heavenly Tao beasts in the distant void nearly vomited blood. They even suffered internal injuries from holding back their anger and indignation. This was King bullying. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have rushed over to their deaths after being kicked in the head by a dog. Previously, when the arrow plume fiend condor was killed by a single arrow, the 3 of them were shocked and appalled. However, they were far from panicking. This was because they did not believe that they would perish here today. Although it was already impossible to do anything, and they had even lost a powerful late-stage heavenly Tao at the 7th stage, the final outcome was to turn around and leave unwillingly. Although the other party had 3 people, the mysterious expert at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm had already used the Heaven Fallen Bow once. His strength was in a depleted state. Not only was he unable to use this supreme divine power again, but he was also powerless to stop them and forcefully hold them back. As for the void gigantic turtle, it was completely ignored. Its combat strength was only at the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was impossible for the weakest of the 3 to be held back. Although the Heaven Fallen Bow in the primordial Xianxia's hand was a threat, they were already prepared. Even if the arrow was shot, they could still dodge it. However, in fact, the primordial Xianxia had yet to step into the true heavenly Tao realm. Although the Heaven Fallen Bow was powerful, it might not be able to kill a heavenly Tao realm expert when used by him. Therefore, it was basically just a form of deterrence. Under such circumstances, the 3 of them could easily leave at any time. They naturally did not feel threatened. All they felt was indignation and resentment. But now, things were different. Right. There were only 3 of them, but now, there were 6 of them. As for the mechanical war beast, it was still fine. It was only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was neither weak nor strong, so it might not be able to hold them back. However, the 3 demonic ape avatars in the vast blood sea were troublesome. The violent ape's aura was somewhat weak. This was likely the true body that had used the Heaven Fallen Bow. Ignoring him, the other 2 skeleton avatars and the Black Fog avatar were at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Their auras were extremely focused. In a 3-on-3 situation, once they were surrounded, with the primordial Xianxia glaring at them with the Heaven Fallen Bow, as well as 3 6th-stage heavenly Tao realm existences, 1 weak and 2 strong, attacking them head-on, it was almost impossible for the 3 of them to escape wretchedly, much less leave easily. Roar. Screech. Screech. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the 3 heavenly Tao realm beasts from the fiend condor forbidden land trembled as they finally snapped back to their senses. Everyone. After raising their heads and roaring angrily, they turned around at the same time and shot off into the distance. They wanted to escape before the enemy camp took action. It's too late for you to leave now. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian curled his lips. At the same time, the violent ape suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh, a 9-colored beam shot out and expanded with the wind. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a boundless 9-colored sea of flames. It was so fast that it blocked the path of the 3 heavenly Dao realm beasts. Immediately following that, before they could react, the boundless 9-colored sea of flames closed up, transforming into a circular fireball hundreds of millions of kilometers in diameter. The fireball's interior is hollow. The 3 heavenly Dao realm beasts that were attempting to escape are now trapped inside. Roar! Screech! There was no need for the void gigantic tortoise or the primordial Xianxia to take action. The autarch beast was the first to charge into the fireball. At the same time, the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar raised their heads and roared angrily as they charged forward. At the same time, the instant before the skeleton avatar entered the sea of flames, an extremely ancient cauldron appeared in its right hand. As for the black fog avatar, a huge black club appeared in its right hand. At that moment, the violent ape turned to look at Xianxia, who was fleeing for his life. It was in no hurry as it stepped through the void and calmly gave chase. Xianxia happened to turn his head as well, taking in everything that was happening behind him. His body trembled violently as his expression changed drastically as he drew a cold gasp. But, there was a flash of inspiration in his mind, and a voice filled with endless fear came out. Blood Sea secret technique? Farmer God treasure cauldron? And that big-headed black stick? Damn it, you aren't a remnant expert. You are that darn cosmic violent ape from back then. In the dark zone, the violent ape turned to look at Xianxia, who was fleeing for his life. It was in no hurry as it stepped through the void and calmly chased after him. At this moment, the latter happened to turn around and take in everything behind him. His body suddenly shook violently as his expression changed dramatically. He sucked in a breath of cold air and a voice filled with endless fear came out. Blood Sea secret technique? Farmer God treasure cauldron? And that big-headed black club? Damn it, you aren't a remnant expert. You are that darn cosmic violent ape from back then. At that moment, he finally understood everything, but his intestines turned green with regret. Although Xianxia had never seen the violent ape from back then, he had heard of the violent ape's shocking battle results after coming out of hibernation. No. That was wrong. Back then, the raging ape had only wreaked havoc on the left half of the galaxy's right bank. It was incomparable to the void tortoise that had stirred up fear on both sides of the galaxy before old freak Huangzun and supreme existences at the heavenly Dao realm appeared. However, in fact, in Xianxia's opinion, the ferocity and monstrous level of the violent ape back then were far above the void tortoise. When the void tortoise appeared in the Milky Way stellar domain and wreaked havoc on both sides of the Milky Way, it made everyone in the most powerful forbidden lands and stellar domains panic. Few desolate supremacies had appeared in the most powerful forbidden lands and stellar domains, much less supreme heavenly Dao realm existences. However, back then, the void tortoise was already a perfected stage 9 desolate supremacy the moment it appeared, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Dao realm cultivation level. The few desolate supremacies that it killed were all inferior to it in terms of cultivation level. The strongest was only a late-stage stage 7 desolate supremacy. After the void tortoise killed a few desolate supremacies, the remaining desolate supremacies that had appeared were no match for it as none of them had reached the perfected stage 9 desolate supremacy. Therefore, they hurriedly left and hid in the unknown void. This created the void tortoise's supreme might. Just by itself, it stirred up the winds and cranes on both sides of the Milky Way. However, in fact, the void giant tortoise really couldn't compare to the starry sky violent ape that had appeared before it. Even though the cosmic violent ape had only wreaked havoc on the left half of the Milky Way's right bank, it had always been the weaker party that launched counterattacks. Not only that, but the more it fought, the stronger it became. It advanced triumphantly all the way, and the speed of its cultivation advancement was simply astounding. It was said that when the space berserk ape was first noticed, he was only an emperor-level undying. Back then, he was already hunting emperors everywhere, even a few early emperors had fallen at his hands. However, this time, the space berserk ape was only at emperor level. In a short time, the targets he hunted went from emperors to emperors, then universe knights, universe masters, universe supremes. Soon, he started hunting for Universe Emperors, Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supremes. In just a dozen years, he began to hunt down almighty beings of the Primordial Era. At that time, his cultivation base had reached the Primordial Era. Not only was the speed of his advancement unheard of, but from then on, he was even able to kill one or two almighty beings of the Primordial Era. During the period when it was wreaking havoc in the left corner of the right bank of the Milky Way, the ferocious starry sky ape had encountered more than one situation where it had to face a few or even a dozen existences of the same level or even stronger existences by itself. However, every time, he was able to turn danger into safety. Even those powerful existences who were full of confidence in surrounding and hunting him, even if they were stronger than him by an entire realm, were all killed without exception in the end. This ferocious ape was too monstrous. Even the Xianxia cauldron, a primordial supreme treasure of the great wasteland world, had fallen into his hands. In addition, he also had a primordial supreme treasure, the big-headed black stick, which was famous for its ferocity. He also had the Xianxia nine-colored flame, which even the old monster Huangzun had to be wary of and avoid. As for his bloodline power, not only did he have the blood sea technique, but he could also form 3 blood sea bodies that were identical to his original body in an instant. Even more so, as for the sky-falling bow, he had even mastered the supreme bloodline power of the primordial Xianxia. There were even rumors in the outside world that his true cultivation base was actually far from being as strong as it was when he fought in the outside world. Instead, it was an entire realm lower. This was because he had grasped a powerful bloodline divine ability, and when he used it, he could instantly raise his cultivation base by an entire realm. Moreover, there was no time limit to this kind of instantaneous increase in cultivation base. Xianxia had heard about all of this. In his opinion, when it came to monstrous means and cruel temperament, the giant void tortoise was far from comparable to him. Yes, the starry sky ferocious ape that had once left behind an epic legend in the starry sky on the left bank of the Milky Way had vanished without a trace many years ago. No one knew where it had gone. According to the guesses of the outside world, perhaps it had perished. Thus, Xianxia had never imagined that he would one day encounter such a monstrous starry sky berserk ape. He had also never thought that he would feel an unprecedented sense of danger under the shroud of the other party's powerful strength. However, all of this had now happened. At this moment, when he saw Yixian use the heaven-falling bow and the blood sea secret technique to condense 3 blood sea clones, as well as the appearance of the Xianxia cauldron and the big-head black rod, he instantly understood the other party's identity. At the same time, because he understood the other party's identity, Xianxia suddenly had an even more shocking guess. At that moment, as he looked back and cried out in alarm, despair flashed in Xianxia's eyes. As though he was unwilling to accept this, he said again, "Berserk Ape, you are not a true Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Your cultivation base of Heavenly Dao Realm level 6 was forcefully raised by some kind of heaven-defying secret technique. Is this the truth? Congratulations, you guessed right." Yes. Yixian had no intention of hiding anything from Xianxia's question, because in his eyes, the other party was already a dead man. Yixian curled his lips. At that moment, he was still walking slowly in the void. Although he seemed to be walking slowly, in fact, he was extremely fast. Xianxia had already pushed his level 9 perfection desolate supremacy cultivation base to the limit. It could even be said that he had used all his strength to run for his life. Although moreover, he'd been running for so long. But now, Yixian seemed to be strolling leisurely behind him. In just a few breaths of time, he'd already approached the void that was billions of kilometers behind him. Less than billions of kilometers was a distance that could be considered close combat for a level 6 Heavenly Dao Realm expert. A casual strike could easily hit the other party. TCH, it's time to end this. He's just a half-step Heavenly Dao with a sinister mind. Yixian thought nothing of him and had never looked him in the eye. To be precise, this lord's current cultivation base should be Level 5 Desolate Supremacy. Boom, as the voice transmitted through his spiritual perception, Berserk Ape immediately attacked. He threw a punch at Xianxia, causing a thunderous boom to resound. The void collapsed. To be precise, this lord's current cultivation base should be Level 5 Desolate Supremacy. Boom, as the voice transmitted through his spiritual perception, Berserk Ape immediately attacked. He threw a punch at Lu Xianxia, causing a thunderous boom to resound. The void collapsed. Screech, this old man can't accept this. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Xianxia's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He raised his head and let out a thunderous roar, revealing his endless unwillingness. After all, he was a peak level 9 perfection desolate supremacy, which was also a half-step heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, he had been in this realm for many years. His cultivation base had long been consolidated and extremely stable. But today, he had perished at the hands of a level 5 desolate supremacy berserk ape. Thinking back to the various hardships he had gone through over the endless years, he had finally stepped into the half-step heavenly Dao realm with great difficulty. He even saw the hope of stepping into the true heavenly Dao realm right in front of him. However, all of this was like a dream. In an instant, it would be reduced to nothingness. Dust to dust, dust to dust. After perishing, the return to ruins would be the final annihilation. Bang! There was no suspense in the next scene. Everything happened too quickly. As Berserk Ape attacked, even though it was tens of billions of miles away, an earth-shattering boom could be heard in an instant. Lu Xianxia could not resist such a terrifying power. In fact, he did not even have the time to react. He merely opened his mouth slightly, and before he could finish letting out an earth-shattering roar, a majestic and shocking power had already rushed into his body. In less than a tenth of an instant, it wreaked havoc. His entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread, enveloping a corner of the void. Huff, whoosh. At the same time, Berserk Ape waved his hand. Following the whistling of a gale, an incomparably majestic power whizzed out. The majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of Lu Xianxia's huge body swept over and absorbed it into his body. The desolate supremacy blood essence in his hand had been completely consumed, turning into 55 level 30 heavenly Dao pellets. This was the first desolate supremacy blood essence he had collected. Even if he did not refine the heavenly Dao pellets, it would still be of great help to him if he consumed it as a cultivation resource. After all, this was obtained from killing a powerful desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage. It could be said to be extremely precious. Same as at the same time, there were 4 heavenly velvet tassels. Previously, Lu Xianxia had said that he had 4 heavenly velvet tassels. 2 had been given to Xianxia as an apology gift, so there should be 2 more. But now, there were 4 heavenly velvet tassels shooting over. It meant that this old fellow was not honest from the beginning. He appeared to be honest and gentle, but in fact, he was sinister and even ruthless. He was not a good person. He deserved to be killed. This was a good thing. Although Xianxia already had 55 heavenly Dao treasure pills in his possession, if nothing unexpected happened, there was no need for him to refine more. After all, it was impossible for heavenly Dao realm experts to be like cabbages on the streets. However, in the primordial chaos, the heavenly Dao realm was not the strongest cultivation level. Above the heavenly Dao realm, there were even more powerful realms. Heaven's the perfect pill formula for the Dao treasure pill was already so difficult to deduce. If not for Lu Xianxia's idea of using the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst, Xianxia might not have had the confidence to immediately begin the refinement. Even if he gritted his teeth and attempted the refinement, the final outcome was very likely to be failure. That would be a huge loss. All the desolate supremacy blood essence in his hands would be destroyed. That would drive him crazy. However, from this point of view, the effects of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst could be said to be extremely important. In the future, in order to break through to an even more powerful cultivation level after the heavenly Dao realm, Xianxia would very likely refine an even more powerful level 31 treasure pill. Although he did not know what realm came after the heavenly Dao realm, he could not even confirm the name of the level 31 treasure pill. But one thing was certain, and that was that if he were to refine this kind of level 31 treasure pill, the perfect pill formula that he deduced at that time would very likely also use the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, and even more elements would have to be added. Therefore, it was very likely that the perfect pill formula that he deduced at that time would also use the 5 elements medicinal catalyst and even more elements. Therefore, the 4 heavenly velvet needles that he had just obtained were extremely precious. It would be difficult to find them again in the future. Now that he still had them, he had to treasure them well in case he needed them. Otherwise, it would be too late to cry if they were gone when I really needed them in the future. It seems like I have to get a few more heavenly pills from Old Tortoise. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian flipped his hand and put the 4 heavenly velvet needles into his undying world. Then, as he muttered softly, he turned around and looked behind him. On the other side, the gigantic fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames was still there. From time to time, there would be shocking roars of anger and ruthless roars coming from it. There were also thunderous rumbles. Very obviously, a great battle had already broken out inside, but the Void Tortoise and the desolate ancient Yixias did not join in. Without Xian's help, they would not be able to safely pass through the 9-colored fireball and enter the inner space. Otherwise, they would definitely be injured. He was in no hurry to ask the Void Tortoise for a heavenly pill because the battle had yet to end. The Void Tortoise was probably more anxious than him about this matter. After the battle ended, it would definitely take the initiative to ask Xian for a level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill. And he wasn't the only one. It was the same for the desolate ancient Yixias. The 2 old fogies had long wished to step into the true heavenly Dao realm, but they lacked confidence. Furthermore, they had yet to recover from their injuries. Now that the level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill that could help them was right in front of them, it would be strange if they did not ask for it. When the time came, it would be the best time for Xian to ask the Void Tortoise for a heavenly pill. And now, it was best to deal with the 3 heavenly Dao realm beasts in the 9-colored fireball first. Now, apart from the 3 heavenly Dao realm beasts that came with the arrow-plumed fiend condor, Xian was also battling the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar of the devil ape's 3 avatars. Apart from them, there was the Empyrean beast. The Empyrean beast was only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It was of little use and could only restrain one of the beasts. As for the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar, although they were powerful existences at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, one of the 3 beasts was at the 4th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would probably take some time even if the other party was trapped in the 9-colored fireball. And the reason why the battle was so intense was because it was 3 against 3. Xian's faction held the advantage, but it wasn't an absolute suppression. However, this didn't matter. Ignoring the Void Tortoise and the desolate ancient Yixias, there was still the Devil Ape's avatar outside the 9-colored fireball. It was also Raging Ape's true body. As long as he joined the fray, the battle situation inside the 9-colored fireball would instantly change. After killing 1 heavenly Dao realm beast in a short period of time, the remaining 2 would quickly perish one after another. Phew, with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Raging Ape no longer hesitated. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as his massive body instantly transformed into a beam of light. He was shockingly fast and in a blink of an eye, he had already charged into the 9-colored fireball. Boom. Rumble, roar. Roar. Inside the 9-colored fireball, the battle was in full swing. The 3 heavenly Dao realm beasts that accompanied the arrow-plumed fiend condor were completely suppressed. On Xian's side, the Empyrean beast's cultivation level was the weakest. It was only at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm, and the one fighting it was the weakest of the 3. It was only at the 1st stage of the heavenly Dao realm. The difference in cultivation level between the 2 was only 1 stage. Therefore, although the Empyrean beast held the absolute advantage, it wasn't enough to overwhelm it. The 2 figures occupied a corner of the 9-colored fireball's interior as they exchanged blows. It was a delightful battle. This, however, the intense battle at the heavenly Dao realm had escalated to the point of life and death. The auras were just too intense. If not for the 9-colored fireball restraining the raging and chaotic auras within, the scene outside would have been unimaginable. In the other 2 regions of the fireball's interior, the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar each occupied the other 2 heavenly Dao beasts. The situation in the 2 regions was completely different. The skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar had the same cultivation level as Xian. Furthermore, they were in the same state as him when he activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power and cast the 9th transformation. They were at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. As for the 2 heavenly Dao beasts, one was at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm, while the other was at the 4th stage. The difference was too great and they were far from being his match. Now, not only had they lost their advantage, they had even fallen into a predicament of being completely suppressed. The fourth stage Heavenly Tao was slightly better. After all, it was the same as the Black Fog Avatar. They were both at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm. However, one was at the early stage while the other was at the peak of the mid-stage. Although it was in a suppressed state, it was temporarily fine. As for the second stage Heavenly Tao realm beast, it was fighting the skeleton avatar alone. In a short period of time, it was already covered in injuries. However, a second stage Heavenly Tao realm existence was far from useless. Although it was no match for it and was even being suppressed, it was still impossible for the skeleton avatar to completely obliterate it in a short period of time. Shoo! It was under such circumstances that the raging ape's figure charged in from outside the nine-colored fireball. It scanned the situation of the three battlefields inside the fireball and immediately, a cold glint flashed in its eyes as it charged at the skeleton avatar. Screech, the second stage Heavenly Tao beast naturally knew what was about to happen. Its heart palpitated as it immediately screamed. It realized that death was about to befall it, but unfortunately, there was nothing it could do to change it. Pung, everything happened too quickly. As the raging ape attacked, it threw a punch across the air. The skeleton avatar also approached in an instant. The inverted Shenong cauldron in its right hand was like the flipping sky seal as it slammed down on the head of the Class 2 dire beast. The result of the joint attack of two Heavenly Tao Realm Sixths was obvious. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom resounded. Face the second stage Heavenly Tao beast could not resist such a terrifying power at all. Originally, he was already heavily injured. Under this attack, he didn't even have the time to react. He merely opened his mouth slightly, and before the earth-shattering roar from his mouth had finished, a wave of majestic and shocking power had already rushed into his body. It was too much. Soon, the violent force raged as the second stage Heavenly Tao beast's entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading bloody mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew, shoo! In the next instant, the raging ape waved its hand. With the sound of a howling wind, a majestic force whizzed out. The Class 2 dire beast's massive body burst into a majestic blood mist that swept over and absorbed it into his body. Until, he now had 3 Heavenly Tao blood essences in his possession. However, this was far from the end. It could even be said that this was just the beginning. After killing the second stage Heavenly Tao beast with one strike, the raging ape retracted its hand. Together with the skeleton avatar, it turned to look at the fourth stage Heavenly Tao beast in another direction. At this moment, the Black Fog avatar holding the big-headed black cudgel was swinging the black cudgel high above its head, smashing it down on the fourth stage Heavenly Tao beast's head. If it were a moment ago, the fourth stage Heavenly Tao beast would have had the ability to dodge this strike. After all, it was also at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm. However, at this moment, as the Class 2 ferocious beast fell in an instant, the raging ape and the skeleton clone that had killed it also turned to look at him. Their auras locked onto him, and in an instant, half of his soul was scared out of his body. These were peak Heavenly Tao realm existences at the mid-stage Heavenly Tao realm. It would have been fine if it was just one of them, but with 3 of them joining forces, there was no way it could withstand a single strike. It was certain to perish. At that moment, his heart was shrouded by the shadow of death. The only outcome was to accelerate the process of his death. Boom. Rumble. At the same time, the raging ape and skeleton avatars' bodies flashed as they teleported and appeared not far from the fourth stage Heavenly Tao beast. Together with the Black Fog avatar, they formed a tripartite confrontation. The former struck out with a punch while the farmer god cauldron in the latter's hand smashed out like the Empyrean seal once again. 3 Heavenly Tao realm existences were attacking with all their strength at the same moment. The final outcome was needless to say. There was no suspense. Bang, with the 3 of them attacking at the same time, the majestic and endless power smashed into the body of the Class 4 dire beast, and an earth-shattering roar sounded in an instant. In the face of 3 such terrifying roars of power, even a Class 4 dire beast could not resist at all. Previously, the second stage Heavenly Tao beast had let out an earth-shattering roar, but now, this fourth stage Heavenly Tao beast only opened its mouth slightly and a majestic power rushed into its body. In an instant, as the violent power raged out, the entire body of the Class 4 ferocious beast exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading bloody mist that shrouded a corner of the void. With a wave of the Baoyuan's hand, a gust of wind was stirred up, and the majestic power whistled out, sweeping up the bloody mist that was formed from the explosion of the ferocious beast into the Baoyuan's body. At that moment, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in Yixian's hands had reached 4. However, this was still not the end, but it was already very close. This was because the remaining first stage heavenly Dao beast could not move at all, nor could it stir up any waves. Screech, bang. At the next moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars turned around at the same time and approached the first stage heavenly Dao beast that was entangled with the Empyrean beast. It was instantly frightened out of its wits. At this moment, an unprecedentedly strong shadow of death had completely enveloped his entire mind. It was in despair and even lost the thought of resisting. After raising its head and letting out a roar, the first stage heavenly Dao beast chose to self-destruct. Since it was only a matter of time before it died, rather than face 4 powerful heavenly Dao realm existences alone, with 3 of them being at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, resulting in it being tortured to death, it was better to end it quickly. Phew, however, this was good as well. It saved Yixian the trouble. Upon seeing the blood mist disperse, the raging ape immediately waved its hand and swept it into its body. Until, at that moment, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in Yixian's hands had reached 5, it was over. Following, with the 3 Blood Sea avatars and the Empyrean beasts quartet attacking, the 3 heavenly Dao realm beasts that came with the arrow-plumed fiend condor were all killed without exception. Because of this, Yixian once again obtained 3 heavenly Dao blood essences. Currently, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in his possession had reached 5, and he had unexpectedly obtained 4 heavenly Dao blood essences in this battle. This kind of resource was very precious and rarely seen. Yixian always felt that if he kept it in his hands, it would definitely be of great use in the future. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he once again thought of the heaven pellet in the hands of the void giant turtle. In an instant, a playful smile appeared on the corner of the violent ape's mouth. This time, he would definitely obtain the heaven pill, and there definitely wouldn't be the slightest bit of suspense, because the void tortoise's life gate was currently in his hands. Xiao, with a wave of his hand, the 200 million mile-long emperor beast turned into a streak of light and was put away by Baoyuan. Walala. Xiao, following that, after calming down his excited emotions, a dark light flashed in Baoyuan's eyes. With a thought, the black fog avatar and the skeleton avatar instantly turned into a rain of blood and collapsed. Suddenly, it condensed into a point and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it entered his glabella and disappeared. At the same time, the 9-colored fireball that enveloped nearly 100 billion kilometers of void instantly dispersed, turning into a vast sea of blood. In less than half a breath, it also condensed into a point and rushed into Yixian's glabella, disappearing in a flash. At this point, in this vast dark void that was hundreds of billions of kilometers away, Yixian was the only one left in the form of a violent ape. The 4 heavenly Dao beasts from the demonic condor forbidden land were all killed in less than 10 breaths of time after Baoyuan rushed into the 9-colored fireball. Just like that, even the majestic blood mist formed after their bodies exploded was taken away. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. This scene was truly shocking. Even the eyes of the void tortoise and the primordial Xianxia, who were standing in the dark void 100 billion kilometers away, who could be said to be knowledgeable and had lived from the distant primordial era to the present, couldn't help but focus because of this. They knew that Yixian's current cultivation level was only at the desolate supremacy realm, so they didn't underestimate him previously. However, they might not necessarily treat him as an existence on the same level as them, but now, through that battle, the void tortoise and primordial Xianxia finally realized how powerful Yixian was. The Empyrean beast and the 3 Blood Sea avatars represented the supreme combat strength of 4 heavenly Dao realm existences. If they were the opponents, the final outcome would probably be the same even if the void tortoise and primordial Xianxia still had more powerful divine powers that they had yet to use. Although they had the combat strength of the heavenly Dao realm, they were only at the first stage of the realm. Against the all-out assault of 4 heavenly Dao realm experts, 3 of which were at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, and the help of a heaven-defying object like the 9-colored fireball, even if it was them, they would definitely die. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the Void Tortoise and Primordial Yiksha finally officially treated Yixian as an existence on the same level as them. They felt wistful. After all, according to what they knew, when the Heavenly Tao Nascent Soul Corpse first encountered Yixian, he was extremely weak, not even comparable to an ant. In a short period of time, he had grown to such a stage. Just imagining the hardships and dangers involved naturally made them feel emotional. However, from a certain point of view, Yixian could be considered their disciple and successor. After all, Yixian had grasped the Void Tortoise's ancient cave void art and the Primordial Yiksha's supreme bloodline divine power, heaven-falling Bao. Furthermore, they were extremely profound. Being able to have such a monstrous and heaven-defying descendant was not a bad thing, it was also a blessing. With this thought in mind, the two old men's eyes immediately softened. Previously, they had barely treated Yixian as an existence on the same level as them because of the Heavenly Tao Nascent Soul Corpse. But now, they had truly acknowledged Yixian. Sorry for the long wait. After Yixian finished everything, he walked over step by step in the air from afar. He had already used a secret blood technique to remove his violent ape form and return to his original form. The Void Tortoise and the Primordial Yiksha were huge in size, especially the former. In comparison, when Yixian, who had a human body, stood next to him, it was as if he was a speck of dust that corresponded to a gigantic giant star. In addition, the aura of his cultivation was completely restrained, so he might not be able to notice it at a glance. However, the Void Tortoise and the Primordial Yiksha clearly did not underestimate Yixian at all. They immediately responded and nodded at him. Originally, I only wanted 2 Heavenly Tao treasured pills. I didn't expect you to be so shockingly generous. In one refinement, you actually produced 55 Heavenly Tao treasured pills. As Yixian walked over, the voice of the Void Tortoise's divine sense also sounded. Compared to before, it was clearly much more intimate, so, this time, you might have to be mentally prepared. The Heavenly Tao treasured pills that the two of us will ask for from you will not be a small number, that's right. There are many existences under the infant corpse that urgently need this item like the two of us. For example, the golden divine dragon that you are familiar with. Yixian's consciousness was even a little flattered. This time, as soon as the voice of the Void Tortoise's divine sense fell, the Primordial Yiksha, who had always been cold and had never communicated with Yixian, actually also sent him a divine sense voice. And his tone was surprisingly good. However, after being stunned for a moment, Yixian's expression instantly darkened. If the Primordial Yiksha hadn't mentioned the golden divine dragon, he probably would have flatly refused on the spot. For these two old geezers to remind him to be mentally prepared before speaking, how could it be a small number? These were level 30 Heavenly Tao treasured pills. Yixian had been preparing the ingredients for so long, and this was only his first refinement. Although it was a huge surprise to have 55 pills in one go, in Yixian's opinion, unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't refine this kind of Heavenly Tao treasured pill again. At the very least, the 5 elemental catalysts were a big problem. Even if he still had the 4 heavenly velvet needles, and the Void Tortoise's heavenly pill wouldn't be a problem, but what about the other 5 elemental catalysts of the metal, water, and fire attributes? Where could he find them? He originally thought that the 55 level 30 Heavenly Tao treasured pills would be enough for him to use no matter what. But now, it seemed that the pills hadn't even warmed up in his hands yet, and someone had already set their sights on them. This time, if he nodded and agreed, he would clearly suffer heavy losses. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian's expression suddenly became more vigilant. Like a local tycoon sizing up a bandit who came to borrow money, he sized up the Void Tortoise and the Primordial Yiksha several times. Only then did he cautiously ask, how much do you want? Let's make this clear first. Don't ask for too much, or I'll turn around and leave. He clearly had the intention to negotiate. The Void Tortoise and the Primordial Yiksha exchanged glances, then grinned. Although Yixian realized that he might suffer a heavy loss this time, for the sake of the headless baby corpse, he had no choice but to quickly make a decision. Look, he glanced at the 2 old men opposite him and carefully asked, how many do you want? Let's make it clear first. Don't ask for too much, or I'll turn around and leave. Hearing what he said, it was clear that he had the intention to negotiate. The void tortoise and the ancient Xianxia exchanged a look and then grinned. In an instant, the two old men's divine sense voices sounded. Actually, it's not a lot. At least compared to the 55 heavenly path pellets you have, it's definitely not a lot. Let's be frank, we need 20 pellets. That's right, including us, there are 13 people who need a heavenly path pellet. The remaining 7 are spares. After all, there are a few old friends who still need a heavenly path pellet to fully recover from their injuries. 20? That's impossible. Hearing this, Xian was so shocked that he jumped up in the void on the spot and directly refused. What a joke, he only had 55 level 30 heavenly path pellets in total. The number of 20 was almost 40%. It was more than a third. How could it be called a heavy loss? It was simply robbery. It had far exceeded Xian's expectations. 10 at most. After jumping a few times, Xian did not wait for the void tortoise and the ancient Xianxia to speak again and immediately said his bottom line. With a serious face, it seemed that there was no room for negotiation. Not one more pellet. If you agree, I'll give it to you. If not, I'll turn around and leave. You're too stingy. 20 treasure pills are only equivalent to 1/3 of what you have. Susu said. The void tortoise was obviously not satisfied and continued in a low muffled voice. Besides, looking at the materials you used before, there are only about 40 Baron Supremacy blood essences, but there are 55 heavenly path pellets out of the furnace. More than that. It can be seen that 1 desolate Supremacy blood essence is enough to refine a heavenly Dao treasure pill. If that's the case, if you need it again in the future, you can just refine it again. After all, you have the 9-colored flame, so you don't lack any refining conditions. This is really good guidance. Even Xian's second batch of pills in the future has been thought out for him. No wonder he asked for 20 pills right off the bat. He's basically treating Xian like a heavenly hen that can lay precious pill eggs. It's easy for you to say. A dark light flashed in Xian's eyes. He immediately rolled his eyes and refuted, even if I can refine a second furnace, where are the materials? Let's not talk about the Desolate Supreme's blood essence. After all, if you put in a bit of effort, you can still obtain it. It's not too difficult, but don't forget about the 5 elements medicinal catalyst. Lu Zhangke was killed just now. I'm sure all of you have seen it. I did obtain 4 pieces of heavenly velvet grass from his body. However, that was only the wood seed's origin of the 5 elements seed. The other 4 5 elements seed are still missing. This kind of thing is not easy to find. At the very least, I don't have any clues. Although you definitely have more heavenly pills, which are the earth element medicinal catalyst, the old guy who obtained the fire element, water element, and metal element medicinal catalyst has been killed by me. Where else can I find it? Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the void tortoise did not hesitate at all. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, 4 yellow rays of light shot out from his body. The rays of light shot over, bringing with them an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, they abruptly stopped in front of Xian. They were 4 crystals the size of a head. They were earthy yellow and emitted an incomparably thick and solid aura. It was the earth element medicinal catalyst that Xian needed. It was also the heavenly pill in the void tortoise's body. Previously, it had given Xian one. Now, without waiting for Xian to ask for it, the void tortoise took the initiative to give him 4 more. It was obvious that the void tortoise had quite a number of such items in its body. Even if it was not a lot, there was definitely more other than these 4. Of course, this item was equally important to him. After all, it contained a sliver of the power of the primordial chaos laws within his body. However, on the one hand, there was clearly more than one such heavenly pill in the void tortoise's body. On the other hand, compared to the 20 heavenly Dao treasured pills that could help him, the primordial Xianxia, the golden divine dragon, and the other old fellows successfully break through to the true heavenly Dao realm in a short period of time, this old fellow did not need to consider at all. He instantly made a decision. Furthermore, he gave away 4 of them at once. Seeing this, Xian was taken aback by his generosity. He felt a little embarrassed. After all, this item was clearly equally important to the void tortoise. After all, it contained a sliver of the power of the primordial chaos laws within its body. While he was about to attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm, he had already given him one heavenly pill, and now, he was giving him another 4. As such, it would definitely affect his impending breakthrough. Now, you even have the Earth Guidance Essence. Yi Xian was taken aback when he saw the 4 heavenly pills floating in front of him. The Void Tortoise's voice quickly sounded once again. As for the other 3 Water Guidance, Fire Guidance, and Metal Guidance Essences, although the 3 beasts have been killed by you, it's not impossible to find similar treasured herbs. The so-called 5 elemental herbs only require 5 Khanate origins treasured herbs that match the 5 elemental properties. There are quite a number of Khanate origins beasts in the primordial chaos void. Similarly, there are many existences with Khanate origins treasured herbs in their bodies. Of course, they all have different properties. To find the other 3 Khanate origins treasured herbs with water, fire, and metal attributes is indeed not easy. However, it's not completely impossible. At the very least, I know of 2 Khanate origins beasts with fire guidance and metal guidance essences. Although they are existences at the heavenly Tao realm, they are only at the early stages of the heavenly Tao realm. It won't be difficult for you. Whoosh! At this point, another beam of light shot out from the Void Tortoise's body, heading straight for Yi Xian. This time, it was naturally not a heavenly pill. To be precise, the beam of light was an information blob. It contained the detailed information of the 2 heavenly Tao realm beasts that the Void Gigantic Tortoise had mentioned. It included their cultivation levels, as well as the location of the forbidden zone they presided over, and so on. But, in other words, once he grasped the information in this light ball, he would basically have the fire guidance and metal guidance essences in his hands. The only thing missing from the 5 elemental essences was the water guidance essence. The Void Tortoise had given so much, and it could be said that it had provided Yi Xian with great convenience. As such, if he didn't give up the 20 level 30 heavenly Tao pills that the Void Tortoise had requested, Yi Xian would truly feel embarrassed. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, he rolled his eyes and put away the 4 Heaven Core pills and the information light cluster in front of him. Then, he waved his hand, and in an instant, 20 rays of light blasted toward the Void Giant Tortoise in the opposite void. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and put away the 4 heavenly pills and the information ball of light in front of him. With a wave of his hand, 20 beams of light shot towards the Void Tortoise in front of him. The Void Tortoise had given so much, and it could be said that it had provided Yi Xian with great convenience. As such, if he didn't give up the 20 level 30 heavenly Tao pills that the Void Tortoise had requested, Yi Xian would truly feel embarrassed. It would be a lie to say that his heart didn't ache when he gave away 20 level 30 heavenly Tao pills just like that. However, at this point, it wouldn't be right if he didn't let go. That's more like it. Seeing the 20 heavenly Tao pills shooting towards him, the Void Tortoise immediately waved its claws and kept them. Next, then, it continued, by the way, you might not know, but the end of the primordial world has arrived. Not long ago, the primordial world was formed from the fusion of countless void fragments. Now, the heavenly Tao laws have collapsed and have been devoured by the endless void turbulence. As for the countless living beings in the primordial world, they have been brought into the primordial world by the primeval heaven's eye. Not long ago, they had just settled down in a star domain on the left bank of the Milky Way. That stellar domain has already changed owners. It has been named a primordial forbidden land. The strongest person presiding over it is the primordial heavenly Tao green-eyed. Apart from that, there are more than 10 heavenly Tao realm generals under him. In this primordial world, the primordial world is the last great world to collapse. Therefore, the new primordial world is about to begin. Before the new primordial world fully begins, the Milky Way star domain will be open to all living beings who meet the conditions, regardless of which great world they are from, to enter and vie for the primordial world's light from providence in the next great era. That fellow and the infant corpse have already entered the Milky Way star domain, but no one knows what the conditions are for the Milky Way star domain to open up. When the time comes, if you meet the conditions, you can enter and vie for the primordial world's light from providence in the next great era. This will be of great help to you. You will know in the future. That's all I have to say. Xianxia and I will be leaving. A bunch of old fellows are still waiting in a hidden void. In the coming period of time, we will be in full seclusion to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Stay here alone. Be careful. Rumble, rip. Having said that, the void tortoise did not say anything else. With a wave of its right front claw, a shocking boom sounded. A huge rift was torn open in the void, but under the influence of the powerful primordial world's laws, it was rapidly mending itself. Swoosh! With some hesitation, the void tortoise and the primordial Xianxia took advantage of the fact that the void fissure had yet to completely close up. With a flash, they darted into the void fissure and disappeared. In a short period of time, the void rift was completely mended. Nothing could be seen from it. Even with Yixian's present cultivation level and means, he was unable to trace the void tortoise and the primordial Xianxia's whereabouts. He did not plan on doing so. They were there to deliver the treasured pills and enter seclusion with a bunch of old fellows under the headless infant corpse in the early stages of the primordial world to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Although they might not meet again in the near future, it was a good thing that should not be disturbed. In the future, when they successfully broke through and entered the heavenly Tao realm, they would naturally meet again. The primordial world has been devoured by the endless void turbulence. At this moment, Yixian was digesting the news that the void tortoise had revealed to him before it left. A look of shock suffused his face. Although, it could be said that he had expected this day to come sooner or later, but he had never expected it to be so fast. It could be said that the moment he left that place, the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes brought all the living beings in the primordial world over. However, Yixian did not plan on paying attention to the so-called primordial forbidden land for the time being. After all, it was located on the left bank of the Milky Way, while Yixian's magic hall was on the right bank of the Milky Way. The two were separated by the vast Milky Way stellar domain, so they would not cross paths for the time being. Yes. To him, what was next was to obtain the Fire Guide Origins and Metal Guide Origins. Otherwise, if the Milky Way stellar domain opened up in the future, it would probably be difficult for him to find the two old fellows mentioned in the void tortoise's information. No. Before continuing his journey to the Forbidden Land where the two old fellows presided over, Yixian had one more thing to do. It was to enter seclusion again to make a breakthrough. First, in the previous series of battles, he had already finished absorbing the gains from his previous breakthrough and integrated them into his soul and body. Coupled with the successful refinement of the Heavenly Path treasure pill, Yixian had removed a heavy burden from his heart. His state of mind had improved, so this was the best time for a breakthrough. With this in mind, he turned to look at the giant abandoned planet where the Heavenly Path treasure pill was refined. Without hesitation, his figure turned into a ray of light and rushed into the interior of the planet. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Xianxia cauldron and stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Swish, swish, swish. After sitting down, Yixian waved his hand. Instantly, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In his line of sight, rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. There was the all-evil origin liquid, 9-colored divine herbs, and so on. All of them were top-grade cultivation resources, and all of them emitted an incomparably dense aura of energy. Very quickly. After calming down, he took a deep breath and activated the Xianxia cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. Then, he swallowed them all into his stomach and quickly dissolved. Whoosh! Rumble, the resources that he swallowed instantly dissolved in his body. Then, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yixian's body. 1. A majestic energy river formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder. This was the most crucial moment, so Yixian did not dare to be distracted. He concentrated and immediately began a large circulation cycle, continuing until he completely refined it. After an unknown amount of time, the energy river disappeared from Yixian's meridians and completely integrated into his soul and body. An incomparably thick shackle chain appeared in his body. As long as it was torn apart, this closed-door cultivation would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately thought of something. He'd only accumulated enough strength to launch a single attack, but the shackles had already been broken. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, 6th Order Desolation Supreme. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm, 6th Order Desolation Supreme. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy flashed in the bottom of his eyes. 6th Order Desolation Supreme. Breakthrough. After a round of seclusion, he successfully broke through to the 6th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm. Previously, Xianxia's cultivation level was at the 5th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm. In the primordial chaos void that was not suppressed by the heavenly Tao, if he were to activate the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power, he would instantly step into the 6th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm. While if he were to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability to the 9th transformation, then on the basis of the 6th step of the Desolate Venerable realm, he would be able to raise another large realm, which was the 6th step of the Heavenly Tao realm. This was Xianxia's peak combat strength before he went into seclusion. But now, although he had only broken through a minor realm, it had an extremely important and astounding effect on the increase in his combat strength. For example, he was already at the 6th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm. Upon activating the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power, he would instantly leap to the 7th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm. And in the 9th transformation state, Xianxia's current peak combat strength would reach the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Although the difference between the 7th and 6th stage was only a minor realm, the 6th stage was the peak of the mid-stage, while the 7th stage was the beginning of the late stage. Just this point alone was enough to illustrate the huge difference between the two. It could be said that the present Xianxia's peak combat strength at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm under the 9th transformation state was definitely much stronger than the 6th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm from before. After all, even the primeval heaven's eye that had existed for a long time was only at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. From this point, Xian, whose peak combat strength had reached the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, was not its match alone. But if he were to condense all 3 Blood Sea avatars, he would not be at a disadvantage in a head-on battle with the primeval heaven's eye. But of course, it was basically impossible to gain any advantage. This was because the primeval heaven's eye's cultivation had already stabilized at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, it was extremely solid. It was not far from the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Although Xian still had the Shenong Flaming Sea, the Shenong Treasure Cauldron, and the Heaven-Falling Bow, he still had the Netherworld's Netherworld Furnace. However, the primeval heaven's eye also had a Netherworld Furnace, and he must have a divine ability that was on par with the Fallen Sky Bow. From this point of view, Xian would most likely be at a disadvantage in a head-on battle. This was because primeval heaven's eye was already aware of Xian's methods and trump cards, so they would be on guard against him. Butas for the primeval heaven's eye. Other than knowing about the Netherworld Furnace, Xian knew nothing about the primeval heaven's eye. The primeval heaven's eye was too mysterious, and he was a wily old fox who would not easily reveal his trump cards. After all, he was in existence who had lived for countless years. Just based on this point alone, it was understandable that he was more shrewd than Xian. It could even be said that this was how it should be from the start. From the analysis of these situations, even if the current Xian's peak combat strength had already stepped into the late stage and reached the 7th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, and he was still able to condense 3 Blood Sea clones that possessed the same combat strength, if it wasn't necessary, it was best not to clash head-on with the primordial Heavenly Tao eye. Even if this battle was ultimately unavoidable, it was best to wait until Xian was stronger in the future. Only then would it be more beneficial to him. Deng, however, the present Xian had no interest in fighting head-on with primeval heaven's eye. He did not even have the intention of provoking it for the time being. After all, although his seclusion had ended and he had successfully broken through, he still had to hunt for the Metal Guide and Fire Guide origins. Good. After obtaining these 2 origins, all that was left was the Water Guide origins. He could slowly search for it in the future, reducing the pressure on him. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Xian instantly made a decision. He stood up and walked out of the Farmer God Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. This time, he had actually used up an entire month of seclusion. From the looks of it, I can't delay any longer. After calculating the time, he immediately shook his head with a wry smile. He muttered a few words and immediately waved his hand. Phew. With a faint sonic boom, the farmer god cauldron that stood inside the planet instantly transformed into a beam of light that entered Yi Xian's body and vanished. Following that, he took a step out of the gigantic planet. He did not turn back to the right bank of the Milky Way. Instead, he continued proceeding forward in the dark zone. Again. After traveling for a few days, he arrived at the Black Crow Forbidden Ground that Yi Xian had previously visited. The Black Crow Forbidden Ground was located at the outermost edge of the left bank of the Milky Way. If one were to head towards the left bank of the Milky Way from the dark zone at the end of the right bank of the Milky Way, the Black Crow Forbidden Ground was the first place one would pass. The strongest expert in the Black Crow Forbidden Ground was a scarlet-patterned black crow. However, Yi Xian had already killed it and obtained the fire guide origins from its body, which was the scarlet-patterned black crow's heaven crystal. However, considering that the scarlet-patterned black crow was a heavenly Dao realm expert, it was very likely that it would attract the attention of the other supreme forbidden grounds and stellar regions in the left bank and right bank of the Milky Way that bordered the Black Crow Forbidden Ground. It would be troublesome if a dozen heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts or remnant old monsters were attracted. Therefore, under Lu Zhangke's suggestion, Yi Xian entered the Black Crow Forbidden Ground with him. After entering the Black Crow Forbidden Ground, Lu Zhangke attracted the scarlet-patterned black crow's attention, causing it to appear on its own accord. Following that, Yi Xian, who was lurking in the dark, struck at lightning speed and successfully killed the scarlet-patterned black crow. After that, Yi Xian put away the majestic blood mist and the fire guide origins heaven crystal that were formed when the scarlet-patterned black crow's body exploded. He immediately left the Black Crow Forbidden Ground with Lu Zhangke. However, after they left, something else happened. Although the Black Crow Forbidden Ground only had one heavenly Dao realm existence, the scarlet-patterned black crow, there were more than a dozen primordial supremes below the heavenly Dao realm. More than a dozen desolate supremes recognized Lu Zhangke. They knew that although he was a ferocious beast, he was as good at alchemy as the remnant people. They even knew that he had been trying to refine a heavenly Dao treasure medicine that could help one reach the heavenly Dao realm. And this time, he had suddenly descended with a powerful 6th-stage heavenly Dao realm remnant expert. His goal was clearly to kill the scarlet-patterned black crow and snatch the connate treasure medicine, the heaven crystal, from its body. This made the desolate supremes of the Black Crow Forbidden Ground suspect that Lu Zhangke and this mysterious heavenly Dao realm remnant expert were about to open the cauldron to refine a heavenly Dao treasure medicine. Therefore, after Yi Xian and Lu Zhangke left, the dozen desolate supremes no longer said a word. They raised their heads and roared. With a flash of their bodies, they transformed into beams of light and shot off. They rushed out of the Black Crow Forbidden Ground and headed for the depths of the Milky Way's left bank. Their goal was to spread the news that Lu Zhangke was colluding with the remnant expert to refine a heavenly Dao treasure medicine. This way, they could take advantage of the chaos to attempt to snatch the heavenly Dao treasure medicine. This was something that happened a long time ago. In fact, after Yi Xian separated from the void gigantic tortoise and primordial Xianxia, he had spent a month in seclusion. Over the past month, apart from the scarlet-patterned black crow, the news of the death of the 4 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts, including Quill Fiend Condor, from the Fiend Condor Forbidden Ground, at the hands of the mysterious heavenly Dao realm remnant expert had spread throughout the Milky Way's left bank. Recently, the entire left bank was discussing this matter. In their mouths, the mysterious remnant expert, Yi Xian, was like a legend. He was known as the heavenly Dao killing god. Over the past few months, the news of the death of the scarlet-patterned black crow and the 4 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts from the Fiend Condor Forbidden Ground at the hands of the mysterious heavenly Dao realm remnant expert had gradually spread throughout the Milky Way's left bank. Today, the entire left bank was discussing this matter. The unknown mysterious remnant expert, Yi Xian, was like a legend. He was known as the heavenly Dao killing god, and he was infamous for his ferocity. The reason why he was known as the heavenly Dao killing god was because ever since he appeared on the left bank, he had killed all heavenly Dao realm existences in just 2 short strikes. It was as though the heavenly Dao realm experts had become his prey. Other than that, news of his collusion with Lu Zhangke on the right bank, as well as his ultimate goal, had long spread. This was the handiwork of the dozen or so desolate supremacies in the Black Crow Forbidden Ground. That, this mysterious Heavenly Tao remnant could even kill the scarlet-patterned Black Crow and Quill-fiend Condor. With their cultivation level at the desolate supremacy realm, they were clearly no match for him. They were like ants in front of him. Yet, this person had a Heavenly Tao treasure that was irresistible to them. They had to give it their all and obtain it. If not, there was no hope for them to attain the Heavenly Tao. As such, the only way was to muddy the waters and wait for an opportunity to reap the benefits. For this goal, the dozen or so desolate supremacies in the Black Crow Forbidden Ground spared no effort. Finally, the news spread like wildfire. While this matter had indeed attracted the attention of many desolate supremacies and Heavenly Tao realm experts. Desolate supremacy, there was no need to elaborate further on the desolate supremacies. They were in need of the Heavenly Tao treasure that determined whether they could successfully step into the Heavenly Tao realm. They could not resist the temptation. While as for the Heavenly Tao realm experts that presided over the powerful forbidden lands, they no longer needed the Heavenly Tao herbs because they had long stepped into that realm. While the generals under their command in the various forbidden grounds were in great need of the item. With the arrival of the primordial desolate apocalypse, the Milky Way stellar domain's conditional opening was approaching. Everyone wished that there would be a few more Heavenly Tao realm existences among their desolate supremacy generals. That way, they would be stronger and their heritage would be richer. While this matter was only spread among the various beast forbidden grounds on the left bank of the Milky Way. The remnant star domains on the left bank were unaware of it. After all, remnant humans and beasts had always been mortal enemies. They did not interact with each other to begin with. Furthermore, such important information was strictly forbidden by the upper echelons of the various forbidden grounds. This was to prevent the Heavenly Tao realm existences from other remnant star domains from rushing over to rescue the mysterious remnant expert when they were hunting him. Once the news spread, it was fine on the left bank of the Milky Way as it was too far away. There was no movement for the time being. However, in the supreme forbidden grounds on the right bank, large numbers of desolate supremacies and Heavenly Tao realm experts immediately swarmed towards the demonic wolf forbidden ground. There was a reason why the desolate supremacies and Heavenly Tao realm experts from the left bank and right bank gathered in the demonic wolf forbidden ground. The news that Xianxia needed the 5 elements catalyst to refine the Heavenly Tao treasure medicine had long spread. The reason why he brought the mysterious remnant expert to the Black Crow Forbidden Ground and killed the scarlet-patterned Black Crow was also because of this. Among the 5 elements guiding herbs, Xianxia's heavenly velvet was the origin of the wood-guiding herb, while the heavenly crystal of the scarlet-patterned Black Crow was the origin of the fire-guiding herb. They must have gotten their hands on these 2 5 elements guiding herbs. What was left were the 3 types of primordial origin medicines, Gold Guide, Water Guide, and Earth Guide. Among the primordial ferocious beasts residing in the forbidden lands on the left and right sides of the Milky Way, only the black-marked demonic wolf in the demonic wolf forbidden land possessed the demonic wolf heavenly eye, which belonged to the Gold Guide origin medicine. Xianxia was also aware of this. Since he had already brought the mysterious remnant expert to the left bank and right bank of the Milky Way, he would definitely not let the demonic wolf go. He would definitely hunt it down and seize the demonic wolf's heavenly eye that could be used as the metal catalyst origin. However, this was also because they did not know that Xian and Xianxia had already strolled around the right bank of the Milky Way before coming to the left bank of the Milky Way. They had even obtained the water catalyst origin, let alone the metal catalyst origin. Otherwise, these old guys would not have gathered in the demonic wolf forbidden ground. However, there were still mistakes to be made. In fact, waiting in the Devil Wolf forbidden area was the right choice. Because, at this moment, Xian was indeed heading toward the demonic wolf forbidden ground. Previously, the Void Tortoise had provided him with detailed information about the 2 innate ferocious beasts of the 5 elements. These 2 innate ferocious beasts had the Metal Guide origin and the Fire Guide origin respectively. The existence with the Metal Guide origin was this black-marked demonic wolf, therefore, although the inference that these old guys in the supreme forbidden grounds on the left bank and right bank of the Milky Way was wrong, the result was right. As long as they waited here, they would definitely see Xian arrive. Clang, however, Xianxia and company would not be able to see it. They had long been killed by Xian. At this moment, all the ferocious beasts in the demonic wolf forbidden area had already gone into hibernation in the caves located on the abandoned planets. While in the void of the Forbidden Ground stellar domain, there were powerful spiritual senses circling. Among them were desolate supremes and heavenly Tao realm experts. Furthermore, there were quite a number of them. These existences did not appear, but they were communicating through their spiritual senses. Among them were definitely the dozen or so desolate supremes from the Black Crow Forbidden Ground. This not only had the waters by the side been stirred up, but at least 10% of the supreme forbidden grounds on the left bank and right bank had their strongest experts present. They had gathered here, planning on ambushing Xianxia and the mysterious heavenly Tao realm expert. This situation made it impossible for them not to come. In fact, the dozen or so desolate supremes from the Black Crow Forbidden Ground had already revealed their identities to the heavenly Tao realm experts that had arrived. They also indicated that they were the ones who spread the news. They hoped that if they obtained the heavenly Tao treasure pill, they would at least get a share of the loot. This request was not excessive. Furthermore, they did not explicitly state how much they wanted. It all depended on their mood, so they were approved of it. This time, they will be lurking in the dark, eagerly anticipating the arrival of that moment. Everyone, this cannot continue. That mysterious remnant expert can descend at any time. If he discovers that there are so many desolate supremes and heavenly Tao realm auras circling the demonic wolf forbidden ground stellar domain, he will probably immediately turn and leave. That's right. Apart from the demonic wolf forbidden ground beasts, all the other outsiders have to hide in the parallel void. They will only descend after they are caught. However, the demonic wolf forbidden ground's black patterned demonic wolves cannot leave. Fellow Daoist, the mysterious remnant expert who can refine the heavenly Tao treasure pill is here for you. If you are not here, this matter might not succeed. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. I am only hiding in the parallel void. I can descend at any time. For the heavenly Tao treasure pill, I wonder if fellow Daoist is willing to be the bait. With the sound of these divine senses, the powerful divine senses hovering in the void of the demon wolf forbidden land star area immediately converged to an abandoned star on the left side of the center of the forbidden land star area. That was where the black patterned demonic wolf's cave abode lair was located. End of chapter 5087. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.